Super Devouring System Chapter 2913 to Chapter 2996. Corpse flame soaring into the sky. Boom. Slala, crack. Just as Xianxia's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without any warning, an invisible energy shockwave strangely rippled out from his eyes. It was extremely fast, and with a strange power that surged through the void, it actually shot to the edge of the skeletal island beneath him in the blink of an eye. It arrived in an instant, almost at the same time. At the edge of the skeletal island, a small purple lightning ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Weak purple lightning arcs instantly scattered in all directions, emitting a dense sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. This egg-sized purple lightning ball, as well as the spider web of purple lightning that appeared after the lightning ball exploded, was the result of Xianxia's first small attempt after he completely comprehended the spiritual lightning technique. It had to be said that Xianxia was very satisfied with the effect of this small attempt. Although the dark purple ball of lightning that exploded was very small, like the size of an egg, and the pearl net purple lightning that burst forth after the ball of lightning exploded only covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. As for the actual lethality of this lightning ball and the spider web of purple lightning, it was even more insignificant. However, to Xianxia, he was already very satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect in a short period of time. Not to mention that he'd only used a small amount of his spiritual energy to condense this lightning ball. If it was necessary, once Xianxia used his full strength and didn't care about the consumption of his spiritual energy, with his current strength and foundation in terms of spiritual energy, he would be able to condense a rather large ball of lightning. Once it exploded, the power would be far from what he'd experienced for the first time. It could be said that if Xianxia were to really go all out and use this kind of spiritual lightning technique with all his strength, even if he was only at the second level of the meteor realm, the instantaneous attack power he would be able to display would still be quite impressive. It could be said that in an instant, Xianxia's overall combat strength had increased by a level. However, these thoughts only appeared briefly in his mind before they were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. In fact, the real reason why Xianxia was so anxious to master the spiritual lightning technique immediately had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength. His goal was this vast and boundless black corpse pool. To be precise, it was the countless corpses of primordial creatures that floated in this boundless corpse pool. Everything that had happened before had already allowed Xianxia to have a certain understanding of this corpse pool. At the very least, Xianxia already knew how the multi-eyed thought crystals were formed, what kind of incentives were needed to cause the corpse flower to appear, and how the multi-eyed thought crystals were born. Although Xianxia was unable to understand the specific principle, it did not affect his next plan. Obviously, as long as the corpse flower appeared, then the multi-pupil thought crystals that Xianxia needed would be in his hands. As for the trigger for the corpse flower to appear, it was obviously the endless corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. After it was ignited by the corpse lightning that burst forth after the corpse lightning exploded, it formed a corpse flame. However, although this strange corpse pool could be said to be vast and boundless, the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth was obviously not very high. If he were to sit there and wait, he was afraid that he might not be able to see the next corpse lightning bursting forth even after a month of training. Xianxia naturally could not sit there and do nothing. That was not his usual style at all. Since the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth could not be predicted and could not be controlled at will, then, at the very most, he could change his method of thinking and use the lightning to ignite the corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. Wasn't it just a matter of lighting a fire? If this corpse pool was not so vast, and Xianxia had to obtain as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible within this short period of less than a month, this would not be a problem at all. The reason why there was an almost negligible amount of corpse gas at the edge of the 100-mile radius area where the corpse flame raged was because before the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, there was a gust of wind that swept the corpse gas in the air above the pool. When the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, it was so strong that the corpse gas was blown away by the sudden rise of the corpse flame. With a gleam in his eyes, Xianxia rose into the air from the skeleton island. As he rushed back the way he came, he muttered to himself and deduced all the details of the entire plan. Right now, I am using the spiritual lightning technique to ignite the corpse gas. Before the lightning ball explodes and the lightning bursts forth, there is absolutely no precursor effect. In this case, I only need to start from the center of the corpse pool that faces the crater above. Then, the corpse flame will burn in the center of the pool and quickly spread in all directions. What I need to do is wait for the corpse flame in the center to extinguish because of the consumption of the corpse gas. Then, I will descend and start to collect the multi-pupil thought crystals from the center. As the corpse flame in the surrounding areas extinguishes, I will gradually go deeper into the corpse pool. In terms of manpower, I obviously can't take care of this vast pool of corpses by myself. When the time comes, I'll just summon the Black Wind and the Dongshu shuttle and let Gue Hai Dao lead the entire army of fiend slaves to harvest the corpses. Anyway, no matter what, this time, I have to take as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible. After all, even if I have another chance to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land in the future, it will be at least 100 years later. If I don't have enough multi-pupil thought crystals, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long even if I give the Star Super Brain fragment away. As Yixian kept muttering to himself, he sped all the way. Soon, he finally returned to the area facing the crater above the corpse pool. Almost 4 days have passed since the 1-month deadline. I can't waste any more time. Yixian hesitated for a moment as he stood in the air above the pool. In the end, he clenched his teeth and threw away the last bit of misgivings in his heart. As he muttered to himself, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand towards the corpse pool below. Rumble. Crack. Zzz. On the way back, more than a dozen spiritual energy lightning balls that were condensed from quite a bit of spiritual energy origin energy shot out from Yixian's hands. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the pool where the corpse aura was the densest, and immediately exploded without any suspense, releasing streaks of dark purple electric nets that emitted a mysterious aura. In a few breaths of time, the large amount of corpse aura that filled the pool below was instantly ignited. The fruit picker has arrived. Yixian originally thought that the black corpse gas floating above the corpse pond would start to burn from the center of the ring-shaped mountain pass. Then, the fire would slowly spread out in all directions. However, the reality was far beyond Yixian's expectations. As he threw down more than a dozen spiritual power thunderballs, they exploded and burst into a dark purple electric net. As a result, a large area of corpse gas was ignited in an instant. Just the range of Yixian's perception was already more than 1,000 miles away. It was impossible to estimate how far the corpse pond had been ignited. It was very likely that the black corpse gas that filled the entire vast corpse pool had been ignited in an instant. The fire below him instantly ignited. Yixian was shocked. He quickly increased his speed and rushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass at the first moment. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles gushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass like it was biting its tail. It soared into the sky at least 1,000 miles away, almost turning half of the sky red. However, this red was obviously strange. After all, it was ignited by corpse gas. Within the red, there was a touch of gray and black. Clearly, the fire was soaring into the sky, but what hit him was a cold aura. This should be because it was burning corpse gas, and the quantity was extremely large. Yixian subconsciously retreated a distance before stopping. His expression was already somewhat sluggish as he stared blankly at the gigantic pillar of flames in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he nervously muttered to himself, "This commotion seems to be a bit big. Could something have happened?" Obviously, no one could answer this question. The only thing Yixian could do now was to wait. If he didn't wait for this level of fire to be extinguished before continuing, even if he hid in the Dongshu shuttle and sneaked into the ring-shaped mountain pass, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he had to retreat. There are only 20 days left in the month. This fire shouldn't be burning for too long, right? Realizing this problem, Yixian immediately became even more nervous. After a while, he faintly sighed and comforted himself. At the very least, the corpse chi in the central area of the corpse pond below the ring-shaped mountain pass should be exhausted soon. After all, there is an open ring-shaped mountain pass above, and the corpse aura is slowly leaking out, so the concentration of the corpse aura is not very high. If one were to climb to an endless height from the enormous crater Yixian was currently in, and finally look down, the scene one would see was actually not a celestial body. Instead, it was a broken continent. This continent was like a complete vessel that had been smashed to the ground, breaking into countless pieces of varying sizes. Some of these large and small fragments were connected to each other, while some were isolated and did not come into contact with any other fragments. However, the gaps between the large and small fragments were not oceans, but the void, a chaotic void filled with turbulence. In addition, this entire continent formed by fragments was surrounded by a layer of void filled with turbulence. Like an isolation belt, the entire continent was separated from the boundless void of the Milky Way outside. It was like being exiled, imprisoned. This was a land of exile, a land that had been completely smashed, fragmented, and separated from the original boundless void of the Milky Way. The fragment that Xianxia was in happened to be located in the central area of this vast continent. It was the largest of all the fragments that made up this continent. And that crater was located in the center of this largest fragment. At this moment, if one looked carefully, even at such a height, one could see that in the center of this largest fragment, there seemed to be a small red dot that suddenly appeared. This red dot was the pillar of corpse chi that rose into the sky from the crater of the crater. Such a huge pillar of corpse chi, even at such a terrifying height, could be seen as a small red dot. Then, in this mysterious continent formed by countless fragments below, it was naturally more eye-catching. Although there were very few living creatures in this mysterious continent, it was not that there were none. At this moment, as this huge pillar of red flame rose into the sky, there were some existences in all directions of the crater. In an instant, they were attracted, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Some of them quickly retracted their aura again, as if they were not very interested in this, but a small number of them, one after another, all rushed towards the area where the huge pillar of flame was located. Some of them were extremely far away, and between the largest fragment where the huge crater was located, there was more than a chaotic void filled with space-time turbulence between them and the largest fragment where the huge crater was located. They could only go around time and time again. Obviously, it was impossible to reach their destination in a short time, and it was even possible that they would never reach their destination. However, there were also a few figures who were destined to arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region. This was because they were all on the same fragment. Although the distance between them varied, as long as they didn't give up, they would definitely arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region of the Grand Junction region of this fragment after speeding all the way. In the entire fragment, there were nearly 100 living creatures who paid attention when the huge pillar of flame rose into the sky, but at this moment, because of the interest, there were only a dozen or so that were rushing over here. Most of them were at the edge of the fragment. With the vastness of this fragment, no matter how fast they were, it would take them a certain amount of time to reach the crater, at least 10 days, and the other half, a total of 3 existences, were not too far away from the crater, and the nearest one could reach within half a day. This was a 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger. In terms of size, compared to ordinary tiger beasts, it only had 2 extra pairs of fleshy horns on its back. In addition, its eyes were also green, with a cold light. Apart from that, it was the proportion. This 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was nearly 10 meters long, and could not be compared to ordinary tiger beasts at all. As the saying goes, it is like a tiger with extra wings, but this ferocious beast not only had wings, but also 2 pairs. In addition to its huge body of nearly 10 meters, there was no doubt that its degree of ferocity was extraordinary. At this moment, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was flapping the 2 pairs of huge wings on its back, spreading out its extreme speed. It had identified the area in front of it where the red pillar of flame rose into the sky, and was rushing over in the void. Its speed was extremely frightening, so fast that its whole body seemed to have turned into a dim flowing arrow. Every moment, it was greatly reducing the distance between it and the flame pillar area in front of it. If there were no accidents, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger would reach the edge of the huge crater where Xianxia was located in at most half a day. Xianxia was completely unaware of all this. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who's afraid of you? Ding. Discovered a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. Do you want to absorb the power of the sense crystals immediately? As Xianxia took out all the multi-pupil sense crystals except for the 8-pupil silver crystal and 9-pupil gold crystal from his undying world and threw them to the engulfing system, a notification rang in Xianxia's head. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia directly gave an affirmative response. However, He emphasized that he had the devouring system transfer all of the energy absorbed from the multi-eyed thought crystals to the immortal superbrain fragment that was the center of his personal star communication system. The so-called power of the sense crystals was similar to the power of the origin of spirit, but there were some differences. When Xian collected the perfect 9-pupil gold crystal, the engulfing system had absorbed a more complex composition of energy. 90% of it was the power of the origin of spirit, while the remaining 10% consisted of a few different types of energy. Other multi-pupil sense crystals and even the lower-grade demonic sense star crystals had different levels of energy, but they were all in the same ratio. It was like this kind of sense crystal. If there were no different types of energy gathered in the same ratio, it would not be able to truly form. As for that immortal-level starry sky superbrain fragment, it just so happened to need this kind of consciousness crystal. Xian had tried to give it a star core crystal or a devil cultivator's brain to absorb, but it didn't even sniff it. In order to allow this piece of the star brain to grow as quickly as possible, Xian had always been throwing ordinary demonic sense star crystals at it. He used a large amount, but it didn't have any obvious effect. This time, there were more than 100 high-grade perception crystals, which were multi-pupil perception crystals, and all of them were thrown in. In Xian's opinion, that immortal-level star brain fragment would at least have some meaning and grow a little stronger. If the situation was the same as before when he threw out a large amount of normal-grade magic astral crystals, Xian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. As for the dozen or so 8-eyed silver crystals and 9-eyed golden crystals in his hands, it wasn't that Xian didn't plan to give them to this immortal-level star brain fragment to absorb. However, considering that this fellow was only a small fragment right now, it was obvious that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to grow into a complete immortal-level superbrain. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was not appropriate to give him such top-notch goods with 8 or 9 pupils. It would spoil the child and cause him to become picky. It would be troublesome in the future. After doing all of this, Xian moved closer to the huge ring-shaped mountain in front of him and looked at the intensity of the fire. Although the pillar of flames that soared into the sky seemed to be a little small, it still existed. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be extinguished for a while. Frustrated, Xian could only turn around and return. However, waiting was not a solution. He might as well take advantage of this time to look around. As this thought popped up in his mind, he could not help but think of how Fang Fang, Sui Liqing, and the other 9 Black Mosquito tribe prospective saints. He wondered where they were now. The others were not important, but the key was Sui Liqing. Xian was still very concerned about him. On one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. After all, if Xian was not so lucky, he would have died in the black hole area. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he cultivate and defy the heavens? In addition, Xian had always kept Mo Qigong's secret instructions to Sui Liqing in mind. He always felt that this matter must be related to him. He did not know what tricks Mo Qigong was playing. If he could meet Sui Liqing, he would have to force this matter out of him before he killed him. However, looking at the vastness of this mysterious world, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a specific person without any clues. Xian did not have high expectations. With a wave of his hand, the void shuttle was summoned from the undying world within his body. Xian immediately stepped in, and with a thought, he directly activated the shuttle to transform into a wisp of light that pierced through the air and sped away. With the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, the distance behind them was already very far in just a short 2 hours. However, as they sped over, the environment that Xian saw through the warship's porthole didn't change at all. It was similar to the surroundings of the enormous ring-shaped mountain range. They were all boundless mountains that rose and fell continuously. It exuded a boundless sense of ancientness, but not a single lynx or bird could be seen. Clearly, the mountains were green and exuded a dense aura of life, but it also seemed like a true land of death, where all living beings had already gone extinct. Just as Xian was feeling very disappointed, in the void in front of him, there was suddenly a rumbling sound of thunder. It seemed that there was something, and it was rushing in this direction at an extreme speed. And the other party was obviously very arrogant. It did not hide its aura at all. It was because of this that when it came at such an extreme speed, such an intense rumbling sound of thunder could be heard from so far away. This was clearly caused by the aura emitted from the other party's body, which was rushing into the void at an extreme speed. All of this had happened too suddenly. Either they couldn't see a single kitten or puppy for a long time, or they could see such a terrifying existence. The contrast was too great. Caught off guard, Xian was stunned. Fortunately, the other party was still far away. At least from where Xian was at the moment, he could not see any figure in the void at all. Only the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. But this also showed how terrifying and powerful the other party was. Before the person arrived, the rumbling sound of thunder caused by the rapidly spreading aura had already traveled such a long distance. Perhaps even a black hole stage 9th perfection expert would not be able to do this. What was worse was that the other party was obviously coming in this direction. It was most likely because he saw the huge pillar of corpse chi behind them. In other words, this guy was here to pick the fruit. He had met a villain. Thinking of this, Xian was immediately angry. The endless corpse aura in the huge crater was ignited by him. In that case, the countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the deep lake in the mountain belly at this moment were actually the result of his hard work. This incomparably arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to reap without sowing. Simply shameless. Does he really think I am easy to bully? Previously, in the demon domain, he had to be cautious and keep a low profile. But now, in this sealed world, there was no need to be afraid of exposing his identity. If a fight really broke out, who knows who was afraid of who? Ba Chai, go out immediately, hide yourself and rush forward. See if you can sense the other party's cultivation. Once you have a result, come back immediately. All troops prepare for battle. As soon as Ba Chai left, Xian stepped out of the void hole shuttle and put it away with a wave of his hand. He immediately deployed the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. At the same time, he activated a concealment array. As soon as the two enormous bastions appeared, they immediately concealed themselves and disappeared into thin air. The reason why Xian took out the two space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, was to allow the concealed Black Mosquito and the Black Wind to participate in the upcoming battle. Of course, they would be on the periphery, using the bastion's unique star-obliterating cannons to provide long-range suppressive fire. Xian couldn't wait any longer when he thought of the fiery battle that would ensue. In truth, he'd had this idea for a long time. After all, anyone who suddenly got a super-powerful toy like a bastion would want to test its power at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Xian didn't have the chance to do so from beginning to end. When he was in the graveyard domain of the third universe, he was apprehensive of the other bastions of the Demunkin scouts. He was afraid that they would leak the news of the Black Mosquito's fall. When he got the Black Wind, he immediately fell into a wormhole. After that, when he arrived in the first universe where the Demunkin's ancestral land was, Xian didn't dare to rashly try. After all, a bastion's super-star obliterating cannons would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, when they investigated the energy fluctuations left behind in the void, they could immediately determine that it was the energy left behind by a bastion's super-star obliterating cannons. In the Demonkin domain, bastions were not like private warships. In fact, the same was true for human technology. Therefore, the final result of the investigation would be that a bastion of unknown origin had appeared in the Demonkin domain. This was no small matter. If it was reported, the Celestial Clan would be alarmed. After all, if the Celestial Clan could send Demonkin scouts to the third universe's wormhole to gather information, then the humans of the third universe could do the same. Under such circumstances, the entire Demonkin domain would be plunged into chaos. Even if Xian had the mental strength unique to the Demonkin, there was still a chance that he would be exposed in the Celestial Clan's investigation. Because of this, although Xian had obtained the Black Mosquito and Black Wind for a long time now, he had never had the opportunity to test the power of the super-star obliterating cannons. Today, however, he had a rare encounter with a villain in this relatively safe sealed void. Xian couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Black Wind, and the super-star obliterating cannons of the ship's Black Wind. Immediately, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, the Black, and the Black Mosquito, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito for Black Wind and the Black Mosquitoes to begin charging the bastion as possible. Just as he finished explaining all of this, Ba Chai's figure appeared in the air in front of the Black Mosquito ship. Xian immediately opened the Black Mosquito ship's light screen and let Ba Chai enter. Master, the enemy is very strong. He should be around origin rank 4. As soon as Xian emerged from the spatial door at the top of the Black Mosquito, Ba Chai immediately reported the results of his investigation. Moreover, with his speed, he'll be here in 3 minutes. What? Xian was caught off guard when he heard this, and his expression immediately changed. Origin rank 4. That was the middle stage of the origin realm. Although Xian had 2 supreme existences at the origin realm under his command, one was the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben, and the other was the 8-star King Ladle that he had brought out from the black hole of life not long ago. The Mosquito Prince, Shui Hui, was only origin rank 1. As for the 8-star Wang Ladle, due to the fact that the Void Soldier Ladle was an existence between life and non-life, there was no way to determine their strength with the universal realm of the starry sky. Therefore, the 8-star Wang Ladle was at the origin realm. Not to mention Xian, even it didn't know, however, it was certain that it was stronger than the Mosquito Prince. As for how much stronger, there was no way to know. If it was origin rank 2, there's no time to consider. If we let him roar away, the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the corpse pool will be completely wasted. When he thought about the large amount of multi-eyed perception crystals behind him, Xian clenched his teeth and instantly made a decision. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the Black Mosquito ship and summoned the Mosquito Beast Prince with a wave of his hand. Then, he raised his hand and waved his hand, shooting 2 spiritual imprints at the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. 2 black light veil channels immediately appeared on the 2 spaceships. Then, 1,000 Black Mosquito demonic beasts rushed out of the black light veil channel at the bottom of the Black Mosquito ship. All of them were at the Black Hole realm. Xian had brought 5,000 mosquito beasts of this level out of the 10 million mosquito beasts he had brought out from the Mosquito Planet. This time, he had only mobilized a fifth of them. On the other side, 1,000 figures rushed out from the bottom of the Black Wind. They were 1,000 2-meter-tall void ladles, and all of them were Black Hole Realm 7-star ladles. Among the 100,000 void ladles Xian had brought out from the Black Hole Realm, there were also 5,000 6-star and 7-star Black Hole Realm ladles. However, there were more 6-star ladles at the Galaxy Realm, 3,000 at the 6-star ladles, while only 2,000 at the 7-star ladles at the Black Hole Realm. This time, he had mobilized half of them. Leading the 1,707-star General Ladles was the Origin Realm Wang Ladle, an 8-star General Ladle who was much stronger than the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben. Soon, all the troops Xian had dispatched to participate in the battle appeared. The black light veil passageways in the bottom of the 2 bastions quickly closed and disappeared into the void again. At this moment, 2 large square formations were arranged neatly in front of Xian. The 1,000 mosquito beasts on the left and the 1,000 ladles on the right. All of them were at the Black Hole Realm. Just these 2 large phalanxes alone would be able to sweep through a starry sky nation once they returned to the Third World's human race's technological base. However, Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence as to whether or not they would be able to kill the middle stage origin stage existence in the void in front of him. The 2,000 Black Hole Realm mosquito beasts and ladles could only play a supporting role in this battle. The key to determining the outcome of this battle still lay with the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Royal Ladle. Of course, the 2 Bastion Superstar obliterating cannons were also an important factor, but that alone was not enough. At this moment, Xian suddenly remembered the Skyfall bow he had just obtained. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Superstar Destroyer Cannon. After finding out that the existence in front of him was actually a supreme existence with a terrifying cultivation of the 4th level of the Origin Realm, Xian immediately began a series of preparations for battle. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't give up the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the underground corpse pool behind him. In fact, even though Xian had made a lot of preparations, it was the most representative of what he had, even though it wasn't all that he had. If the Origin Realm Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wang Guo were to join forces, and if the 2,000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beasts and Jiangguo were to join forces, and if the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were to launch a sneak attack from afar with the Superstar Destroyer cannons, and if the Heaven Fallen Bow, which he had just obtained from the Primordial Era, were to be added into the mix, if he was unable to suppress the other party like this, then even if Xian were to release the 100,000 void soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts from the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito ship, in the end, even if he could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. The reason why he dared to take this gamble was not only because he still had 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts in his hands. Any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm, regardless of the casualties, could easily exhaust the existence that was charging towards him. The more important reason was his anticipation for the heaven-falling bow and his confidence in the weeping soul blood horn that he couldn't find in his undying world. The 9-star Ladle Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence, but she was still crushed and killed by the weeping soul blood horn without any suspense. If that was the case, then what did the Origin 4th level cultivators that were charging toward them count for? If his life was in danger, Xian believed that the weeping soul blood horn hidden in some corner of his undying world would definitely take action. No matter what it was scheming by staying in Xian's body, one thing was for certain, it definitely didn't want to see Xian die. Once Xian died, its scheme would be for naught. From this point of view, before Xian truly matured, having such a mysterious and incomparably powerful existence within his body didn't seem to be completely without benefits. Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly when he realized this. He couldn't express his feelings in words. At this moment, the powerful 4th level Origin realm existence that was rumbling toward him finally appeared at the end of the void. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger assaulted his face. The formless sound wave seemed to have transformed into an incomparably fierce and mighty attack. Everywhere it passed, the void trembled, and a buzzing sound covered the heavens and the earth like a tide. Accompanied by this incomparably powerful tiger's roar, a light blue arrow rushed over at an extremely fast speed from the end of the void in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the sudden appearance of the 2,000 mosquito beasts and the army of generals, the other party clearly slowed down at this moment. The light blue arrow gradually solidified, and a gigantic 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the distant void in front of his line of sight. Its eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and its body had completely stopped. As if it was taking a leisurely stroll, it stepped on the void, lazily and slowly approaching step by step. It seemed slow, but with every step it took, it was clearly approaching at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 miles away. Screech! The frenzied mosquito prince was the first to act up. It must have felt the provocation from the other party's mocking and disdainful gaze. At this moment, it let out a mournful howl towards the sky, and the blood light around its body instantly intensified. The wings on its back flapped wildly, and with a surging killing intent, it instantly flew into the distance. Wang! Almost at the same time, a large number of rapid buzzing sounds suddenly rang out. The 1,000 black hole realm mosquito beast elites that had been summoned by Xian to participate in this battle also quickly turned into afterimages and rushed away. As for the 1,000 black hole realm void generals, under the leadership of the 8-star Wang Jiao, they did not make any sound, but their speed seemed to be 30% faster than the previous 1,000 mosquito beasts. Before Xian could react, they had already turned into a black light and appeared behind the mosquito prince Xue Ben in the blink of an eye, quietly facing the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger. At the same time, although Xian's figure stayed in place without any unusual movements, he had even activated the perfect vibration before, completely hiding his figure and aura. But it was not that he did not do anything. While his figure was quietly standing there, his mind had already started to work rapidly. He was rapidly comprehending the golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness. Inside it was the profundity of the heaven-falling bow that Xian had inherited from the 9-eyed golden crystal. As his mind and consciousness focused on this matter to the greatest extent, the mysterious golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness was constantly releasing a large amount of cryptic rune information. It fused with Xian's primordial spirit consciousness and rapidly deduced. Roar! At the end of the void in front, a second tiger roar rang out at this time. The mosquito prince Xue Ben and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who were the fastest, finally faced the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger head-on at this time. The situation of the battle had been desperate from the very beginning. The strength of the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger was shocking. Although as a ferocious beast, this tiger did not have any remarkable abilities, the strength of its physical body seemed to have evolved to a certain extent. As the second tiger roar rang out, the mosquito prince Xue Ben and the 8-star Wang Jiao were unsurprisingly pushed back by the tiger's claw and instantly blasted away. Although they did not seem to be seriously injured, just this round of confrontation had clearly shown the great disparity in strength between the two sides. If they could not even withstand the power of a casual swipe of the tiger's claw, how could they suppress and kill? Seeing this scene from afar, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and his eyes were already bloodshot. This was a sign that his mind had been pushed to the limit. The boundless and obscure rune information within the golden ball of light in his sea of consciousness was being rapidly comprehended and deduced by him at an extremely fast speed, regardless of the exhaustion of his mind. Screech. Hiss, the Mosquito Prince and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who had been sent flying by the tiger's claw as soon as they met, were completely enraged. They let out a shrill hiss at the same time, and their auras suddenly surged as they pounced forward again. Following closely behind were the 2,000 black hole stage mosquito beasts and the 7-star Wang Jiao who had just arrived, Super Star Destroyer Cannon. Blast. As his eyes were about to split open, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his figure and aura, instantly dispelled the perfect vibration. At the same time his figure appeared, he let out a furious roar. 2 orders of spiritual imprints shot out from his hands in the blink of an eye, entering the bodies of the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, that were hidden in the void. Buzz. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable hum, a buzzing sound rang out. Although the sound was weak, the frequency of the trembling seemed to have reached an extreme, even surpassing the effect of the spatial oscillator after it was activated. In the instant the sound was transmitted, Yi Xian even felt as if his primordial spirit was about to be shattered into countless tiny cosmic particles. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he came back to his senses, the terrifying humming sound that had reached a certain extreme frequency was replaced by 2 low sounds of breaking through the air. In the void far to his right, where the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind were, 2 scorching light pillars with a diameter of about 10 meters suddenly shot out. As soon as they appeared, they had already reached the end of the void and instantly reached the place where the bloody battle was taking place. Yes, the 2 scorching pillars of light were only 10 meters in diameter. Even the energy pillars of the star cannons of 1,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 10 meters in diameter, and the energy pillars of the star cannons of a 3,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 50 meters in diameter. In that case, the superstar cannons fired by the Bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters should not only be 10 meters in diameter, but at least 100 meters in diameter. In fact, the superstar cannons on the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind could reach a maximum diameter of 300 meters once they fired. The smallest diameter was 10 meters. The diameter of the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons could be controlled. If the cannon was fired with a maximum diameter of 300 meters, it would be fun to watch, but the 2,000 mosquito beasts and General Biao around it would obviously be killed in one shot as well, except for the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger. It was precisely because of this that Barker's order was to attack with the smallest condensed energy diameter. The energy pillars of the superstar cannons were so fast that they even exceeded the speed of light. At this moment, the 2 pillars of energy shot forth at almost the same time. Even though the 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger was a 4th stage origin realm being, it was caught off guard and managed to evade one of the pillars of energy by a hair's breadth. However, the other pillar of energy still struck its body in the end. Even though it had only brushed past it, it still instantly took away one of the 4 wings on its back without any suspense. Under the immense pain, an earth-shattering 3rd tiger roar rang out at this moment, carrying with it the boundless fury of killing the heavens and controlling the earth. Roar. Although the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons were terrifying, the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger was a 4th-level origin realm warrior. The 2 energy pillars had no chance of hitting it at all. All of this happened too suddenly, causing it to be caught off guard and fall into a trap. Because of that, the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger's translation when the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger one of its wings Biao Tigers because of the terrifying temperature Biao Tiger, its ferocity was finally completely provoked. Roar, 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 furious tiger roars rang out one after another. The furious 4 Seasons Biao Tiger went completely berserk, and the domineering and ferocious intent in its body was extremely fierce. With just a few casual swipes of its claws, the Mosquito Emperor King Shueben and the 8 Stars General Biao were sent flying again without any suspense, and they retreated rapidly. This time it was clearly injured, and it seemed to be quite serious. Its rapidly retreating figure was sent flying for dozens of miles, but it still could not stabilize itself. Roar. after sending the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao flying with its claws, the enraged Four Seasons Biao tiger was clearly not satisfied. It roared angrily again and swept its claws. More than 100 mosquito beasts and the 7 Stars General Biao that were closest to it were instantly killed by the swipe. The fleshly bodies of the mosquito beasts turned into dust and completely disappeared. Only a faint blood mist appeared in their original place, but it was also dissipating instantly with the raging energy of the battle. As for the other dozens of 7 Stars General Biao, their crystal bodies were extremely tough, so even if they were crushed by a supreme existence at the middle stage of the origin stage, their bodies were basically intact, with only a little damage and cracks. However, the consciousness in their sturdy crystal bodies had undoubtedly been completely wiped out. Dozens of slightly damaged black crystal bodies fell to the ground below like dead objects without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, they had already fallen to the ground. In just an instant, 2 supreme existences at the origin stage were sent flying again. In addition, more than 100 black hole stage mosquito beasts fell one after another. Its terrifying battle strength could be said to be unstoppable. With such a degree of damage, even Xianxia could not help but tremble in fear. The strength of this Four Seasons Biaoqing tiger had clearly exceeded his previous expectations. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme in an instant. Although the superstar obliterating cannons of the 2 bastions, Black Wind and Black Mosquito, could pose a threat to it, the other party was already on guard. While the superstar obliterating cannons were known to surpass the speed of light, they were clearly useless against the terrifying reaction speed of an origin stage powerhouse. They could not be counted on at all. In addition, the fact that the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and that 8 Stars General Biao had joined forces and clashed head-on with each other had proven to be meaningless. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difference between a small stage would be. When a first stage astral core realm faced a second stage astral core realm, it was possible to fight to the death and drag the other party into the abyss as well. However, when a first stage origin realm faced a second stage origin realm, it was impossible to fight to the death. The only outcome was to be crushed. Under such circumstances, Xianxia's only choice seemed to be to mobilize his 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts. They would suffer heavy losses and rely on their overwhelming advantage in numbers to forcefully exhaust the other party to death. However, the final result was clearly unacceptable. Even if this Four Seasons Biaoqing tiger could not escape death, it would be a miracle if half of Xianxia's 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts could survive. It's just a puny origin celestial tiger. I refuse to believe that I can't crush it today. This kind of tragic outcome that was close to total annihilation was clearly unacceptable to Xianxia. As such, the idea of mobilizing 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts was immediately abandoned without hesitation as soon as it appeared in his mind. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he let out a loud roar. The 3 spirit source cores and the void essence crystal suspended in 3 different positions in his knowledge, as well as the small ancient golden bow, suddenly began to rotate rapidly without warning. As the rotation grew faster and faster, a large amount of thread-like energy was clearly being extracted from Xianxia's spirit source core and the void essence crystal at a terrifying speed. It was rapidly flowing into the ancient golden bow that was suspended in midair on the other side of his knowledge, drawing the bow to shoot the heavenly tiger boom. In that instant, all the changes in his sea of consciousness merged together and turned into a huge boom, causing Xianxia's consciousness to become hazy. In a daze, he raised his left arm almost subconsciously. In the next instant, the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed exotic beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down were the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. These 2 humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At that moment, a strange golden light burst forth from Xianxia's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. Holding the energy arrow, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang, the buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. In that instant, the space around Yixian seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the space around it. Roar. At the same time, in the bloody battlefield in front of him, the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger that was originally wreaking havoc and killing in all directions suddenly seemed to sense a strong sense of danger at this moment. A chill penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its huge head and looked in the direction of Yixian from afar. At the instant the enormous golden bow entered its field of vision, the Four Seasons azure tiger's body shook violently, and it once again emitted a world-shaking tiger roar. However, the aura it emitted was different from the furious roar from before, and it clearly revealed a dense sense of despair. It was as if just by seeing this golden arrow that was about to shoot towards it from afar, this powerful Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger had completely lost all hope of survival, as if it was certain that it would fall this time. Swish! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Yixian let go of his right hand that was holding the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with energy, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flames appeared behind it. It was a sign that the void was being torn apart. In that instant, the brilliant golden light in Yixian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and all the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away. The power of the origin of spirit, the power of the soul consciousness, and even the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness transformed into the surging power of this arrow, leaving his body and whistling away. The huge golden energy bow that was originally held in his left hand also quietly dissipated at this moment, turning back into a small golden bow the size of a thumb, suspended in his sea of consciousness. Yixian's consciousness also completely recovered at this moment, but he immediately blacked out and fell into a state of unconsciousness due to exhaustion. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, smashing into the boundless earth below. Screech! Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, as if it had directly ignored the distance of space. Even the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger with the supreme cultivation of the origin fourth order could not dodge. Its huge body, which was nearly 10 meters long, was directly hit by the golden arrow without any suspense. It let out a roar that was no longer fierce and angry, but filled with endless sorrow. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger instantly exploded as if it had self-destructed. Not even a piece of flesh the size of a finger was left behind. Its huge body turned into a cloud of blood mist, and as the golden arrow exploded, it instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed or appeared before. Only the murderous and sorrowful intent that still lingered in the air was recounting the tragedy of this scene, recalling the might of this Four Seasons azure jade tiger's roar in the mountains and forests. Wang! As the battle ended in an instant, the figure of the 8-star Wang ladle, who had a supreme cultivation at the origin stage, trembled. It suddenly appeared with a trembling sound in the air, coincidentally supporting Yixian's unconscious body that had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. At the same time, the mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 1,000 or so black hole realm mosquito beasts and the 7 stars Wang Biao all turned around and gathered around Yixian's falling body. They vigilantly watched everything around them and protected him, although that arrow just now was far from the strongest power of this divine ability that had been passed down from the primordial era, the heavenly fallen bow. In fact, it could only barely be considered a beginner, but the price Yixian had paid was truly too great. All the power in his body, including the power of his mind origin, the power of his soul, and even the power derived from the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal, had been drained in an instant. The small golden bow, which had been the size of a thumb before it had been activated, was like a real bottomless pit. The moment it was activated and used to launch an attack, the amount of energy required to activate it was simply too shocking. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Yixian's body had the devouring system as the monitoring center of everything in his body, even Yixian's flesh and blood and life force would have been sucked dry by this golden arrow. At that time, once the arrow was shot out, Yixian's entire body would instantly turn into a dried corpse. This arrow would be the strongest attack that would be displayed at the cost of one's life. Right now, if one entered Yixian's sea of consciousness, they would see a dispirited aura. In the entire vast sea of consciousness, other than the small golden bow that was still floating in place without any change, whether it was Xianxia's spirit source core, the other void essence crystal, or the waves in his sea of consciousness that represented his cultivation level, all of them emitted a strange and tranquil aura. This attack had consumed too much energy, so much so that even his sea of consciousness had become dispirited. As if it had sensed this, the devouring system automatically gathered a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in Yixian's body. It absorbed the energy within and quickly channeled it into Yixian's sea of consciousness. At the same time, countless weeping soul beasts were taken out of a small spatial pagoda in the undying world by the devouring system and absorbed directly into Yixian's body. As the small black horns appeared, a large amount of mind origin power was absorbed and gathered in the devouring system's transfer station. Then, the last bit was channeled into Yixian's sea of consciousness and into the mysterious, deep purple mind origin core. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations plucking until my hand cramps sting. Congratulations, host. Level up. Current level, Level 3 Meteor Realm. Yixian had just regained consciousness when the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind. His cultivation level had actually increased. He was stunned. It had to be known that Yixian's cultivation level had increased not long ago because he had absorbed a 9-eyed golden crystal from the depths of the corpse pond. How long had it been since then? He had actually increased his cultivation level again. Instinctively, Yixian immediately checked his own cultivation level and discovered that it was indeed the truth. Compared to his previous level 2 Meteor Realm cultivation level, his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had increased to the 3rd stage meteor grade. Even his mind source core, which had just undergone its 5th metamorphosis and evolved into a level 6 mind source core, had grown from the size of a green bean to the size of a grape. The level 6 mind source core contained within had increased explosively by an enormous amount. In addition, Yixian also discovered a large number of star core crystals within his body. They were all blank crystals, and the star core origin energy within them had been completely absorbed. There was also a large number of small black horns, which were the remnants of the weeping soul beast's energy state after its body had been absorbed as mind source core origin energy. There were actually millions of them. Yixian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His sudden increase in cultivation level and the massive increase in capacity of his mind source core origin energy had obviously been forcefully piled up by the devouring system while he had been unconscious. Although this could be seen as a blessing in disguise, it could only happen once. Even if Yixian was tempted, he only thought about it and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then, he remembered the 4 seasons beaching tiger. Previously, when Yixian had shot that golden arrow, he had already fainted before that golden arrow had hit the beaching tiger's body. Therefore, he actually didn't know that the beaching tiger had fallen. However, when Yixian regained consciousness and looked around, he immediately understood what had happened when he saw that the mosquito prince, Shui Ben, Wan Biao, and the rest of his subordinates had all returned and were guarding by his side. It seemed that the fallen sky bow, which originated from the primordial age, was indeed very powerful. He was currently only at the level 2 meteor realm, but he could actually kill a supreme being at the level 9 origin realm with a single arrow. It was a pity that he couldn't use this move too often. The consumption was too terrifying. That whistling golden arrow instantly absorbed all his energy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry while he was still alive. Thinking of that scene, Yixian still felt a lingering fear. However, although this move couldn't be casually used, to Yixian, it was no different from having an additional trump card that he could use to go all out with his life. Even a supreme being at the 4th level of the origin realm could be killed by a single arrow without any suspense. In that case, a powerful being at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm would most likely end up in the same situation when facing the might of this arrow. In this devil domain, the strongest existence was only at the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm. In other words, even if Yixian's identity was exposed in the devil domain in the future and he was hunted down by a supreme expert, at that time, he shouldn't have a problem protecting his life, but all of this was for later. For now, the most important thing was the underground corpse pool behind him. With this thought, Yixian's heart immediately trembled. This 4 seasons beaching tiger had clearly seen the huge pillar of corpse chi soaring into the sky from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain. Since there was already a 4 seasons beaching tiger, who knew what other terrifying beasts would appear next, if there were 2 at the same time, even if Yi Xian gritted his teeth and used the heaven-falling bow again, it would be useless. At most, he would be able to kill one of them. As for the other one, it would sweep through everything in an instant. Not only Yi Xian, but all of his subordinates would be wiped out. A tall tree attracts the wind. This pillar of corpse chi is too eye-catching. I can't delay the harvesting of the multi-pupil thought crystal. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he put the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, back into the beast ring, then opened the black light barrier between the black mosquito ship and the black wind ship, allowing all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to enter. Then, he stepped into the black mosquito ship and ordered Barker to order the black wind to follow him outside and quickly head back the way they came. What surprised and pleasantly surprised Yi Xian was that after a few short hours, the huge pillar of corpse chi at the mouth of the ring-shaped mountain had clearly shrunk by a large margin. According to this trend, the entire pillar of corpse chi would disappear within half a day. At that time, he would be able to enter the corpse pool to harvest it. Because of the disappearance of the pillar of corpse chi, the powerful beasts that had rushed over from afar would be lost if they were still far away. It would be very difficult for them to find this place again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart settled down a little. He was no longer in a hurry. Half a day later, the pillar of corpse energy that soared into the sky finally disappeared. Yi Xian's mind shook as he immediately charged towards the huge ring-shaped mountain pass. Looking down, at the very least, there weren't any traces of flames in the center of the corpse pool. At least there's still time. I must collect all the multi-pupil thought crystals as soon as possible and sweep the entire corpse pond clean. Yi Xian was in high spirits. He immediately summoned the black wind and the black mosquito. The 2 bastions followed behind him and together they descended into the corpse pond. While they were still in midair, Yi Xian saw a large number of demonic corpse flowers in the center of the corpse pool. With a casual glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, and there were clearly 7 golden level 9 corpse flowers among them. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that after descending from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that it wasn't only the corpse flames in the central region of the corpse pond that were extinguished. Even the corpse flames in the depths of the corpse pond in all directions were more or less extinguished. After all, the huge pillar of corpse chi that soared into the sky just now required a large amount of corpse chi to burn as a continuous energy supply. Under such circumstances, the consumption rate of corpse chi was obviously very terrifying. Therefore, there was not much corpse chi left in the entire corpse pool. Only a few sporadic areas still had signs of corpse chi rising. However, although the corpse flames were gradually being extinguished, there were still countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the surface of the corpse pond. No matter which direction Yi Xian's consciousness swept out, he could capture the signs of a large number of corpse flowers. It's hard not to. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A terrifying harvest rumble, rumble. Deafening rumbles echoed one after another. From the 2 space fortresses, Black Mosquito and Black Wind, troops lined up neatly and passed through the black light curtain channel, appearing above the underground corpse pool. These troops included 5,000 strong demon slave troops, 100,000 Black Mosquito demonic beasts that were at the nebula realm and above, and 100,000 void soldier ladles. Yi Xian had even activated the Dongshu shuttle, dispatching Gue Hai Dao and his 1,000-strong demon slave troop. Now that they were in need of manpower, Yi Xian had to use as much of his strength as possible and use it wisely as possible. Very quickly, the mission of harvesting the multi-eyed perception crystals was clearly distributed by Yi Xian to all the teams. With Gue Hai Dao, the Azure Corpse, and the other Kiliarchs leading the 6 demon slaves, starting from the central region of the corpse pond beneath their feet, all the way to the depths of the corpse pond. The 100,000 Black Mosquito magical beasts and 100,000 void soldier ladles also spread out, splitting into small groups of 1,000 people and quickly moving in all directions. Because they were powerful and fast, they were able to reach the edge of the corpse pool as quickly as possible. Then, starting from there, they would go back the way they came and pluck along the way. Harvesting from both ends at the same time and shrinking inwards could greatly reduce the time required. At the same time, the two space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, were handed over to Barker. They immediately rose to the air above the huge mountain pass, activated the concealment formation, and paid close attention to their surroundings. Once they discovered any living beings approaching, they would immediately contact the Void Hull shuttle that was stationed at the center of the corpse pond and wait for Yi Xian's next orders. Following Yi Xian's orders, the 100,000 mosquito demonic beasts, the 100,000 void soldier ladles, and the 6,000 demon slave troops immediately set off. They rapidly spread out in all directions and harvested the crystals along the way. At the same time, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship immediately activated the concealment formation and rapidly rose into the air. After hovering above the huge mountain pass, they began to prepare and recharge the Super Star Destroyer cannons according to Yi Xian's instructions. This time, Yi Xian's instructions to Barker was to adjust the diameter of the Star Destroyer beacon to the maximum of 300 meters. This way, if an Origin Realm ferocious beast was caught off guard, a single blast was enough to severely injure it. If the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were to work together, it would not be difficult to kill an Origin Realm ferocious Star Destroyer cannons of the Star Destroyer cannons with a diameter of 3 Star Destroyer cannons, at the same time. The Four Seasons Beaching Tiger made Yi Xian feel a great sense of danger. According to his estimation, even if the corpse flames in the entire corpse pool were extinguished, and the more than 100,000 people he sent out were still harvesting the multi-pupil perception crystals at the same time, the entire corpse pool was too vast. Even with this method, it would take at least half a day to harvest all the multi-pupil perception crystals in the boundless corpse pool. It was impossible to say that not a single ferocious Star Destroyer would appear in the outside world within half a day. Everything Yi Xian was doing now was to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, Yi Xian, the Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, and the 8-star King Ladle, who had been injured in the fierce battle with the 4G Beaching Tiger, didn't care about the cost and chose a large amount of resources from the resource warehouse of the Undying World. As long as it was beneficial for recovering their injuries, he threw them all at them. These were the only two peak-level experts in Yi Xian's possession who possessed supreme cultivation at the origin stage. Their existence was extremely important to Yi Xian. They had to be in peak condition at all times. After doing all of this, Yi Xian finally relaxed his worried heart. Immediately after that, he began to pluck the multi-pupil thought crystals from the flower trays of the demonic beauty corpse flowers at the center of the corpse pool directly above the huge crater of the crater. Previously, Yi Xian didn't let the 6,000 demon slave experts who were in charge of gathering from the nearby area directly start from the center of the corpse pond. Instead, they started from the edge of the center of the corpse pond. After all, he was planning on overseeing this area. That way, he would be able to respond to the two bastions on guard at the periphery. If something happened, he would be able to respond in time and in time. Therefore, the central region of the corpse pond was reserved. Yi Xian planned to leave it for himself to pass the time. In this area with a radius of 50 kilometers, Yi Xian's spiritual sense was just enough to cover the entire area. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the demonic corpse flowers that Yi Xian captured emitted a golden light, which meant that a 9-pupil golden crystal was condensed on top of the flower plate. There were dozens of them in total, and there were even more 8-pupil silver crystals and ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level. This time, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to start with the dozens of corpse flowers. They couldn't run away anyway, so there was no need to waste time going back and forth. Next, he began to harvest from where he was standing. Yi Xian had gathered a total of nearly 100 multi-eyed perception crystals in the central region of the corpse pond. Among them, the 9-eyed golden crystal had 66 techniques. Unfortunately, none of the 66 9-eyed golden crystals had reached the perfect quality. Yi Xian tried to appraise them one by one, and sure enough, these 9-eyed golden crystals that hadn't reached the perfect level didn't contain any inheritances. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the one he'd collected before was. However, to Yi Xian, the harvest this time was equally huge. Moreover, in his opinion, the entire corpse pool was so vast and boundless. Even if there weren't too many perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only the one that he had already taken away. Yi Xian had already witnessed the might of the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow. As long as he could obtain one or two more supreme treasures of this level, he would be completely satisfied. He believed that this vast pool of corpses would not disappoint him. Just one or two perfect nine-eyed golden crystals would definitely be there. Time passed slowly. Half a day had passed without him noticing. Xian rejoiced that the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, the two space fortresses, hadn't moved at all. Even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At this moment, the harvesting of the consciousness crystals in the entire corpse pool was coming to an end. Even if there were more space beasts that wanted to pull peaches, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Corpse Pond Incident. Half a day later, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind returned one after another. All the demon slaves, Black Mosquito magical beasts, and void soldier ladles that Xian had sent out to harvest the multi-eyed sense crystals had all returned. Furthermore, all the multi-eyed sense crystals that they had harvested were all gathered in Xian's hands. The total was a terrifying number. There were more than 1,000,000 sense crystals below the 8-eyed sense level. There were more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals. Although the 9-eyed golden crystal was the least, there were still more than 2,000 of them. Among them, there were 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, just like the one that Xian had previously absorbed. This far exceeded Xian's previous estimate of 1 or 2. Xian threw all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals to the devouring system for evaluation. There was no suspense in the result. All 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals contained a supreme divine ability inheritance from the primordial era. In other words, including the divine ability of the fallen sky bow, Xian currently possessed 10 types of desolate era divine abilities. This was definitely a terrifying number. Just think about the might of the fallen sky bow. No matter who grasped 10 types of terrifying desolate era divine abilities, they were destined to be able to sweep through an entire star field. Of course, with the primordial divine abilities, one had to have a strong enough foundation and strength to use them. With Xian's current meteor realm cultivation base, he did not need to think too much. Just one of the primordial combat arts of the Heaven's Fall Bow was more than enough for him to use right now. In fact, even for this primordial divine ability, Xian had yet to unleash its true power. There was a limit to its power. Once it was unleashed, it would instantly drain all the power in his body. However, the power that could be unleashed in the end was still just a damned small portion of this primordial divine ability. Therefore, although Xian was excited, he did not plan to immediately absorb all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals and accept the primordial divine ability contained within. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. In any case, with the 9-eyes golden crystal in his hands, he wasn't afraid that it would grow wings and fly away on its own. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he would be able to absorb the second, third, and even more primordial divine arts whenever he needed them. But now, just the fallen skybow mystique was already a little too much for him. At the same time, it was more than enough. Therefore, after a moment of excitement, Xian finally put the 9 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals into 9 small crystal boxes and kept them in his undying world. At the same time, the remaining 30,000 over 8-eyed silver crystals and over 1,000,000 multi-eyed sense crystals were all kept in his undying world. At this point, Xian's objective in coming to the Devil Sage Forbidden Land could be considered to have been perfectly and superbly accomplished. However, only a short 4 days had passed since the Saint trial started. There were still 26 days left, and Xian didn't know how to pass the time. Screech, roar. Just as Xian was hesitating, 2 different roars suddenly sounded from the huge crater above. There was a sharp whistle. A powerful roar rang out. However, all of them were filled with a strong sense of anger. 2 ferocious astral beasts had arrived at the same time, and judging from the commotion, they were not weak. They were both Origin Realm supreme existences. Even if they were not as powerful as the 4 Seasons Azure Tiger from before, they were definitely not much weaker. Xian was slightly taken aback, but he immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, the 2 star beasts had arrived a little later. Otherwise, if the time had been pushed back a few hours, he and his subordinates wouldn't have completed their mission of harvesting the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool. The situation would have been unimaginably dangerous if 2 supreme star beasts of the origin stage had appeared at the same time. But now, it was different. All the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool had been harvested, so there was no need for Xian to guard this place. Not to mention 2 star beasts, even if 10 or 20 of them came, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Since he couldn't beat them, why couldn't he just run away? He could have stored the black mosquito and black wind into the undying world in his body, then directly enter the Dongshu shuttle, activate the concealment formation, stealthily escape the crater of the huge crater, and then quietly leave. However, just as Xian was about to do this, an unexpected turn of events that he hadn't expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the originally silent and vast corpse pool was suddenly swept up by an incomparably fierce hurricane. An invisible corpse aura constantly spread out from the surging corpse pool. In an instant, the entire corpse pool was once again shrouded in a layer of incomparably dense black corpse aura. Previously, because of the fire that Xian had lit, there was almost no corpse aura in the vast and boundless corpse pool. But now, everything had returned to normal in an instant. After all, the so-called corpse aura originally came from the endless black corpse liquid in the corpse pool below. Normally, the corpse pool was like an ancient well without ripples, so the corpse aura emitted from the corpse pool was very weak. It would take a very long time for it to accumulate to a certain scale above the corpse pool, forming a large layer of black corpse aura that enveloped the entire corpse pool. But now, the entire corpse pool was instantly roaring and surging. Boundless black-colored liquid surged endlessly, causing the black-colored corpse chi that effused out from it to accumulate at a speed that was simply countless times faster than when the corpse pool was still like an ancient well. In just a few moments, the vast and boundless corpse pool had once again returned to its previous state of being shrouded in corpse aura. Moreover, Xian clearly had a feeling that this large cloud of corpse aura that had once again gathered above the corpse pool in such a short period of time seemed to be even denser than before. Facing all this, Xian was completely dumbfounded. An extremely bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He faintly had an illusion that the entire corpse pool below seemed to be completely enraged. Because of Xian's actions of wantonly plucking countless multi-pupil perception crystals, this corpse pool that had always been silent like a dead object was finally enraged. Before this, Xian had always subconsciously believed that this vast corpse pool was simply a dead object. But now, with the sudden change in the corpse pool, he finally understood that this corpse pool was alive and had its own consciousness. And it was precisely because of what he had done before that the entire corpse pool was enraged. Headless infant's corpse rumble, boom. At the bottom of the enormous mountain, the boundless corpse pool was like a black ocean with countless waves surging up. Black corpse fluid covered the sky and covered the earth. Among them were a large number of primordial corpses. As the corpse fluid churned, all of them seemed to have come to life. This scene was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, causing Xian to be dumbfounded. His mind couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would appear next. However, there was no doubt that an existence that could control such a large corpse pool was definitely not simple. The other party was definitely not something that he could resist, and even if Xian were to use all of his subordinates, he might not be able to resist even a fraction of its power. One had to know that even the primordial ability of the Heaven's Fall Bow he obtained was only passed down from one of the millions of primordial corpses in this vast corpse pool. Then, just how terrifying was the existence that could control the entire corpse pool? Just thinking about it gave him a rough idea. Roar! Screech! Outside the huge crater, the 2 space beasts that had unexpectedly arrived were still roaring and howling. But from their howls, it was clearly different from before. They seemed to have sensed that an unknown change had occurred in the corpse pool, causing them to be bewildered and even terrified. Although they were unwilling to leave, they didn't dare to directly enter the corpse pool. At this moment, the howls and howls clearly revealed a sense of unwillingness and probing. Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the black mosquito and black wind into his undying world. Even the Dongshu shuttle was put away by him. This was because he knew that the power of the black wind and black mosquito ships was completely meaningless before this existence that controlled this vast corpse pool. Rather than attracting the other's attention from the outside, it was better to minimize the target as much as possible, hoping that the other's attention would be diverted from the weak him to the 2 powerful star beasts that were howling and roaring outside the giant crater. Other than that, Xian took the initiative to put away all of his subordinates. In fact, there was another meaning to it. It was a form of declaration for the weeping soul blood horn that was hidden in the undying world within his body. He was clearly telling the other party that he had no intention of resisting this time, so it better not hide anymore. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked him, then it wouldn't have a good ending either. This was a form of coercion, forcing the weeping soul bloodhorn to show up. However, even if it did show up, would it be of any use? Would they be able to withstand the attack of this terrifying existence that was about to appear and control the entire vast corpse pool? Yi Xian wasn't sure about this either. After all, even if this weeping soul blood horn was the strange weeping soul blood beast that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen Bao, the weeping soul blood beast that was hiding at the edge of the desolate ancient star battlefield, then, this vast corpse pool was filled with the corpses of existences on the same level as it, those that participated in the primordial space war. The existence behind the corpse pool could control so many primordial corpses. Could this weeping soul blood beast, an existence on the same level as them, be a match for this mysterious existence? Moreover, the current weeping soul blood beast was only left with a single weeping soul blood horn. It was definitely far from what it could be compared to when it was at its peak. In fact, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this matter. He even thought of fleeing at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, all of this was obviously impossible because he'd already sensed an indistinct aura that firmly locked onto him at the instant before the unexpected change occurred in the corpse pool. It was precisely because he didn't move that the other party didn't make a move. However, Yi Xian didn't doubt in the slightest that if he moved his feet and revealed his intention to escape, then the other party would definitely attack him immediately. Once a supreme existence of this level attacked in anger, there was no need to doubt the consequences. From the looks of it now, my only chance of survival seems to have landed on that damned weeping soul blood horn. Moreover, even with that fellow's strength, it seems to be completely useless this time and will still be defeated. However, I still can't help but hope in my heart. This really makes me speechless. Realizing his current predicament, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was truly in despair. The other party was a supreme existence that could instantly kill a 9-star ladybird emperor of the black hole realm. What could he, a mere third-level meteor realm cultivator, count for? Screech, just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with grief, an incomparably mournful howl suddenly came from the depths of the boundless corpse pool below. This howl was clearly mournful and caused one's hair to stand on end. However, for some reason, Yi Xian could faintly hear a sense of innocence and pure joy from the howl. This feeling made him feel that it was absurd, and he even suspected that he was hallucinating. Ha ha ha, Screech. Just as Yi Xian was in shock and doubt, a cheerful and innocent chuckle clearly entered his ears. Moreover, after this chuckle, it was clearly followed by an extremely ferocious howl. Although it was completely different, it was clearly the same voice, coming from the same existence. Yi Xian's body violently shook, because in the next moment, in the depths of the corpse pool where the endless waves of corpse liquid roared, a purple-gold light clearly surged out from the corpse pool below and appeared. The surging waves of the corpse pool parted by themselves, and it seemed extremely obedient. It seemed as if this mysterious violet gold light was the ruler of the entire corpse pool. This was basically the truth. Because along with the appearance of this mysterious violet gold light, the vast corpse pool that was originally raging endlessly had actually completely quieted down in an instant. Everything returned to its original state. The entire corpse pool was incomparably tranquil, and countless corpses of primordial beings floated up and down within it. At this instant, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was perfectly concealed within the depths of the undying world within Yi Xian's body was clearly trembling with excitement, yet it seemed to have concealed its aura even more perfectly due to fear, and it didn't dare leak out in the slightest. As for Yi Xian, his mind shook violently at this moment, and he didn't feel good at all. This was because he clearly discovered that this purple gold light, which was suspected to be the master of this vast corpse pool, was actually shooting straight towards him from afar. Moreover, as it grew closer and closer, Yi Xian clearly saw the form of this violet gold light. It was a corpse. To be more precise, it was the corpse of an infant, a violet gold infant, a headless infant. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Kikik, Screech. An innocent and romantic chuckle, followed by a mournful howl that soared into the sky, erupted from the headless corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time that it entered Xian's ears, the headless corpse also arrived in front of him. It stood firmly in the air with a distance of several meters between them. This corpse was the size of an ordinary baby. It looked like it hadn't reached full term yet. It was more like an existence that had died in the womb before it was born. Not only was it entirely purplish gold, it didn't have a head. Alright, it wasn't that it didn't have a head. It was just that its head wasn't on the neck between its shoulders. Instead, it was like a toy, holding it in its hand and playing with it from time to time. While it was playing with it, the eyes on the head kept staring at Xian. Xian clearly felt an even more intense feeling of being locked onto by his aura. He instantly came to an understanding. Sure enough, the mysterious aura that locked onto him came from this headless nascent corpse. In other words, this headless nascent corpse before him was the master of this vast corpse pool. The number of corpses in the entire corpse pool was simply innumerable. Xian even saw quite a few terrifying existences that were as large as small meteors. But in the end, the one who controlled this corpse pool was a tiny headless infant corpse. This was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that the master of this corpse pool didn't attack him after arriving in front of Xian. It didn't reveal any angry aura either. Instead, it gave Xian the illusion that the other party was acting cute to attract his attention. Heavens, when this intuition appeared, Xian simply wanted to raise his hand and give himself a tight slap. Narcissism, the master of this corpse pool is acting cute in front of you. To attract your attention, can't you be more arrogant? This was Xian's true thought at this moment. That's right, he didn't believe it at all, and he couldn't accept it either. However, he had to admit that this was indeed his intuition at this moment. His opponent had a terrifying background. Even though it was merely the corpse of an infant, it was able to surpass all of the other powerful creatures of the Desolate Era and become the master of this vast corpse pool. Right now, it was standing several zhang away from Xian. It didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Moreover, it really was trying to attract his attention. Even if Xian himself couldn't believe or accept it, intuition was intuition. He couldn't lie to himself, not to mention, before the headless infant corpse's previous two roars, there seemed to have been a light chuckle with a hint of innocence. This was enough to explain the problem. Could it be that the other party was bored here and suddenly bumped into an outsider like him and treated him as an interesting playmate? If that was the case, then this headless infant corpse shouldn't have too much malice towards him. However, it was also because of this that Xian suddenly felt that he should leave immediately. The sooner the better. Who knew when it would suddenly get bored of playing and find it boring? Then with a snap, it would snap his neck and become an existence like it. This kind of brat was the most difficult to deal with, and the most difficult to fathom its nature. The only way was to not provoke it. This. Actually, I really do have something to do. So, if there are no other questions, why don't I take my leave first? Feeling the other party's purple gold eyes without pupils staring straight at him, as if silently waiting for his response, Xian felt his scalp go numb. He secretly clenched his teeth and expressed his intention to leave immediately. He really didn't dare to stay here any longer. Everything was too strange. Kikeek, screech. What responded to him was still the same two different voices as before. First, there was a burst of innocent giggling, followed by a mournful howl. The two were so different, but at this moment, when they sounded again, it gave Xian a feeling of perfect harmony. Whoosh! Rumble. Just as Xian was having a headache because of the other party's voice again, the entire vast corpse pool below, under the wave of the headless infant corpse's hand, once again stirred up endless waves, and the bodies of ancient creatures with shocking shapes floated out. What made Xian even more taken aback was that from the mouths of the Desolate Era's corpses, demonic corpse flowers were clearly rapidly growing. At first, it was just a small bud, but then it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was more than a meter tall, and began to bloom into a flower disc. Then, in the flower disc, began to rapidly condense into multi-pupil sense crystals. The Desolate Era creatures' corpses were endless in this vast pool of corpses. However, before this, even though Xian had ignited the endless black corpse aura above the corpse pool with a single fire, the corpse flower that had appeared in his mouth was only a portion of the desolate ancient creatures' corpses. At most, the proportion was about half. But at this moment, he didn't even need to ignite the corpse chi. This headless corpse just casually waved his hand, and all the corpses of the desolate era creatures in the vast corpse pool below grew a bewitching corpse flower from their mouths without exception. This scene was really too shocking. As far as the eye could see, the entire surface of the corpse pool was simply filled with demonic corpse flowers, one after another, and it was extremely spectacular. It was simply dazzling. Such a scene made even Xian a little reluctant to leave at this moment. There were really too many of them. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil sense crystals was clearly the rhythm of one's hands going limp from plucking them. Obviously, facing this headless infant corpse, it understood the meaning of his words just now. It was precisely because it knew that he had the intention to leave that it made such a move and reaction. It clearly knew that he had plucked the multi-pupil perception crystal from the corpse pool, and it clearly knew that he was interested in this item. Therefore, after knowing that he wanted to leave, the headless corpse said nothing and directly used a certain ability that it had as the controller of the corpse pool. With a wave of its hand, it directly caused a bewitching corpse flower to appear in the mouths of all the desolation creatures in the pool below. This was clearly the rhythm of tempting him to stay. However, if the other party didn't do so, Xian might have been forced to try and convince himself. In order to feign civility, he could only temporarily stay behind and wait for an opportunity to escape. But now, the more the other party did so, the stronger the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. In addition, there must be a reason for this abnormality. The little devil is hard to deal with. Dao friend, can you stop messing with me? I really have something important to do. I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll delay the important matters. At this moment, Xian wanted nothing more than to turn around and run. But on the one hand, the other party had already done so much. Although the more they did so, the more terrifying the scheme behind it was, at least on the surface, the other party had already done everything to the end. They knew that he needed these multi-pupil sense crystals, so they did not wait for him to say anything and took the initiative to prepare so many. Under such circumstances, if he still didn't give him face, he would be too unapproachable. Of course, this was actually secondary. The most important thing was the terrifying strength of the other party. Although Xian couldn't feel it and didn't know what realm the other party was at, just a wave of the other party's hand was enough to make the entire vast corpse pool respond instantly. Countless ancient creatures' corpses were scrambling to produce beautiful corpse flowers from their mouths. Just from this, one could see how powerful it was. At the very least, in Xian's opinion, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn was absolutely unable to achieve this. In fact, it was far from being able to do so. For such a powerful existence, even if the other party didn't fall out with him, he still had a kind attitude on the surface. However, Xian didn't dare to act rashly. Even though he wished that he could immediately grow wings and fly away, right now, he could only carefully discuss with the other party. At the very least, he had to see that the other party had the intention of letting go before he dared to try and move. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to lift his foot. Kikeek, screech. In response to Xian's probing words, the headless corpse laughed innocently once again. Then, it let out a terrifying roar as usual. Then, just as Xian was in despair, the other party waved his hand again. Swish. Xiao, swish. A large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Streaks of radiance shot out from the corpse pool below like arrows. These rays of light were clearly the multi-pupil sense crystals on the countless demonic corpse flowers below. At this moment, all of them took the initiative to turn into streaks of flowing arrows and shot into the air. In the end, the countless multi-pupil sense crystals gathered together and turned into a huge crystal sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This sphere was formed by countless multi-pupil sense crystals. There were black crystals with 8 pupils and below, silver ones with 9 pupils, golden ones, and mixed together, colorful ones. Right now, the headless corpse that was only the size of 2 palms extended a small arm and stood in front of Xian in midair. It's up to you. Whether or not. Or not. Up. It. Up. At this moment, Xian suddenly wanted to cry. It was said that little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Today, he finally understood the true meaning of these 4 words. Originally, when he saw so many demonic corpse flowers on the surface of the corpse pond below, he was already a little unable to hold himself back. The reason why he could say that he could not stay for long and that he had to leave was because Xian had endured the pain in his heart and set it against his will. But now, not only did the headless corpse not relent, it gathered all the multi-pupil sense crystals in the entire corpse pond. There was no need for Xian to pick them one by one. It seemed that as long as he nodded, these countless multi-pupil sense crystals would fall into his pocket. Under such a blatant temptation, Xian immediately broke down. Of course, the more important thing was that he could see that the headless corpse was so persistent that it would not give up so easily. In addition, an existence of this level, such a strange existence, if one were to say that it had a good temper, anyone who heard it would only be able to laugh. It had already restrained its temper to this extent. If Xian still didn't give it face, there was not much doubt as to what would happen next. Xian now had no choice but to compromise. Even if he did not want to, he had to compromise. At the very least, he had to appease the headless corpse, then think of a way to escape and leave this place. This. You know that I really have something important to do, so at most, I will stay here with you for half a day. Bracing himself, Xian cautiously said to the headless corpse. There was no other way. The headless corpse was so persistent. Although Xian did not know what its ultimate goal was, he did not dare to provoke it. Under the headless corpse's repeated sincerity, the only thing Xian could do was to compromise. Of course, from his point of view, this was not so much a compromise as a test. Xian hoped to use all this to test the headless corpse's true intentions. What was its ultimate goal in doing all this? Kakik. Screech. What surprised him was that after Xian showed signs of compromising and even made it clear that he could stay for a day, the headless corpse in the void opposite him once again let out the same light, cheerful, and screech as before. Then, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil thought crystals, which was held in one hand, suddenly rushed towards Xian amidst the headless corpse's screech. This clearly meant that it had accepted Xian's compromise. In exchange for this huge mass of multi-pupil thought crystals, Xian could stay in this corpse pool for half a day. The headless corpse immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals even exceeded the total amount of multi-pupil thought crystals he had obtained before. If it was merely for him to stay in this corpse pool for half a day, it wasn't unacceptable. Even though what he would experience during this half a day might be an unprecedented horror. But for this huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, everything was worth it. Of course, more importantly, he had no choice but to fight. The headless corpse did not give him much choice at all. It was very overbearing. This half a day's time was completely spent on appeasement, purely out of helplessness and compromise. With this helplessness, Xian faced the huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals flying towards him and subconsciously kept them all into the undying world in his body. This was what he obtained immediately, so there was no need to be polite. However, the moment this huge ball of multi-pupil thought crystals with a diameter of about 10 meters disappeared, he clearly saw that the headless corpse on the opposite side turned into a ray of light and directly entered his body. It was as if the countless thought crystals that Xian kept were a ticket, and now, the headless corpse had paid the ticket and followed on board. Damn. You can't play like this. The blood horn was suppressed. As the golden-purple headless infant corpse, which exuded a mysterious and noble aura, transformed into a golden-purple ray of light and entered his body, Xian held in agony as his heart trembled violently. At the same time, a certain corner of the undying world in his body suddenly trembled without warning. This obscure tremor was immediately detected by Xian. Almost subconsciously, Xian extended his consciousness towards the location where his undying world was trembling weakly. Following that, he unexpectedly saw the weeping soul blood horn, which had already transformed into a tiny blood needle. This fellow was actually hiding here. In reality, Xian had searched this corner before, but he had never found a trace of the weeping soul blood horn. At this moment, this fellow had voluntarily revealed itself by trembling slightly. There was clearly a reason for this. This reason was the headless infant corpse that had suddenly rushed into Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a trace of fear and panic from the trembling of the tiny blood-colored needle. The other party was afraid. Perhaps even it did not expect this headless infant corpse to unexpectedly rush into Yi Xian's body. This unforeseen event caused the weeping soul blood horn, which was hidden in Yi Xian's undying world, to panic. It unintentionally trembled slightly, revealing its perfectly hidden body. Furthermore, it was not just its body that was revealed. The moment the weeping soul blood horn, which had already shrunk to the size of a tiny blood needle, revealed itself, Yi Xian clearly felt this tiny blood needle begin to move stealthily, but without any hesitation. It moved from the depths of Yi Xian's undying world to the edge. Looking at this movement, it clearly wanted to walk out of the undying world, then sneak out of Yi Xian's body and escape without a trace. This was clearly a sign that it did not dare to stay in Yi Xian's body with the headless infant corpse at all. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Even the rejection of this headless infant corpse's shameless act of sneaking into his body was not as strong as before. At the very least, because of the arrival of this headless infant corpse, the weeping soul blood horn, which he had always been helpless against, was now in big trouble. To think that this fellow would have such a day. This made Yi Xian feel extremely relieved. At this moment, Yi Xian even had an impulse. He felt that it would be great if this headless corpse stayed in his body the entire time. At the very least, that shameless weeping soul blood horn would no longer be able to be arrogant and jump around. If this headless infant corpse could completely devour it, it might even be able to order it around in the future. Just as Yi Xian's mind started to form these thoughts, that thin blood needle that had appeared from the depths of his undying world had finally sneaked to the edge of the undying world. Furthermore, it immediately shot out of the undying world and directly charged towards Yi Xian's body. With its speed, once it left Yi Xian's body, it would be difficult to chase after it. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously shouted, "Little brat, stop it, don't let that fellow escape." As this shout rang out, the thin blood needle that had slipped out of the undying world coincidentally drilled its way out of Yi Xian's body. Furthermore, Yi Xian clearly saw that the needle, which was as thin as a needle, suddenly trembled violently the moment Yi Xian's shout rang out. A kind of flustered and exasperated aura rapidly surged out. If he was not mistaken, this weeping soul blood horn clearly bore a grudge against Yi Xian because of his shout. This was Yi Xian's intuition, but he firmly believed in it. Since that was the case, there was no way he would let it escape. Otherwise, with the strength of this weeping soul blood horn, who knew what it would do to him in the future? It was not easy to find an existence that could suppress it. This time, he had to subdue it. Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to shout again, a purple gold light suddenly burst out from his body without any warning. It turned into a waterfall and directly wrapped around the thin blood needle that had just drilled out of Yi Xian's body. Buzz, a weak but intense buzzing sound rang out. This purple gold waterfall that swept out from Yi Xian's body almost instantly wrapped around the thin blood needle, and then forcibly dragged it back into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly had an illusion, as if there was a desperate wail coming from the thin blood needle. Such a scene caused Yi Xian to fall into a daze. His mind suddenly replayed the scene of the weeping soul blood horn crushing the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the supreme cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm in a crushing manner. And now, facing the purple gold waterfall released by the headless infant corpse, the mighty weeping soul blood horn's performance was no different from that of the 9-star Ladybird Emperor. It could only be crushed, and it did not even dare to show the slightest intention of resistance. All of this made Yi Xian's entire mind shocked. What kind of existence was this headless infant corpse? What kind of terrifying background and origin did it have? Even an existence as powerful as the weeping soul blood horn was unable to withstand a single blow from it. No, it was only a single streak of purple gold that it extended. It did not even have the will to resist. Just as Yi Xian's entire mind was filled with shock, the purple gold waterfall had already pulled the thin blood needle into Yi Xian's body. Then, it was pulled into the undying world inside Yi Xian's body. Throughout the entire process, the tiny blood needles kept trembling from beginning to end, emitting a faint buzzing sound. These buzzing sounds clearly revealed a deep sense of despair. This scene was simply like torture, causing Yi Xian to feel a sense of disbelief and absurdity. What shocked him even more was that as the tiny blood needle was dragged into the undying world within his body by the purple gold waterfall, in a few short moments, Xian discovered that the tiny blood needle that was originally blood-like had a tiny purple gold imprint on its crimson body. If it was magnified countless times, one could clearly see that this purple gold imprint was clearly a brand. It looked like a brand in the shape of a lamp, and the main body of this lamp was clearly a headless infant corpse. System collapse. Following the disappearance of the purplish gold ribbon that wrapped around the tiny blood needle, the tiny blood needle no longer showed any signs of movement. It didn't attempt to escape from Xian's undying world, nor did it attempt to escape. It also didn't try to enter the depths of the undying world again. Just like before, it silently concealed itself. It seemed to have become obedient, remaining in Xian's undying world. With a single glance, there was no need to search for it, as one could see its existence with just a glance. As for the purplish gold corpse lamp imprint that was imprinted on the tiny blood needle, it was so eye-catching that it stung Xian's eyes. Even though Xian didn't know what this purplish gold headless corpse lamp represented, he roughly understood what was happening in front of him. It was refined. This terrifying weeping soul blood horn was actually refined by the headless infant corpse in an instant. If that wasn't the case, this weeping soul blood horn definitely wouldn't be so obedient, although all of this caused Xian to be pleasantly surprised and finally subdued this incomparably powerful weeping soul blood horn. At the same time, as the weeping soul blood horn was subdued without any suspense, an even greater sense of fear suddenly surged out from Xian's heart. Because just from this point alone, he already had a deeper and stronger understanding of the strength of this headless infant corpse. For such an unimaginably powerful existence to enter his body, it was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for Xian. Furthermore, even though this weeping soul blood horn had been refined, the purplish gold headless corpse lamp imprint on the blood horn meant that it was the headless infant corpse that refined it. Even if this weeping soul blood horn was controlled to do anything in the future, it would be due to the convenience of the headless corpse lamp. It would have nothing to do with Xian. The only thing that made him feel slightly reassured was that although this headless infant corpse had a mysterious origin and terrifying strength, at least until now, it had not shown any signs of wanting to harm him. Instead, it brought a lot of benefits to Xian. For example, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil consciousness crystals and the weeping soul blood horn that had been refined. Although the weeping soul blood horn was not refined by Xian himself and could not be controlled by him, judging from the actions of the headless infant corpse, the reason it refined the weeping soul blood horn was clearly to control it in place of Xian. In other words, the final reason it refined the weeping soul blood horn seemed to be for Xian to use. It was just that Xian couldn't directly control the headless corpse of an infant between them. However, it was also because of this that if Xian wanted to control the weeping soul blood horn, he could not do without the headless infant corpse. He had to rely on it to achieve this control. Realizing this point, Xian's heart suddenly jumped again. This guy couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? He purposely refined the weeping soul blood horn and allowed it to openly stay in the undying world within Xian's body. Xian could clearly see and touch it, but he was completely unable to control it. In this way, as long as Xian was envious of the terrifying power of the weeping soul blood horn, then he would have to rely on the headless infant corpse. At least, he would not be able to drive it away. Speaking of which, the purpose of the other party's actions was clearly the same as when he took the initiative to gather all the countless eye perception crystals in the vast corpse pool together. It was as if he was bribing Xian and directly stuffed them into his body. In the end, it was all for the sake of currying favor with Xian, making him realize its value, and thus achieving the goal of being able to stay in Xian's body and not be chased away. But why would such a powerful headless corpse of an infant, whose background and origin were definitely shockingly noble, spend so much effort to stay in his body? Why would it rack its brains to help him and curry favor with him? Apart from the devouring system, all the other treasures he possessed were far inferior to the weeping soul blood horn. Furthermore, the weeping soul blood horn had been refined in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the value of the weeping soul blood horn was most likely not enough to enter the eyes of this headless infant corpse. In fact, in Xian's opinion, even the devouring system was not something that this headless infant corpse cared about. Since that was the case, why did the other party value him so much and rack its brains to curry favor with him? What was the real reason behind this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's doubts grew even stronger. With his temperament, if he did not get to the bottom of this matter, he would not be able to calm his heart down. At this moment, as the tiny blood needle that had already been refined became completely obedient in the undying world within Yixian's body, it steadily floated in a corner without any further movement. The headless corpse that had entered its body also transformed into a tiny purple gold light that carried a strong sense of curiosity as it wandered around Yixian's body. That feeling was like a child who had never seen the world and suddenly came to a large amusement park in a modern city. He was curious about everything and felt that everything was interesting. Therefore, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at all. He didn't need an adult to lead him at all. He spread his feet and wandered around on his own. As the tiny purplish gold light formed by the headless corpse wandered around his body, Yixian's heart, which was already in his throat, started to beat wildly again. It was true that the other party was a child, but other than that, it was also a strange infant corpse with an extraordinary origin. From the moment this headless baby's corpse appeared until now, Yixian had indeed been able to feel a dense sense of innocence from its aura and actions. However, other than the pure aura of an infant, what Yixian felt the most was the other party's ferocity and terror. Even though it seemed to be roaming around in his body like an innocent baby, playing around happily, if he made a single mistake and it suddenly attacked without warning, displaying the cruel and ruthless side of an unborn baby corpse. This was his body. Once it was destroyed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Thinking about this, Yixian could not remain calm. No matter what, he had to figure out the other party's background. It just so happened that it had entered his body, so the devouring system might be able to identify it. Thinking about this, Yixian secretly ordered the devouring system to identify the weak purplish gold light. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded in Yixian's mind, causing him to completely collapse. Corpse lantern tattoo ding. Appraisal failed. Ding. Warning. System crash, restart required, restart required. Ding. System rebooting. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations host. System reboot successful. As the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind, Yixian was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The expression on his face and the feeling in his heart clearly revealed a strong sense of hopelessness. Did it crash? The system tried to appraise the purplish gold glow that was swimming around in its body like a curious baby. In the end, the system actually crashed. Yixian had never even thought of such a thing happening before, much less encountered it. Even an existence as powerful as the devouring system would crash. Furthermore, it wasn't because of a problem with his system itself. Instead, it was because when he tried to appraise a certain existence, the system would crash without any suspense at the very first moment. What did this mean? The other party's level of existence had actually reached the point where the devouring system would instantly crumble upon contact. If that was the case, then, just how terrifying was the origin of this headless corpse, the origin of countless universes? The source of the endless space and time. If that was not the case, how could its power be so perverse to such an extent? Just a touch from the system and it would directly collapse and die. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt uneasy. He clearly had a feeling that the devouring system in his body was not the only thing that had collapsed. Even his mind and consciousness were affected as well. In that instant, the devouring system in his body collapsed along with it. At this moment, while Yixian was still in a daze, the system notification in his mind finally quieted down. Although the system crashed due to the appraisal of the headless corpse, it was fortunate that everything was fine. After the system was rebooted, everything was back to normal. It wasn't that Yixian hadn't thought of asking the system to appraise it again. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately thrown out of his mind. The devouring system was not an ordinary existence. How could it simply crash so easily? Hence, the extravagant hope of a coincidence could definitely be eliminated. In other words, the reason why the system crashed was definitely because of the headless corpse. Since that was the case, why would he recklessly try again when he knew that the result would be the same? What if the second crash caused irreversible and irreparable damage to the system? Wouldn't he have nowhere to cry? Furthermore, with the strength of this headless infant corpse, it was impossible for it not to have sensed the fact that the devouring system had tried to appraise it earlier. However, judging from its current behavior, it did not seem to care about it at all and directly ignored it. However, just because it ignored the first time didn't mean it would do the same the second time. What if the second test directly enraged it, even if it was not editor lawless editor, transin editor, Emery feather woo. The entire system had only tried to appraise it, but it had completely crashed. Under such circumstances, if the headless corpse really wanted to do something to the devouring system, there was no doubt about the consequences. Because of this, no matter how unwilling Xian was, he did not dare to continue using the devouring system to do anything to the headless corpse. After all, it was a ferocious and ruthless corpse. He had not yet grasped the other party's temperament, so he did not dare to act rashly. Hence, in the following period of time, Xian could only stand foolishly in the middle of the corpse pool like a mummy. His heartstrings were extremely tense as he closely observed the situation of the purple gold light moving around in his body. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed just like that. During this period of time, Xian hadn't left, and his body hadn't moved at all. His consciousness had been focused on his own body the entire time, hanging behind the faint purple gold light formed by the headless corpse lamp, and wandering around his own body as if he was wandering around. After half a day, not only did the faint purple gold light wander around every corner of Xian's body, but it also did not let go of Xian's sea of consciousness. What made Xian despair was that the mad mosquito emperor had said that it had left a protective imprint outside Xian's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was an imprint with level 8 spiritual power. Spiritual power below level 8 could not enter Xian's sea of consciousness at all. However, even the mad mosquito emperor's spirit guard imprint was clearly useless. This strand of purple gold light entered into Xian's sea of consciousness as if it was in a place where no one was present. With a whoosh, it directly entered Xian's sea of consciousness. Helpless, Xian's original consciousness could only follow it in. In his sea of consciousness, Xian's level 6 mind source core and the void essence crystal, which had not paid much attention to Xian until now, actually trembled when the wisp of purple gold light entered. Then, they emitted a subservient and fawning aura. All of this almost caused Xian to despair. What he found even more unacceptable was that when the wisp of purple gold light flew towards the small golden meteorite bow that was suspended in the north of his sea of consciousness, even the terrifying meteorite golden bow, which had been passed down since ancient times, showed an obvious subservient intent. All of this made Xian feel as if his entire body, from his physical body to his sea of consciousness, to his mind source core, to the ancient mystique he had inherited, had been subdued by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse lamp's imprint on the weeping soul blood horn. Just as this strange thought suddenly surfaced in Xian's mind, he suddenly discovered that this strand of purple gold light had quickly escaped from his sea of consciousness. Moreover, it continued to descend, rushing towards the heart of his body. Before Xian could come back to his senses, the wisp of purple gold light had already reached his chest. As a blazing purple gold light suddenly flared up, the entire wisp of purple gold light completely disappeared from his body. At the same time, a purple gold tattoo the size of 3 fingers appeared on the left side of Xian's chest, which was outside his heart. It was a headless infant corpse lamp that was exactly the same as the imprint on the weeping soul blood horn. 108 superpowers. After strolling around for a while, it was unknown if the mysterious headless corpse was tired. In the end, it turned into a purple gold tattoo that looked like a headless corpse lamp and imprinted itself on the left side of Xian's chest. The moment the zombie lantern tattoo appeared, Xian was so shocked that he almost fainted. After all, the incomparably ferocious weeping soul blood horn clearly had an identical corpse lamp imprint on it. That corpse lamp imprint meant that the weeping soul blood horn had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, when such a headless corpse lamp imprint appeared on his chest, Xian almost thought that he'd been refined by the headless infant corpse as well. If that was really the case, it would be really ket up. He was an existence that possessed both the characteristics of a human cultivator and a demon cultivator, yet he was refined like a magic treasure by the corpse of a headless infant. If this matter were to spread, it would be extremely humiliating. However, after the initial shock, Xian's throbbing mind quickly calmed down. Although the headless corpse lamp brand on its chest was exactly the same as the one on the weeping soul blood horn, the meaning it represented was completely different. If he had really been refined by this headless corpse, how could he still have his own consciousness? He had probably been reduced to an existence similar to his own devil slave long ago. Since that was the case, there was no need to be too worried. The headless corpse lamp imprint on his chest was probably just a way for the headless corpse to attach itself to him. It was better to let it stay as a headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest than to turn into a wisp of purple gold light and wander around his body, right? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, immediately fell back into his chest. Although he still didn't know anything about this headless infant corpse, it seemed that the other party didn't have much malice. Since that was the case, he could only let it be for the time being. In any case, he had nothing to lose, and this fellow was even able to easily crush and refine the weeping soul bloodhorn. It was obvious that this fellow's origins were absolutely extraordinary. In comparison, he was merely an ant at the third level of the meteor realm. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would take it as it came and let nature take its course. There was a saying that was very good. When a woman's virginity came and she couldn't resist, then she should just close her eyes and enjoy it. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that this was his state of mind. With the terrifying strength of this headless infant corpse, he couldn't resist it no matter what. Since that was the case, he might as well not worry and enjoy the benefits brought by the other party with peace of mind. As for the consequences of the consequences in the future, that was a matter for the future. It was too early to worry about this matter. Since it couldn't change anything, it was completely meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian simply stopped thinking about the headless infant corpse. Instead, after calming down and stabilizing his emotions, he began to clean up the huge gains he obtained from the headless infant corpse. As the master of the entire vast corpse pool, the headless infant corpse's means were obviously extraordinary. Previously, Yi Xian struggled like this and spent a lot of time and effort before finally obtaining a large number of multi-pupil thought crystals. But with the headless infant corpse's means, it just waved its hand casually, and the countless corpses in the vast corpse pool automatically produced demonic corpse flowers. Moreover, the multi-pupil thought crystals on the discs of the countless demonic corpse flowers gathered in an instant, turning into a huge thought crystal ball. The headless infant corpse gently held it in its hand. These massive amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals were then used by the headless infant corpse as a bribe to curry favor with Yi Xian. Now, they all fell into Yi Xian's hands. Since he couldn't resist the other party, Yi Xian began to count the multi-pupil thought crystals after calming down. He put them together with his previous gains and counted them all together. When all the multi-eyed perception crystals were added together, it was definitely a terrifying number. Yi Xian spent a full hour to finish counting them all. Even though he was mentally prepared, the data he obtained still gave Yi Xian a huge fright. The total number of multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level was more than 8 million. Among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 7-pupil thought crystals, which was far more than what Yi Xian had obtained in the beginning. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the demonic corpse flower that was created with the headless infant's corpse was far superior to the result of Yi Xian's own torment or the result of the corpse flames erupting from the corpse pool. This was also reflected in the number of top-grade thought crystals above the 8-pupil level. Excluding the more than 8 million 7-pupil and ordinary thought crystals below the 7-pupil level, Yi Xian had a total of more than 800,000 8-pupil thought crystals. This ratio made Yi Xian wonder if he had gotten the numbers wrong. It was so high that he couldn't believe it. Among the millions of divine sense crystals that he had obtained before, there were only slightly more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals, which was only a ratio of 3%. But now, there were more than 800,000 8-eyed silver crystals out of the total of more than 9 million. This ratio had directly jumped from 3% to almost 10% now. As for the 9-pupil thought crystals, it was even more so. Previously, among the millions of thought crystals, there were only slightly more than 2,009 pupil thought crystals, which was a ratio of 2 to 1,000. But now, this ratio had increased by 3 times, reaching 6 to 1,000. Among the nearly 10 million thought crystals, there were more than 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals. Among these 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals, there were perfect quality, which meant that apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, there was also the existence of a remote antiquity divine ability inheritance. There were a total of 107 of them, including the one that was taken away by Yi Xian, which contained the divine ability of the fallen sky bow. The total number of perfect quality 9 pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool was exactly 108. These 108 perfect quality 9 pupil thought crystals, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, more importantly, they represented 108 powerful divine abilities that were inherited from the mysterious remote antiquity era. Once Yi Xian had absorbed all of them, then Yi Xian alone would possess 108 divine abilities from the remote antiquity era. If this news were to spread, it would frighten people to death. Every living creature in the desolate ancient era was blessed by the heavens. The divine inheritances in their bloodlines were all secrets that were not shown to others. However, Yi Xian was able to obtain 108 of them. This was definitely the end of the world. Kill all, roar. Screech, whoosh. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian had just finished counting all the multi-pupil thought crystals in his body. As his mind relaxed, he immediately heard several screeches and angry roars coming from the mouth of the huge crater directly above him. Before this, he already knew that there were 2 star beasts because the roars and screeches coming from above were different. However, at this moment, there were clearly more star beasts here. Yi Xian heard at least 4 different screeches and roars. These star beasts were clearly the same as the 4 seasons beaching tiger that Yi Xian had killed earlier. They were here for the multi-pupil thought crystals in the corpse pool. Perhaps they did not know that the corpse pool was rich in multi-pupil thought crystals, but with such a huge pillar of corpse chi rising from the mouth of the huge crater above the corpse pool, anyone could tell that something must have happened. Perhaps it was a sign of the birth of a great treasure, so these star beasts swarmed here. But now, the reason why they stopped at the mouth of the huge crater and did not immediately fall into the corpse pool after arriving at their destination was actually very simple. In all likelihood, it was because of the strange movement in the corpse pool, which vaguely revealed the aura of the headless infant corpse. It was precisely this aura that caused all the ferocious beasts that had arrived here to feel fearful, and they didn't dare enter the corpse pool at the first possible moment. Before this, Yi Xian did not even hear their roars and roars, which meant that they were still very afraid of the aura of the headless infant corpse. Even their roars and screeches were restrained. But now, because the headless infant corpse had entered Yi Xian's body and was dormant, its aura was restrained and turned into a strange purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest. Then, as the aura of the headless infant corpse disappeared from the mouth of the huge crater, the star beasts outside immediately roared again after feeling the aura of fear disappear. Listening to their roars that were more and more urgent, it was clear that they could no longer hold back and were about to rush into the huge crater and fall into the corpse pool. I wonder if I have the ability to control the weeping soul blood horn, which has become obedient, without the help of the headless infant corpse. Realizing that a great battle was imminent, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. If it was at this moment, he would most likely choose to directly activate the perfect oscillation skill and completely conceal his body and aura. Then, he would quietly slip out of the corpse pool and look for an opportunity to escape. But now, it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to make such a choice. Such a terrifying supreme existence had already entered his body, and merely the aura emanated from it was capable of causing all the ferocious beasts above to feel extreme fear. They didn't even dare to let out a roar or howl. Under such circumstances, was there any need to flee? Although the headless corpse lamp seemed to have restrained all of its aura and turned into a purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Xian understood that as long as he extended a strand of his divine sense or mental energy towards the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest and activated it, the headless infant corpse with extraordinary origins would most likely appear again. If he really couldn't beat it, he could just ask for help. Now, Yi Xian was full of confidence and no longer feared the star beasts outside of the crater. However, if he could not alarm this headless corpse, then that would be for the best. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered to himself as he activated a strand of his mental energy and extended it towards the undying world within his body. Within the undying world, the weeping soul blood horn that had turned into a tiny red needle was still quietly floating in the air, as if it was slowly rotating on its own. Yi Xian's strand of mental energy carefully approached. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly touched the other party. The tiny red needle clearly trembled, but there was no reaction. Although he didn't respond too strongly, at the very least, he didn't retaliate against Yi Xian's mental strength. Feeling relieved, Yi Xian immediately increased the amount of mental energy he poured into it. Soon, a waterfall of mental energy wrapped around the tiny blood needle. It clearly struggled for a moment, but in the end, it gave up and let Yi Xian's mental energy wrap around it, dragging it around in the undying world. It was as if it had accepted its fate and had given up all struggle and resistance. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, the spiritual energy that he extended out to wrap around the tiny blood needle suddenly moved slightly. He clearly caught a trace of an obscure spiritual fluctuation. Yi Xian immediately dragged this trace of mental energy out of the undying world and threw it to the devouring system for magnification and analysis. The final result made him overjoyed. This trace of obscure mental energy was clearly a type of imprint, a type of mental imprint that could activate the refined weeping soul blood horn in the undying world. With this mental imprint, Yi Xian would definitely be able to bypass the headless infant corpse and directly control the weeping soul blood horn, making it rush out of the body and go on a crusade against the enemy. Unfortunately, this mental imprint was clearly a consumable item. In other words, Yi Xian could only use it to command the weeping soul blood horn once. After the mission was completed, the weeping soul blood horn would most likely fly back into Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue commanding it, at least until he obtained a second trace of similar mental energy. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Xian was initially stunned, but he quickly understood. Obviously, everything he was doing, the headless infant corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of his chest was clearly aware of what he was doing. The wisp of psychic imprint that had escaped from the weeping soul blood horn's tiny blood needle was clearly the result of the weeping soul blood horn's instructions. After all, the weeping soul blood horn was refined by the other party, so it was very easy for it to do this. In the end, it was still unable to bypass the headless infant corpse. Although the other party didn't directly make a move, this kind of one-time authorization was clearly obtained by relying on the headless infant corpse. This also meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use the weeping soul blood horn in his body to do something in the future, he would first have to obtain the consent of the headless infant corpse and obtain a trace of mental imprint from it in secret. The bloody horn with excitement, Yi Xian immediately moved his body and turned into a stream of arrows. He soared into the sky above the central area of the vast corpse pool. He didn't even bother to hide his figure and directly rushed to the huge crater above. Screech! Roar! Swish! Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the few starry sky ferocious beasts that had been lurking around the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain immediately roared and howled in unison. There was clearly a strong sense of provocation and madness in it. Yi Xian was confident in his heart. He was naturally fearless. His figure stabilized and just happened to be 1,000 meters above the huge crater. He just stood in the void with a rather playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and swept a glance at the fierce roaring space beasts around him. There were a total of 4 ferocious beasts that had graced this place with their presence. At present, they were divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west of the huge crater. Their figures were also riding the clouds and mist, floating about 1,000 meters above the giant peak. They were basically at the same altitude as Yi Xian, who was standing in the void. On the left was a human-shaped giant bear. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was about 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain range, and its entire body was emitting an extremely strong and violent aura. On the right side, there was a huge green bird. Jizhan was also close to 100 meters tall. At this moment, it was constantly circling in the air on the right side. Its pair of huge triangular eyes occasionally burst out with an extremely ferocious dark light. Its claws and beaks were also extremely sharp, faintly revealing a red light. It definitely had the power to tear apart gold and stone. As for the north, there was a ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to the wolf beast. The only difference was that this giant wolf was not only close to 100 meters in size, but it also had a curved horn on its head that looked like a crescent moon. It was actually moon-white. Finally, there was a strange creature that looked like a jellyfish lurking in this direction. Although its body was also huge, it was black and translucent. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be some black lightning swimming and flashing in its body. There was no doubt that this strange beast that could be called the Starry Sky Lightning Mother must have some kind of mysterious bloodline ability similar to thunder and lightning. Although the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts were different in size, they were equally huge. Moreover, the aura emitted from their bodies was clearly extremely powerful. With Yixian's cultivation base of the meteor realm, it was obvious that he couldn't clearly sense their specific cultivation realm. However, if one were to make a rough comparison, then in Yixian's perception, these 4 space beasts should be about the same as the 4 Beaching tigers that he killed with a single arrow from the fallen sky bow. In other words, these 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts were all supreme existences whose overall strength was around the 4th stage of the origin stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd already had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a dead end for him. Previously, just a single 4 seasons blue jade tiger had almost caused Yixian to be unable to deal with it. Now, 4 of them had arrived at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a certainty of death for him. Screech. Roar. Swish. Just as Yixian turned his head to quickly examine the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts, they had clearly sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yixian's body. When they realized that the arrogant Xiao Budian in front of them was actually an insignificant existence in the 2nd stage of the meteor realm, a monstrous anger from being provoked by an ant instantly surfaced in the hearts of the 4 powerful Starry Sky ferocious beasts at the same time. In their extreme anger, the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts let out furious roars at almost the same time. At the same time, their bodies moved without any suspense as they charged towards Yixian, who was at the peak of the central crater. The giant black bear was the most direct. Its body flashed and it immediately punched out. Although its attack was simple, when this punch was thrown out, even the void cracked inch by inch. Rumbling thunder rumbled endlessly. As for the giant green bird with claws and beaks that flickered with a sharp red light, it suddenly flapped its wings and grabbed towards Yixian with its huge red claws. Its speed was the fastest, and even though it was the last to move, it was actually the first to arrive. In the blink of an eye, it was already within 100 meters of Yixian. As for the one-horned Starry Sky Wolf and the Starry Sky Lightning Mother on the north and south sides, they stood still in their original positions, not moving at all. However, from the moon-white curved horn on the head of the lone giant wolf, there was clearly an arc-shaped light blade that was like a crescent moon. It directly ignored the void, and as if it had teleported, it directly arrived within 100 meters of Yixian. Its speed was actually the same as the giant green bird's red claw that was reaching out. The last Starry Sky Lightning Mother, just as Yixian had previously speculated, clearly controlled the power of thunder and lightning. A black bolt of lightning flashed out from its body without any suspense, and it also possessed the terrifying characteristic of ignoring the distance in the void. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed a great distance, and with the moon-white blade of light released by the Starry Sky Wolf, one on the left and one on the right, it entered within 100 meters of Yixian's body, and immediately smashed down. The 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts all had supreme cultivation bases around the 4th stage of the origin stage. At this moment, they actually joined forces at the same time to attack Yixian, who was like an ant and only had a cultivation base of the 2nd stage. This was clearly a crushing defeat without any suspense, but at this moment, Yixian was not worried in the slightest. With the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor, who had a supreme cultivation base of the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, was instantly crushed and killed. What could these 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts, who were at the 9th stage of the origin stage, be compared to them? With this kind of confidence and an inexplicable throbbing feeling in his heart, Yixian did not hesitate in the slightest to completely activate the one-time use authority imprint, causing it to enter the Weeping Soul Blood Horn that had turned into a tiny red needle in his body. Swish! In the next moment, the tiny blood needle that had been quietly standing there without any movement shot out from the undying world within Yixian's body in an instant, and in less than half a breath, it had already rushed out of his body. As soon as it appeared in the outside world, it instantly expanded with the wind, and in a short moment, it had already transformed into a huge blood-colored curved horn that was 10 meters long, and just like that, it suddenly stretched across Yixian's head. Screech! Roar! Swish! As the supreme aura of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn suddenly spread out, the four space beasts that were attacking Yi Xian simultaneously let out a mournful howl without any suspense. Moreover, their bodies seemed to have reflexively retreated. However, it was obviously too late. The throbbing brand boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Weeping Soul blood horn, which was nearly 10 meters long, pierced into the giant star bear's chest without any hesitation, erupting with a boundless aura that stirred up the wind and clouds. Immediately afterward, the enormous body of the black giant star bear, which was over 100 meters tall, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. All the flesh and blood essence and cultivation energy contained within his body had been transformed into resources that fueled the Weeping Soul bloodhorn's ferocious flames and were mercilessly plundered. In less than an instant, the black giant star bear had completely disappeared, turning into a cloud of green smoke that slowly drifted away. However, the Weeping Soul blood horn, whose aura had instantly soared, did not stop there. After a sudden turn in the void, it directly pierced towards the red-clawed blue bird that was flapping its wings and fleeing into the distance. Screech! Without the slightest suspense, a miserable and shrill howl resounded out an instant later. The entire body of the red-clawed grand azure bird that was flapping its wings with extreme speed was pierced through from behind by the Weeping Soul blood horn. Subsequently, in the span of a breath, it had its flesh and blood completely absorbed just like the black starry sky bear from before, and it finally transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the heavens and the earth. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, the two middle origin stage supreme star beasts had fallen one after another in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a terrifying scene had already frightened the remaining giant starry sky wolf and mother of starry sky. They let out a wail at the same time, as if they were begging for mercy. However, their figures did not hesitate to quickly flee into the distance. Moreover, they were running in 2 different directions. It was as if this would allow them to obtain a weak chance of survival in the desperate situation where the Weeping Soul blood horn was temporarily stalled by the other party. However, they were clearly overthinking. Everything that happened next was still as swift and without any suspense. Although they were rushing in 2 completely different directions, with the Weeping Soul blood horn's almost teleportation-like speed, the last 2 star beasts were killed again in less than 3 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts at the middle stage of the origin stage were completely annihilated without any suspense. Yi Xian once again witnessed the supreme majesty of the Weeping Soul blood horn, but he still could not help but feel inexplicably frightened and trembling in his heart. It was too powerful. It was the same when it killed the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the 10th Tao Insight stage, and now it was still the same. However, it just so happened that such an incomparably powerful existence was so weak when facing that headless infant corpse. It did not even have the desire to resist or struggle as it was directly suppressed and refined. Just based on this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but once again think of the terror of the headless corpse. His heart was filled with longing, and while he was absent-minded, he secretly guessed its true origins and background. However, how did it fall? It had actually turned into a headless corpse. Moreover, from the moment it turned into a purplish-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo and imprinted itself on Yi Xian's left chest, it was extremely likely that this headless corpse had been refined into a headless corpse lamp by someone. Its headless neck was where the headless corpse lamp's light flickered. If that was really the case, then what kind of supreme and terrifying existence could actually refine this headless corpse into a terrifying headless corpse lamp in the boundlessly distant and mysterious Desolation era? To be able to refine such a powerful corpse into a corpse lamp, what kind of heaven-defying method was this? What kind of peerless and unparalleled charm was this? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Xian, who was floating 1,000 meters above the huge crater, was obsessed for a moment. His face was full of fascination, as if his entire mind had been dreaming back to the Desolation era at this moment. Swish! It was also at this moment that the Weeping Soul blood horn, which had killed all 4 of the origin stage ferocious beasts in less than 10 breaths of time, turned around in the air in front of him. After circling around for a while, it quickly shot towards Yi Xian's body with a shrill sound of breaking through the air. Its huge body, which was originally close to 10 meters, rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye as it approached. In the end, when it arrived in front of Yi Xian's body, the Weeping Soul blood horn had shrunk to the size of a small needle again. Like a blood-red ray of light, it pierced into Yi Xian's body. Then, it obediently returned to the undying world. it was still floating in the area where it was before, slowly rotating, emitting an incomparably tranquil aura. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. It's over just like that? It was only at this moment that Yi Xian recovered from his daze and muttered to himself. He subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the place where the weeping soul blood horn had disappeared into his body. He inexplicably sighed in his heart. Strength, everything was strength. If he could be as powerful as this weeping soul blood horn, then where could he not go in this vast river of stars, even in the territory of the heavenly fate race in the first universe? There was probably no need to deliberately hide his identity as a human cultivator. At this moment, Yi Xian's desire for strength was unprecedentedly firm. His Tao heart seemed to have undergone a transformation of some kind of enlightenment at this moment. His state of mind became even calmer and more tranquil in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in a certain corner outside of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, there was a quick tremble that seemed to be rhythmic without any warning. Yi Xian's figure shook. He didn't wait for his consciousness to enter his sea of consciousness to investigate before a wisp of understanding emerged in his heart. What was supposed to come, had indeed come. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the area of his sea of consciousness, and he instantly saw two obscure spiritual brands in a corner outside his sea of consciousness. These two spiritual brands were what the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, had put into Yi Xian's body. It was said that once one of them was activated, it was equivalent to the full force attack of an Origin Realm expert, and it was able to help Yi Xian escape the death of Sui Liqing and Sui Feng Tai on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. At that time, Yi Xian didn't have the time to use this spiritual brand when the fierce mosquito bastion collapsed, so he had kept it until now. But now, the rhythmic tremor in the corner of his sea of consciousness was clearly another spiritual brand. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His plan fell through at this moment. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned strange as one of the two spiritual imprints gave out a hint. Previously, when the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, mentioned the spiritual imprint to him, he was extremely confident and certain that Yi Xian would encounter the item he mentioned in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not take it seriously at first, but now it seemed that the other party had hit the nail on the head. Based on Hui Gulei's words, Yi Xian had already deduced that the item the other party had asked him to bring out from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land was not some kind of inanimate object like a magic treasure, but a living being with the ability to move freely, or something like an artifact spirit. As for this point, it had also been proven right now. After all, Yi Xian had not moved at all at this moment. He had been floating 1,000 meters above the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain. However, the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness had not moved before this, but now it was giving out a pulse. This could only mean one thing, and that was the existence that the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, had mentioned had just gotten close to this place. At this thought, Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately aroused. Without batting an eyelid, Ouyang activated his divine sense power and mental power at the same time. They quietly spread out of his body and spread out. Although the speed was very slow, the radiation-like coverage was very meticulous. Yi Xian did not miss a single blade of grass or tree as he slowly expanded the search area with rapt attention. At the same time, as the rhythm of the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness became more frequent and faster, a message automatically spread out from within the spiritual imprint and turned into a sentence. It was the voice of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, that quietly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Zhang Wuji. These words were sealed by this priest in advance in this spiritual imprint. When the spiritual imprint catches the spiritual energy fluctuations of that demonic beast and sends out a rhythm, it will naturally release the pressure and appear in your mind. Before this, my promise to you is still valid. As long as you can bring the item I need out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I will guarantee that you will have a smooth sailing life on the Black Mosquito Star. I will even nurture you as the future high priest of the Black Mosquito Star. As for whether you will be able to take the position of Holy Son, I have never hesitated. If even someone with a level 5 spiritual source core cannot pass the test and successfully become the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe, this matter will be too laughable. As for the item I want you to bring out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I came across it by accident when I entered the Forbidden Land for the last time a few years ago. However, due to a freak combination of factors, I failed to capture it. Coincidentally, the deadline was set in a month, so I had no choice but to be transported away. I have always felt rather regretful about it. However, although I didn't manage to capture it back then, I have been dealing with it for almost a month, so I am very familiar with its habits. That is why I am certain that you will come across it. This is because this item is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The higher the level of spiritual energy, the more eager it is to hunt. You have already evolved to a level 5 spiritual source core, so when you use your spiritual energy in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the aura of your level 5 spiritual source core will definitely attract this item to approach you. However, this is only half the battle. If you want to capture this item, it will definitely not be an easy task. That damned rabbit is extremely cunning. You must remember not to act rashly without 100% certainty. It is best to pretend that you don't know about its existence. Only in this way can you numb its vigilance and wait for an opportunity to capture it in one fell swoop. With your insignificant cultivation, you naturally won't be able to capture the spirit rabbit. When the time comes, you can do this and this. Remember, you must only make a move when you're 100% confident. Otherwise, once you alarm him, even though this damned rabbit's cultivation is weak, its concealment and concealment bloodline divine ability is extremely shocking. At the end of these words, Huigu still left behind a method to smoothly control the gray spirit imprint that was left at the edge of Xianxia's sea of consciousness. If Xian saw the right time, he only needed to activate the spirit imprint and directly shoot it towards the so-called spirit rabbit. At that time, the entire spirit imprint would be able to transform into a spirit net that would instantly envelop the target and prevent them from escaping. At this point, Xian had basically completed Huigu's task. After he completed the trial and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to hand over the so-called spirit rabbit to Huigule, and this matter would be considered completed. All of this did not sound like a problem. Huigule had previously encountered a cunning spirit rabbit in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He had spent a lot of time, but he still could not successfully capture it, so he was unwilling to give up. Coincidentally, Xian entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land as the Black Mosquito tribe's prospective holy son. Moreover, his level of spiritual energy just so happened to meet the requirements of being able to attract the spirit rabbit, so Huigule asked him to capture the spirit rabbit, bring it out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, and hand it over to him. Everything was very natural and logical. However, for some reason, Xian felt that there was something strange about all of this. Other things aside, Huigule's persistence and degree of importance to this so-called cunning spirit rabbit were clearly a little too much. With his identity as the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and the supreme existence of the 9th stage of the origin stage, his spiritual energy source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolutions, and now it had reached the 4th stage. When all of this was put together, did Huigule have to care so much about a so-called spirit rabbit that only listened to him and was extremely cunning? This was clearly illogical. After a brief analysis, Xian was certain that Huigule was hiding the origin and use of this cunning spirit rabbit from him. How could an existence that could make the high priest of the demon tribe so worried be as worthless as he said? With regards to this, Huigule should have expected Xian to be suspicious. However, Huigule was sure that Xian would not be greedy for the spirit rabbit, not to mention that after he became the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, he would still be working under Huigule in the future. With Xian's insignificant strength, if he wanted to capture this cunning spirit rabbit, he would have to rely on the gray spiritual imprint that Huigule had left at the edge of his sea of consciousness. Therefore, if he could not hand over this spiritual imprint after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, it would prove that Xian had already made a move. At that time, even if Xian claimed that he had failed and did not obtain anything, with Huigule's ability and methods, as well as Xian, the holy son, being by his side all the time, he was completely confident that he would be able to find out the truth. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Crazy Rabbit. No matter how Greybone Conduit planned, he would never have guessed that not only did Xian not intend to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but he also had a few other methods to capture the spirit rabbit, excluding the gray spiritual imprint that he had left behind. For example, the Devouring system's forceful capture and devouring was one of them. Since this so-called cunning spirit rabbit did not have a high cultivation base, the Devouring system's forceful capture ability basically had no possibility of failure. Compared to the gray spiritual imprint that Greybone Conduit had prepared, It was much more convenient and effective. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's divine sense and spiritual energy that he had silently extended out captured a small figure at almost the same time. It was clearly a rabbit. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary wild rabbit, and its entire body was white. The only difference was that this palm-sized white rabbit had a very strange aura surrounding it. Its entire body was shrouded in an illusory fog, and its red eyes revealed an endless and deep sense of blurriness, demonic qi. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what the illusory fog surrounding this small white rabbit was. This was a jade rabbit with a soaring demonic qi, and its entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Especially its eyes, which were as deep as the most distant starry sky, blurred and unreal. Even when Yi Xian extended his divine sense and spiritual energy, after concentrating for a short while, he inexplicably felt as if he was about to fall into a trance, unable to extricate himself. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not simple. As this realization surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian immediately became vigilant, and his mind recalled Greybone Conduit's repeated warnings. Obviously, this jade rabbit was extremely cunning, and once he failed to capture it, it would be very difficult for him to get a second chance. At this moment, the jade rabbit with a monstrous demonic aura was only about 3,000 meters away from the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain where Yi Xian was. With the forceful devouring ability of the devouring system, the success rate of capturing it was still very high at this distance. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Xian immediately connected to the devouring system in his body. He immediately ordered the system to lock on to the target and begin devouring by force. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Forcefully devouring, losing target's aura. As the notifications from the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian could not help but feel as if his heart had leaped into his throat. However, just as the system notification was about to indicate whether the devouring had succeeded or failed, the following words unexpectedly changed to the loss of the target's aura. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had punched the air with all his might, but in the end, he felt depressed. After being stunned for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and spiritual power again. Only then did he realize that the strange rabbit had coincidentally shifted its position and scurried in another direction just as the system was about to activate the devouring skill. The distance had not changed. It was still about 3,000 meters, which was within the range of the system's success rate of the devouring skill. Yes, it was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It was just an inconspicuous little rabbit. Could it be that it could predict early on that the devouring system was about to begin at this moment? So at the most critical moment, it suddenly shifted its body, changed its position, and broke free from the system's aura lock. That was obviously impossible. It was just a dead rabbit. How could it be so capable? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. He unwillingly ordered the devouring system in his body to lock on to the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Lock on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Yi Xian had just raised his heart to his throat when he suddenly heard the last 6 words of losing his target's aura. All of the energy in his body immediately leaked out once again. The feeling of powerlessness and sullenness that came from swinging out a fierce punch and smashing into the air once again descended in an instant. The second time, what was going on? This damned rabbit's luck was too good, wasn't it? Unwillingly, Yi Xian continued to comfort himself. This time, his blood was boiling and it took him some time to calm down again. Then, Yi Xian gritted his teeth. For the third time, he ordered the devouring system in his body to lock on to the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. As soon as the command was sent out, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Ding! Lock on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Pfft, it was the same unshakable result. This time, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face could not help but look ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Damned rabbit, it was definitely doing this on purpose. 3 times in a row, how could it be so coincidental each time? You're clearly messing around with me. I don't believe it. It's just a dead rabbit. Don't tell me it can really go to the heavens and enter the earth? As he gritted his teeth, the anger in Xianxia's heart was aroused. He muttered a few words to himself, then after thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and summoned the black mosquito and the black wind out of the undying world within his body. Rumble, rumble. With the sudden appearance of the black mosquito and black wind, Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened the main channel of the two bastions' black light screen. Thunderous rumbles filled the air as the bastion's armies descended from the skies. Millions of black mosquito demonic beasts, hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladles, in addition to Guihai Idao's 1,000-man demonic slave brigade, there were 5 other 1,000-man demonic slave brigade. This time, Xian had used up almost all of the strength of the soldiers in his hands. One army after another poured out from the void, covering the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the entire void within a radius of 50 kilometers. Facing all this, that damned little rabbit was still lying on the ground, blinking its eyes. Sometimes it looked at Xian, and sometimes it turned its head to sweep a few glances at the countless mosquito beasts and void soldier ladles that were like dark clouds above its head. In its eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of mockery and ridicule. Immediately, the nameless anger in Xian's heart burned even hotter. The other party clearly knew his intentions and had even played with him 3 times in a row. Under such circumstances, there was no need to hide and put on an act. Monster buzz, swish. Following Xian's order, the army of 10 million that was like a large black cloud above their heads instantly moved like a tide. They all charged towards the strange rabbit. As the momentum was too great, it actually caused a large area of space to faintly tremble, and there were also countless weak and sharp sounds of breaking through the air. For a moment, the entire sky above the huge ring-shaped mountain could be said to be filled with thousands of scenes. It was a crazy scene, however. What made people completely speechless was that no matter how these mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves charged left and right, or how they surrounded and attacked from the front and the back, the nimble little jade rabbit was always able to find a gap half an instant before the large net was completely closed. Coincidentally, it would slip out from an extremely inconspicuous gap and even fleeting gap, escaping the encirclement of the large net, until the next time the net was about to close. All of this coincidentally played out once again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after more than 10 times, it was the same every time. The situation was exactly the same. Such a scene instantly made Xian so angry that he stomped his feet in the void. He was about to go crazy. It was only a tiny damned rabbit, yet not only had it tricked him, it had even tricked the army under his command. If news of this were to spread, then how could he endure it? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian felt a buzzing sound in his head. His mind was on the verge of going berserk. He was not the only one. Even the countless mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that covered the sky and earth, covering a large area of tens of kilometers, were the same. In an instant, the entire area was resounded with the howls of countless mosquito beasts and the violent roars of the devil slave experts, and it was clamorous to the extreme. It was a scene of madness and chaos. Only the nimble rabbit appeared to be extremely calm from beginning to end. From time to time, it would flutter a few times, dash out a distance, stop, and then look at a certain opening, suddenly leap out again. In short, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Xian or the millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves he summoned to capture the rabbit, no one could touch even a single strand of rabbit fur on this nimble jade rabbit. This scene seemed to be so strange and indescribable. No matter if it was the nimble rabbit's easy dodging or the madness and violence of Xian and the army under his command, everything revealed an extremely strange aura. The former seemed to have activated some kind of mysterious immunity mode, making him invincible throughout. On the other hand, the latter seemed to have clearly fallen into some sort of unknown state of bewitchment, and all of them revealed abnormal madness and irritation. All of this might have lasted for a long time. It might have lasted until Xian and his 10 million subordinates had all been tormented to the point of insanity and completely collapsed. Only then would it end. It was also at this moment that a purplish gold ray of light suddenly shot out from Xian's body. With a swallow and a spit, it instantly wrapped around the nimble little jade rabbit that had turned around and ran away. Then, it suddenly pulled and arrived in front of Xian. At this point, everything was finally over. Screech! Swish! Only the furious roars and howls of the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves still rang out. All of them had bloodshot eyes as they madly rushed towards Xian. To be precise, they were rushing towards the nimble jade rabbit that was wrapped in the purplish gold light and pitifully falling into Xian's arms. It was as if the tens of millions of subordinates under Xian had some kind of unresolvable grudge with this little rabbit. Xian's body shook violently. Only at this instant did he suddenly come to his senses, and he suddenly noticed that everything before him was actually so strange and unusual, whether it was himself, or the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves under his command. All of them had unknowingly fallen into this trap. Their minds and consciousness had inexplicably fallen into a state of madness and violence, as if they had been possessed by the devil, as if they had encountered some kind of unknown bewitchment, and all of this was clearly done by the inconspicuous little jade rabbit in his arms at this moment. Sure enough, it was a monster. It didn't seem to have much strength, but in addition to its ability to escape, it also had the terrifying ability to confuse and confuse. In an instant, tens of millions of troops had fallen into its trap. It was simply chilling. In the end, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo and was imprinted on Xian's left chest, it wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to attack. It extended a purple gold beam of light and instantly captured this strange jade rabbit without any suspense. The consequences would have been unimaginable. No one could predict when this scene of madness and chaos would evolve, and to what extent. Screech! In his horror, Xian immediately channeled his spiritual power, raised his head, and let out a high-pitched scream that pierced the clouds. With the sound of this scream, the countless mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves that were madly rushing from all directions suddenly trembled. The madness in their eyes gradually faded, revealing a touch of confusion as if they had just woken up from a dream. Xian didn't waste any more time. He directly ordered all the mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves to return to the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly stored the two space fortresses into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with intense interest. He lowered his head and carefully sized up the strange jade rabbit that was still wrapped in the purplish gold light of the headless corpse. This beast was definitely a monster, and its ability was definitely not to be underestimated. Other than Xian, who had personally experienced this earlier, he could tell that something was amiss from the purplish gold light of the headless infant's corpse that had yet to be retracted. It had always enveloped this small jade rabbit, so he could tell that something was amiss. Even the headless baby corpse was worried that once the light was withdrawn, it would immediately escape. It was enough to show how strange and extraordinary it was. After studying it for a while, Xian finally had to admit that he couldn't see anything. The little rabbit in his embrace had been looking at him with a pitiable expression from the beginning until now. Its gaze was deep like the boundless starry sky, and it faintly revealed a wisp of extreme panic and uneasiness. Helpless, Xian could only throw this rabbit to the devouring system to identify. Originally, he thought that since the rabbit was a living thing, then, with Xian's cultivation strength, it was most likely impossible to directly absorb it into his body. But what surprised him was that after just a try, he actually succeeded. The little jade rabbit that was originally in his arms was absorbed into his body without any suspense. Demon Spirit Pupil Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered Demon Spirit, will you refine it immediately? As the system notification sounded in his mind, Xian was immediately stunned. Demon Spirit, no wonder it could be absorbed into the body. It seemed that although this fellow looked like a little rabbit, its essence was not a living being at all. It was a kind of existence similar to the sword spirit that Xian's Devil Blood Star Tears sword gave birth to. Since that was the case, it could naturally be absorbed into the body. Even if Xian's current cultivation was really insignificant, it would not affect him at all. But what did the system mean by refining? Could it be that the so-called demon soul spirit could be broken down by the system like the demon's brain core, the weeping soul beast, and the multi-pupil thought crystal? Could it be absorbed by the system and turned into its own energy? If that was really the case, then he had finally gained something from the torment just now. Judging from the terrifying bewitching ability displayed by the demon soul spirit, the energy extracted from its decomposition would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. Immediately after, he immediately ordered the system to refine the spirit of the demon's soul. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding, lock-on successful. Target of refinement, demon spirit. Beginning refinement, progress 1. Progress 2. Ding, congratulations to the host. Evolution reading completed. Refinement successful. Obtained 1 demon spirit pupil, will you immediately assimilate it? So fast, Xian was stunned again, and immediately immersed his consciousness into his body. Very quickly, an oval-shaped crystal that looked like an eye, but was suffused with a blurred dreamy light, and seemed to be incomparably deep, as if one's gaze was too focused, even one's entire mind would be completely immersed in the crystal, reflected in his line of sight. This should be the demon spirit pupil that the devouring system was talking about. Was it an eye that was refined by the spirit of the demon's soul as if it was an artifact? It could actually be used to fuse with his own body. Then, after the fusion, would he be able to possess the various miraculous abilities that the spirit of the demon's soul had displayed before? The ability to escape that could be said to be terrifying and abnormal, and that left Xian puzzled even after pondering 100 times, and that even more terrifying ability of bewitchment that left no traces behind when it was unleashed. Furthermore, its range of influence and audience was so large that it was unbelievable. Xian would be satisfied as long as he could obtain one of these 2 abilities. If he could obtain both of them, he would have made a huge profit this time. A strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Without further delay, Xian immediately ordered the system to fuse with the demon's soul pupil. Following that, the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding. Confirm fusion. Target, demon soul pupil. Beginning fusion, progress 1. Progress 2. Ding. Congratulations host. The fusion was successful. Obtained ability, demonic soul pupil. Current level, beginner. Current level ability, origin tracing. Note, active bloodline ability, success rate unknown. As the 2 system notifications sounded in his mind, Xian quickly realized that the strange crystal that looked like an eye in his body had disappeared. Instead, the space between his eyebrows suddenly became numb. Vaguely, there seemed to be something that did not exist in the space between his eyebrows. This feeling was very mysterious. Xian only needed to think slightly to feel that there was an inexplicable mysterious energy circulating and rotating in the space between his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, this mysterious energy in the space between his eyebrows should have been the demon soul pupil that had already fused with his body. Right now, this pupil had already become the 3rd eye in the space between Xian's eyebrows. It was just like the legendary 3rd eye of immortal Lord Erlang, possessing some kind of miraculous ability. Furthermore, from the system notifications, he could analyze that this demon soul pupil that looked like the 3rd eye between his eyebrows could still be upgraded. It had just been fused, so it was only at the beginner level. As for the requirements for upgrading in the future, Xian would be able to find out after checking the devouring system's database. Even if the system's database did not have any data on this object, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with a new species or successfully identified a new species, the devouring system's database would immediately update the data and include the newly obtained species information into the database. Therefore, regarding this demon soul pupil and the demon soul pupil ability that Xian had obtained after fusing with it, he could now do a new search in the devouring system's database. Of course, even if he did not specifically search, Xian already had a general idea of the situation from the system notifications. This newly acquired ability of the demonic soul pupil belonged to a type of bloodline innate ability that could be activated on its own accord. However, it was clear that it would not succeed every time it was activated. The unknown success rate in the system notification clearly indicated this point. Furthermore, the demon soul pupil that was currently at the beginner level only had 1 level of ability, origin tracing. The so-called origin tracing should be a mysterious ability similar to the Eye of Truth. It could clearly see the origin of things through the mysterious power of the demon soul pupil, and even trace back to its source. This should be the reason why the demonic spirit was able to easily avoid the forceful devouring and locking of the devouring system. Even the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that Yi Xian summoned were unable to capture the source of the demonic spirit even after joining forces to surround it. The other party had this kind of bloodline talent that could see the origin of any movement that was targeted at it. It could immediately trace back to the origin and see through the flaws. It was as if everything was placed under a microscope, or as if it had been adjusted to slow motion many times. Under such circumstances, the demon soul pupil was naturally at ease and could easily avoid the devouring system every time. As for the other innate ability that the demon soul spirit had displayed before, that was, unknowingly, Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. They'd all successfully activated the ability to bewitch Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. With Yi Xian's current elementary state, it was obvious that he didn't possess the ability to do so. At the very least, it would need to be upgraded to the intermediate level before it could be mastered. Although this was indeed a bit of a pity, at least there was still hope. Yi Xian was quite satisfied. At the very least, the origin tracing ability could be used at any time. However, he did not know how effective and successful it was. Desolate Corpse Liquid Refining Treasured Body Wang. As Yi Xian activated the demon soul pupil's ability for the first time, a weak but high-frequency trembling sound suddenly came from the depths of his brows, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. It was so fast that it was as if everything just now had not happened at all. But in reality, in just an instant, his demon soul pupil's ability had been activated without any suspense. Moreover, what was rather fortunate was that this was the first time it was activated, and its power had unexpectedly been successfully displayed. Although there was no so-called third vertical eye between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be no abnormal changes on the surface, Yi Xian clearly felt that there was a mysterious and invisible power shooting out from the depths of his eyebrows. Because of the existence and power of this mysterious power, Yi Xian's vision had a huge change that was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Being clearer and more translucent was only the most basic change. Even so, the clarity and translucency had far surpassed the extent of being examined by one's mental power or being scanned by one's mental power. But this was still not what Yi Xian was most concerned about at the moment. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that at this moment, when he casually stared at the void in front of him, a few short moments later, due to the mysterious power that invisibly emitted from the center of his brows, Yi Xian's gaze seemed to have been dissected as he gradually saw some faintly discernible threads in the empty space. These threads were obviously almost illusory existences, and they were connected with each other to form a completely different chain structure. They were like extremely obscure and mysterious talisman markings, and they emitted a dense and profound aura. Chains of the law of space, a string of words inexplicably appeared in Yi Xian's mind as he was blessed with good fortune. The void, under the eyes of ordinary people, was indeed empty. But under the gaze of the demon soul pupil, which had the effect of seeing the origin, one could see the hidden essence of this empty void on the surface. The nearby illusory complex chains captured by Yi Xian's vision were obviously the chains of law related to the law of space. Even though Yi Xian couldn't understand a single one of these countless completely different law chains and was unable to comprehend the profound mysteries behind them, at the very least, he already had the ability to see everything with his own eyes. Seeing with his own eyes would obviously have a miraculous effect on comprehending the mysteries of the law of space in the future, similar to cheating. And this was only one of the chains of law that Yi Xian saw. With the miraculous effect of the demon soul pupil, if he could see the chains of law even in the void, then the other laws of heaven and earth were naturally not a problem. Of course, being able to see the structure of the chains of law of heaven and earth did not mean that he could truly comprehend it. In the end, this was just a unique and convenient method. But if he really wanted to comprehend more of the mysteries of the law of heaven and earth, Yi Xian still had to start from his own understanding of the law of heaven and earth. That was the way to go. Yi Xian was well aware of this point. Therefore, even though he saw the chains of law of space through the miraculous ability of the demon soul pupil, he did not feel that he was suddenly incomparably close to the essence of the law of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the more he saw at this moment, the more Yi Xian felt that the mysteries of the law of space were deeper and harder to understand. After all, he had not reached that level. Even though he had this almost cheating method of comprehending the law of heaven and earth, he still did not know where to start. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed in his heart and quickly withdrew this kind of attentiveness to the void in front of him. Since he had not reached the level where he was qualified to come into contact with this kind of law of heaven and earth, then it was best not to step into it too early, lest his state of mind become unstable and affect the stability of his current foundation. Soon, as Xian withdrew his attentiveness to the void in front of him, the chain system of the law of space that appeared in his line of sight due to the demon soul pupil's effect quickly disappeared in an instant. Then, almost subconsciously, Xian lowered his head and swept his gaze over the vast corpse pool in the depths of the enormous ring-shaped mountain pass. Moreover, he intentionally focused his attention on it. Soon, the vast black corpse pool below, under the effect of his demon soul pupil's effect, quickly unfolded a magical visual change. Originally, there were a large number of desolate era corpses floating in the corpse pool. However, after Xian and the headless infant corpse personally made a move, the corpses of the desolate era creatures that were floating in the boundless sea of corpses were plucked from the multi-pupil perception crystals in the countless corpse flower trays. All of them turned into dreamy stars and quietly dissipated. As such, not a single desolate era creature's corpse could be found in this vast pool of corpses. Only the endless black corpse liquid was slightly undulating with the undercurrent in the pool. But at this moment, with Xian's attentiveness to this corpse pool, under the magical power of the demon soul pupil's effect, the vast black corpse liquid in the corpse pool, at this moment, in Xian's line of sight, clearly changed rapidly. In the originally pure black, there were a large number of speckles of different colors, revealing an inexplicable light and transcendent aura. Just as Xian was confused as to what the countless specks of light that appeared in the black corpse liquid were, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded out in his mind without any warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered a large amount of innate spiritual power. Status: liquefied corpse essence. Grade: innate essence. Do you want to immediately activate the immortal dragon blood and activate the giant star dragon bloodline body tempering mode? Huh? Innate spiritual power? And it exists in the liquefied corpse essence state. Listening to the system's notification, the innate spiritual power essence in the corpse pool was obviously very suitable for tempering the body and forging the treasure body. Xian had previously merged with the drop of immortal dragon blood from the Third World's human race's technological faction. The giant star dragon bloodline innate skill contained a unique giant star dragon body tempering technique that belonged to the giant star dragon bloodline. However, this unique giant star dragon body tempering technique was obviously not something that could be practiced at any time and place. It required specific conditions and a combination of various factors. Therefore, after Xian obtained the giant star dragon bloodline inheritance from the drop of immortal dragon blood, he had not activated this giant star dragon body tempering technique even once. And now, the necessary conditions to activate this giant star dragon body tempering mode were clearly met. From the system's notification, it was clearly hinting that he should immediately jump into the corpse pool below and immerse his entire body in the endless evil corpse liquid, soaking until he was drunk. The dragon was roaring. After some hesitation, Xian finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the vast corpse pool in the depths of the giant ring-shaped mountain pass below. Although the endless black corpse liquid in this vast corpse pool was indeed incomparably evil, it still contained a large amount of innate spiritual power in the form of liquefied corpse essence. Xian could not miss it no matter what. Innate spiritual power was a rare thing. Although it was not the birth of the universe, it had gradually disappeared since the beginning of the world. It was the chaotic chi that only existed in legends. However, it was an innate thing derived from the last bit of chaotic chi left behind after the birth of the universe. In today's vast universe, it was very rare to see one. It was only in this mysterious world that was suspected to have been sealed since the primordial era that it was still preserved. It was truly precious. In order to successfully cultivate the giant dragon's body tempering technique that was inherited from the starry sky dragon's immortal dragon blood, even if he had to endure the disgust, Xian had to obediently soak in the evil corpse liquid of this vast corpse pool. The moment his figure fell into the corpse pool, Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the starry sky dragon body tempering mode. Then, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! The starry sky dragon inheritance activated. Bloodline tempering mode successfully activated. Beginning to absorb innate spiritual power. Body tempering in progress. With this prompt, Yi Xian quickly felt that the evil corpse liquid around his body seemed to have suddenly become a little different. Originally, it was lifeless and had no spiritual aura. But now, Yi Xian clearly felt a kind of lively and spiritual aura from this deathly cold corpse liquid. The amount was very small, only a faint trace in a drop of corpse liquid. It seemed that because the devouring system had activated the starry sky dragon inheritance contained in the immortal dragon blood, it had successfully activated the dragon body tempering mode. At this moment, this extremely weak amount of lively spiritual power was rapidly approaching. Trace by trace, like thousands of small streams rushing to the vast sea, all gathered together. At first, only the corpse liquid near Yi Xian's body was affected by this, but soon it spread to the surroundings, and the range was getting farther and farther. The number of strands of innate spiritual energy that surged over also increased. They gathered together on the way, and in the end, they turned from weak strands to strands of spiritual energy that were as thick as fingers. They whistled as they surged into Yi Xian's body. Before entering the starry sky world, Yi Xian had also come into contact with some different body tempering techniques. For any cultivator, body tempering was indispensable. It was just different degrees. However, the body tempering techniques that Yi Xian had come into contact with before were clearly incomparable to the body tempering techniques that were exclusive to the dragon bloodline that were inherited from the starry sky dragon's bloodline. As the exclusive body tempering technique of the colossal starry sky dragon bloodline, there was no doubt that its grade and level were extremely high. In the vast universe, even if there were other body tempering techniques of the same grade that were comparable to it, there were absolutely not too many of them, and they could be counted on one hand. However, no matter how high the grade and level were, as long as it was a body tempering secret technique, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the pain of the body being tempered and honed. Moreover, the higher the grade and level of the body tempering secret technique, the better the effect. Therefore, the degree of pain in the process of the body being tempered and honed was obviously more intense. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood that was obtained purely by accident had been completely integrated into Yi Xian's body. The profound meaning of the starry sky dragon bloodline inheritance contained in it had been broken into pieces and integrated into every gene and cell in Yi Xian's body. At this moment, with the activation of the starry sky dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique, every tiny cell in Yi Xian's body was mobilized without exception. They were extremely hungry, constantly absorbing the innate spiritual power that was flowing into Yi Xian's body. Then, according to some mysterious and obscure operation method, they drove this innate spiritual power to carry out self-tempering and honing repeatedly. In an instant, the entire body and countless cells, in this independent way, all began a crazy self-tempering process at the same time. Because of this, a great pain that he had never experienced before, from the beginning, had been like water and fire, rumbling and enveloping Yi Xian's entire mind and consciousness. It almost caught him off guard and caused him to directly fall into a dangerous situation of mental collapse. Rumble, all of the flesh and blood cells in his body were hungry and thirsty, as if they were engines that were at full power, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pouring into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, they began to temper and evolve themselves. When all of this gathered together, it actually formed a loud roar that sounded like the roar of the heavens and the earth. It continuously rumbled in Yi Xian's mind. His mind was constantly roaring, his physical body felt as if it had been instantly sliced into countless individual genetic cells. This kind of pain was far from comparable to being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, it continued for every single moment. Facing this extreme pain that was simultaneously unfolding on two levels of consciousness and body, Yi Xian, who had sunk most of his body into the corpse pool, and only his neck above the surface of the pool, was tortured to the point of insanity in an instant. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and his expression was extremely ferocious. As if venting his anger, he raised his head and roared endlessly. From this moment on, the entire vast corpse pool, which had already recovered its tranquility, without any suspense, once again fell into a state of turbulence and turbulence. As Yi Xian's frenzied roars of extreme pain continued to sound out, the sounds became more and more intense. From within his body, waves of invisible violent energy seemed to surge out. The air currents churned as they howled and spiraled. Gradually, they formed an enormous surging hurricane in the air above the vast corpse pool. Even the endless evil corpse liquid in the corpse pool was gradually stirred up. Finally, a monstrous black wave surged up one after another, and from then on, it was out of control. The hurricane was raging, the waves were surging. In less than half a day, the vast area with Xianxia's figure as the center point had already erupted like the most violent tsunami. The entire corpse pool was completely boiling. Roar. Roar. At this moment, Xian, who had been crazily roaring for half a day, seemed to have completely fallen into madness. The rumbling in his mind and the constant pain in his entire body caused his consciousness to fall into a state of confusion, as if he was numb. His eyes were blurry and sluggish, ruthless and crazy. The only remaining consciousness was to roar out loud, and roar at the top of his lungs. Roar. Desolate ancient void-killing array roar. Without any warning, amidst the hysterical roars that came out of Xian's throat, he strangely discovered a dragon's roar. It was resounding and majestic, as if a real starry sky dragon was roaring. When the dragon roar sounded, a strong golden brilliance burst out from Xian's body. At this moment, there was a faint dragon aura in the aura that spread out from his body. It was exactly the same as the starry sky golden dragon that Xian saw in the desolate ancient inheritance when he merged the immortal ancestral dragon blood into his body. The only difference was the difference in strength. In addition, as this brilliant golden brilliance burst out from Xian's body, a layer of fine golden dragon scales strangely appeared on the surface of his entire body, including his face. But soon, as the strong golden brilliance burst out from his body suddenly shrank, this layer of fine golden dragon scales quickly disappeared into Xian's body as if it was hibernating and hiding. Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his consciousness was still in a nearly dazed and deranged state. Not to mention the faint layer of golden dragon scales on the surface of his body, he didn't even have the slightest impression of the resounding dragon roar that tore the clouds apart just now. Fortunately, this state was quickly fading away, because this body-tempering process had quietly ended when the layer of fine golden dragon scales flashed on the surface of Xian's body. Although the entire corpse pool was endless, the proportion of innate spiritual power contained in the corpse liquid was very weak. In a drop of corpse liquid, there was only half a strand of innate spiritual power. Even if he were to exhaust all of the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, the innate spirit energy that could be extracted from it would only allow Xian to take a small step forward in the starry sky dragon's bloodline tempering secret technique. And the layer of fine golden dragon scales that flashed on the surface of his body was a sign that this first small step was successfully completed. At present, in the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, there was not even a trace of innate spiritual power left. In this case, the dragon bloodline body tempering mystic art had automatically ended at the first moment, and the great pain that lasted for half a day in the entire body also quickly disappeared. Under the chain effect, the constant roaring sound in Xian's mind also began to gradually stop at this moment. In this way, Xian's self-consciousness that had almost fallen into madness finally slowly recovered, and his thoughts became clear again. Until this moment, the clear dragon roar that came out of Xian's throat, instantly wrapped in a vast majestic aura, rushed out of the huge circular mountain pass, and resounded in the endless void of the entire forbidden world. Finally, it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. However, although this clear dragon roar existed in the void for a very short period of time, it had already dissipated in the span of a breath. Even so, the supreme and vast majesty that swept through the entire world still alarmed countless powerful existences in this vast forbidden area. Accompanied by this clear dragon roar, in the entire forbidden world, from all directions, countless gazes simultaneously looked at the huge circular mountain area where Xian was located from afar. In these gazes, in addition to bewilderment and confusion, there was clearly some obscure fear and timidity. However, there were also a few gazes with the strongest auras among them, and it was impossible to figure out their cultivations at all. Although there was surprise and bewilderment, there wasn't the slightest feeling of fear or fear. It was even to the extent that in the depths of these gazes, there was actually a faint sense of schadenfreude. It was as if they expected that the mysterious existence that let out this clear dragon roar would immediately suffer some kind of calamity. For this kind of unknown calamity, they were obviously quite afraid of it. Therefore, as the dragon roar suddenly sounded, these few gazes with the most powerful auras, after glancing at the source of the sound, almost immediately concealed all of their auras again and completely disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared before. On the contrary, those existences whose auras were completely incomparable to them, and whose strength was more than a little weaker, were completely unafraid. Not only did they not conceal their auras, they even unscrupulously extended their consciousness to the extreme, as if they wanted to verify or search for something. It wasn't until a terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens suddenly exploded without any warning that the auras of these existences, which were scattered in every corner of the forbidden space, seemed to have suddenly awakened. They hurriedly restrained their auras and quickly went into hibernation. Rumble. Boom. The earth-shattering, terrifying rumbling sounds continued without end. In a few moments, it had already resounded throughout this vast and boundless forbidden world. In fact, these terrifying rumbling sounds that sounded like the collapse of the heavens were clearly coming from the circle of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world. At this moment, if one were to look up infinitely again, when the entire vast forbidden world became small due to the extreme distance, and turned into a small world, when the entire world was reflected in one's line of sight, one would be able to see that around the edge of this forbidden world, the entire forbidden world was forcefully separated from the normal space of the galaxy, just like the circle of space turbulence that imprisoned this world. At this moment, there was clearly an invisible, vast, and majestic force that carried a supreme and mighty aura that looked down upon everything. It was as if it was crushing, and it was rapidly condensing from the outside to the inside, from the edge of this world, and it was condensing inwards. Merely the galloping aura that was condensed and crushed over had already caused countless rumbling that seemed like the collapse of the heavens to surge out all along the way, and it enveloped the entire restricted area and space as if the might of the heavens had descended. Not only did it reveal a dense ancient aura, it even contained a strong sense of the profound mysteries of the void law. This power originated from a vast and mighty void-killing array. The foundation of the void-killing array was hidden in the layer of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world, and it had existed as early as the distant primordial age. No one knew who had created this desolate ancient killing formation of the void, but this person had set up this huge killing formation of the void at the edge of the forbidden world in the isolation zone of the void turbulence. His purpose was obvious without the slightest suspense. That was to imprison, trap, suppress, and even strangle. In the past countless years, this primordial-grade void-killing array had been activated on its own many times. Every time, this majestic and mighty force that rumbled from the edge of the forbidden world crushed an extremely powerful supreme creature without any suspense. It was as if its existence was to prevent the birth of a supreme creature whose strength exceeded a certain limit in this forbidden world. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. He leveled up again. In the corpse pond deep inside the ring-shaped mountain, as the body tempering of the starry sky dragon bloodline ended, the pain in his body disappeared, and the roaring in his head faded away. Yi Xian, who had fallen into a state of confusion, finally recovered. Then, the familiar sound of a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current level, level 4 meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body tempering of the bloodline has ended. You have successfully activated the giant dragon treasure body. Current level, entry level. Do you want to activate the bloodline gifted magical ability of this level? Leveled up again? Yi Xian was shocked. He almost suspected that he was still in a trance. Otherwise, how could he have hallucinated? His cultivation level had clearly just broken through to level 3 meteor state not long ago. In less than a day, he had actually ushered in a second breakthrough. Even though Yi Xian had the Devouring system, which was a divine cultivation tool, he still felt that this speed was too exaggerated and illusory. It was simply unreasonable. With this doubt in his mind, he immediately immersed his consciousness into his body and carefully examined it. The result was no surprise. Compared to before, his cultivation level had indeed broken through again, and his combat power had instantly increased by a large margin. In addition, during this examination, Yi Xian unexpectedly discovered a new uninvited guest in the sea of consciousness in his mind. Before this, the sky above his sea of consciousness had been occupied in 3 directions. The spiritual source core was suspended in the south, the void essence crystal was suspended in the north, and the golden bow, which had entered last, was in the west. Only the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was still empty. However, the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was also occupied. A golden dragon scale was suspended there, rotating slowly. It was shining with a golden brilliance and revealed a strong divine aura. Obviously, this golden dragon scale was an unexpected gain from successfully activating the giant dragon bloodline treasure body by tempering his body with the giant dragon bloodline's body tempering secret technique contained in the giant dragon bloodline inheritance. Although this golden dragon scale was not eye-catching, it was only the size of a fingernail, and it seemed to be incomplete. Whether it was the shape or the pattern, it showed a vague and incomplete feeling. However, what it represented was the complete bloodline of the starry sky dragons. Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline was only at the entry level, but with the birth of this golden dragon scale, as he continued to use the giant dragon bloodline to refine his body, he would be able to achieve the effect of evolving his bloodline. In the end, when this golden dragon scale was complete, Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline would enter the great perfection realm. At that time, it might not be impossible for him to transform into a starry sky dragon that looked down upon the universe with a single thought. Moreover, the starry sky dragon's bloodline body tempering secret technique could not only improve one's physical strength, but it also had a significant effect on one's cultivation base. The reason why Yi Xian suddenly and unexpectedly ushered in a breakthrough in his cultivation base and promoted from the third level of the meteor realm to the current fourth level of the meteor realm was obviously the effect of the giant dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique. It could not only strengthen one's physical strength, but also improve one's cultivation base. The starry sky dragon's bloodline inheritance was really extraordinary, which made Yi Xian sigh inexplicably again. In addition, every time the giant dragon treasure body leveled up, there seemed to be an unexpected surprise accompanying it. Yi Xian could basically confirm this point. Even the weakest entry-level treasure body had an accompanying bloodline talent, let alone the other levels of the giant dragon treasure body after the entry level. This was the bloodline talent of the starry sky dragon clan. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian very excited. With this kind of excitement, his consciousness quickly withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and immediately issued an immediate activation command to the devouring system in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the starry sky dragon bloodline ability, Giant Dragon's Roar. As the system's prompt sounded again, the golden dragon scale hanging in the eastern region of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness immediately released a large number of obscure runes. They flashed one after another above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, and then quickly dissipated. When all of the golden runes disappeared without a trace, Yi Xian's mind was already clear. In an instant, he completely comprehended all of the profundities of this enormous dragon's roar. Obviously, the so-called giant dragon's roar was most likely an attack launched by sound waves. However, since it was called a divine ability, and it was one of the bloodline talents of the supreme existence of the starry sky dragon, then, even if it was a simple roar, its power would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was itching in his heart, he didn't dare to try it easily. After hesitating for a while, he finally dispelled the idea of testing its power. Up until now, the terrifying consequences of utilizing the divine ability of the Heavens Fall Bow still caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. What if the enormous dragon's roar is like this, and it instantly absorbs all the energy in my body as soon as I utilize it? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble then? After suppressing the stupidity in his heart, Yi Xian's figure shot out and instantly flew into the air from the corpse pool. Immediately after, he activated the demon's soul eye once again and activated the power to look at the source. He lowered his head and swept his gaze across the vast corpse pool below. Soon, Yi Xian confirmed that the innate spiritual power contained in the corpse pool had been completely absorbed by him. Not a single trace was left. At this point, this vast and boundless corpse pool no longer had any value. With great interest, Yi Xian immediately rose into the air and rushed out of the huge crater of the ring-shaped mountain. In his heart, he secretly thought that since all the business had been done, it seemed that the next thing to do was to find Swiliching, and completely eliminate this future hidden danger. Although this abandoned mysterious world was vast, only 7 days had passed in the full month of this trial. After 23 days of searching, with the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, it was not a problem to cover nearly half of this world. The probability of finding Swiliching was at least 50%. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. Just as he was about to use the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world in his body, an unexpected change suddenly came at this moment. Rumble, with a huge roar that was almost like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the whole world that was still calm a moment ago had completely changed in a flash. The sky suddenly turned black, and the earth began to shake violently. There was also an invisible oppressive force that seemed to be rushing over from an endless distance in the sky. It was like the arrival of the heavens, only to destroy the world. This aura is clearly the power of the heavens. What's going on? What happened? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Crimson shock rumble. As the sky changed color, the entire forbidden area in front of Xian had completely sunk into endless darkness in an instant. The shocking change was too sudden, as if the real apocalypse had arrived. What was even stranger was that in the distant end of this dark world, there seemed to be a mysterious force that had firmly locked onto Xian's aura. Moreover, the feeling of being locked onto was still increasing rapidly, becoming clearer and more intense. It was only a small trial of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun. It was impossible for it to cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that it was because of him? Xian's mind spun rapidly as he analyzed the source of the sudden change. Only in this way would he be able to find a way to remove the lock on his own aura. Otherwise, once that terrifying will that seemed like the might of the heavens completely descended from the sky, the result would be without suspense. He would definitely die. At this moment, as the feeling of the aura being completely locked onto grew stronger and stronger, a wisp of understanding quickly surfaced in Xian's heart. His expression changed drastically once again, killing intent. At this moment, he clearly caught a trace of extremely firm and strong killing intent from the mysterious force that had locked onto his aura. It was as if the will of the heavens and earth in this world wanted to completely wipe him out. Its will was so firm that there was no room for him to turn around. This is clearly the rhythm of the heavenly punishment descending. Where did it go wrong? Could it be the corpse swamp? Frightened, Xian's entire state of mind was in a complete mess. Although he vaguely felt that he had found the source of this shocking change, he had no idea how to resolve it. Buzz. A mysterious buzzing sound of the heavens and earth sounded. Immediately after, a misty green light suddenly appeared in the incomparably deep dark horizon above his head. It was clearly an azure eye the size of a mountain. Along with the opening of this green eye, the feeling of his vital energy being firmly locked onto was completely rendered to the extreme in Xian's heart at this moment, and it caused the countless hairs on his body to stand on end while the feeling of life and death crisis that could descend upon him at any moment enveloped his heart and mind. Great Tao Heavenly Eye? As his body trembled, Xian cried out in shock. He stared blankly at the sky, his face full of disbelief. This enormous green eye was clearly a manifestation of the will of this mysterious world. The so-called will of the heavens and earth was actually a single grand Tao formed from the convergence of all the laws of a world. It was supreme, impossible to shake, and impossible to resist. The appearance of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao represented the highest will of this world, indicating that Xian's existence was no longer tolerated by this world. Even the grand Tao of this world had condensed into a clone of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao, intending to personally annihilate him. When faced with such a crisis, the only way to resolve it was to escape, completely escape from this world, otherwise, no matter how vast the world was, there would be no place for him to stay. Unfortunately, only 7 days had passed since the 1-month trial ended. There were still 23 days before Xian would be teleported away, and the heavenly eye of the grand Tao that had already appeared in the sky clearly wouldn't give him so much time to linger on while at death's door. In fact, even if the 1-month trial period had already expired, Xian would absolutely not be able to wait for the opportunity to be teleported away. The will of the heavens and earth of this world had already given birth to the intention to annihilate him, so how could it possibly take the initiative to send him away and escape danger? If he wanted to leave, Xian could only rely on himself. However, although he had successfully imprinted the coordinates of a place in the depths of the black hole that could launch a planar-level ultra-long-distance teleportation, Xian simply didn't have the ability to launch planar teleportation before. The subsidiary title of the Devouring system was upgraded again. He had the coordinates, but he didn't have the ability to teleport. At this moment, boundless despair surged in Xian's heart. In addition, there was an extremely strong sense of grievance and helplessness. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a terrifying roar of the heavens and earth came from the end of the incomparably deep dark sky above him. From the huge heavenly eye of the grand Tao, a misty green light drifted out, instantly transforming into an incomparably vast giant palm of the heavens. As its 5 fingers were tightly clenched, it brought with it a crushing force that could destroy everything as it came crashing down with a rumble. So what if it's the will of the heavens and earth? Since I already exist, what right do you have to obliterate me as you wish? I refuse to accept this. Faced with this scene, Xian was in complete despair. What fallen sky bow, what giant dragon roar, what weeping soul blood horn, all of this, in the face of this giant palm of the heavens, could only be a joke. Perhaps one day in the future, Xian would also have the opportunity to grow to this point, to the point where he could ignore the will of the heavens and earth of this world. Not only would he have the qualifications to contend against it, he would even be able to crush the heavenly Tao. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have the opportunity to grow, and was about to unexpectedly die midway. In the midst of despair, Xian's eyes almost split open as he madly roared towards the sky. A monstrous evil aura and unwillingness surged out from his body, like a mayfly shaking a tree, bringing with it a type of absolute determination and unyielding will that had already evolved to the extreme as it soared into the sky. Swish! Suddenly, from Xian's body, a weak but incomparably fast sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared without warning. At the same time, the strange tattoo on Xian's left chest, in the form of a headless corpse lamp, completely disappeared. At the most critical moment, the mysterious headless corpse unexpectedly revealed its true form. After rushing out of Xian's body, it shot straight towards the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was because it felt the boundless despair in Xian's heart, or because the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky made it completely angry as if it had been provoked. In short, this headless corpse rushed out without hesitation at Xian's most desperate moment. All of this happened too suddenly, and Xian was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized what had happened, the headless corpse had already transformed into a ferocious ancient heavenly saber. Wrapped in endless ferocity and brutality, it ruthlessly stabbed into the giant palm of the heavens that was pressing down from the sky. In an instant, it had already pierced through the palm without any suspense. Immediately afterward, before its momentum was over, this simple and ferocious blood-colored heavenly saber actually shot straight toward the great Tao heavenly eye in the sky without any delay as its speed suddenly soared. Rumble! A huge explosion quietly sounded at this moment. The giant palm of the heavens that was pierced through by the blood-colored heavenly saber instantly collapsed like the sky had collapsed. It can actually contend with the will of the heavenly Tao? Luo's encountered ding, warning, warning, the system is about to collapse forever. The host's life is about to end, entering the final countdown to collapse. 30. 29. The system would collapse forever, and the host's life would end. Could it be that all of this was really going to end like this? However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the palace. It was indeed Luo, but it was Luo who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Boom, the heavens and earth were still far away, but even those who had already died had all been resurrected. The madness in Xian's eyes completely disappeared. Ding, the host has recovered. The energy supply has stopped. The system has stopped collapsing. Ding, the system's energy is severely insufficient, forcefully extracting the host's energy to replenish it. Ding, extracting the host's energy will cause the host's life to end. Cancel the extraction, and instead extract all of the host's resources. Ding, the ability is stable. The crisis has been resolved. Xian couldn't hear the system's prompt anymore, because at this moment, there was only Luo in his eyes. Luo, it's really you. Why aren't you willing to see me? Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, no one dared to stop him. Even a God Emperor expert was shocked by Xian's footsteps. They had personally witnessed the apocalyptic scene just now. When the anger of the person in front of them subsided, they had personally witnessed everything being destroyed and restored. No one dared to be disrespectful to Xian in the slightest. In their hearts, what they wanted to know the most was who exactly was Xian. Master, you shouldn't have come to find me. Finding me will only bring you endless disaster. Master, quickly escape, they have already discovered you. Who? Who are they? After Xian heard Luo's words, he finally understood why Luo wasn't willing to see him. It turned out that a mysterious force had already monitored Luo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In the sky, a huge ray of light suddenly descended. Accompanying the light was a group of super experts that were so powerful that even a peak 9th grade divine emperor would tremble. It wasn't one person, but a team of 100 people. Moreover, they were lined up neatly like soldiers. Yi Xian picked up Luoluo and activated the teleportation without any explanation. So what if these people were strong? If they had the ability, then they would come to the mysterious place that only the God Emperor could enter to find him and Luoluo. Yi Xian disappeared, bringing Luoluo along with him. Only now did that group of experts dare to come over. However, they were a step too slow. Most importantly, they couldn't even lock onto Yi Xian and Luoluo's positions. This was a situation they had never encountered before. Suddenly, these people turned into rays of light and disappeared. Just like how they appeared, their disappearance was also incomparably mysterious. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo had already arrived at the trial grounds. This place was incomparably mysterious. One had to know that if one wanted to start the trial, one had to be at least at the God Emperor realm. Even though Yi Xian didn't know where this place was, there was one thing he was sure of. With the strength to control Luoluo, it was impossible for her to come here. Only when they were temporarily safe did Yi Xian and Luoluo talk properly. The two of them snuggled up to each other and told each other about their encounters. Yi Xian's experience was full of ups and downs, and he was fascinated by it. However, Luoluo's experience was very simple, and it was also very difficult to accept. It turned out that after Luoluo came to the God realm, she was immediately targeted by a mysterious force. This was because Luoluo's nine-tailed heaven-loathing fox bloodline was of great use to them. Even now, Luoluo didn't know what use it had. Luoluo was arranged by those people to constantly cultivate. Moreover, there were also rules about what kind of divine ability she cultivated. Luoluo's talent was extraordinary, and it could be said that her strength increased very quickly. Now, she had already reached the cultivation of a middle-level Supreme Divine Lord, that was an existence that surpassed the God Emperor. In other words, it was an existence that surpassed the God Master level of the God realm. Luoluo was constantly arranged to cultivate and provided with unlimited cultivation resources. However, as this power rapidly increased, Luoluo lost all freedom. Even his identity was arranged by someone else. At the beginning, Luoluo was a member of a small demon clan. When he cultivated to a certain realm, that clan was directly exterminated. Then, Luoluo was sent to the demon god realm and became a saint. As his strength increased, Luoluo's status in the demon god realm became higher and higher. When he reached the hierarch realm, he was taken away again. Similarly, none of the people who had served him before were killed. The third time, Luoluo became the princess of a certain god realm. Moreover, she was also a future god master. However, this identity was not too much. When he was a peak grade 9 god emperor, those people came and took Luoluo away. At the same time, they annihilated the royal family of the god realm. The fourth time, Luoluo became the only highness of a defeated fox clan. This fox clan only had a few 100,000 people left. Luoluo was their highness and also their king. At the same time, Luoluo was also arranged to go to Mo's cave. It was also the place where Yi Xian saw him. It could be said that Luoluo's departure this time was outside of those people's arrangements. How could Luoluo not be willing to meet Yi Xian? In fact, Luoluo already knew when Yi Xian was brought into the palace by the Fox clan. Unfortunately, he didn't dare because those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that Luoluo didn't dare to imagine them. Luoluo knew that once she acknowledged Yi Xian, the final result would be that Yi Xian would be killed by those people. Those people called themselves the Keepers of Order, the existences that protected all order in the God realm. At the same time, Luoluo also told Yi Xian that the God realm was actually just a place for these Keepers of Order to train new people. Of course, other than the Keepers of Order, there were also the Alliance, the Destroyers, the Guardians, and other powerful forces. In the eyes of these powers, the God Realm continent was a place to train new people. They would only choose some people with good aptitude to join them. They, on the other hand, lived in an independent mystic realm. These secret realms were places that the God Realm would never be able to discover, and there were places that were impossible to know about. Even Luoluo only knew some information because she was brought along by them. However, Yi Xian had some insights. In reality, Yi Xian had encountered many similar situations. It could be said that Yi Xian had been to such a secret realm before, but he didn't have such powerful strength. At this moment, Yi Xian also suspected that this trial ground probably belonged to a certain power. The only fortunate thing was that this wasn't the territory of the Keepers of Order. The sky collapsed. Wang! Screech, the moment the golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bowing Yi Xian's hand whistled out, it had already traversed a long distance in the void. Without any suspense, it appeared in front of the giant green eye in the sky, carrying an endless killing intent as it fiercely pierced into the giant eye. At this moment, an extremely shrill howl came from the sky. Although it was incomparably angry, it did not carry the slightest aura of life. It was the heavenly howl of the eye of the heavenly Tao that had been severely injured. In addition, there was also a faint but obviously excited and cheerful buzzing sound. It was the sound of the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a fierce blade. Rumble. Boom! Immediately after, there was a huge explosion of heaven and earth without warning, and the entire world shook slightly. This scene was very similar to the situation before the appearance of the giant eye of the heavenly Tao. It was as if doomsday was about to descend, the earth was shaking, and the sky was collapsing, with Yi Xian's cultivation strength. Even if this golden energy arrow had absorbed almost all the power in his body, including the power of cultivation, spiritual power, and the mysterious and profound aura of the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness, even a part of the power of the golden dragon scale that Yi Xian had just condensed with the bloodline of the starry sky dragon clan was helplessly sucked away. It could be said that other than Yi Xian's life force and the flesh and blood of his main body being protected by the devouring system, all of the power and energy within his body that could be used had been completely consumed by the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow, when this arrow was shot out, condensing into this terrifying energy arrow with a terrifying aura. But even so, it was obvious that this was still not enough to shake the heavenly eye of the great path high in the sky. Although this giant green eye was only the great path avatar of the will of the world in this mysterious forbidden area, it was still in existence at the level of the heavenly Tao after all. A single avatar was definitely not something that any powerful creature could hurt with all its strength. At this moment, the reason why this giant green heavenly eye let out an angry roar without any aura of life was simply because it felt humiliated. Being attacked by a weak creature that was like an ant was a great humiliation that it could not bear. Accompanied by the furious howl of the heavenly Tao, a series of enormous rumbles resounded out after a brief pause. It was precisely because this enormous eye of the heavenly Tao that represented the will of the world and the great Tao avatar of a world was unable to escape the misfortune of being injured by the blood-colored ferocious weapon formed by the headless infant corpse. It was already heavily injured. None of this should have happened. With the strength of the giant heavenly eye, no matter how sharp the blood-red heavenly saber formed by the headless infant corpse was, it could only temporarily force it to retreat. Even though the blood-red heavenly saber approached at extreme speed, the giant heavenly eye actually represented the will of the world and was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. If it wanted to retreat or avoid, it could do so with a single thought. There was no suspense. Unfortunately, although the arrow that Yi Xian shot out did not have the true might of the heavenly Tao, the rebellious act of an ant challenging the great path of the heavenly Tao had a very moving effect on the giant heavenly eye. The moment the violent roar sounded, the giant heavenly eye seemed to be distracted, and its attention, which was originally focused on the blood-red heavenly saber, was diverted to Yi Xian, who had shot the arrow. At this moment, the blood-red heavenly saber whistled through the air and slashed down with a loud bang. In the end, it unexpectedly cut down the distracted giant heavenly eye. Ruthless. Rumble. The huge rumbling continued without end, and the huge green eye of the heavenly Tao in the sky was split into two without any suspense under a sudden and fleeting blood-red fierce light. It was dispersing at a speed visible to the naked eye with a boom. At this moment, the mystery and power of the headless infant corpse were completely exaggerated to the extreme. With just one slash, it could instantly cut the great path avatar condensed from the will of the world into two. It was so sharp and fierce. What was its origin? This question was the last thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind. In the next moment, as endless darkness attacked, his vision turned black. His consciousness, which had been completely overdrawn due to exhaustion, finally collapsed completely. His body went limp and he fell to the ground. Yi Xian had already expected this result. When he shot the arrow earlier, he was almost ready to die. It was also because of this that when the arrow whistled through the air, Yi Xian's entire body and mind were exhausted. It was even more than when he used the heavenly bow for the first time not long ago to kill the Four Seasons heavenly tiger with one arrow. Although it was far from life-threatening, this time, with such a degree of exhaustion, if he could fight and not die, it would not be as easy for him to completely recover as last time. Regarding this point, when Yi Xian suddenly pulled open the bow in his hand and felt that the life force and the flesh and blood in his body were actually quite exhausted, he was already well aware of it. But even so, this huge exhaustion, which was far more than the previous arrow, still made him feel quite relieved. Even though his consciousness had completely collapsed due to the terrifying exhaustion of his body and mind in the next moment and he fainted, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth clearly outlined a gratified smile. His eyes were tightly closed, and there was a strong sense of relief on his face, as if it was about to spread, although this arrow did not really destroy the heavens, and even the giant eye of the Heavenly Way avatar that was cut into two and collapsed with a bang was not directly caused by the power of this arrow. Yi Xian had participated in this battle after all. He had just started to enter the starry sky world, and his weak cultivation realm was only at the 4th stage of the meteor realm. To be able to face the giant eye of the Heavenly Way, which was the embodiment of the will of the world, and brazenly launch an attack without fear. Even if he died in this battle, he could die without regrets. All of the relief was because of this. Yi Xian, who had already fainted and fallen to the ground, probably did not realize the change in his state of mind before and after the arrow was shot. Not long after, when he woke up again from his coma, what kind of huge surprise would it bring? Bang! Bang! Rumble, the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out, but Yi Xian no longer felt the feeling of his body collapsing. Almost at the same time, ever since the giant eye of the Heavenly Way was cut into two by the blood-colored heavenly saber, it had been rumbling endlessly in the sky. At this moment, an even more intense and shocking sound suddenly exploded in the sky. At this moment, the giant eye of the Heavenly Way finally disappeared without a trace. This also meant that the will of the world in this forbidden area had completely declined. Although this weakness might only be temporary, and the will of the Heavenly Way, which was heavily injured by the slashing of the Heavenly Eye avatar, would soon recover to its original state. However, at this moment, its control of this forbidden area had clearly weakened to the lowest point in history. Thus, troublemaker, if it was the God-slaughtering sword fighting outside, even the God-slaughtering sword would have been devoured. At that time, the system no longer had any energy. Other than devouring, the system had no other choice. Moreover, even now, the system was unable to provide any help. Due to the lack of energy, the system had entered a dormant period. It could be said that other than retaining the most basic function of swallowing and upgrading, all other functions had been completely suspended. If Yi Xian wanted to restore the system's energy, then he could only share his experience with the system. Was it all worth it? Countless resources, and even the system was almost destroyed, just to exchange for Luoluo, regardless of what choice others would make, regardless of whether Yi Xian's actions were worth it in the eyes of others, Yi Xian himself felt that it was extremely worth it. As long as he could find Luoluo, Yi Xian wouldn't care about these losses. After all, Yi Xian would be able to recover what he'd lost sooner or later. At this moment, Yi Xian was taking care of the divine medicine he'd planted. These divine medicines might take a long time to grow, but Yi Xian had always felt that he had plenty of time. After finding Luoluo, Yi Xian wasn't that anxious anymore. Yi Xian remembered the 10,000-year agreement, but waiting for the system to recover would only take 1,000 years. In fact, Yi Xian was already prepared to live here quietly with Luoluo for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them to cause trouble for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's palace was built in a valley, and at the exit of the valley, Yi Xian had set up an extremely simple formation. Because he didn't have any resources, Yi Xian couldn't set up an overly powerful formation. Thus, Yi Xian had only combined his spiritual will to set up an early warning formation here. The effect of this formation was very simple. When someone was alive and something else entered the mountain, Yi Xian would be able to receive the news. I didn't expect that we would have guests here. Luoluo, let's go out and take a look. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Luoluo. Luoluo naturally wouldn't refuse Yi Xian's request. The two of them quickly walked out. At this moment, the 6 members of the Four Directions gang were also quickly heading inside. Among the hundreds of gangs outside the city, the Four Directions gang was only a low-ranking gang. In the Origin realm, there were no hands. There were only Origin beasts and Origin beasts. These two existences were similar to hands. However, whether it was the Origin beasts or the Origin beasts, they were both incomparably powerful. However, what people wanted the most was undoubtedly the Origin beasts. This was because the Origin beasts could drop something called the Origin crystal. This Origin crystal could be said to be a hard currency in the Origin realm. This was because this Origin crystal could be used to refine Origin energy. As for Origin energy, it was indispensable for breaking through the God Emperor realm and becoming a supreme divine lord. This was also the reason why the divine masters of the divine realm were generally at the God Emperor realm. This was because it was extremely difficult to find Origin energy in the divine realm. However, in the Origin secret realm, one could obtain Origin energy by killing source beasts or through other means. Xianxia and Luo hadn't even arrived at the entrance of the valley when they encountered the 6 people from the Four Harmonies gang. Master, stay back. The strength of these people has already reached the Celestial Emperor realm. You are no match for them. Luo said to Xianxia. Xianxia felt rather upset in his heart. Even though he knew that his strength was nothing in this place from the moment he entered the Origin realm. However, the strength of these people that randomly jumped out was higher than Xianxia's. This was something that Xianxia found hard to accept. Within the Origin realm, there were actually God Emperors everywhere. If it was in the God Realm continent, how spectacular would this scene be? Halt, who are you people? Why did you trespass into our valley? Unexpectedly, it was the people from the Four Harmonies gang who spoke first. Xianxia was slightly taken aback, but he laughed. Your valley? What right do you have to say that this is your valley? Do you have your names here, or are you saying that he has to agree to your request? So what if he was a God Emperor? Even if Xianxia was only at the Divine Sovereign realm, it didn't mean that he would be afraid of them. Little fellow, are you looking for trouble? This valley has always been the place where my Four Harmonies gang hunted for Origin beasts. What, do you think that just because you built a broken house here, you can treat this place as your territory? In my opinion, you are courting death. As that person finished speaking, his tone had already become extremely cold, as if he was about to make a move at the slightest disagreement. In their hearts, there were 6 of them, and 3 of them were at the high-level God Emperor stage. As for Xianxia's side, although the girl seemed to be rather powerful. However, since he had built a palace outside the city, how strong could he be? Therefore, they were very confident that they could defeat Xianxia and Luo. Luo naturally wouldn't interrupt when Xianxia spoke. Thus, at this moment, she only quietly stood beside Xianxia. Why are you wasting time with them? They actually dared to steal our Four Harmonies gang's territory. Just kill them and let them know that our Four Harmonies gang is not to be trifled with. Go, kill them. Another person spoke up. At the same time, he actually attacked without any explanation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A fist shadow appeared in an instant. That fist shadow contained an extremely powerful force, because this person had already fused a trace of Origin energy into it. Xianxia was shocked in his heart because the fist shadow was attacking him. Fortunately, Luo had already made her move. With a casual wave of her hand, a screen of light appeared in front of Xianxia. A loud sound rang out. However, Xianxia wasn't affected in the slightest. Not good, this is the Origin barrier. This girl is an expert of the Sovereign Divine Lord realm. Quickly retreat. When the person who attacked saw Luo's actions, he immediately shouted. Moreover, when these people retreated, they did not hesitate at all. It was as if they did not feel ashamed to run away. Unfortunately, you want to leave now, it was already too late. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, one would be a Sovereign Divine Lord. However, even if it was a peak 9th grade God Emperor, it could be said that they could not even break the defense of a 1st grade Supreme God Emperor. This was because this was a battle on 2 different levels. At this moment, it could be said that the people of the Four Directions gang had made the most correct choice. When they saw the Origin barrier that Luo had released, they already understood that Luo was a super existence that had broken through the Origin divine tribulation. She was not an existence that they could provoke. Unfortunately, with a casual wave of Luo's hand, she could see rays of light directly pulling those people. That feeling was as if they were trapped with a rope. However, this rope was the power of the origin. The demon emperor was shocked. It could be said that in that unexpected event tens of thousands of years ago, although this desolate ancient ruins had always been in a sealed state, after an ant-like devil cultivator accidentally entered, he actually escaped safely. Moreover, in the process, he successfully abducted more than half of the remnant soul of a weeping soul blood ape with a high degree of atavism bloodline. However, since then, the countless ferocious beasts that were lurking in the void of this forbidden area did not underestimate the will of the heavenly Tao in this world. Instead, they became even more fearful and fearful of it. Because since then, everything that the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world had done became more and more strange. It was simply taboo, and when one thought about it carefully, they immediately felt a bone-piercing chill. The enormous body of the weeping soul blood ape, which had turned into a statue that was stuck between this forbidden world and an unknown world, had been transformed by the will of the heavens of the forbidden world into a stable spatial passageway that could be used to enter and exit this forbidden world at any time after a series of actions. A few hundred years later, on the other side of the spatial passageway, some devil cultivator ants began to enter this forbidden world one after another. Then, after a few months, they were silently blasted away by the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world. This repeated endlessly. Unknowingly, tens of thousands of years had passed quietly. No one knew why the will of the heavenly Tao in the forbidden world did this, but it was also because of this that the countless ferocious beasts that were hibernating in this forbidden world became even more fearful of the will of the heavenly Tao in this world. Even those devil cultivator ants that entered the forbidden world time and time again did not dare to rashly come into contact with them, afraid that they would fall into the trap of the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in these tens of thousands of years, although there were many devil cultivator ants that entered the forbidden world of the void, except for a few who courted death and took the initiative to provoke some ferocious beasts, the rest were all safely returned after staying here for more than a month. Among them, there were even some devil cultivator ants that had come more than 10 times, but all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden world had always endured because of the fear in their hearts, and had never taken the initiative to come into contact with them. But now, as the will of the heavenly Tao weakened due to the slashing of the heavenly eye clone, the entire forbidden world fell into a temporary state of collapse, and the countless ferocious beasts that were originally hibernating here did not even have a place to stay. Although all of this was only temporary, the will of the heavenly Tao that was heavily injured due to the slashing of the heavenly eye clone would be able to recover very quickly. But who knew if it would carry out a complete and bloody purge of the heavenly Tao in a moment of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao? It was rare to encounter such a rare opportunity, and the will of the heaven Tao had fallen into a short period of weakness. If he didn't seize this opportunity to flee, then it was simply intolerable. Roar. Chi. Along with the sound of screams, countless ferocious beasts in the vast and boundless forbidden world moved one after another. They unfolded their bodies and rushed towards the location where the weeping soul blood ape's body was imprisoned and turned into a statue by the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world tens of thousands of years ago. This was clearly the rhythm of all the imprisoned creatures in the forbidden cages wanting to collectively break out of the prison. At the same time, with an incomparably sharp momentum, the blood-red heavenly blade that slashed down on the giant eye clone of the will of the heavenly Tao also circled in the sky, bringing with it a monstrous blood aura, and suddenly rushed towards the ground. Halfway through, the state of the blood blade murderous weapon quietly changed, turning into a thick blood-red waterfall. After arriving at the ground in an instant, it did not hesitate to wrap up Yixian's body that had fallen to the ground after fainting, and directly rushed in the same direction. Very quickly, some of the nearby ferocious beasts that were enshrouded by the blood-red waterfall that wrapped around Yixian's body, without exception, were all shocked when they sensed the aura of the blood-red waterfall rumbling towards them. They quickly retreated, as if they were afraid of ghosts and gods, not daring to approach at all. Previously, the scene of Yixian and the blood-red waterfall that had transformed into a supreme heavenly blade and brazenly slashed down the giant eye clone of the will of the heavenly Tao was witnessed by countless ferocious beasts in the entire forbidden world with their own eyes. Even though Yixian did not seem to be strong, just that golden arrow with a stunning aura was enough to make all the ferocious beasts look at him in a new light. That attack far exceeded the power that Yixian should have on the surface of the meteor realm. Moreover, although Yi Xian had fainted, the blood-red waterfall that was wrapping around him was a terrifying existence that had personally cut down the giant eye of the heavenly Tao and cut it into two without any suspense. With its outstanding ferocious might, even the most powerful ferocious beasts in this forbidden world did not dare to offend or provoke it in the slightest. Fortunately, this blood-colored waterfall that was ferocious by nature probably knew that the will of the Heaven Tao would recover soon, so it rumbled all along the way. Even though it encountered many ferocious beasts in the starry sky all along the way and hastily retreated in shock, it paid no attention to them in the slightest. It wholeheartedly desired to escape from this place, so it wrapped around the unconscious body and continued to flee at extreme speed without stopping in the slightest. Under such circumstances, all the ferocious beasts that were scattered far and near finally relaxed. After a slight hesitation, they quickly spread out their bodies again and followed the blood-red waterfall that took the lead from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to the front of the blood-red waterfall. It was like an army of ferocious beasts that swept over from all directions, rumbling and quickly surging towards the spatial passage formed by the weeping soul blood ape's body that had transformed into a statue. Among them, there were clearly a few figures of demon cultivators. They were the other 9 trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun. Other than Yi Xian, there were originally 9 other trial takers. However, at this moment, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow from different directions. They hid themselves like ghosts, but there were clearly only 6 devil cultivator figures that were firmly flying in the same direction from beginning to end. The other 3 people had obviously died unexpectedly in this sudden calamity of heaven and earth that had suddenly descended. Just as all the creatures in this forbidden world, no matter whether they were the ferocious beasts of the starry sky or the trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun, without exception, were all rapidly rushing towards the only way out of this place. At the same time, the demon imperial planet, at the other end of the spatial passage, suddenly let out a shocking roar that was filled with fury. Roar! Damn it, the demon imperial forbidden land is in chaos. What exactly happened? The demon imperial city could not help but tremble slightly when the demon emperor was angry. Even the entire demon imperial planet was completely alarmed. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the secret of the holy demon rumble, boom. As the mysterious forbidden area in the void, which was like a primordial cage, suddenly broke out, the forbidden valley in the depths of the inner city of the demon emperor started to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Loud rumbling noises that made one's scalp numb were heard. What was even stranger was that only the forbidden valley was affected. Even the outer area of the valley, which was more than 10 miles away, was not affected at all. Obviously, all of this was caused by the unforeseen event that happened in the forbidden space. After all, the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era was originally connected to this place by a spatial crack. Although this spatial crack was tightly sealed by a ferocious and enormous statue of the weeping soul blood ape, from a certain point of view, this statue of the weeping soul blood ape was actually a medium that connected the 2 worlds. Through this medium, the earth-shattering changes that happened in the void of the forbidden area could naturally be transmitted here. However, the extent of the impact was obviously not very serious. At the very least, the Forbidden Valley had been shaking for a full minute, but there had not been any unforeseen events such as landslides. However, even though the Forbidden Valley would not be affected too much, the entire Devil Cultivator royal family was still completely alarmed. The entire clan fell into a state of great fear and unease. This Forbidden Valley was extremely important to the demon royal family. Even the first demon emperor had obtained some kind of fortune in the valley, which was why he had founded the entire demon royal dynasty. Putting aside these symbolic meanings, just in terms of practical benefits, the demon royal family definitely had a great harvest every year from the Saint Devil Forbidden area that was connected to the end of the Forbidden Valley. Although the laws of heaven in that mysterious world were a little strange, and if any demon royal family entered once, they would have to wait 100 years before they could enter again. However, the total number of descendants of the demon royal family was close to 10,000. In other words, there were close to 100 descendants of the demon royal family who could enter every year. Even if each of them only brought out 1 multi-pupil thought crystal each time, together, it was a huge harvest of 100 crystals per year. Moreover, in addition to the multi-pupil thought crystal, which was infinitely beneficial to the cultivation of the demon royal family's mental power, there were all kinds of other fortunes in the Saint Devil Forbidden area. Any of them could not be obtained from anywhere else. In short, the Saint Devil Forbidden area was the foundation of the demon royal family, and it could not be lost. All of this was known to the entire demon race. However, there were more important reasons that were not known to outsiders. Even in the entire demon race, only the previous demon emperors and the 2 guardian elders of the demon race who were chosen to assist the demon emperor were aware of this matter. There were only 3 people who knew about this matter. Before the first demon emperor passed away, he left behind a handwritten letter, which recorded some of the important secrets about the Holy Devil Forbidden area that he knew. According to this book, which had been privately used by generations of demon emperors as a symbol of imperial authority, the first demon emperor had accidentally entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land and happened to encounter a weeping-souled blood ape that was undergoing its heavenly tribulation. However, although the ape's cultivation was strong, the might of its heavenly tribulation was also terrifying. It was simply unheard of, so it obviously couldn't withstand it. Originally, the weeping-souled blood ape was doomed to die. However, the weeping-souled blood ape accidentally discovered the existence of the first demon emperor and realized that he had mistakenly entered this place. This meant that he must know the location of the exit. Therefore, it lowered its status and took the initiative to ask. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first demon emperor forced the other party to swear a Tao oath that they would never harm the first demon emperor or his descendants. At the same time, once they recovered their cultivation in the future, they would help the first demon emperor achieve great things. Although the weeping soul blood ape was powerful, it couldn't do anything as it was being crushed by the heavenly tribulation. In the end, it had no choice but to do as the first demon emperor said. Then, the first demon emperor revealed the location of the spatial crack that he had mistakenly entered. He was wrapped up by the other party and quickly escaped. Unfortunately, although the first demon emperor escaped unscathed, the weeping soul blood ape was imprisoned by the power of the heavenly tribulation at the last moment. Its body was petrified, and it was stuck in the space crack. However, more than half of its soul escaped. After its cultivation was greatly damaged, the remnant soul of the weeping soul blood ape gathered its remnant soul into a bloody horn using some kind of divine ability in its bloodline. It said that the huge bloody horn, which was nearly 10 meters long, was the source of its return to the peak of atavism. It asked the first demon emperor to find an absolutely safe place and set up a restriction formation to place the bloody horn there. As for how to restore it, the blood horn formed from the remnant soul had its own plans. Although the weeping soul blood ape's consciousness and memories had completely disappeared after the remnant soul had turned into a horn, the weeping soul blood ape's bloodline had been preserved within the blood horn. Furthermore, after a period of time, it would be able to nurture a brand new consciousness. This consciousness would become an equally powerful weeping soul blood ape in the future. Furthermore, the vow he had made to the first devilish sovereign had also been engraved into the bloodline of the Crimson Horn as part of the soul seal that he had made to the first devilish sovereign. Therefore, in the future, when this bloody horn grew into a brand new complete blood ape, it would definitely come to find the descendants of the demon emperor and fulfill its promise. In addition, the first demon emperor also knew a little about the forbidden land of Saint Devil from the remnant soul of the blood ape. It was said that the forbidden land of Saint Devil was related to an accident in the Antiquity Age. The creatures that died in the forbidden land of Saint Devil were all supreme experts in the Antiquity Age. They were originally holy spirits. However, later on, some of the holy spirits in the Antiquity Age turned into demons. Therefore, when the war broke out between the holy spirits and the demons, it was the primordial demonic spirits who were defeated in the end. Almost all of them were killed. Even their corpse marrow was thrown into the forbidden land of Saint Devil. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that according to the remnant soul of the weeping soul blood ape, after its bloodline reached a high degree of atavism, part of its memory was unlocked. From this, it vaguely knew that the holy spirits of the primordial era who had killed all the primordial demonic spirits gathered the corpses of all the primordial demonic spirits together and used some terrifying divine ability to pull out a piece of the primordial void and turn it into a cage. Then, they banished this terrifyingly vast void cage into the turbulence of time and space. The real reason was that although all the holy spirits of the primordial era were killed, the thing that caused them to turn from holy spirits to demonic spirits was never found. A gathering of the royal family. It was to prevent the source of the world, that the Saint Devil Forbidden Land had been banished into the boundless chaotic streams of space. However, the so-called ominous thing was only a claim made by the desolate sacred spirits who called themselves desolate sacred spirits. However, in the bloodline memories that the Weeping Soul Beast had obtained after reaching a high degree of atavism, it clearly indicated that the so-called source of the calamity was not an ominous object that would bury the world. Countless holy spirits of the desolate era had selflessly contributed their inherited essence blood, extracted the natural laws that they were born with, and gathered them together to create a great creation that had never been seen before and could never be seen again. Even the primordial chaos saint spirits were afraid of the primordial chaos saint spirits. Even the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits was terrified of the primordial chaos saint spirits. That was why the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits were called to attack the primordial chaos saint spirits. Unfortunately, once that great creation grew up, even the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe could be trampled by it. However, because it had just been born and was only an infant with a hazy consciousness, that great creation had taken action in that great battle. In the end, it had severely injured the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe and nearly destroyed half of the primordial universe before it died. After being heavily injured by the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe, it had been beheaded. In the end, it fell into the primordial battlefield that would later become the demonic sage cage, never to be seen again. In other words, the decapitated corpse was still in the Devil Sage Forbidden Land. That was a supreme existence that could even heavily injure the primordial universe's will of the heaven Tao. Even if it was beheaded, how could it possibly be obliterated just like that? If they were able to find his corpse, then even if they were unable to revive him, they would only be able to obtain a tiny bit of benefit from his corpse. At that time, it would be sufficient for them to sweep through this universe that was simply weak like a joke in the eyes of the weeping soul blood ape when compared to the primordial chaos, at the very least, helping the demonkin race break free from the enslavement of the Heaven's Legacy race would be no problem at all. Therefore, the Devil Sage Forbidden Land was more important to the Devil tribe because of the mysterious infant corpse. Before they found this item, the demon royal family would never give up. This matter was too important. Therefore, in each generation, only 3 people were qualified to know about it. Moreover, once these 3 people were informed of this matter, they would never be allowed to leave the demon royal planet. Even if the Heavenly Fate clan summoned them, they would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, once they left the demon royal planet, they would fall into the hands of some experts who would search their memories and learn about this shocking secret. In that case, the demon royal branch would definitely perish. In the current demon emperor's bloodline, the only ones who knew of this secret were the current demon emperor and his 2 clan uncles, who were the guardians of the Forbidden Valley. One of them was Mo Qigong, and the other, Yi Xian, still didn't know his name. In fact, almost every generation of rulers of the Devil Cultivator royal family were like this. Among the 3 core members of the royal family who knew this secret, the Demon King led the entire demon royal family, while the 2 uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land, guarding the Forbidden Land all year round. Among the 3 core members of the royal family of each generation, 2 of them were responsible for guarding the Forbidden Land. From this, one could see how much the demon royal family cared about the Devil Sage Forbidden Land, because the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil was so important. The current demon emperor, who rarely made any noise, was so shocked when he sensed that something had happened in the valley of the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil. Even the entire demon emperor star was startled by his roar. Very soon, the countless demon experts in the demon imperial city were trembling in fear. Countless imperial family descendants in the demon imperial city hurried to the inner city at the first possible moment. Even the demon royal family descendants who were sent to Demon Guard 1 and Demon Guard 2 came back as soon as possible. This was the rule of the demon royal bloodline. Once the demon royal family knew that something had happened in the Devil Sage Forbidden Land, any demon royal family descendant, even if someone in their family was going to die, had to turn around and go to the Forbidden Land as soon as possible. As the demon royal family descendant, this was the only and biggest responsibility they had. The entire demon royal family had more than 10,000 people. Except for the old, the weak, the women and the children, as well as some who were not in the demon royal star area, in a short time, more than 6,000 demon royal family descendants had gathered in the Forbidden Land. It could be said that almost all the forces of the demon royal family had come. At this moment, most of the demon royal family descendants and powerful demon royal powerhouses had stayed outside the Forbidden Land. However, there were many people in the Forbidden Land as well. Apart from the Demon King, Mo Qigong and the other two demon royal uncles, some of the mainstays of the demon royal family were there as well. At the same time, many foreign powerhouses who were not part of the demon royal family but held high positions in the imperial city had also gathered. For example, High Priest Wen Xing, who was favored by the current Demon King, the Demon Royal Guard commander of the Demon Royal City, who also had a level 6 source core, and the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm Chanas. At this moment, the Demon King Mo Wendian, who had the highest cultivation in the entire Demon Royal family and was suspected to have reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Realm and had a unique level 7 source core, was standing in the deepest part of the valley. He was only 100 meters away from the huge statue of the Weeping Soul Beast. Mo Qigong and the other two Demon Royal uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land and were also the core 3 Demon Royal uncles of this generation. They stood on either side of the Demon King. As for the other one of the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm uncles of the current Demon King, he had been taken as a hostage in the Tianji race's base camp and had been sent away from the Demon Royal planet for many years. This was also the greatest pain and humiliation of the Demon Royal family. Every new Demon Royal family had to hand over one of the Demon Royal uncles who had the best relationship with the new Demon Royal uncles as a hostage to be sent to the Tianji race for life. Now, of the Demon Royal uncles who had been sent to the Tianji race, only 2 were still alive. They had been sent out by the current Demon Emperor and the previous Demon Emperor. Behind the 3 of them were more than 1,000 high-ranking members of the Demon Royal family, as well as some important ministers of the imperial court. They were all standing in silence according to their different positions. As far as the eye could see, the entire valley was filled with people. Even if they closed their eyes, a random throw of a brick could hit at least 3 important members of the Demon Royal family. The scene could not be said to be not grand, and the momentum could not be said to be not grand. Mo Wendian grabs able-bodied men. In the 10 minutes since the arrival of the Demon King Mo Wendian, the rumbling and shaking of the forbidden ground had not stopped for a single moment. This also meant that the unknown and shocking changes that were happening in the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground were still ongoing. Right now, the consequences were truly unpredictable. The 100-year time limit is up. Or maybe you haven't entered the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground yet. In short, everyone who can enter now, come out and stand in front of me. Hearing the rumbling and feeling the shaking under his feet, the Demon King's eyelids twitched slightly. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly shouted. Inside and outside the extremely quiet valley, the descendants of the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who didn't even dare to breathe loudly were all scared out of their wits. Then, after being stunned for a moment, the faces of some people turned pale in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of grabbing able-bodied men. Given the importance of the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground to the royal family of the demon people, the Demon King definitely couldn't sit idly by and watch the changes in the Forbidden Ground happen. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would definitely not give up. Therefore, he suddenly summoned the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who were currently qualified to enter at this time. His purpose and meaning were immediately obvious. However, although the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground was a good place, if it weren't for the rules of heaven and earth that restricted every demon people to enter again after 100 years, almost everyone present couldn't wait to run inside every day. However, that was only in the past. Today was different from the past. For tens of thousands of years, the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground had never experienced such an unforeseen event like today. This meant that the situation inside was definitely not optimistic. Perhaps if one entered, they wouldn't be able to come out again. Therefore, the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground that everyone was extremely envious of instantly turned into a man-eating evil beast, and no one wanted to enter it. Right now, after hearing the words of the Demon King Mo Wendian, after realizing the intention of grabbing able-bodied men to try to salvage the situation, the people who were present just so happened to have the qualifications to enter at any time now. Among them, there wasn't a single important official in the imperial court. They were all descendants of the royal family of the demon people. After all, to the royal family of the demon people, the Devil's Sage Forbidden Ground was equivalent to something that belonged to them, so they weren't in a hurry. If they went once, they would have to wait another 100 years before they could enter again. Therefore, even if they had the qualifications to enter, the Demon King Mo Wen Tian's clansmen would make thorough preparations before entering. However, it was different for the high-ranking officials in the imperial court. For them, this was an important place for the Demon Emperor. Since they were still high-ranking officials of the demon race, they would take advantage of this opportunity to enter as soon as possible, instead of waiting for the next day. Therefore, those who could enter at this moment were all descendants of the demon kings. Furthermore, among these fellows, the royal family members of the demon people who had the forbidden ground Tian. They also wanted to be fully prepared before entering. That way, they could ensure that they could reap the most benefits from this once-in-a-century opportunity. This group of people was also the most tragic. They had been restraining themselves from making a move until now. But, this was the first time they had entered the Holy Land of the Demon Emperor. But, it was obvious that they were going to court death. If they thought about it carefully, they would be so sullen that they wished they could kill themselves on the spot with a piece of tofu. What kind of sin was this? Among the thousands of people in the valley, over 100 of them had paled significantly, and all of them were juniors of the elder devil sovereign. Among them was the grandson of the demon emperor, the only son of the third prince Mo Qixing, Mo Zhuangli. Mo Zhuangli's cultivation base was at the star grade level 4 and he was considered the most talented person among the demon emperor's descendants. He had already possessed a grade 4 source core at such a young age. At the same time, he was also the most highly regarded existence of the demon king. There were even rumors in the outside world that in 1,000 years, when Mo Zhuangli fully matured and the current demon emperor was tired and decided to retire, the next demon emperor might not be chosen from among the princes. Instead, it was very likely that Mo Zhuangli, the third grandson of the demon emperor, would inherit the throne. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In fact, there were even immortal dynasties of the human race from time to time. After all, regardless of whether it was the demons or the humans, in this prosperous era of technology and cultivation civilization, as long as one's cultivation base was slightly higher, anyone could live for more than 1,000 years. After such a long period of time, not to mention the grandchildren, even the great-grandchildren would have matured long ago. The successor might not necessarily be chosen from the first generation of descendants. At this moment, when the demon emperor Mo Wentian's words spread, the more than 100 young descendants of the demon emperor, who realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, turned pale instantly. However, none of them moved a single step. Instead, they all cast pleading gazes towards their elders. They had no choice but to plead. This was related to their lives. Unfortunately, this was related to the sacred land of the demons. Even their elders did not dare to plead for mercy at this time. If the demon emperor was enraged, he might even kill one or two of his own descendants to show respect. Therefore, no matter how much the elders felt in their hearts, they couldn't bear it and could only bear with it. Some of them even closed their eyes in pain or turned their heads away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Anyway, the ending was destined to be unchangeable. 30 seconds passed very quickly. The demon emperor's cold snort was heard again. Although it was just a cold snort, the warning in it was very obvious. When the cold snort was heard, the demon emperor subconsciously looked towards the third grandson of the demon emperor, Mo Zhuangli. Although this was his favorite grandson, this was a matter of life and death for the royal family. As the most valued member of the demon emperor's generation, he had a heavier responsibility and should stand up at this time to set an example. In fact, the demon emperor was very much looking forward to this. In fact, he had waited for 30 seconds, but this third grandson of the demon emperor did not take the initiative to stand up. Just this alone made him very disappointed. Fortunately, when he felt the demon emperor's gaze, Mo Zhuangli's face turned pale again. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He walked directly to the statue in the deepest part of the valley. Even though he had only stepped forward after the demon emperor had issued a cold warning, he was still the first one to step forward. Thus, even though the demon emperor was a little disappointed, his expression eased slightly at the sight of him stepping forward first. At least this matter was over. There was no suspense about what would happen next. Even the third grandson of the demon emperor, who was rumored to be the next demon emperor, stood up. Who else would dare to stand still? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Someone is coming, soon, under the joint efforts of Mo Qigong and the other two guardians of the Forbidden Area and High Priest Wen Xing. The light curtain of the passage to the Holy Demon's secret realm appeared again on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of meters tall on the cliff at the bottom of the valley. The third prince, Mo Zhuangyun, had already accepted his fate. Anyway, the result was the same. If he had to die, he had to die with dignity. Therefore, this time, he did not wait for the Demon King to urge him. As soon as the light screen appeared on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape, he was the first one to jump into it and disappear. Seeing this, the Demon King Mo Wentian was relieved again. The disappointment he felt towards him faded a little. After all, he was still young. Sometimes, he could be forgiven for being muddle-headed. At the same time, the other 120 or so descendants of the royal family quickly rose up one after another and rushed toward the light screen of the passage. Without exception, everyone had an expression of incomparable despair on their faces, and in their hearts, they were even more devastated. Rumble, boom. Following the departure of the 120 or so royal descendants, the rumbling and shaking of the entire valley continued without end, never ceasing from beginning to end. And as the descendants of the Demon King entered, the atmosphere inside and outside the valley became more oppressive and dignified. No one left. They stood there quietly without saying a word. All of them were waiting for the result. However, they did not know how long they would wait. Even if those fellows who had just entered were lucky enough to survive and find out the source of the turmoil in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, no one could be sure if they would be able to find a way out of the secret realm on their own accord after doing all this. After all the demon dwellers who entered the Holy Demon's secret realm wished they could stay there longer. After all, they would have to wait 100 years for the next time. Therefore, no one wanted to find the way out of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. After a month, they would be teleported out by some special power of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. Time passed slowly like this. All the experts inside and outside the valley also waited silently. The atmosphere became more and more solemn and oppressive. At the same time, in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, although none of the demon dwellers who entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land knew where the passage connecting to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star was located, the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land all knew it well. After all, after so many years, although the devil cultivator ants that entered from the outside would appear randomly, when they left, they would all be accidentally teleported to the same place by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden area. Then, they would leave this world from there. That was the location of the spatial rift all those years ago. It was also the location where the weeping soul blood ape statue was located. It was also the location where the countless living beings who had fallen into chaos were all swarming towards. In fact, there were almost 10,000 space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. All the space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land had all space were all coming to the space passage. Over 10,000 of them were only 1/10 of the total number of ferocious beasts in this forbidden area. As for the other 90%, although they were still on their way here, they basically had no hope of leaving. After all, the space crack was located at the edge of the central main continent where the Corpse Pond crater was located. Almost all the space beasts that had arrived were originally from the nearby areas. Those that had not arrived were all from other main continent fragments. They were separated from the central main continent by the space turbulence of various sizes. Some of them could still make a detour to other continental fragments and then rush here. Some of them did not even have the chance to make a detour. They could only helplessly wait for death where they were, or they could only try their luck and break through the extremely dangerous isolation zone of the void turbulence. Although it was no longer waiting for death, in fact, it was not much different from courting death. Therefore, those that did not come would not come back. Amongst the 10 holy sons of the trial, including Yi Xian, only 7 of them had arrived at this passageway. The other 3 might have been randomly teleported to other continental fragments that were separated from the central continent by the turbulent streams of space. Originally, they would have been teleported here after a month. At that time, they could just enter the space passage and leave. But now, even if those 3 fellows were not dead, it was hard to say whether they would be lucky enough to wait until the month was up. Besides, even if they really did wait until the month was up, it was also unknown whether they would be accidentally teleported here by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden land as usual. After all, the will of the heavenly Tao had lost a clone this time. It was a heavy loss. And one of the two that had lost its clone was Yixian. As companions of Yixian, those three fellows might not be spared from the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, among the 7 trial takers who had arrived at the space passage, besides Yixian, Hao Fengfeng and Zhuo Liqing, who he had hoped to see the most, were both here. Therefore, even if the other 3 did not come, it was not important to Yixian. It was just that he was still in a coma and did not know all this. His figure was carried by the headless infant corpse that had turned into a blood-colored waterfall. It quickly rushed toward the location of the passage. At first glance, it was as if a strange bloody mist was surging out of his body, enveloping his figure to the point that it was faintly discernible. At this moment, Yixian was still around 30 to 40 kilometers away from the spatial passageway in front of him. As for the 10,000 or so space beasts that only dared to follow behind him, as well as Hao Fengfeng, Zhuo Liqing, and the other 6, they were all trembling in fear. Their faces were filled with shock as they slowly approached from the ground. The closest one was more than 10 kilometers away, and they didn't dare to get too close. The space passage ahead was located at the foot of a huge mountain. On the mountain wall, there was clearly the back half of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's body that had been petrified before it could get away. Entering the space passage from the back of this half of the body, one could reach the forbidden land of the inner city of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, when the blood-red mist around his body rumbled forward, and he was a little closer. When he was only a dozen miles away, rays of light suddenly burst out from the cliff at the foot of the giant peak. More than 120 descendants of the royal family, led by the 3rd prince's grandson, Mo Xianxia, happened to enter at this moment. The wrath of God and the resentment of men. If this was any other time, they would have been sent to different areas upon entering. However, the will of the heavens clearly did not care about this matter this time. Hence, the 120 royal descendants all gathered together after entering. Furthermore, when they raised their heads, they instantly saw Yixian, whose entire body was filled with a bloody mist, charging straight at them. As well as the enormous space beasts that could be faintly seen far behind Yixian. These ferocious starry sky beasts were obviously swarming towards this place at this moment. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. With just a glance, he naturally wouldn't be able to see much. For example, these space beasts weren't rushing at full speed. Therefore, with a sudden glance, the scene in front of him gave off the feeling that Yixian had done something bad that angered the heavens. Not only did he make himself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but his entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist. It even infuriated a large number of ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the Saint Devil. They descended from all directions to chase after him. This strange scene stunned the 120 or so royal descendants who had just entered the Saint Devil forbidden land. Even when the world was clearly undergoing a huge change, the sky was filled with cracks, the ground was constantly collapsing, and other situations, they only realized it after being stunned for a moment. All of this caused the expressions of more than 120 members of the royal family to change abruptly. Almost everyone had an incomparably furious expression on their faces. Although they didn't know what happened here, and couldn't even guess how this guy did all this, everything in front of them was very obvious, and they could roughly analyze the situation. This blood-red guy who made himself look like neither a human nor a ghost must have caused some kind of terrible disaster in the Saint Devil forbidden area. Even the heaven and earth of the forbidden area had collapsed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the thousands of ferocious space beasts who had their peace disturbed suddenly became furious. They immediately came out of their nests and chased after him. If not, with his strength, it was impossible for him to provoke so many terrifying space beasts at the same time. He didn't have the qualifications. In other words, the monstrous and shocking change in this forbidden area was entirely caused by this fellow. They didn't know if they would be able to leave this place alive after entering, and this fellow before them was the culprit behind all of this. This was also the reason why the descendants of the royal family immediately glared at Yixian, who was rushing over, after reacting to the situation. In this short period of time, Yixian, who was quickly rushing over, closed the distance between them. At this moment, they were only 6 to 7 kilometers away. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that the blood-colored mist around his body was translucent, some of the 120 or so royal family descendants finally let out cries of surprise and recognized Xian. Following that, the other royal family descendants also started to roar in anger. It's actually him? I was wondering why there was suddenly such a suspicious demon dweller expert in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. This person is one of the trial takers for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, and he's naturally restless. Previously, he released his Black Mosquito pet to provoke the demon royal guards on the east bridge of the inner city, and I happened to be not far from the other side of the river, so I saw it clearly. It's actually him? No wonder. I've heard the mosquito pets roar before, but I've never seen him. However, later on, I heard from a junior commander of the Demon Royal Guards that this person is indeed very arrogant. Since it's him, then it's not surprising that he caused such a big mess in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. Humph. So he's just a holy son from a foreign tribe, and one of the trial takers. How dare he be so audacious? This time, not only is his crime unforgivable, but even the Black Mosquito tribe is facing a great calamity. That's right. If the forbidden area of Devil Saint has some kind of irreversible accident because of this, killing this person is far from enough to appease the Demon Royal's anger. The entire Black Mosquito tribe will be implicated by him. Let's not worry about that now. Don't you see that those ferocious beasts of the starry sky are getting closer? Let's quickly take this guy down. Fortunately, we weren't randomly sent away this time. Behind us is the space tunnel to go back. Now that we've found out something, as long as we take down this culprit, we can turn around and report back. At least we've escaped death. When they heard this, the eyes of the Devil Emperor's descendants lit up. Just now, they were too preoccupied with marveling at the unforeseen event that they hadn't thought about this. Now that they were reminded, they immediately realized that they seemed to have escaped a calamity. Especially the third imperial grandson, who was the future Demon Royal Highness with a limitless future. Now that he knew that his future was not unexpectedly cut short, he was extremely excited. However, this did not mean that he would let go of Xian because of this. In other words, Xian had already become a synonym for a great achievement in his eyes. Previously, because of his slight hesitation, he had left a bad impression on his grandfather, the Demon Royal Highness. Previously, he thought that it did not matter since he was going to die anyway. But now that he did not have to die, he immediately became nervous. This was an important factor related to whether there would be any unforeseen changes in his future Demon Royal Highness. If even the current Demon Royal Highness did not think highly of him, would the future Demon Royal Highness fall from the sky? No matter what, he had to remedy this situation, and this guy in front of him was obviously the best opportunity. If he could capture him personally and this matter was exposed, his grandfather, the Demon Royal Highness, might be relieved and no longer care about the previous trivial matter. Thinking of this, the third imperial grandson immediately flew out with a ferocious look on his face. He suddenly roared in a slightly pretentious manner, "As the trial saint of the foreign tribe of my dynasty, you actually committed such a bold and presumptuous crime. Everyone has the right to kill such a traitor. I am the grandson of the Demon Royal Highness, so it is my duty to capture this bastard. Don't interfere, I will fight to my death alone." Before he finished his words, his figure had already rushed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other descendants of the first imperial family, who were also about to attack, were all stunned when they heard this. They immediately stopped in their tracks, but a look of disdain appeared on their faces one after another as they cursed in their hearts. A dignified Fourth-Order Star Realm actually had the nerve to say that he would fight to his death alone against a Meteor Realm ant. He was simply too pretentious. No wonder even his name was so amazing. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio IV met my true love. Mo Zhuangjin hadn't noticed Xian's abnormality because he was too far away and had been too shocked at the start. Then, he got too excited and didn't check carefully. It was only when he got closer that he suddenly realized that Xian's eyes were closed. He was in an extremely strange state. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as he got closer and discovered Xian's abnormality, an inexplicably powerful aura silently shrouded him from Xian's body. In an instant, he was imprisoned. Apart from being able to blink his eyes, he couldn't move an inch and lost control of the power in his body. Even opening his mouth to scream was an extravagant hope. Mo Zhuangjin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although he hadn't sensed the aura of Xianxia's cultivation before, the other party was only a small Holy Sun trialist from a foreign tribe like the Black Mosquito tribe. Generally speaking, he would at most be at the fourth great realm, the planet realm, or even weaker. Since that was the case, what could have imprisoned him, a fifth-stage star-grade cultivator? In an instant, either this brat had encountered some monstrous fortuitous encounter in the Demon Saint Forbidden Zone and his cultivation base had suddenly increased, or he had been possessed by some strange creature. In short, no matter what the situation was, the facts before his eyes were absolutely undeniable. He was in for a tragedy this time, an absolute tragedy. The aura emitted from his opponent's body was so fierce and cold. Since he had already attacked him and imprisoned him, how could there be no follow-up actions? Thinking of this, Mo Zhuangjin couldn't help but tremble slightly. At the same time, he suddenly realized that this guy in front of him had provoked more than 1,000 powerful space beasts in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to pursue him at the same time. How could the means of such an existence be simple? I've really been blinded by lard. How could I face them head-on? Furthermore, in order to steal the credit, I even deliberately hinted the other descendants of demon emperors not to follow me while I fight to the death by myself. Woo, I'm clearly courting death. Thinking about this, Mo Zhuangjin was so sad and indignant that he almost cried. In fact, Xian had nothing to do with the imprisonment of his body and cultivation base. He was still unconscious and didn't have any consciousness at all. All of this was done by the headless baby corpse. As for the purpose, it was actually very simple. It just wanted to absorb some spiritual power, physical power, and vitality from Mo Zhuangjin's body. This brat only had these three things in his body. As for the other powers that Xian had consumed from using the heaven-falling bow for the second time, such as the power of his cultivation, a portion of the power of the dragon scales, and the unknown mysterious aura emitted by the void essence crystal, it would be very difficult to find a target that could be directly absorbed in this demon domain. He could only wait for Xian to wake up and think of a way to slowly recover. The key was that as long as Xian absorbed a certain amount of mental strength, physical strength, and most importantly, life force, then Xian would be able to wake up from his coma. This was also the purpose of the headless infant corpse. Once Xian woke up, it would be able to let go. Of course, if it was an ordinary existence, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. Even Xian's devouring system wouldn't be able to directly absorb these three types of energy from a living devil's body. If they really wanted to, they could only kill them first. However, the headless baby corpse was a terrifying existence that could even severely injure the will of heaven and earth of this forbidden zone. Its back and origin were mysterious, and it must be frighteningly big. Therefore, this small matter was really not worth mentioning to it. Soon, the headless baby corpse, which had turned into a red waterfall, suddenly moved forward and included the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, who was imprisoned in the red waterfall. However, due to the fact that the headless infant corpse had transformed into a blood-colored waterfall, its diameter was not wide to begin with. It was only about a meter or so, and because it had suffered quite a bit of damage during the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden area, it had suffered some minor injuries. Therefore, in order to ensure absolute protection for Xian, it could only try its best to reduce the diameter of the red waterfall. Moreover, when it was absorbing the three powers from Mo Zhuangjin's body, it obviously couldn't leave Xian aside. On one hand, it was worried about his safety. On the other hand, the red waterfall was only a medium. It couldn't store the absorbed powers in its own body like the devouring system. Therefore, it had to bring Xian with it at this moment. With a diameter of 1 meter, it was obvious how close Xian and Mo Zhuangjin were to the red waterfall. Moreover, they were facing each other. In order to prevent itself from being distracted when it was concentrating on absorbing the powers from Mo Zhuangjin's body, the headless baby corpse, which had wrapped around Xian's body, raised its hands and directly hugged Xian's waist. At least, it didn't have to worry about Xian's body falling to the ground because it was distracted. However, it was obvious that only the headless baby corpse knew what it was thinking. No one else knew. This included Mo Zhuangjin and the descendants of the demon emperor behind him who gasped in shock. including the tens of thousands of star beasts who were waiting in the distance when they saw that the headless baby corpse had stopped. Similarly, Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others who were hiding in the distance and complaining in their hearts were also shocked. In short, when the surrounding existences saw this scene, all of their expressions changed in horror, all of them shocked. No matter how wild their imaginations were, they would never have thought that there would be two guys who met in this place and instantly felt like they had found their true love. Ignoring the danger that could befall them at any time, they actually hugged each other in public and started to make love. What the f***ck, this wasn't the usual melodramatic and explosive kind of story, especially Hao Fangfang and the third prince Mo Zhuangjin, who were involved in this whole thing. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievances and resentment, which could be said to be monstrous. The reason why Hao Fangfang was resentful was naturally because he had tried to be friendly with Yixian before, but was mercilessly rejected in the end. Hao Fangfang even scolded him. Hao Fangfang didn't expect that Yixian would be so passionate when he met a stranger today. Hao Fangfang saw this scene with her own eyes. That kind of blow was really unbearable for her, and she felt very sullen in her heart. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations frenzied absorption compared to Hao Fangfang's resentment, Mo Xianxia was so furious that he felt like his chest was about to explode. In the past, he had never thought that he would be molested one day, let alone by a man, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move his body at all and the mysterious power that was restraining his body was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the slightest thought of resisting. Mo Zhuangjin reckoned that he would have gone berserk on the spot and fought to the death with this shameless guy in front of him. Unfortunately, not only could he not do that now, but he also wouldn't have the chance to do so even if the mysterious and terrifying force that restrained his body disappeared. At least, that was the case before his body recovered. This was because at this moment, as the anger in his chest surged and rapidly boiled, he suddenly realized that his mental strength was strangely and rapidly draining away. Apart from that, it seemed like even his vitality and the qi and blood in his body were rapidly draining away. This feeling was too terrifying. He instantly felt that his mental state was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was the same for his body. It was as if the invisible time had suddenly sped up in his body. Mo Zhuanxiao even felt that the flesh and blood in his body were rapidly withering. All of this happened so suddenly, yet so terrifyingly. In an instant, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. In just a dozen seconds, Mo Zhuanxiao's body faintly weakened. However, since his back was facing the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King who came with him, the situation was completely different in their eyes. It felt like Mo Zhuanxiao was hugged and kissed by the Black Mosquito Planet's Saint Trial Taker. As they kissed, he was intoxicated and his body went limp. As this thought flashed through their minds, the faces of the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King turned green. They all felt like they didn't check the almanac when they woke up today and unexpectedly saw such a filthy scene. They had to wash their eyes when they went back. However, for the thousands of star beasts who happened to be behind Yixian, what they saw was completely different. This was because Mo Zhuanxiao's body was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and these star beasts clearly saw it. For a moment, these star beasts became even more restless. When they looked at Yixian from afar, they unknowingly had a sense of fear and were absolutely unwilling to come into contact with or even get close to him. At this moment, in just a dozen seconds, Mo Zhuanxiao's entire body had become shockingly thin. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and even his eyes had become dim. He looked like a sickly person who had been bedridden for a long time. It looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse seemed to understand that it couldn't directly suck this guy to death. Otherwise, it would most likely bring a lot of trouble to Yixian. To it, Yixian's trouble was basically its trouble now. Since it had decided to rely on this human, it naturally had to share honor and disgrace with him. It was precisely because of this that the headless infant corpse, who had always been ferocious, let go of Mo Zhuanxiao a few seconds before he was about to suck him dry. Then, it directly retracted the power that imprisoned Yixian's body and let him fall to the ground. It directly controlled Yixian's body and quickly charged towards the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor in front of it. As a matter of fact, the reason why the headless baby's corpse didn't drain Mo Zhuanwei's remaining mental power, blood life force, and physical strength was because of the existence of more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor. Since there were so many of them, there was naturally no need to catch one and kill him. At this moment, the more than 100 descendants of the demon emperor who were waiting hundreds of meters behind suddenly saw Yixian flying directly towards them. Mo Xuanxiao, who was being affectionately hugged by Yixian's waist just a moment ago, seemed to be intoxicated or something else, but his body went limp and directly fell to the ground. Such a strange scene instantly stunned the more than 100 descendants of the demon emperor. However, very soon, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Therefore, almost instantly, there were exclamations and shouts, "Something isn't right." Could something have happened to Mo Xuanxiao? Otherwise, why would he be so intoxicated? Indeed, something is wrong. Let's go and take a look immediately. Otherwise, even if we return safely, I'm afraid we won't be able to report back to our superiors. Stinking brat, what did you do to the third prince? Eh? This person's condition is not right. His eyes are actually closed, just like a walking corpse. Look at his movements, they are also very stiff. The last person who spoke really did see the problem. Unfortunately, it was all too late. This was because at this moment, Yixian was clearly only a few feet away from him. With the speed of the headless infant corpse, even if he immediately turned around and fled at full speed, it was obvious that he would not have the chance to do so. After a short moment, Yixian, who was controlled by the headless infant corpse, directly pounced on this descendant of the demon emperor. What happened next was exactly the same as what Mo Xuanxiao had experienced before. When Yixian pounced on this descendant of the demon emperor, he directly reached out and hugged his waist. Moreover, the two of them were so close that they were practically face to face. In addition, after Yixian hugged his waist, this descendant of the demon emperor actually stood there motionlessly, allowing Yixian to take advantage of him without any resistance. When all these things were put together, even a fool could see the problem. The other descendants of the demon emperor in the surroundings immediately exclaimed in horror. Some of them hurriedly rushed to Mo Xuanxiao's side, while most of the remaining descendants of the demon emperor immediately swarmed over and surrounded Yixian and the descendant of the demon emperor whose body was rapidly withering. Bang! Bang! However, before these guys could attack, and before they even figured out what had happened, the headless infant corpse had directly removed the power that was restraining the second prey, allowing him to fall to the ground powerlessly with a thud. At the same time, it immediately controlled Yixian's body and pounced on the third prey, who was closest to him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Heavenly Eye appeared again. Rumble, boom, in the forbidden land of the holy demon, the sky was still filled with terrifying explosions. Even the ground under their feet was shaking violently. The whole void gave people an extremely dangerous and uneasy feeling, as if it would be completely destroyed at any time. It made people want to fly away immediately. However, even if the spatial passageway to leave this primordial cage world was right ahead, and it was only a little over 20 kilometers away, the thousands of ferocious beasts that were burning with anxiety all endured the grief and indignation in their hearts and stood in the distance without exception, and they didn't dare approach at all. At the very least, before the sky shrouded in a strange red light entered the spatial passage and left this place, they had completely steeled their hearts and could not take another step forward. Part of the reason for this was because Yixian and the blood-colored heavenly saber had fought against the giant eye of the heavenly Tao in this world. Furthermore, the unrivaled aura of slashing it down in the end had already left an extremely difficult to erase psychological shadow in their hearts. The other part was that at this moment, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky clearly saw the horrible scene that was happening in front of them. There was no blood, no killing, and even the demon cultivator who was covered in a strange red light did not show too much of a fierce aura. However, when the strange scene in front of them was reflected in the eyes of the thousands of ferocious beasts of the starry sky, all of them, without exception, felt a chill all over their bodies. Even when the giant eye of the heavenly way was cut down by the saber, they did not have such a feeling. It was because all this was too horrifying, and it made their scalps numb. Ah, demon! This guy must be a demon. He sucked the third prince's grandson dry. You. At the same time, the dozens of demon emperor's descendants who were facing the third prince's grandson, Mo Xuanjin, finally discovered the latter's strange state at this moment. They were so scared that their faces turned pale instantly. Two of them helped Mo Xuanjin up, while the others hurriedly turned around, intending to turn back and warn the other demon emperor's descendants. At this moment, they, who turned back, suddenly saw a scene that even the ferocious beasts of the starry sky in the distance felt cold. Caught off guard, these demon emperor's descendants were instantly dumbfounded, and the words in their mouths stopped abruptly. They stood there in a daze with their mouths wide open. They were completely petrified, and they even suspected that they were in a dream. Only a few minutes had passed since they leaped up and flashed towards the third imperial grandson, Mo Zhuangliang, who was lying on the ground. But at this moment, more than half of the 100-plus companions that had stayed on the spot and surrounded the Black Mosquito tribe's saint child of the trial had actually fallen. All of them were skin and bones, and some of them were crawling up from the ground. Their limbs were trembling, and their movements were stiff. With a glance, they seemed to have aged greatly in the blink of an eye, and they were practically unable to be recognized as humans. There were dozens of people like this, and the remaining dozens of people had either fled to the distance for their lives, or stood there straight and motionless like the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, at the beginning. One of them was obviously hugged by the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, and they were kissing each other intimately. As for what the final result of this intimacy would be, there was no need to consider this point at all. This was clearly a living hell. Being sucked dry in the blink of an eye was simply more terrifying than death. This was a great horror that caused one's hair to stand on end. Bang! Bang! Just when these few descendants of the demon emperor were completely stunned by the horrible scene in front of them, the descendant of the demon emperor, who was being hugged by the waist as food and had his chi and blood sucked dry, was finally released by the other party. He slowly fell to the ground, and the thudding sound he made was heard. Instantly, these people who had fallen into a daze were so shocked that they trembled all over. At this moment, the first thought that appeared in their minds was surprisingly consistent, and that was to immediately turn around and run away without caring about anything else. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, they discovered with grief and indignation that their legs were suddenly not listening to them. They had been slightly trembling all along, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move their feet. This was clearly the rhythm of being scared to the point that their legs were trembling. Faced with all this, an extreme sense of despair immediately surged in their hearts. They originally thought that they would definitely not be able to escape this time, and perhaps the next one to be sucked dry would be them. However, in the blink of an eye, the crisis that was about to befall them took a turn for the better. After the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe released the descendant of the demon emperor who had fallen to the ground, his figure did not immediately pounce on the next target. Instead, he stood there in a daze. Even the strange red light that was originally shrouding his figure unexpectedly rushed into his body rapidly and disappeared completely. Almost at the same time, the other 30 over-descendants of the demon emperor who were standing around him, who were originally unable to move, suddenly regained their ability to move at the same time. As a result, a series of horrified screams immediately rang out. These 30 over-descendants of the demon emperor were obviously completely terrified. At this moment, when they found that their bodies had regained their ability to move, without exception, they all turned around and fled at the same time as they let out horrified screams from their mouths. It was obvious that in their eyes, the current Yixian was definitely an existence that was even more terrifying than the evil spirits and devils from the underworld. In a short period of time, he had already caused the group of demon royal family's younger generation geniuses to collectively tremble in fear. Very quickly, all of the descendants of the demon emperor, without exception, fled into the distance. Among this group of people, there were a total of 40 over people who were lucky enough to escape the calamity. As for the other 70 over descendants of the demon emperor who had been sucked dry until they were only skin and bones, after the initial discomfort, all of them gradually recovered one after another. After all, the headless infant corpse did not intend to suck to death. The reason why they fell to the ground was most likely because they were frightened by it. Because of this, although these 70 over people were all skin and bones, they at least regained their ability to move after regaining their senses. Some of them staggered alone, while others were supported by their companions. Similarly, they also hurriedly fled the distance where they came from. Then, without looking back, they entered the entrance of the space tunnel at the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian, who had been standing in the same place, finally opened his eyes slowly. Rumble. Heaven's wrath rumble. boom. Following the first explosion, a series of terrifying explosions of equal power rang out. Almost at the same time, a series of explosions of equal power rang out. If it was said that the sky of this desolate ancient cage was only surging endlessly before, then from this moment onwards, the entire sky that was rumbling endlessly was clearly boiling and surging. Xian subconsciously raised his head and swept his gaze across the sky. The gigantic black heavenly eye that entered his line of sight instantly caused his expression to abruptly change. He didn't have the time to think about what happened before he woke up. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of life and death crisis instantly enveloped his mind, causing him to not hesitate in the slightest. He abruptly turned around at the first possible moment and flew towards the spatial tunnel entrance on the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue at an extremely fast speed. The unexpected appearance of this black heavenly eye undoubtedly meant that the will of the heavens, which had fallen into a state of weakness and chaos due to the destruction of the Green Eye clone, had more or less recovered. Under such circumstances, the first person it wanted to kill was Xian. Although the existence that cut the cyan heavenly eye in half was the blood-colored heavenly blade formed from the headless infant corpse, Xian's arrow at that time had more or less interfered with the cyan heavenly eye's attention. In fact, just the fact that he had gone against the heavenly Tao and brazenly attacked the giant eye of the heavenly Tao meant that Xian would never be able to escape the killing intent of the will of the heavens in this desolate ancient forbidden land. Furthermore, the headless infant corpse that transformed into the blood-colored heavenly blade clearly came from his body. Even now, it was still together with Xian, turning into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp that was branded on his left chest. All of this was something that Xian was well aware of. Therefore, at this moment, other than escaping at top speed before the black heavenly eye could react, he was destined to die today. It was already a fluke that he and the headless infant corpse had successfully severed the heaven's eye. If they were to do it again, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from the entrance of the spatial passageway. With Xian's speed, he arrived within the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't even turn his head as he directly entered the spatial passageway, disappearing in an instant. All of this happened too quickly. From the sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye in the sky to the disappearance of Xian's figure through the entrance of the spatial tunnel, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. In the face of such a life-or-death crisis, it would be fine if there was no way to escape. Since it was death anyway, he could just grit his teeth and fight it out. Even if he died, he would die a quick death. However, if there was a way to escape, and it was so close to his eyes, then in this kind of situation, Xian's nimble movements definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. He had long since trained in life and death situations. At this moment, until his figure had rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel and disappeared completely, the thousands of ferocious starry sky beasts in the distance were still looking at the sky with faces full of shock and dullness. The sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye had completely frightened these ferocious starry sky beasts. Their minds were probably in a daze at the first moment. Otherwise, their reactions would not have been so slow. On the contrary, although Hao Fangfang, Sui Liqing, and the other 6 trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial takers could not compare to Xian's quick-wittedness, they had all rushed out from their carefully stealthy bodies at the first moment. Their speed was raised to the maximum. Like 6 arrows leaving the bow, they shot toward the entrance of the space tunnel where Xian had just disappeared. The 6 of them were not far away from Xian. Previously, they were about the same as the ferocious starry sky beasts in the sky, about a dozen miles away. However, when all the ferocious starry sky beasts stopped in front of them because Xian had stopped in front of them, the 6 of them had been carefully moving forward. Therefore, when the black heavenly eye suddenly appeared in the sky, the 6 of them were only a few miles away from where Xian had originally stood. At such a close distance, the 6 of them had also rushed at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had also arrived at the entrance of the space tunnel. Then, they plunged into it and successfully rushed into the only escape route. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts more than a dozen miles away seemed to have woken up from a dream. In the next moment, as the fear in their hearts reached its peak, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts instantly went berserk. As they roared and howled with resentment, they desperately rushed toward the space tunnel more than a dozen miles away. Roar! Screech! Whoosh! Different howls and roars resounded endlessly, stirring up the sky of this area into a storm. Nearly 10,000 huge ferocious beasts of the starry sky, all of them seemed to have gone mad. They flew desperately in the air from all directions and converged in one direction at the same time. This scene was really spectacular. Perhaps even in this prison that originated from the Antiquity Age, such a scene had never appeared in the past, a short distance of a dozen miles, for these ferocious starry sky beasts, who were generally at least at the 9th level of the origin stage, was really not much of a distance. They even took less time than Xian when he rushed over the last few miles. In less than a blink of an eye, they had all rushed to the entrance of the space tunnel. Nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts were densely packed together, but there was no way for them to enter. Their bodies were too large, and the space tunnel was only about 3 meters in diameter. At most, they could only squeeze in the tip of their hooves. In their panic, these ferocious starry sky beasts roared in exasperation. Then, they all activated their bloodline secret techniques and began to shrink their enormous bodies with all their might. Most of them could actually shrink their bodies to within a few feet, but it would take time. At this time, the black heaven's eye in the sky, which obviously hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why its reaction was so sluggish after it appeared at this moment, had finally adapted completely. In the next moment, as the giant eye suddenly opened, streaks of black tribulation lightning shot out like a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They carried a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and with a crackling sound, they instantly arrived. This was clearly an indiscriminate collective annihilation, not allowing any of the ferocious starry sky beasts to escape from this primordial cage. The Imperial Star is in turmoil. Screech. Swish, howls of despair and anger rang out one after another. In the face of this level of black lightning, most of the space beasts were in complete despair. But at the same time, there were also a few beasts that were the fastest. They had already shrunk their bodies to within a few feet. Without looking back, they instantly rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel. There were more than a dozen space beasts that had successfully escaped into the space tunnel before the calamity. Among them, there were existences in the 9th realm, the Origin realm, and there were also existences in the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm, accounting for about half of them. There was no doubt that these 10 terrifying space beasts would bring a calamitous calamity to the demon Imperial City at the other end of the tunnel in the blink of an eye. However, compared to the cruel slaughter that was unfolding at the other end of the space tunnel, the beast rampage that was about to erupt in the demon Imperial City soon was obviously nothing. Almost as soon as the 10 lucky space beasts shrank their bodies and rushed into the space tunnel, countless black lightning bolts of tribulation roared from the distant sky like they were blotting out the sky and covering the earth, finally descended in full force. Crack. Crack, screech. Roar. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of the dense lightning bolts, the mournful howls and cries of countless fierce beasts resounded endlessly. The black lightning bolts that fell from the sky like a dense rain of arrows, each of them having a diameter of a few feet. It seemed that for these space beasts that were generally over 100 meters in size, it was nothing at all. But in fact, the power of this black lightning of tribulation was far from what ordinary lightning could compare to. Just a single bolt of lightning that was a few feet thick could instantly cause a 100-meter-long space beast to temporarily lose its ability to move. Its skin and flesh would explode, and beast blood would splatter everywhere. Not only its flesh body, but even its consciousness would instantly fall into confusion and fall to the ground, unable to move. He was completely reduced to a meat target for the black lightning rain to recklessly strike. This scene was too tragic. Thousands of ferocious beasts with terrifying strength, in just a minute or so, were completely smashed into a mountain of charred meat by the endless black lightning rain raging from the sky. When one looked around, even the remains of a ferocious beast that still had a little of its original form could not be found. Without exception, all of them had died without a complete corpse. Rumble, boom. As this apocalyptic black lightning curtain completely stopped and disappeared, a series of explosions came from the sky again. The black heavenly eye, which was cold and without the slightest emotion of living beings, finally slowly faded away and disappeared. Immediately after, patches of black as thick as ink quickly floated over, and a majestic rain quickly poured down. Moreover, all of them were concentrated in the area where the black lightning rain raged just now. It was as if they wanted to use the rain to cleanse this bloody killing ground, as if they were cleaning it up. Soon, as the majestic rain poured down in a concentrated manner, the water on the ground quickly gathered into a flood, surging like a wave. In a short period of time, it swept away the flesh and blood of the endless ferocious beasts that had been hacked into minced meat, pouring into the abyss that appeared during the previous process of the earth-shattering. At the bottom of the huge abyss, a small depression was formed. Suddenly, this was clearly an extremely small version of the corpse pool of blood. Not long after, the clouds and mist dispersed, and the vicinity of the space channel that was filled with monstrous slaughter not long ago was completely changed. Even the slightest trace of the fierce beast's flesh and blood could not be found. All of this clearly revealed a strong aura that was deliberately done. It was as if it was trying to hide something, or perhaps it was just that it didn't want the demon experts who entered through this space passage in the future to feel fear towards this cage-like forbidden area because of the indescribably tragic scene of bloody slaughter. So, it turned around and retreated. If this was really the case, then the will of the heavenly Tao of this ancient cage world was clearly scheming something. But what exactly it was, obviously, no one would be able to know. Deep in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, the Forbidden Valley, since the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land until now, in fact, only 10 minutes had passed, however, to the 6,000 or so devil person. Imperial family elites and court officials who had been waiting quietly inside and outside the valley, these short 10 minutes or so clearly made them feel as if they had been bitterly enduring for 20 hours. During this process, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley did not speak, and maintained silence, but from the huge blood ape statue on the mountain wall in the depths of the valley, a clear rumbling sound clearly came, and it did not stop from beginning to end. Using this statue as a medium, the tremors that were transmitted from the other side of the Demon Saint Forbidden Land, and caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected by the tremors that were transmitted, and the tremors that caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected also existed. Everyone had a heavy heart, and they subconsciously guessed what kind of agitation the more than 100 young imperial family descendants would face after entering the Demon Saint Forbidden Land on the other side of the space channel. Unfortunately, this was something that they had not seen with their own eyes, so no one would be able to guess it. What was even more unexpected to the thousands of imperial family elites waiting quietly outside the valley at this moment was that the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor who had just entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land actually turned back one after another in a short 10 minutes like a swarm of bees from the entrance of the space channel on the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's enormous head. There was clearly a wisp of extremely dense fear on everyone's face, and their movements. When they rushed out of the entrance of the space channel were even more flustered and helpless, as if their minds had completely collapsed and their minds were in chaos. What was even more strange was that more than half of them had deep eye sockets and were only skin and bones. If it wasn't for the fact that their clothes hadn't changed, it would have been difficult to recognize them in a short period of time. All of them were so withered that they were almost like dried corpses. Such a strange scene instantly caused everyone waiting inside and outside the valley to open their mouths wide, and the sound of gasping could be heard endlessly. Even the Demon Emperor, Mo Qigong, and the other two royal uncles were the same. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They were completely unable to believe the scene that was reflected in their eyes. "Wu, royal grandfather, save us! There's a monster inside, and it's sucking us dry." It was also at this moment that the third prince's grandson, Mo Xuanyun, who was supported by two royal family descendants who had not been harmed, suddenly let out a loud howl. The arrival of the beast after charging into the spatial entrance, Yi Xian's heart, which was originally in his throat, immediately fell by half. At the same time, he began to rapidly think and recall in his mind. In fact, the moment he regained consciousness was just before the giant black eye suddenly appeared in the sky. He had no memory of everything before that. The last memory he had was when he saw the cyan giant eye of the heavenly way being cut into two by the blood-red heavenly saber transformed from the headless baby corpse before he fainted from exhaustion. However, Yi Xian was still able to analyze the reason why he was near the exit of the space tunnel. Although he still didn't know why the headless baby corpse with a terrifying background would take a fancy to him. It obviously had such a terrifying strength, but it had to transform into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp to attach to his body. But there was one thing that Yi Xian was certain of from the previous battle. This headless infant corpse did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him, at least for now. With this premise, there was no doubt as to who had been taking care of Xian after he fainted, quickly bringing him to the area where the spatial tunnel was located. Apart from this, Xian also vaguely had an answer to the large number of ferocious star beasts he had seen in the distance after waking up. These ferocious beasts obviously intended to seize this opportunity when the will of the Heaven Dao was temporarily weakened to flee this place. Moreover, the reason they stopped in the distance and watched from afar when they were already close to the area where the spatial passageway exit was located was most probably because they were afraid of the headless infant corpse. In other words, before his consciousness awakened, the headless corpse had yet to transform back into the corpse lamp tattoo. Since this was the case, then the strange scene of more than half of the demon experts who had fled in a hurry was completely explainable. Their flesh and blood were shriveled up, and they looked like dried corpses. This was clearly the headless infant corpse's corpse. With its mystery, it was normal for it to have such a method. If it were any other existence, even if they wanted to help Xian absorb the energy from other people's bodies to help him wake up, they would not be able to do it. The headless infant corpse had good intentions in this matter. However, although it succeeded in helping Xian wake up early, it also caused him a huge problem. Looking at the hundreds of young demon experts' clothes, each one of them was incomparably luxurious, clearly exuding a strong palace aura. If Xian's guess was right, this group of people were all descendants of the demon imperial family. At the very least, they were the direct descendants of some high-ranking officials in the demon imperial star. Otherwise, how could the demon forbidden land of the demon emperor be a place where some random young demon experts could come out and trespass? In this way, as soon as Xian came out of the space passage, a huge problem would come crashing down on him. Among these hundreds of descendants of nobles and even the imperial family, more than half of them had been sucked dry by him. This matter, the demon imperial family and the nobles of the imperial court would never let it go. In addition, they obviously would not let go of the origin of this terrifying method and would definitely force Xian to tell the truth. Otherwise, even if he wanted to die, it would be difficult for him to do so. After all, this time he was facing the entire demon imperial star, and there were several supreme existences of the heavenly passage realm. Although Xian had the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn, these two existences could not be easily exposed, otherwise it would cause more trouble. Even if he could escape from the demon imperial star, in the future, as long as he was still in the first universe plane, the pursuit and harassment of the demon race would spread out endlessly. But if he did not use the power of the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn, with Xian's insignificant cultivation strength, facing the questioning and even interrogation of the entire demon imperial family, Xian would not be able to resist at all. He could not accept this result. Thinking quickly about these problems, Xian's face quickly showed a bitter expression. He was in a dilemma and was very distressed. Even the speed of his feet had subconsciously slowed down a lot. Before he made a decision, he had no intention of walking out of the space passage. Once he went out, the crisis would instantly hit him in the face, and at that time, there would be no room for maneuvering. Just as he was feeling depressed, at this moment, a few fierce beasts with excitement and cheers suddenly came from behind him. Xian's feet paused for a moment, and after a slight pause, his eyes lit up in an instant. Before this, it was not that he had not thought of directly using the perfect vibration spiritual skill to sneak out, but this was too risky. He was not sure if the perfect vibration spiritual skill could escape the detection of the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm. Outside the space passage, even if Wenxing was not here at the moment, Mo Qigong and the other imperial family elder, as the guardians of the forbidden area, must have been waiting in the valley. At this moment, most likely, they were already waiting outside the space passage. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Xian finally dispelled this risky idea, because once the other party saw through it, it would be a small matter of self-defeating, but it would also expose more of his secrets, which was really unwise. But now, with the unexpected arrival of the fierce beasts behind him, Xian's thoughts instantly changed. Once these fierce beasts rushed out of the space passage, the powerhouses of the Imperial Demon tribe waiting outside the space passage would definitely be shocked. When the battle started, even the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, Xian's perfect vibration spiritual skill would most likely succeed in successfully deceiving them. At that time, he could take advantage of the time when the two sides were still shocked to get out of the Forbidden Area Valley, immediately leave the city, and then leave the Demon Emperor planet. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer and immediately launched the perfect vibration spiritual skill. His figure and all his aura disappeared completely in an instant. At this moment, the exit of the space passage in front of him was in sight. There was a dim light, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark space passage. Yi Xian quickly approached it and hid in a corner inside the exit, quietly lurking, waiting for the fierce beasts to rush out first and help him attract the attention of the fierce beasts. In just a few seconds, in the darkness behind the space passage in the distance, hazy black figures finally appeared. To Yi Xian's surprise, it was Hao Fangfang, Sui Liqing, and the others who came first. Just as he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to make them stay, they had already rushed out in front of him. The bloody battle shook the heavens. The existences that had rushed into the spatial tunnel from the Saint Devil Forbidden Area could be considered to be 4 batches. The descendants of the Demon Emperor who were scared out of their wits by Yi Xian were the first batch, followed by Yi Xian. The third batch was Hao Fangfang and Sui Liqing, and the last batch was the 10 powerful ferocious beasts. Although these 4 people and ferocious beasts had entered the spatial tunnel in 4 batches, the interval between them was not long. It could even be ignored. As such, the descendants of the devilish sovereigns who had entered first didn't even get a chance to describe the situation in the devilish Saint Forbidden Area before one figure after another charged out of the light barrier on the forehead of the Weeping Soul Crimson Ape statue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This time it was Hao Fangfang, Sui Liqing, and the others. Seeing these unfamiliar faces, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Thinking of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Son's trial, the interest in their eyes instantly dissipated, and they quickly turned their gazes towards the group of Demon Emperor descendants. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Screech! Just as the upper echelons of the royal family in the valley shifted their gazes away, Hao Fangfang, Sui Liqing and the others also landed on the ground. Just as they landed on the ground, a few ferocious beast roars that clearly carried endless joy suddenly came from the top of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's 100-meter-tall body. The thousands of devil cultivator experts inside and outside the valley were startled at the same time, and then subconsciously turned their heads to look. In the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. In his line of sight, in the blink of an eye, 10 fierce beasts rushed out from the entrance of the spatial tunnel one after another. Their bodies were originally only about 3 meters in size, but after rushing out of the tunnel, they expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. In less than half a breath, they had already reached a shocking 100 meters in size. All 10 of the fierce beasts were the same. Before all the devil cultivator rankers inside and outside the Forbidden Valley could recover from their shock, they had already returned to their original size. At this moment, they were floating in the air above the valley, forming a semicircle formation. They lowered their heads and looked at all the devil cultivators inside and outside the valley, their eyes clearly flashing with a trace of fierce blood-red light. What happened in there? How come even the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area have come out? The Devil Emperor, Mo Tian, was the first to react to this shocking scene. His expression changed, and as he roared, he turned to glare at the third prince, Mo Shuangyun, and reprimanded him sternly. Why didn't you report such an important matter immediately? You actually have the time to complain. Humph. With a cold snort, the demon sovereign abruptly soared into the sky and pounced toward the 10 star beasts that had clearly formed a battle formation in midair. At the same time, orders came out of his mouth one after another without any delay, and his voice shook the entire valley. Everyone below the Origin Realm, evacuate from the valley immediately. Cultivators of the Origin Realm quickly joined forces to form a formation. In the entire Forbidden Valley, not even a fly is allowed to escape. Wen Xing, Chanas, the 2 of you follow me and my 2 uncles. 5 heavenly abodes, each take a position in midair and launch a frontal attack. Boom. After finishing the last decree, the Devil Emperor Mo Tian, who had leaped into the air, suddenly waved his fist and blasted it into the sky above his head. Along with a terrifying explosion that sounded like a landslide, an invisible majestic force surged out from his fist. It seemed to contain some kind of mysterious law and Taoist rhyme. It actually triggered the invisible power of heaven and earth in the void in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge light blue energy shield above the entire Forbidden Valley, emitting a strong sealing aura. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. With just a little understanding of a mysterious law, he was able to give the power of heaven and earth a terrifying effect of channeling the invisible power of heaven and earth for his own use. This punch was clearly some kind of magical power. It seemed inconspicuous and simple, but in fact, it was extremely amazing. The reason why Mo Wen-Tian did this was obviously because he was worried that the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky would take advantage of the chaos to escape. These were all supreme ferocious beasts of the origin realm and heavenly abode realm. Even if only one of them escaped, the entire Devil Imperial city would be in great trouble, and countless demons in the city would be killed. Almost at the same time as he extended his arm and punched towards the sky, the other 4 devil dwellers at the Grotto Heaven realm also leaped into the air as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Together with the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian, they each took a side and lined up in front of the 10 ferocious starry skies beasts. On the left were Mo Qigong and Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, while on the right were another uncle, Mo Sihai, and the high priest, Wen Xing. Among the 5 of them, the high priest, Wen Di, was the weakest. He was only at level 1 of the heavenly abode realm. However, as the high priest, he was good at using secret skills and magical powers on the level of spiritual power. Therefore, his combat strength was quite strong, and he was fully qualified to participate in this battle. Among the other 4, Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, was at level 4 of the heavenly abode realm, while the 2 uncles, Mo Qigong and Mo Sihai, were at level 8 of the heavenly abode realm. They were already at the later stage of the heavenly abode realm, and were extremely powerful. As for the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen-Tian, he had stepped into level 9 of the heavenly abode realm 100 years ago. He was already invincible in the heavenly abode realm. With his presence, even though there were only 5 of them on the demon side, it was still enough to fight against the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky. After all, 5 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky were only at level 7 or level 8 of the heavenly abode realm. Although the other 5 ferocious beasts of the starry sky were at level 7 or level 8 of the heavenly abode realm, none of them were at level 9 of the heavenly abode realm. With the absolute advantage of strength, the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen-Tian could definitely fight against 2 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky alone. It could be said that because of the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen-Tian's presence, although there were only 5 of the demon experts, the scales of the Devil Imperial Guards of the starry sky roar, screech. In fact, when the demon emperor Mo Wen-Tian threw a punch into the sky and displayed the power of his fist, the aura of his cultivation realm quietly appeared. The 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the tyrannical look in those blood-red eyes had long since faded away. Instead, it revealed a dignified look. Even the ferocious roar from before sounded somewhat similar to a low and threatening roar now. This was clearly a sign that they were already afraid. Even so, the brutal fighting spirit that filled the bodies of these 10 ferocious space beasts had clearly become stronger as time slowly passed. Even if they were afraid, they would still fight when it was time to fight. Moreover, their violent and savage auras were not affected in the slightest. This was the nature of beasts, and it was the bloody instinct of the ferocious beasts. At this moment, all of the several thousand demon experts in and around the valley had already retreated into the distance. Only a few dozen origin realm existences were rapidly setting up formations around the valley. They were responsible for sealing off the ground and the low altitude of the valley to prevent other vicious beasts from charging out of the passageway and taking advantage of the chaos to escape. One's own people. In fact, as soon as the 10 starry sky ferocious beasts rushed out of the spatial tunnel, Yi Xian had already quietly extended his gaze to observe the situation outside. In the end, the scene that entered his eyes almost made him tremble in fear. Previously, he even thought that the high priest Wen Xingdou might not be coincidentally in the Forbidden Valley. Those guys who were suspected to be the descendants of the demon emperor had just returned. It would take some time for the news to spread. However, the scene in front of them was extremely strange. The entire Forbidden Valley was actually filled with moving heads. With a casual glance, there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 people. With so many demon dwellers here, it was naturally impossible that they were here for him. Yi Xian still had this much self-awareness, but the problem was that there were too many people around. He had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to slip away, but now that so many demon dwellers had suddenly appeared outside, the chances of him being discovered had simply skyrocketed. Furthermore, the effect of his perfect mental shock skill was only to completely conceal his figure and aura. Whether it was the naked eye, the power of divine sense, or the scanning of mental power, they definitely wouldn't be able to discover him. However, that was all there was to it. Not being able to see it or feel it didn't mean that it had really disappeared. If it was standing right in front of him and he touched it with his hand, it would still be completely normal. As such, given the crowded situation inside and outside the valley, what if Xian was accidentally touched by someone while he was stealthily sneaking out of the valley? Wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? After realizing this, Xian was so anxious that he almost cursed on the spot. However, as the middle-aged expert outside who seemed to be the current demon emperor issued an order, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley left in the blink of an eye. Xian was pleasantly surprised at first, but the problem was finally solved. Unfortunately, although the majority of the troops had left, they had left behind a small group of about 10 people. Not only were all of them at the origin stage, but they also began to get busy. They split up and set up formations, enveloping the entire valley. Seeing this, Xian was dumbfounded again. If he wanted to leave stealthily, it was obviously impossible to do so by flying in the sky. On one hand, it would be easier for him to be exposed, and it would be bad if a Grotto Heaven Realm existence accidentally saw him. On the other hand, a fierce battle was breaking out in the sky above. Moreover, it was a high-level battle at the Tao Insight Realm. He was afraid to avoid it, so how could he voluntarily send himself to it? Sneaking away from the surface was the only choice. However, as the formation set up by the several dozen Origin Realm experts was gradually completed, the entire valley would be sealed off. When that happened, Xian would be done for. After all, judging from the terrifying fist power of the middle-aged demon who was suspected to be the current demon emperor, these 10 powerful ferocious star beasts would not be able to hold on for long. Once the battle was over, the other party would definitely notice something fishy. He could ask Xianxia and the others and find out that he had rushed into the space tunnel before them. However, at this moment, Xianxia and the others had already appeared, but he was nowhere to be seen. This was clearly a sign that he was hiding in the space tunnel. When that time came, he would either be forced to return to the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, where the danger was more intense, or be killed in the space tunnel. It was impossible for all the Origin or Grotto Heaven Realm experts of such a large group of demon people to coincidentally use up the once-in-a-century opportunity to enter the space tunnel. Even if there were none on the Demon Emperor planet, he could still summon a few from the Demon Emperor planet. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian felt more and more uncomfortable. No matter what, he could not delay any longer, otherwise the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Taking a chance, he rushed out of the entrance of the space tunnel. Although he was already in the Forbidden Valley, his figure and aura did not leak at all. Rumble, screech. Screech. In the sky, a series of loud roars continued to sound, mixed with the desperate howls of the fierce beasts. Xian subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above the huge valley. At this moment, the wind and clouds had already surged. The monstrous battle between the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm experts had affected everything. The entire sky had fallen into a chaotic obscure haze. Only endless energy and the aura of the laws were raging, and not a single person could be seen. But one thing was obviously certain. From the roars of the fierce beasts coming from the sky, it was obvious that the 10 star beasts were about to be defeated and were being beaten up. Such powerful and terrifying star beasts, and there were even 10 of them, but at this moment, they were being beaten up by 5 seemingly inconspicuous demon experts. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of the strength of the current demon emperor and Mo Qigong, Xian was fascinated. If he could also have such strength, instead of relying on the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn in his body, how could he be like now, hiding his head and tail? Bang bang. Bang bang. Just as Xian was a little absent-minded at this moment, 2 loud bangs suddenly came from the ground of the valley not far to the left, instantly waking him up. When he turned his head subconsciously, he saw 200 meters long star beasts lying there. There was a cloud of dust around them, but they were already dead. They were just killed in the battle in the sky and fell to the ground. Furthermore, these 2 ferocious beasts were clearly 2 of the 5 ferocious beasts at the Grotto Heaven Realm, yet they were killed in such a short period of time. It was most likely done by the current demon emperor, who had reached the pinnacle of the grotto heaven realm. Yi Xian was shocked, and the sense of urgency in his heart immediately became stronger. It seemed that this battle was most likely going to end soon, and he couldn't delay any longer. Thinking like this, he immediately picked a direction and rushed out quickly. At this time, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky above, there was a soft sound of surprise at this moment. It was the voice of the demon emperor Mo Tian. Huh? There is actually another one below? What kind of fierce beast is this? It actually has the ability to sneak around. Rumble. A light cry of surprise sounded out as a gigantic energy palm the size of a mountain rushed out of the sky. As if it had eyes, it carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yi Xian's head. This was clearly the rhythm of Yi Xian being discovered. However, from the words of the other party, it seemed that he only found that the situation was strange, but did not see through it. It was a fierce beast that was hiding. We are on the same side, don't be impulsive. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio leave him alive huh? Zhang Wuji? It's actually you? Following Yi Xian's cry of surprise, Mo Qigong's surprised voice sounded out from the chaotic battlefield in the sky. It clearly revealed a hint of surprise and relief. Stinking brat, you're good. When those 6 fellows came out just now, I didn't see you. I thought you died inside. I didn't expect that not only would you be fine, you would actually obtain the inheritance of the mental strength skill the first time you entered. However, speaking up to this point, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly paused and changed the topic. Huh? That's not right. Although you've gotten the spiritual power of a coward, you're not a ferocious beast. Why are you hiding? Could it be that you've gotten something good inside and are afraid that I'll rob you? That's right, that must be it. Ha ha ha, I've caught you this time, haven't I? Who told you not to scold me? Hee hee, you've fallen into my hands in the end. Come, it's better to keep you by my side first, lest you run away in the blink of an eye when I'm not careful. Rumble. As the last words were spoken, another terrifying thunderous roar came from the chaotic battlefield in the sky where the chaotic aura was surging endlessly. The giant energy palm that the Devil Emperor Mo Tian used to press Yi Xian paused for a moment before retracting it. However, at the same time, another energy palm that was obviously withered, and although it was as big as a mountain, it was obviously very thin. Even the tips of its fingers were extremely sharp, but it rushed out from the battlefield with a rumble. This time, it changed from pressing to grabbing. It was obvious that it wanted to capture Yi Xian directly and bring him to the battlefield in the sky. Realizing this, the latter's expression immediately changed. Whether it was Mo Qigong or the Devil Emperor Mo Tian, Yi Xian actually had the strength to fight against them. Although he relied on external forces, it was still a kind of comprehensive strength. Otherwise, why didn't the headless baby corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn rely on others instead of relying on him? He had a good character. There was no other way, however, he didn't dare to use these 2 methods lightly. When the current Devil Emperor's giant palm pressed down, Yi Xian would rather expose himself than use them. But now, he really was a little hesitant. This energy claw that was rumbling towards him was so thin and sharp. If he were to be accidentally killed by those 5 sharp fingers, or if his bones and tendons were to be broken by the skinny and fleshless giant palm, wouldn't that be too tragic? However, according to Mo Qigong's words, it seemed that he didn't have time to tell him what he did. Of the descendants of the studio of the Devil Emperor demon sect. This made Yi Xian quite surprised. If he knew this would happen, he would have jumped out openly. Anyway, the helpers had retreated far away, and no one would stop him. He could escape after leaving the valley. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately regretted it to the point that his intestines turned green. After all his calculations, in the end, the best way was to do nothing and directly walk out of the space passage. This was the safest way to deal with this matter. This was simply a dog's life. Screech, screech. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed and hesitating whether he should directly take out the weeping soul bloodhorn and disperse the bird claw that was attacking him, he immediately fled. In the chaotic battlefield in the sky, there were once again incomparably mournful cries of fierce beasts. Moreover, unlike before, not only had the remaining 8 ferocious beasts started to howl fiercely in unison, but besides the despair in their howls from before, there was clearly a wisp of even more intense panic and fear within them. Xian was stunned, but he quickly reacted, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become strange. The reason why these 8 remaining star beasts were like this was clearly because they had seen him previously, in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, when facing him, or to be precise, facing him, who had a close relationship with the headless infant corpse. The army of over 10,000 beasts could only obediently wait in the distance. Even if danger could descend at any time, they still didn't dare to rashly approach. From this, it was enough to show how much these star beasts feared the headless infant corpse and him. And now, not only did they suddenly see him, but Mo Qigong also happened to attack him. With the headless infant corpse's ferocious nature, facing such a situation, there was a high chance that it would immediately fly into a rage. Perhaps once it attacked, it would not care who was in the sky. After it rushed out, it would transform into the blood-red heavenly blade that could even kill the eye of the heavenly Tao and slash down. This wasn't a joke. Previously, when they were in the Saint Devil Forbidden area, the headless infant corpse and Xian had joined hands to suck more than half of the 100 over descendants of the demon emperor into human beings. It was still right in front of them. It was precisely because of this that the 8 ferocious beasts of the starry sky suddenly held in fear. Although the Devil Emperor Mo Tian was powerful and had the strength to crush any one of them, it was obvious that even he could not make these ferocious beasts lose their guts. But in the face of Xian and the headless infant corpse, who could even kill the heavenly Tao avatar and seemed to be fearless, these star beasts were completely terrified. Even the violent bloodlust of the star beasts had been suppressed. For this, in addition to Xian, the current demon emperor and others who were fighting the 8 star beasts in the sky obviously also noticed this. The latter's exclamation sounded again in an instant. Huh? These star beasts are actually afraid of him? And it's not just an ordinary fear. The panic has obviously been engraved into their bones. 7th Imperial Uncle, is this child also one of the trial saints of the Black Mosquito tribe? No wonder he can arouse your interest. There is indeed something strange about him. Let's end this quickly. Kill the rest and leave one alive. I want to personally interrogate this brat and see what's so strange about him. Screech. Rumble, bang bang. Bang bang. As the demon emperor Mo Tian finished his last sentence, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky, a few incomparably mournful howls of the star beasts sounded again in an instant. At the same time, there was a violent explosion of qi. Obviously, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator had already made a move to kill. Immediately after, 7 gigantic figures fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. In the next moment, the figures of the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator appeared in the sky one after another. One of them, the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanas, was holding an Origin Realm Fire Tail Wolf in his hand. Obviously, it was the one the Demon Emperor Mo Tian wanted alive. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio feigning civility under normal circumstances, not to mention that Xian was just a saint child from a foreign tribe, even if he was an official saint from one of the top 10 tribes of the Devil Dwellers, or even the only one who had successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the one who was said to be one of the 9 current saints, the one who was most likely to become the future High Priest of the tribe, was far from being able to attract the attention of these 5 beings in the sky at the same time. However, Xian's situation was obviously different. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had also successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. The key was that the few ferocious starry skies beasts were terrified of him. Xian knew this very well. Therefore, at this moment, he was secretly hating these few ferocious starry skies beasts. This was clearly a scam. Unfortunately, everything had happened, and it was too late for regrets. After his figure appeared, the Devil Emperor Mo Tian waved his hand and immediately dispelled the majestic rolling qi in the sky. Even the light blue confinement sky screen above disappeared silently. Following that, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator race, who were all at the Heavenly Passage realm, descended with a boom at the same time. They landed on the ground of the valley, not far in front of Xian. Throughout the entire process, the gazes of the 5 of them had always been on Xian. They examined him from head to toe with suspicion. Only Mo Qigong was usually cold to everyone, but when he saw Yi Xian, his image completely collapsed. At this moment, he was chuckling. Although the light in his eyes swept over Yi Xian's body, it clearly revealed a thieving feeling. He didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little numb in his scalp. Among the 5 Supreme Devil Dwellers experts with Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, 4 of them were scrutinizing him with suspicion. The only exception was that although he didn't seem to be suspicious, he clearly didn't have good intentions and wasn't a good person either. Facing such a situation, with his cultivation of the 4th level of the Meteor Realm, he was like a small ant. It was already good enough that he could stand steadily. If it were anyone else, their legs would have gone weak and they would have fallen to the ground. Just as he was pulling his face and was about to laugh out loud to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere, suddenly, from the body of the Devil Emperor, a mental power with the intention of probing suddenly surged out, and without any suspense, it instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. Then, this mental power directly invaded Yi Xian's body like a human cultivator conducting a soul search. After quickly sweeping through his body, it then rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Yi Xian only felt that an unknown power suddenly appeared outside his sea of consciousness. It flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in less than a moment, the mental power that the Devil Emperor overbearingly invaded Yi Xian's body and rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness to forcefully probe was clearly forced out by the mysterious power outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. As if it was frightened, it quickly retreated and completely withdrew from Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, the Devil Emperor's shocked exclamation quietly sounded, "What? Level 8 mental power? This is impossible." As this exclamation sounded, the other 4 people's expressions changed at the same time. Even the dozens of Origin Realm Devil Dwellers experts who were rushing over from all sides of the valley were shocked when they saw that the battle had ended. However, Mo Qigong soon curled his lips and directly deduced the shocking information revealed by Devil Emperor Mo Wentian's exclamation. He rolled his eyes and said, "This joke is not funny at all." The dignified Devil Emperor forcefully probed the mental power source core of a Meteor Realm cultivator and actually made such a mistake. "Isn't this too fake?" There was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his words. Obviously, Mo Qigong was extremely displeased that Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had forcefully probed Yi Xian's mental power source core without informing him. After all, Yi Xian was someone he had taken a fancy to. Mo Wentian should have been able to hear what he had said in the sky earlier. As one of the 3 core existences of the Devil Dwellers and the Emperor's uncle, Mo Qigong had the right to express his displeasure even though his cultivation level was not as high as Mo Wentian's. In this regard, the others clearly understood. Mo Sihai and the Devil Emperor Guard Commander Chanas looked at Yi Xian strangely. What kind of remarkable ability did this brat have to be able to make Mo Qigong express his dissatisfaction with the Devil Emperor? Did he steal his soul? As for the High Priest Wen Xing, he smiled faintly as if he did not pay attention to Mo Qigong's words at all. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes as if he was analyzing the meaning behind the Devil Emperor's exclamation. Then, no one knew what answer he had obtained, but the faint suspicion in his eyes disappeared completely. However, this clearly gave Yi Xian an even more unfathomable intuition, which made him immediately vigilant. At this moment, a torrential anger surged in Yi Xian's chest. Although Yi Xian was the current Devil Emperor, this act of forcibly probing the spirit source core was too overbearing and unreasonable. It was obvious that Yi Xian did not bother to hide his disregard for Mo Wentian. With Yi Xian's temperament, this action alone was enough to make the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian bear a grudge. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. However, this kind of murderous intent obviously could not be revealed now. Yi Xian had grown up through countless dangers, so this was something he could easily do. In fact, no matter how angry he was, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and continued Mo Qigong's words, saying, "Lord Devil Emperor is not wrong. There is a spiritual imprint in my mind, and it is condensed from the 8th level of spiritual power." After saying that, Yi Xian flipped his hand. A few of them had already been prepared in advance, and the high-level spirit source energy within them had already been absorbed. The 8-eyed silver crystal, which had long since become a useless blank crystal, appeared in his palm. Then, he added, "I absorbed the power of a few multi-eyed sense crystals in the Forbidden Zone." they were all sparkling silver. Some of them only contained pure mind origin source power, while some actually contained a kind of spiritual inheritance. One of them contained a level 8 spiritual imprint. However, I couldn't control this spiritual imprint, so it wasn't very useful. Its only function was to protect my source core and prevent others from probing it forcefully. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The Devil King's jealousy. These are the ones. I've absorbed all of the essence and pure spirit origin energy in them, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He flipped his hand and took out 6 8-eyed silver crystals, held them in his palm, and slowly handed them out. He had prepared these 6 8-eyed silver crystals in advance in case they were exposed after they came out. He could take them out to complete his mission, but he hadn't expected that they would come in handy at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian handed over the 6 8-eyed silver crystals in his hand and said indifferently, I've obtained quite a number of multi-eyed spiritual crystals. I found them when I entered a cave by accident. Some of the shiny silver ones looked better, so I picked them to absorb first. I didn't expect the effects to be so good. One of them left a spiritual imprint in my mind that could protect my source core from being probed. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. I also tried, but I couldn't control it on my own accord. Among the other crystals, 3 of them only contained pure high-level spiritual origin energy, while the other 2 allowed me to inherit 2 types of spiritual power techniques. The technique that used my spiritual power to conceal my aura was one of them. As for the other one, I've given it a name. It's called the Spiritual Thunder Lightning Technique. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly raised his left hand and waved it in the direction of the entrance of the Forbidden Valley. Crack! A black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in that position without warning. Although there had been many strong practitioners of the Devil King's royal family, because of the outbreak of the battle, they had all retreated far away according to the instructions of the Devil King, Mo Wen Tian. At this moment, due to the conclusion of the battle in the air above the forbidden area of the valley, the thousands of demons had all gathered here one after another. Some of them just so happened to be at the entrance of the valley, and they had just turned the corner and were making their way into the valley. Yi Xian's spiritual thunder lightning technique had been casually waved, but coincidentally, it landed on the head of one of them as if it had been deliberately aimed. It was the third prince. Wu, with Yi Xian's current cultivation, which was only at the 2nd level of the meteor realm, and he didn't use his full strength, this black lightning was naturally unable to cause much harm to the third prince. However, after all, he had just had his blood chi essence and life force absorbed. At this moment, he was weak. In addition, this black lightning was too strange. When it suddenly fell, the third prince immediately cried out miserably like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Even his body fell to the ground as his legs gave way. He was in an extremely sorry state. Ugh, my apologies, Lord Demon King. This isn't one of your royal descendants, right? I'm only in the meteor realm, and I haven't even used my full strength in this spiritual lightning art. So, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? He can't even withstand a single blow. He must be messing with me. His spiritual lightning technique had coincidentally landed on the head of one of the hundreds of royal family descendants. Moreover, this person seemed to be one of the best among this group of royal family descendants. This could be seen from the way the others were treating him like stars surrounding the moon. Therefore, while Yi Xian was secretly delighted, he also had an idea. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make those guys, who had not had time to talk about what had happened in the forbidden area, feel afraid. Then, they would hesitate and keep quiet for the time being. Even if they turned around and came to their senses soon, Yi Xian would have already left the Demon Emperor planet by then. At this moment, Zhang Tai's seemingly casual words were actually testing the reaction of the Nephilim Emperor. At the same time, he was also secretly provoking him. He believed that the Nephilim Emperor would definitely be pleased after hearing his words. Additionally, he would take out a large number of multi-pupil perception crystals to bribe the Nephilim Emperor later on. Those guys would definitely feel that they were asking for a snub by badmouthing him in front of the Nephilim Emperor. As long as they had such thoughts in their hearts, they would definitely not mention what had happened in the forbidden area for a short period of time. As expected, after hearing Yi Xian's words, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian's face immediately darkened. He turned his head and glanced indifferently in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. Previously, when the third prince came out of the forbidden area, he did not report the situation in the first instance. Instead, he complained to him tearfully. This had already made the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian unhappy and disappointed. At this moment, he naturally understood the power of Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique with a single glance. Even so, the third prince was still directly struck to the ground and let out such a mournful howl. Even he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Although the snort was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The descendants of the demon emperor had already helped the third prince up at this moment. When they heard Yi Xian's instigation, coupled with the demon emperor's reaction, they immediately felt miserable. As they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with hesitation. The aura of the spiritual thunder lightning technique just now, it was also at this moment that the expression of the imperial city's high priest, Yan Xing, changed. He seemed to have been moved as he probingly asked Yi Xian, could it be that this priest's senses are correct? That's clearly the aura of a level 6 spiritual force. Your source core has already undergone 5 transformations? How is that possible? Huh? Yi Xian was stunned. He shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be innocent as he said, my mind power was originally at the level 4 mind power, but after entering the forbidden area and obtaining these sense crystals and absorbing these 6 silver sense crystals, my mind power has undergone 2 transformations. Therefore, it should be at the level 6 mind power now. I have to say, these sense crystals are really effective. When they heard this, the eyes of the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm present twitched. They subconsciously looked at Yi Xian's open palm again. The complex feelings in their hearts were indescribable. This kid made it sound so easy, but these were 8-eyed silver crystals. How could they not be effective? One had to know that in the entire demonic race, only one demon emperor had been lucky enough to obtain an 8-eyed silver crystal in the forbidden area. The demon emperor had treated this 8-eyed silver crystal as a sacred treasure and enshrined it in the ancestral temple of the imperial city. He had never been willing to absorb its power, so he had planned to wait until the opportunity came for his 7th source core transformation. When that time came, with the help of the high-level mind power contained in the 8-eyed silver crystal, his level 7 source core would successfully transform and the possibility of evolving into a level 8 source core would increase greatly. One could only imagine how precious this item was if even the demon emperor was reluctant to use it. However, this kid in front of him had used 6 of them at once, so his source core had been upgraded to a level second only to the demon emperor's, Mo Wen Tian's. If he could absorb these 6 8-eyed silver crystals, it would definitely be possible for his level 7 source core to become a level 9 source core, which would surpass the ancestor emperor's level 8 source core. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Light at the end of the tunnel. As for why these ferocious beasts are afraid of me, speaking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian. Coincidentally, he caught sight of the cold murderous gleam in his eyes. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He paused for a moment, then pretended as if he didn't notice and continued, previously, a heavenly tribulation appeared in the forbidden area. Countless black lightning rain fell from the sky, and I don't know how many fierce beasts were killed. I guess it has left a shadow in their hearts. As for me, when I escaped from the Forbidden Land, I was chased by some ferocious beasts, so I performed a few spiritual thunder techniques in a panic. However, although I didn't hit them, those ferocious beasts all turned around and ran away in fear. This is clearly the same as that man. It is also because of the psychological shadow of a bird frightened by the twang of a bough. As he spoke, Yi Xian glanced again at the group of descendants of the demon emperor who were walking into the valley. Among them, Zhuo Liqing, Hao Fangfang and the others were also among them. So, what they are afraid of is not me, but the black lightning I performed. As he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time, he didn't release it casually. His spiritual power locked onto the bound figure of the commander of the demon emperor guards, Chanas. At this moment, because it was too close to Yi Xian, it was the ferocious beast of the starry skies that was trembling constantly. Kacha, a black lightning appeared out of thin air again and fell directly on the head of the ferocious beast. Obviously, the power of this spiritual thunder technique was not strong, but even so, the ferocious beast of the starry skies held miserably. It immediately rolled its eyes and fell to the ground. This was clearly the result of fainting from fear, The poor ferocious beast of the starry skies thought that Xian was going to attack it. He had once cut down the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth with the blood-red heavenly blade. The existence of the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth had already caused countless ferocious beasts in the mystery land to feel boundless fear from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of psychological shadow, coupled with the great despair of being captured right after escaping, and seeing that it was about to be killed, had already pushed the spirit and will of this astral beast to the brink of collapse. Therefore, when Xian made his move, he was caught between shock and fear. That was why this unexpected scene happened. What was even more coincidental was that this ferocious beast's reaction was exactly the same as the third prince's. In fact, it was even worse than the third prince's reaction. See? That's an Origin Realm supreme vicious beast. How could I possibly knock it unconscious with just a single strike? Seeing that this ferocious beast was so cooperative, Xian was overjoyed. He immediately shrugged innocently again. He was afraid that the Demon Emperor and the others would probe too deeply into this matter. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression did not change. However, he stealthily drew everyone's attention back to the third prince. Now, the pale-faced third prince and the others had already arrived in the valley and were standing not far away. Xian turned his head and grinned at him. Then, he said, that fellow's reaction was exactly the same as this ferocious beast's. In my opinion, he was probably shocked by the lightning. This is a mental illness that needs to be treated. Although these words were deliberate, they did hit the nail on the head. Although this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, including the third prince, were not afraid of lightning, their deep fear of him was no less than that of those ferocious beasts of heaven and earth. After all, the latter had only seen Xian unleash a blood-red heavenly blade from afar and cut down a heavenly clone of the will of heaven. However, more than half of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor had had close contact with Xian. In a short period of time, they were almost sucked dry. This was a great horror. It was even more terrifying than directly cutting off their heads. The reason why this group of people still dared to approach at this moment was that the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, and the others were present. However, at this moment, looking at the attitude of the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, he might not support them in this matter. In addition, the words mental illness that Xian said fell into the ears of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, but the speaker did not mean it. It immediately reminded them of the terrifying scene of being almost sucked dry by Xian in public in the Forbidden Land. So, a wisp of indignation appeared on the faces of these descendants of the Devil Emperors, but then they seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and they immediately stiffened and revealed embarrassed expressions. This was especially so for the third prince, who was even more so. This was clearly a sign of guilt after being hit by Xian. None of this escaped the observation of the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, and the other supreme masters of the Grotto Heaven realm. Therefore, after they turned to look at each other, they basically believed Xian's words in their hearts. Only the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, snorted coldly again, and his face suddenly darkened, even if there was no problem with Xian, and he seemed to be a young descendant with an extremely strong spiritual power talent on the surface. Even so, as the Demon Emperor, if Mo Tian wanted to kill him, it would only take a few words. Not to mention other things, just the matter of the 6 eight-eyed silver crystals was enough to make him want to kill Xian. This feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred made Mo Tian very unhappy, especially when the target was a low-level demon cultivator who was only in the meteor realm. At this moment, his face darkened, and it was obvious that his killing intent had suddenly risen, and he was about to turn hostile. Xian seemed to be casually speaking, but in fact, he had been observing the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, from the corner of his eye. At this moment, when he saw the other's reaction, his heart suddenly beat wildly. Without thinking, he hurriedly used his last trump card. That's right, High Priest, is the trial over? Not only did I obtain the spiritual power inheritance, but I also have a large number of multi-eyed divine crystals. Even if the others have found quite a few, I should be able to win in terms of grade. I also have quite a number of 8-eyed silver crystals. Just as he said this, the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. Other than the 6 blank objects in his hand, this brat actually still had 8-eyed silver crystals? And quite a lot. How was this possible? Since when did the eight-eyed divine treasure become so common? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Mo Tian did not believe it, his eyes immediately burst with a strong light of surprise. This was really a glimmer of hope. Brat, you still have eight-eyed divine crystals on you? At this moment, the others were also greatly surprised, and all of them had a feeling of being shocked. Imperial Uncle, Mo Qigong, directly rushed over to Yi Xian and began to search his body without hesitation. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity. Therefore, on the surface, he pretended to roll his eyes, but on the inside, he was already very happy. He pretended to be a ghost and bit Mo Qigong's ear, but in a voice that everyone could hear, he whispered, "Qigong, the black mosquito tribe saint is my dream since I was young. I hope Qigong can put in a few good words for me. Don't worry, I've secretly kept 10 eight-eyed divine crystals for you." As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out the simplest space box in his undying world, which could not be inspected by spiritual power. He handed it to the dumbfounded Mo Qigong and said, "Qigong, this is what I've handed over. Please examine it in front of everyone." At the side, the demon emperor, Mo Tian, was already full of shock. Even his breathing had become heavier. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Bribery in public. This time, when Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet, he was in the vast corpse pool within the enormous ring-shaped mountain. Not to mention the headless infant corpse, just the multi-pupil thought crystals alone was enough for him to obtain more than 8 million ordinary thought crystals. Besides that, Yi Xian had more than 800,000 eight-eyed silver crystals. It could be said that even if he threw out 100 of them, it would only be 1 in 10,000. However, it was obvious that he couldn't be so generous. Why? Didn't he see how the Devil Emperor, Mo Tian, was so nervous about the eight-eyed silver crystal? Since they were so easily satisfied, it would be bad if Yi Xian gave them too much. As for the nine-eyed golden crystal, Yi Xian also had more than 50,000 of them. Among the 50,000 nine-eyed golden crystals, there were some that were of perfect quality. In other words, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade essence crystal energy, there was also the existence of a primordial divine ability inheritance. There were as many as 107 of them, including the one that Yi Xian had already taken away by the fallen sky bow. He had obtained a total of 108 perfect quality nine-eyed golden crystals in this corpse pool. Not to mention the remaining 107 perfect quality nine-eyed golden crystals, Yi Xian did not even intend to take out a single one of the 50,000 normal quality nine-eyed golden crystals. After all, these imperial demons probably did not even know about the existence of the nine-eyed golden crystals. There was no need for him to find trouble for himself. After considering all these factors, Yi Xian made preparations in the undying world and his body immediately after he decided to seal their mouths. It was very simple. He just took out 3 small spatial boxes. Of course, they were ordinary spatial boxes that were of lower quality refined by the demon tribe. They were different from the ones refined by the human tribe. The spatial boxes refined by the human tribe did not require the items to be poured out. They did not even need to be opened. One could use his divine sense to probe inside and see what was inside. Of course, the demons had also refined small interspatial boxes of the same quality, but they had replaced them with ones that were suitable for spiritual power detection. However, Yi Xian had purposely taken 3 of these inferior quality boxes. Only by pouring out the contents of the boxes could he examine the contents of the boxes in detail. On one hand, this was consistent with his identity as an ordinary low-level demon. On the other hand, this was done with a purpose. To put it in a superficial way, he was just showing off. To put it in a sophisticated way, he was just trying to shock those descendants of demon emperors who were almost sucked dry by him. When they saw that they had given such a huge amount of resources to the Devil Emperor Mo Tian, with their shrewdness and their status as the descendants of the Devil Emperor's tribe, even if they finally decided to take the risk, there was bound to be a period of hesitation in the process. What Yi Xian wanted was this time gap, enough for him to leave the demonic imperial planet in a hurry. In order to achieve this effect, Yi Xian had to take out too few multi-eyed sense crystals, or else it would not be enough to shock those descendants of the Devil Emperor. After all these considerations, he put 10 eight-eyed silver crystals and 107 eyed and 6-eyed sense crystals in one of the spatial boxes. This spatial box was left for Emochi Gong to create an appearance that he had put in a lot of effort to get the position of Black Mosquito Tribe's Saint Sun. This was also one of the measures that Xian did not want to be suspected by the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the others, who would suspect that he still had a large amount of multi-eyed sense crystals. As for the second small spatial box, he placed 7 or 8 eight-eyed silver crystals, as well as a total of more than 300 items below 8 eyes. He had specially prepared this small spatial box for himself. If the other party still wanted to get to the bottom of it, Xian would take out this small spatial box. According to the total number of 8-eyed silver crystals and other sense crystals in it, it was just right. It would not make people suspect that it was fake, and it would not make the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the others jealous. As for the last spatial box, it was naturally used to bribe the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian. In this spatial box, Xian did not have a total number of multi-eyed sense crystals, no matter what grade they were. At first glance, it seemed that it was all that was left, except for the 2 sets that he had prepared for himself and Emochi Gong. 47 8-eyed silver crystals. There were a total of 7,643 multi-eyed sense crystals of all grades below the 7-eyed level, compared to the total number of sense crystals in Xian's possession. This was not even a strand of hair. However, to anyone in the Devil Tribe, including the current Devil Emperor in front of him, not only was the number of multi-eyed sense crystals in this spatial box shocking, but the quality was also beyond compare. There were more than 48-eyed silver crystals. What was there not to be satisfied with? Before this, there was only one in the entire Devil Tribe. It was enshrined in the main hall of the ancestral temple like a treasure. At this moment, after receiving the small spatial box from Xian's hands, Emochi Gong could tell with a single glance that the quality of this small spatial box was the lowest of the low. It didn't support just extending one's spiritual force into it to know the details of the items contained within. Hence, he did not hesitate at all. He opened the lid of the box directly, then inserted a strand of mental strength and casually tipped the lid of the box towards the ground. Crash, ding ding dang dang. In the next moment, with the crisp sound of crystals crashing against each other, large amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals poured out like rain from the small space box in Emochi Gong's hand and fell to the ground. From time to time, a silver light would slide down from the spatial box. This clearly represented an 8-eyed sense crystal. In a short 2 to 3 seconds, this silver light had appeared 7 to 8 times. Such a scene instantly petrified Emochi Gong, who was holding the spatial box in his hands. He was dumbfounded on the spot with his mouth wide open. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, High Priest Wen Xing, and the others instantly widened their eyes. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. As for the dozens of Origin Realm powerhouses further away, as well as the Devil Emperor's descendants, Hao Fengfeng, Sui Liqing, and the others who had just arrived, they all gasped. Many of them were so shocked that they lost their voices on the spot. Xian even heard the sound of a few heavy objects crashing to the ground. He didn't know which one of those fellows with poor mental fortitude was directly scared unconscious. Hee, Qigong, I've taken out all that I can. I've only kept a little for myself. The Black Mosquito Tribe Saint should not be a big problem, right? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Turning danger into safety. Previously, Xian had said that he'd specially left 10 8-eyed silver crystals for Emochi Gong and asked him to take care of the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son on his behalf. However, at that time, Emochi Gong didn't take it too seriously and still didn't quite believe it. On the other hand, 10 8-eyed silver crystals was indeed a big deal. Although he was the elder of the current Devil Emperor, the Devil Emperor was the Devil Emperor after all. If Emochi Gong had really greedily taken the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, even if the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian did not say anything on the surface, he would definitely hold a grudge against him. In this way, there would be a gap between them, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Emochi Gong thought that even if this brat could really take out the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, he would definitely not accept them. However, at that moment, when he saw the multi-pupil sense crystals in the small space box that he was holding in his hand and pouring onto the ground, it was as if there was no end to the multi-pupil sense crystals. There was already a huge pile in front of his feet, and the small space box was still pouring down. More importantly, from time to time, he could see a ray of silver light flowing out of the box and sliding onto the ground. These were the 8-eyed silver crystals. Emochigong made a rough estimate. In just a short while, he had caught sight of at least 20 streaks of silver light. In other words, there were at least 28-eyed silver crystals in the terrifying pile of multi-eyed sense crystals on the ground. Moreover, the small space box had not been emptied yet. There must be more. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 30 of them. In this case, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had more than 38-eyed sense crystals for himself. Even if he had given 1 or 2 to the High Priest Wen Xing and the commander of the Devil Emperor Guards Chanas as hush money, there were still nearly 38-eyed silver crystals in his hand. Since that was the case, he naturally had no qualms about taking the 10 8-eyed silver crystals that he had already stuffed into his pocket. If he did not take them, he would have to share them with the Devil Emperor later. He was afraid that the Devil Emperor would not be willing to take them. As the Emperor's uncle, if he wanted to take them, it would not be just 1 or 2. Therefore, given the current situation, the Nephilim Emperor couldn't wait for him to take the 10 8-eyed silver crystals. He turned to look at Yixian, finding him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Not only was he unmoved by force or persuasion, he was also very much to his liking. Even in such a critical situation, he was so tactful. He knew that these things would be a disaster if they were left in his hands, and he even knew how to show filial piety to this old man. The more Emochigong thought about it, the more he found Yixian to his liking. He immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the High Priest Wen Xing, who was looking at him enviously. He grinned and said, "Old man Wen, the matter of the saint has always been decided by you. But this time, the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe has to be given to this brat, even if he doesn't want to. Also, don't even think about the 10 8-eyed silver crystals in my hand." As he spoke, Emochigong glanced at the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian again. He said in a low muffled voice, "You can ask him for them later. I have to give half of the 10 to fourth brother. I only have 5 left. Although it's not a small amount, it's not a lot either, that's natural. Later, Priest Wen and Commander Jia can come and find this emperor by themselves." The Devil Emperor's expression was still serious, but his tone was obviously much gentler. When he heard that even Moc Hai's share did not need to be paid by him, he was secretly delighted. He could save at least 4 or 5 8-eyed silver crystals. The Devil Emperor was delighted. When he looked at Yixian again, he suddenly found him much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, judging from this brat's eagerness to be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, even if he still had some 8-eyed silver crystals in his hand, it was definitely not a lot. Since this was the case, this matter would end here. Since he had already received a huge benefit from this brat, if he still insisted on it, it would seem that he did not have the magnanimity of an emperor. Of course, although this was the case on the surface, in private, he had to investigate this brat's background and secrets in detail. If there was really a problem, in the devil domain, who could escape the investigation of the dignified Devil Emperor, not to mention that he was still in the Black Mosquito tribe, one of the top 10 foreign tribes, and held the position of saint. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian immediately made a decision to let Yixian go first and not make things difficult for him openly. As for the remaining doubts in his heart, when this brat left the Devil Emperor planet and returned to the Black Mosquito tribe, he would send a secret edict, and everything would come to light very quickly. As a result, the Demon Emperor immediately changed his attitude. For the sake of the massive amount of pupil perception crystals, he praised Yixian with a rare smile on his face. Then, he decided on the spot that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son belonged to, and in the end, the flower fell into Yixian's hands. There was no suspense in this matter. After all, whether it was the inheritance of the spiritual power skill or the number of multi-pupil perception crystals, Yixian fully deserved it. Even Zhuo Liqing and the others had no choice but to accept it. In addition, when the Devil Emperor's descendants heard that the Devil Emperor had personally decided that Yixian would be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were cold. The Devil Emperor's words were not joking, since the Demon Emperor had already announced this matter in public. Then even if they exposed everything that had happened to Yixian in the Saint Demon Forbidden Area, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything in the end. Instead, it would cause the Demon Emperor to be displeased and think that they were deliberately embarrassing him. They were afraid that they would not have a good ending. Moreover, this brat was so generous. He did not even frown when he took out such a huge amount of multi-pupil perception crystals and handed them over to the Devil Emperor. For the sake of these multi-pupil thought crystals, it would be difficult for the Nephilim king to disregard his pride and make a move on him. At the thought of this, the Devil Emperor's descendants looked at each other. They were completely speechless, but their faces were full of resentment. Everything had been settled. Xian was afraid that he would stay in the demon imperial city for too long, and it would be troublesome if there were too many dreams. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had finally landed on his head, he was wild with joy and excitement. He immediately proposed to the Devil Emperor that he would return to the Black Mosquito tribe. He even purposely muttered something like, "When I return, the first thing I need to do is to urge the High Priest, Grayskull Ray, to hold the saint succession ceremony so that I can be at ease." These mutterings made sense, and they matched Xian's previous appearance. As such, the Devil Emperor did not suspect that he was in a hurry to leave, and he immediately agreed. He waved his hand and said generously, "In that case, Commander Xia will take you to the star dock of Demon Guard 1 to choose a space fortress as your transportation warship. Take half of it back. After all, the Black Mosquito tribe is a large tribe. How can they not have a space fortress?" Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Starry Sky Treasure Long Yi Hao. When the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian finished speaking, Mo Qigong, who had been stupidly pouring the multi-pupil perception crystal onto the ground from the small box in his hand, had finally finished. The final tally came out as soon as he scanned the pile of multi-pupil memory crystals with his spiritual power. The terrifying number of over 48 silver crystals even gave Mo Qi a big fright. It was more than 10 crystals than his previous estimate of over 30, a full quarter of it. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Emperor only gave High Priest Wen Xing and Commander Chanas 2 each, wouldn't he have over 40 of them in his possession? This was a lot more than the 30 or so that he had estimated. On the contrary, the thousands and tens of thousands of perception crystals of other levels below the 8-pupil level could no longer attract his attention at this moment. At this moment, Mo Qigong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he would not have acted like this. In this way, he would have 10 8-pupil memory crystals. Even if Mo Sihai could not get 10 from the Demon Emperor, he would have no problem getting 6 or 7. Thinking of this, Mo Qigong immediately puffed up his cheeks and moved closer to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian with a smile. His face was full of the best uncle and nephew relationship they had ever had since they were young. The Nephilim king immediately became vigilant. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away all the multi-pupil sense crystals. Then, without even giving Rong Mo the chance to speak, he instructed Chanas, the commander of the Nephilim royal guards, to take the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, to the star dock of the Demon Guard to choose a space fortress. Then, he quickly turned and left. Obviously, he was worried that he would be targeted by a thief and suffer heavy losses. Mo Qigong was not happy at all. He turned back and greeted Xian, asking him to return to the Demon Emperor planet after the Holy Sun inauguration ceremony. When he was free, he could spend some time here. As for this time, since Xian was in a hurry to get back to work and he happened to have an important matter to attend to, he didn't want to get too close to Xian. After saying that, he raised his hand and beckoned to Mo Sihai, and the two immediately chased after the Demon Emperor. It was clear that they were determined to get a few more pieces of the 8-eyed silver crystal from the Demon Emperor. Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He was afraid that the uncle and nephew trio would not be able to divide the spoils equally. If they fought on the spot, then he would really be guilty. With the departure of the Demon Emperor and the 2 guardians of the Forbidden Valley, High Priest Wen Xing could only lead a group of Origin Stage Demon King Imperial family powerhouses to temporarily station themselves in the Forbidden Valley. This place could not be left unguarded, and it would be troublesome if something went wrong. As an elder from the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wen Xing was about to bid farewell. Whether it was Xian, Sua Liqing, Sua Hongwu, Hao Fengfeng, or the other failed candidates, they all had to come over to formally say goodbye. As for Sua Liqing and Sua Hongwu, High Priest Wen Xing casually said a few words and ignored them. However, on Xian's side, he repeatedly warned him that he would make a trip to the Black Mosquito tribe in a period of time and asked Xian to tell the High Priest not to let him wander around for the time being. After all, he had just become the holy son of the tribe, so he still had to work hard on his cultivation base and the use of his mental power skills. In the end, as the former high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wenxing even said that he would personally check the results of Yixian's cultivation during this period when he went to the Black Mosquito tribe to see if he had slacked off. Now that he had told Yixian about this in advance, it was to make things clear. If Yixian was found to have slacked off, he would have to punish him slightly to encourage him. Yixian smiled awkwardly in response, but he did not say anything. Naturally, he would not agree to it. If he passed the message to Hui Gulei and asked him to keep a close eye on him. What was going on? Since he did not plan to do as he was told, he would not simply agree to it. Otherwise, he would be going back on his word, and it would affect his Taoist heart. On the other hand, Zhuo Hongguo and Zhuo Hongli, who had been looking for an opportunity to interrupt and prove their existence, saw that Yixian still hadn't made a clear statement. They both shamelessly moved closer and patted their chests to promise High Priest Wenxing that after they returned, they would immediately pass on the original words to the ash sacrifice High Priest. In the end, they even explained to Yixian, as if they were afraid of misunderstanding, that he was now the holy son of the tribe, and his status was different from before. Whether or not he was diligent in his cultivation was a matter of great importance to the entire tribe, and so on. They were obviously tattletale, but they made it sound so dignified. It was even better than singing. Yixian pretended not to hear them, and his face did not show the slightest change. However, he was already sneering in his heart. Humph, do you think you can do it just because you patted your chest and made a promise? You have to make it back to the Black Mosquito Star alive first. After saying goodbye to Wenxing, Yixian chatted with Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, while walking toward the east bridge of the moat that led to the outer city. To reach the Demon Royal Guards, one had to take a warship instead of walking. However, warships were forbidden in the Demon Royal City, and even flying was forbidden. Even Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, was not an exception. Behind them, in addition to several personal soldiers of the Demon Royal Guards, Zhuo Hongguo and Zhuo Liqing, as well as Hao Fengfeng and a few other candidates who had failed the selection, followed closely behind them. However, their faces were full of depression, and they could only follow behind silently. Now, Yixian was completely different from when he first came to the Demon Royal Star, at least in the Demon Royal Star. Even though Zhuo Hongwu's cultivation was higher than his, and he was the younger brother of Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, he did not dare to offend Yixian, who now had the upper hand in front of the higher-ups of the Demon Royal Star. After leaving the outer city of the Demon Royal Star, Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, immediately waved his hand and released a standard warship issued by the Demon Royal Guards. They quickly entered the warship, rushed out of the atmosphere, and sped toward the Demon Royal Star, one of the two satellites in the orbit of the Demon Royal Star. Although the Demon Royal Star was not as big as the Demon Royal Star, it was not small either. It was about the same size as the Black Mosquito Star and the Sky River Star, and it was a life sphere of normal size. Behind the Demon Royal Star, there was a huge star dock. Docked there were some important and strategic high-end warships that the Demon Royal race had received from their master, the Heavenly Fate clan, over the past tens of thousands of years. For example, the space fortress was one of the most important components. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the star dock, Yixian abruptly heard the system's warning sound in his mind. Instantly, his face froze, and he was almost stunned. Translator, trans and editor, trans and broken little fortress. As soon as Yixian stepped out of the commander of the Demon Guard Chana's battleship, the sound of the devouring system beeped in his mind. From the word Star Fortress, it was clear that the Long Yixian was referring to one of the star fortresses of the Demon Guard ahead. This made him speechless. He was still in someone else's territory, and yet the system had directly asked him if he wanted to forcibly seize the star fortresses. It was an enormous bastion. Since when could the devouring system have the ability to forcibly absorb such a colossal object? When he had encountered the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind before, he had never heard the system ask such a question. Could it be that the sudden appearance of a starry sky bastion had stirred him up so much that he couldn't keep his cool? According to what Yixian knew, the devouring system used a classification system similar to that of the human Third Universe's Myriad Federation when it came to treasures in the star space. For example, top-grade and ultra-top-grade star treasures were still considered common. Although they were rare, they were still occasionally seen. After that were legendary treasures, epic treasures, and finally, treasures. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian's three basic treasures, his personal battleship, battle weapon, and battle armor, could be said to have gone through a lot of painstaking effort and invested a large amount of resources and effort in order to be able to advance to this point. But even so, those three treasures were still only epic grade. This was the result of 5 or 6 fusions. Battleship, Dongxiu shuttle. Epic treasures. 6 fusions, combat weapon, demon blood star tear sword. Epic treasures. 5 fusions, armor, indestructible glass armor. Epic treasures. 5 fusions. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any starry sky treasures in his possession. For example, the piece of void indestructible gold that he had already fused with his battle armor, allowing it to advance to the epic level of the indestructible glass armor. In addition, Yi Xian had obtained a Rai D seal from the Black Mosquito, which was also a treasure-level origin treasure. There was also the void marrow essence he had obtained from the Black Hole of Life, which could evolve into a universe. It was also a star treasure-level treasure. However, none of the items mentioned above were forged. They were either minerals, origin treasures, or naturally condensed void marrow crystals. All of them had the same characteristic, which was that they were born and nurtured by nature. They were the best treasures nurtured by nature, and they were not created by human beings. Even the void cave fragment that Yi Xian had obtained, as well as the starry sky dragon's immortal ancestral blood dragon, were both immortal treasures. However, at the same time, they weren't created by humans. Instead, they belonged to the 2 primordial level innate life forms, the starry sky tortoise and the starry sky dragon. It could be said that although Yi Xian had come into contact with a few supreme treasures that had reached the level of a starry sky treasure, there really wasn't a single one that was man-made before he heard the system prompt in his mind. But now it was called the Wild Dragon. It was named after the name Longzhan and Longzhan. Only a starry sky bastion could match the name of this ship. However, even though Yi Xian was extremely moved by the space fortress called Longyi, no matter what, it was still impossible for the Devouring system to forcefully grab it. As for why it was able to seize this bastion by force, it had never been able to do the same to Black Mosquito or Black Wind. There would be an explanation for this later, but for now Yi Xian didn't know. He didn't have the time to search the system's database for information. Yi Xian originally thought that the so-called Longyi battleship would definitely be extremely domineering. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this inexplicably blood-boiling ship name. However, after entering Demon Guard Star Dock, when Yi Xian saw the true appearance of the Longyi battlestar under the reminder of the Devouring system, his entire heart instantly turned cold. If he didn't know the Devouring system had never had a bad habit of playing pranks, he would have suspected he'd been tricked. Although the demons were not proficient in technology, they were still the servant race of the Heaven's Legacy race. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to distinguish the demons from humans. Because of this, even the Tiani clan viewed them with great importance, so, like the Wild Dragon, the Celestial Fate race had generously provided the demonkin with a large number of space fortresses, strategic weapons of mass destruction, not to mention the equipment that had been given to the 10 major tribes, the Demon Scout Corps, and the space bastions that were docked on Demon Satellite 2, or performing missions outside, just in front of Demon Satellite 1 starship dock. The number of Wild Dragon bastions was not small. There were dozens of them, and a few of them were clearly dilapidated. They were squeezed in the deepest part of the huge star dock, and it was obvious that they had been scrapped. And the Wild Dragon bastion mentioned by the Devouring system happened to be one of them, and the diameter of its hull was only 5,000 meters. In this regard, the Tiani clan was the same as the humans of the Third Universe. Basically, a 1,000-meter-long battleship was a planetary class, and a 3,000-meter-long battleship was a star class. At 5,000 meters, the hull would generally change into the shape of a Wild Dragon bastion. After all, it was more stable. A 5,000-meter-long Wild Dragon bastion was a Cosmic Cloud class, also known as a small fortress. A 10,000-meter-long Wild Dragon bastion was a Cosmic River class, also known as a large fortress. In addition to these 2 types of Wild Dragon bastions, there were clearly 2 Cosmic class bastions with diameters of 20,000 meters. The Wild Dragon bastion was extremely eye-catching. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances. On the side, Chana's clearly misunderstood. He smiled awkwardly and said, "That won't do. In the entire Wild Dragon Star region, the Tiani clan only gave these two. In fact, it's not a big deal, it's just a little too big. It is said that the Heaven's Legacy race has already mass-produced 50,000-meter-long star-class bastions, and even a 100,000-meter-long star-class Starry Sky Fortress is about to be built. That is a true giant." At this point, Chana's tone and expression clearly revealed a sense of longing and pride. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a telepathic thought from the bottom of his heart. In the bag, although the so-called Longyi battleship looked shabby and was clearly an old bastion that was about to be decommissioned, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and chose it on the spot because he trusted the Devouring system. Of course, the purpose of choosing a bastion was nominally to supply the Black Mosquito tribe. Zhuanggu was supposed to be in charge of this matter, but Yi Xian was now the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and had a lot of influence on the demonic emperor planet, at least on the surface. That was why Zhuanggu had to bear with it for the time being and follow behind like an attendant. In other words, even if he chose the Longyi battleship, Yi Xian would still have to hand it over when he returned to the Black Mosquito tribe. Yi Xian had already made up his mind about this matter. It was impossible. On the one hand, Yi Xian had no intention of letting Zhuanggu and Zuolicheng return alive. They had plotted against Yi Xian on the way here and had almost killed him. If Yi Xian allowed them to return to the Black Mosquito tribe in one piece, it would be too boring. Since that was the case, he could just take the Longyi battleship and take it for himself. Could it be that Zhuangtai was allowed to destroy the fierce mosquito bastion that belonged to the Black Mosquito tribe? Why couldn't he, the so-called Holy Son, take a small bastion with a diameter of 5,000 meters? The reason the Demon King Mo Wen Tian had suddenly relented on this matter was because of the large pile of multipupil cognition crystals that Yi Xian had given away. In that case, even if Yi Xian took the Longyi battleship, he had no qualms about it. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He could just find an excuse to brush it off when he got back. After all, Zhuanggu and Zuolicheng had been killed, and Zhuangtai was bound to be furious. When one had enough lice, one wouldn't be afraid of an itch. With Yi Xian's current strength, he didn't need to fear a mere 4th-level Origin Realm cultivator. But compared to the other bastions in Stardock, Longya's ship was a little ugly. So long as Dan Fan was a normal person, he wouldn't have chosen it. Therefore, in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of this so-called commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Yi Xian had to come up with a plausible excuse. He decided to make a breakthrough from the name of the small fortress. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately grinned awkwardly. He continued Chana's words a little embarrassedly, "Commander, you must be joking. Hee, this 20,000 meters in diameter is actually a cosmic fortress? I've learned something new. But there are too many bastions here. I've only just walked in and I'm already dazzled by the choices. Why don't you have them give me a copy of the ship's name list? I'll just look at the ship's name. I'll pick the one that looks the best." Chana's was taken aback when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. He couldn't help but despise Yi Xian in his heart. This kid clearly wanted a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. After being exposed and embarrassed, he was now pretending to be someone important. He actually planned to take a look at the ship's name list and pick the ship's name directly. Ugly people are always up to no good. However, although he despised Yi Xian in his heart, Chana's didn't expose him. Instead, he did as he was told. Behind him, Zuolicheng and Zhuanggu, who were standing not far away, frowned. They turned their heads and exchanged a look, but in the end they didn't say anything. Since they had already endured it before, they didn't mind enduring it a little longer. The so-called ship's name list was quickly sent over. It was just a piece of paper, and it was clearly written on the spot. Yi Xian didn't mind. After receiving it, he lowered his head and started reading. As he read, he muttered the names of the ships, but he didn't seem to be satisfied with any of them. After reading a dozen names, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly, "Longyi? Longzhan, Longyi? Great! That's great! I like this domineering ship name. This is it. Commander, with such a domineering ship name, this Longyi wouldn't be one of the two cosmic fortresses, right?" If that's the case, it's too much of a pity. We have to choose again. But I really like this domineering ship name. Pfft. When he said this, even the usually serious Chanas couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so amused that he laughed out loud. It seemed that this kid was indeed a petty person who was intoxicated with success. He was immersed in it and enjoyed it quite a bit. With a strange expression, Chanas raised his hand and pointed at that small fortress that was clearly the most tattered and unsightly one in the entire star dock. Cough, cough, Long Yi, that's the one. It's a small fortress. I think you should choose another one. Bang, 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 just as Chanas finished speaking, two soft sounds came from behind him. He turned around and saw Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, their faces full of anger. It was clear they'd been struck by lightning. If they were to return with this crappy little bastion, it was hard to say whether they'd make it to Black Mosquito Planet alive. Who knows, it might fall apart on the way. Because of that, the uncle and nephew immediately shouted angrily after climbing up. Zhang Wuji, what are you trying to do? This is our Black Mosquito tribe's fortress. Do you think it's your own private property? How dare you treat it like a child's play? It's fine. How can a space fortress be so picky? Don't pretend if you don't know anything. If you can't handle it, just move aside. Although they had already decided to bear with it for the time being, Yi Xian had indeed gone too far this time. They could not take it anymore. Therefore, the uncle and nephew could not hold it in and vented all their dissatisfaction. Yi Xian was secretly delighted. He immediately purposely turned his face red and looked extremely embarrassed. He was so angry that he kept stomping his feet. He pointed at the uncle and nephew and scolded, "Child's play? You dare to say that I'm child's play? I still want this Long Yi Xian today. I am a man of my word. If I say that I will use the name of the ship, then I have to make the decision. This is something that the Demon King personally allowed me to do. Do you dare to stop me?" He was obviously angry from embarrassment, and he even mentioned the Demon King, Mo and Tian. This directly stunned Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. Although they were full of anger, they did not dare to say anything. In the end, they snorted coldly and left. At the side, Chanas had already lost interest. He could see that this kid was just a nouveau riche who had gotten lucky. He did not have any standards and was simply a petty person intoxicated by success. He probably would not be able to achieve much in the future. With that thought in mind, Chanas tried to persuade Yi Xian to give him a way out so that he would lose interest in changing to another space fortress. After a few perfunctory words, he called the person in charge of the star dock and went through the procedures with Yi Xian. Xingbo's posthumous work. Although the Long Yi battleship was old and worn, that was only its appearance. There was no problem with its performance. Of course, it was only a stellar-level battleship that was over 3,000 meters long. Even compared to an ordinary 5,000-meter-wide bastion, it was still slightly inferior. After all, it was old, the bastion could actually operate on its own. All it needed to do was to activate the autopilot, confirm the star chart, and enter the destination. When Yi Xian entered the Long Yi battleship, Hao Fengfeng was the only one following behind him. Even he had a strange expression on his face. After all, Yi Xian's performance had been very disappointing. Hao Fengfeng was the same. But he was even more annoyed with Zhuo Liqing's group. That was why he still followed Yi Xian. Although there were only two of them, once the autopilot was activated, there was no problem for them to drive the bastion away. Yi Xian immediately entered the password in the control room on the top floor of the Long Yi battleship. He quickly gained control of the Long Yi battleship and drove it out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock. He headed straight for the Black Mosquito tribe and into the boundless void outside. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as well as the thousands of demonkin who had survived the fierce mosquito, they had come to Demon Guard Planet on Zhuo Hongwu's special stellar-level battleship. Naturally, they had no problem returning. Yi Xian didn't even bother to pay them any attention. After a long struggle, they finally left Demon Guard Planet safely. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. At this moment, after Hao Fengfeng entered the Long Yi ship, she immediately chose a cabin and walked in. She seemed to be too disappointed with Yi Xian's previous performance and didn't plan on paying attention to him. The latter just happened to be free, So he started to study this so-called starry sky treasure battlestar in the control room of the Long Yi ship. Yi Xian's devouring system had a special feature. When it came to certain treasures or objects, the devouring system's database would not have any relevant information before coming into contact with them. Even searching for their names would not yield any results. However, once it came into contact with the object, the system's database would automatically update and include the relevant information of the object. At this moment, Yi Xian was using the devouring system's database to search for all the detailed information about this Xianxia fortress. An existence that could be called a starry sky treasure by the devouring system naturally couldn't have a simple background. Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this, but even so, when he pulled out all the data and information regarding the Xianxia and read through it, he was still stunned at the first possible moment. His face was blank and he was speechless for a long time. His background was not simple at all. It was simply frightening. This wild dragon ship was actually the posthumous work of the number one human, Xing Bo. Although the name Xing Bo was a taboo in the first universe controlled by the Tianji clan, and no one dared to mention it, in the third universe, almost everyone in the human race knew his name. His status was equivalent to the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had long been deified. Of course, this was also because Xing Bo was already dead. As for Yi Xian, the moment the devouring system automatically upgraded itself and officially entered the starry sky environment, he already knew about Xing Bo and the origin of the devouring system. Xing Bo was the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had created two superintelligent robots, De and De. De killed his own creator, Xing Bo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan to dominate the first universe. He even threatened to destroy the human race and unify the three universes. It could be said that he was actually a traitor to the human race. As a last resort, the human race established the Wanluo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the Tianji clan. De was also a robot created by the number one human, Xing Bo. Currently, his official identity was the imperial advisor of the human race's technological faction, the Immortal Dynasty. He was the one who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human geniuses with potential. Therefore, there were obviously other people who had devouring systems like Yi Xian. However, everyone's growth was different. Every devouring system was also relatively independent. As it grew with its host, its changes would also be different. This was a story for another time. Today, we are talking about the Wild Dragon ship. The Wild Dragon ship was the last work that Xing Bo had completed before he was killed by the traitor, De. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it his posthumous work. Even the superintelligent robot, De, which he had created, could invent something as crazy as the devouring system. De had even created the entire Tianji clan's glorious civilization. Some of the technologies that he had invented later on had even surpassed the current technological faction of the human race. From this, one could see Xing Bo's crazy talent and strength in the field of technology. He was probably the only one who could create such a man-made starry sky treasure-level space fortress. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if the Tianji clan or the Immortal Dynasty of the human race's technological faction were to use all kinds of resources and technologies at all costs, they would only be able to create a peak epic level space fortress at most. Starry sky treasures were usually born from nature. It was not so easy to create them manually. The reason why the Wild Dragon ship ended up on the demonic Emperor planet was that before Xing Bo was killed, he did not spread the news of this starry sky treasure-level space fortress. Therefore, after it fell into De's hands, it was mistaken for an ordinary fortress and was given to the robots under his command to use. Later on, after tens of thousands of years, this small fortress had even witnessed several great battles between the robot race and the human race. In the end, it was full of scars. In addition to the rapid development of the Tianji clan, there were many breakthroughs in technology. They had the ability to build a new type of space fortress with a perfect internal superposition technology. Therefore, this old and battered fortress was abandoned by them and thrown to the demonic tribe as if it was trash. This was more than 10,000 years ago. In these 10,000 years, the Wild Dragon ship had been idle in a corner of the demonic star fortress. It had never been used by anyone. It could be said that it was a treasure covered in dust. If Yi Xian had not entered the demonic star fortress and discovered the wild dragon ship with the devouring system in his body, this could be said to be the greatest work in the history of human science and technology. Who knew how many years it would have been abandoned by the world? As for why the wild dragon ship was a starry sky treasure-level space fortress, its secret had not been discovered by anyone for tens of thousands of years. The reason was actually very simple. The reason why the wild dragon ship could enter the starry sky treasure level was not because it had an abnormal attack or defense ability from the very beginning. On the contrary, when Xingbo created it, the wild dragon ship was very weak. It was slightly inferior to an ordinary 5,000-meter space fortress of the same level. However, it had the most important characteristic. It was different from all the known space fortresses of the human race and the Tianji clan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bastion of Life. Whether it was a bastion built by humans or the Celestials' legacy clan, the construction process required countless materials. There were all kinds of alloys, special minerals, energy crystals, and even formations. So much so that the bastion's central control system was similar to that of the interplanetary networks of the planets. It was a cross between a living and a non-living superbrain. Even so, a bastion like this was still a dead object, but Xingbo's final work, Long Yihao, was alive. And by alive, he meant, it was a real life form. The construction of Long Yihao didn't use any other materials. There were no alloys, no minerals, no energy crystals, no formations, and nothing like that. In truth, it was a world bug that had simply used the natural growth and development of a living body to forcefully grow into a world bug, a mysterious and unknown life form. So far, only the great pioneer of human technology, Xingbo, had ever found and obtained one. Its characteristics were currently not fully understood, but one point had already been verified by Xingbo, and that was that this mysterious life form possessed an extremely strong ability to self-evolve, as well as a unique characteristic of malleability. Furthermore, its loyalty could be said to be absolute. It would only serve one master for life. The so-called malleable uniqueness could be seen as dominoes. You only had one chance to push down the first domino. Once you pushed down the first domino, the entire chain of dominoes would continue to react. If there was no end to the chain of dominoes would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino, which would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino in succession. This was basically what the malleability of the world bug meant. After Xingbo obtained the world bug, he should have hesitated for a period of time, but in the end, he decided to guide the world bug and evolve it into the most powerful super fortress. Therefore, he used up the evolution pre-molding rights of the world bug, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was equivalent to gently pushing the first domino down. Even the devouring system couldn't understand the process through the Long Yihao. Perhaps it could be seen as some kind of program writing method, or perhaps it was even more complicated. Xingbo was the great pioneer of the human race's technology. Who knew what he was capable of? In short, Xingbo's vision of what a perfect, powerful bastion should look like had been inputted into the world bug's body through some unknown method. It was almost like data input. This infusion marked the end of the world bug's malleability. From then on, it would continue to evolve according to Xingbo's vision of a perfect bastion. Like the chain reaction of dominoes, it wouldn't stop until it died. According to Xingbo's research, the world bug didn't die. It wasn't that it had a strong life force, but that it was a special kind of life form. In Xingbo's words, it should be called a group of mononuclear self-evolving life forms. To put it simply, this so-called world bug was not a single bug. It was a swarm. This swarm was made up of countless tiny world bugs. It was like the cells of a human body. Every moment, old cells would die, but at the same time, a large number of new cells would be born. In Xingbo's view, this self-evolving cycle was immortal and indestructible. Therefore, once the evolution began, the perfect bastion that existed only in Xingbo's mind would continue to evolve. At most, some accident would cause the world bug to go into hibernation. That was why the evolution was temporarily halted. Right now, the evolution was in a temporary halt because the mononuclear self-evolving life forms were in a very bad state. Tens of thousands of years ago, it no longer had the strength to spawn more minuscule world worm cells and continue the path of evolution according to Xingbo's vision. incessantly condensing new and more powerful fortress components and functions. Because the lack of energy supply was so severe, the World Bug's core, which was equivalent to the commander-in-chief of the group, had no choice but to go into hibernation. That was why, for tens of thousands of years, the independent World Bug's evolution system continued to produce new members, but their numbers were few and far between. They were only equal to the ones that had declined and died. The only way to change this situation was to provide enough energy to the independent World Bug's core, a mysterious crystal that Xingbo called the source of evolution. Moreover, after injecting energy and reactivating this source of evolution, Yi Xian still had the chance to brand a strand of his own soul imprint onto it. Xingbo had left this opportunity for him, and it was also the World Bug's other greatest feature aside from its malleability. Once the soul imprint was imprinted, then this World Bug would be absolutely loyal to Yi Xian. Moreover, this kind of master recognition was unique to every World Bug in its entire life. It could only be done once, and it couldn't be changed unless the entire group was destroyed. It was a pleasant surprise. Imagine, once the World Bug recognized a living bastion as its master, it would be completely loyal to the owner. Even if the passageway was wide open and enemies were allowed to enter, they wouldn't be able to do anything. On the contrary, a single thought from the owner would be able to command the bastion to kill them. It was a pity that Xingbo didn't use the soul-recognized sovereign. It wasn't because he was great, but because when he injected the idea of a perfect super fortress into the World Worm's crystal of evolution, he realized that there wasn't much life force left in the crystal when it was innately nurtured. The best he could do was wait until the World Bug's core, which was only the size of a fist, grew to the size of an ordinary fortress 5,000 meters in diameter. When that happened, the evolution process would have to stop as the core went into hibernation. Xingbo tried to supply it with all sorts of energy, but to no avail. In the end, for the sake of realizing his dream of building a perfect bastion, Xingbo decided to keep the Longyi as its master. He hoped that whoever discovered the ship's secrets would be tempted enough to find the energy required for the evolution of the world's insectoids. That way, the bastion of life could be restarted on its path of evolution. To lay murderous intentions in the dark at this moment, Yi Xian was extremely depressed. The great surprise of accidentally obtaining a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Super Life Fortress had long since dissipated. What replaced it was a huge sense of loss, as well as a strong sense of depression. Her life was too tough. She was clearly on the verge of becoming a nanny. Previously, he was looking for the multi-pupil thought crystal that could help the immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment grow. Now, he had to look for the energy that could help the World Bug colony that had evolved into a 5,000-meter-wide fortress to recover its normal reproduction and evolution. More importantly, even Yi Xian had no idea what this energy was. Furthermore, he was absolutely certain that all the resources he currently had were absolutely useless. What kind of existence was Xingbo? Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already tried all the resources that he could find. The things in Yi Xian's hands might just be a drop in the bucket of all the resources that he had already tried. In short, trying to find this mysterious energy whose name was unknown was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was even more difficult than Yi Xian looking for the source of devouring, which had become the currency of the system. At the very least, the latter had a name. At the very least, Yi Xian had come into contact with it before, used it before, and knew what it looked like. However, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of energy the World Worm's source of evolution required and what kind of state it was in. The only way was to try out every new resource that he obtained in the future. It was clearly a case of treating a dead horse as a living horse. It was purely a matter of luck. Because of this, even through the devouring system, Yi Xian already knew that the core of the Longyi Life Fortress, which was the source of evolution that was equivalent to the core of the entire world's bugs, was actually hidden in a secret location on the second floor of the Life Fortress. However, Yi Xian did not have the interest to immediately search for it and research it. After all, no matter how he researched it, he could not awaken it from its half-dormant state and brand it with a soul brand to make it recognize him as its master. What else was there to do? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was gloomy for a while, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he began to think about the matter of killing Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu's uncle and nephew. This matter had to be done on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find another opportunity after returning. As for the other failed trial takers with them, as well as the more than 4,000 demon powerhouses on the fierce mosquito star, Yi Xian did not intend to spare them. Yi Xian also didn't plan on letting any of them go. Coincidentally, the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand had already been used up, so he could only use the weeping soul beast to absorb spiritual energy. However, the weeping soul beast was a long river, and although the process of slowly absorbing spiritual energy was very comfortable, it was still boring after drinking too much of the porridge. Absorbing the spirit origin energy from the demon dweller's brain was like drinking strong wine. A large amount of spirit origin energy instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. That taste, TSK, TSK, TSK. I haven't tried it for a long time. Sometimes, I do miss it a little. However, if they wanted to kill Zhuo Liqing, they naturally couldn't rely on the wild dragon battleship, which had stopped evolving and was still far from fully maturing. Therefore, its performance was basically average. In fact, even if they were to return to the Black Mosquito Star, Yi Xian didn't expect to rely on it. As such, he immediately called for Hao Fengfeng. After the two of them walked out of the wild dragon ship, Yi Xian immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle. After sending the confused Hao Fengfeng into the shuttle, he immediately waved his hand and kept this temporarily unusable Starry Sky treasure-grade super life fortress into his undying world. Yi Xian hadn't branded this wild dragon battleship with a strand of his soul into the world worm's evolution crystal and made it recognize him as its master. It was as if he had completely refined it. However, the devouring system had already infiltrated this crystal and purposely exposed it to confuse him. It was the same as an ordinary space fortress's main control center. He had also taken over the control center's ultimate authority, which was equivalent to completing the initial refinement. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily keep this wild dragon battleship into his undying world like he did with the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleship. After that, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and brought out 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. Among the 2,000 beasts, there were 200 of them, from the 4th realm, the planet realm, to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. In addition, Yi Xian also brought out the 8-star Wang ladle, who was at the mid-stage of the origin realm. As for Gui Hai Dao and his 1,000 demon slaves, who were also stationed in the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian didn't use them. They were too weak and weren't suitable for this kind of intergalactic battle. As for the wretched mosquito slayer, it was naturally even more impossible. Ever since Yi Xian discovered that there was something wrong with him, he had been secretly wary of him. He couldn't possibly let him participate in such a big matter. When he had the time later, he would have to deal with him properly. After the mosquito beasts, soldier ladle squad, and 8-star Wang ladle walked out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly put the Dongshu shuttle back into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Then, he directly brought out the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships. Inside the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships were an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 soldier ladles. Among the 10 million mosquito beasts, there were more than 10,000 black hole realm mosquitoes. Among the 100,000 soldier ladles, there were nearly 1,000 black hole realm 7-star ladles. These tens of thousands of mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 7-star general ladles were all summoned by Yi Xian, along with the ones that had been transferred out from the Void Cave shuttle. Because they would have to move them frequently in the future, they specially mobilized all of them this time to refine their weapons. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles quickly dispersed into the surrounding space. Moreover, he immediately concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and silently lay dormant. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave battle orders to the Black Mosquito's demon slave Chief Barker, as well as the other demon slave Vice Chief Barker, who was personally selected by Barker, who was in charge of the Black Wind, including his entire battle plan and final goal. In the end, the two bastions also sailed to the locations indicated by Yi Xian. They quickly began the process of recharging the Super Star Destroyer cannon. At the same time, they activated the concealment formation and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the void fell into silence again. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but in fact, Yi Xian's arrangements had already turned the void into an absolute killing zone. Yi Xian chose this place to set up an ambush because it was the closest natural wormhole to the Demon Emperor planet on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone. If the stellar-level battleship of Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu wanted to perform a long-distance space jump, it had to come here and enter the wormhole. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Prey comes to the doors. Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu gritted their teeth in anger at Yi Xian's departure. They could not accept the fact that Yi Xian was already so arrogant even before he had become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, in the end, Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu didn't plan on carrying the tattered little fortress that Yi Xian had chosen back to the Black Mosquito tribe. It wouldn't be worth it if it fell apart halfway. As far as they were concerned, this matter was purely due to Yi Xian's desire for face. Although Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu were extremely angry, after thinking about it for a moment, they became happy again. This brat had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a reasonable excuse to get rid of him openly, but now he had presented this opportunity to him on a silver platter. The space fortress was a public property given to the Black Mosquito tribe by the Devil Emperor Mo Tian. However, Yi Xian was the one who handled the matter. Because of his personal reasons, the Black Mosquito tribe finally got a battered little fortress that could not be seen at all. It would be a laughingstock if it was shown to the public. Under such circumstances, not only would General Zhou Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, be enraged, even High Priest Hui Gulei, who had always been at odds with Zhou Fengtai, would be enraged. If it had been before, High Priest Hui Gulei, in order to continue holding the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Son's authority, would have tried to win him over even if Zhang Wuji, who had won the Holy Son trial, did not have much ability. This was to prevent the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Son position from falling into the hands of Zhou Fengtai's faction. If that happened, Hui Gulei, who had always held a superior position in the Black Mosquito tribe, would lose the slight advantage he had over Zhou Fengtai's faction. However, this Zhang Wuji was courting death. He had caused the Black Mosquito tribe to suffer such a huge loss for his own sake. It was almost a humiliation. In this case, Grayskull Ray would no longer be biased towards him. After all, this was related to the tribe's reputation. Grayskull Ray was the high priest after all. He obviously couldn't ignore this factor completely, if there were no accidents. As long as Zhang Wuji returned to the Black Mosquito Star with the broken fortress, Zhou Fengtai and Hui Gulei would definitely go on a rampage after learning about the situation, and the latter would most likely not stop them. This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Zhang Wuji in public. However, with that guy's glib tongue, if he was allowed to return to the Black Mosquito Star first and spout nonsense, he might be able to reverse the situation that was almost set in stone. It was precisely because of this that Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu, as uncle and nephew, were suddenly anxious to return home. Therefore, Yi Xian drove the Long Yi battleship out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock and into the void of the universe. Not long after it was gone, Zhuoliqing and Zhuhongwu, who realized that something was wrong, immediately stepped into the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleship that Zhou Fengtai had given to the latter. They rushed toward the first natural wormhole that was closest to the Demon Emperor planet on the long journey to the Black Mosquito Star area. At this moment, the uncle and nephew were sitting on the sofa in the main cabin of the Fengting battleship. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. In their opinion, although Zhang Wuji had set off one step ahead of them, and the battleship he was piloting was still a battleship. Even if it was only a 5,000-meter-long battleship with a shabby appearance, it was still a battleship. Not to mention other aspects, its speed and space-jumping ability were definitely not comparable to an ordinary stellar-level battleship. But in fact, the uncle and nephew were not worried about this at all. The so-called Long Yi battleship was already damaged, and the Fengting battleship they were on now was not an ordinary stellar-level battleship. Even if Zhang Wuji could reach the Star Mosquito Star before them, it would not be much earlier. At most, it would only be half a day. In such a short period of time, he believed that the Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander Zhou Fengtai and the High Priest Hui Gulei would not be so easily fooled by him and conclude the matter of the Wild Dragon ship. It would be a little embarrassing if they were to turn the tables around after the fact. Zhuhongwu was still very confident about this. After all, this Fengting battleship was privately obtained by his brother Zhou Fengtai from the Demon Dweller Star area at a great cost. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumping like a battleship, but it also used the perfect space folding technology of the Tianji tribe inside the battleship. Although the battleship looked like a stellar-level battleship with a length of only 3,000 meters, in fact, the interior space was very large. It could accommodate at least 10,000 demon dwellers. Right now, there were 6,000 to 7,000 demon dwellers in the Fengting battleship, and its speed was much faster than an ordinary stellar-level battleship. In just 6 hours, the first wormhole in the star area was in front of them. Zhuangguo immediately gave an order to his sidekick. He turned around and said, "Go to the main control room and inform them to do the last pre-inspection of the wormhole. If there is no problem, immediately start charging the jump shield of the battleship. After entering the wormhole in front of us, the first thing to do is to jump." The sidekick nodded. Just as he turned around, the entire Fengting battleship suddenly shook violently without warning. It was like a small boat sailing on a raging sea. Caught off guard, the sidekick fell to the ground. Before he could get up, his face had already changed in horror. He cried out in alarm, "What's going on? Could it be that we have encountered space turbulence?" This situation was very similar to when a battleship was sailing in the universe and suddenly accidentally entered a chaotic space turbulence. This was also the reason why this lackey had suddenly turned pale with fright and actually cried out in alarm on the spot. Space turbulence was very dangerous. Once one was sucked into it, there was basically no hope of coming out safely. Even if one was lucky enough to rush out of the turbulence area, the entire warship would probably not be much different from being torn apart. Even the alloy battleship was like this, then there was no need to mention the flesh and blood creatures in the cabin. Damn it, this is not space turbulence. This is clearly caused by the space oscillator. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Black Mosquito's Wahongwu's guess was correct. It was Xianxia's handiwork that caused his Fengting stellar-level battleship to tremble so much. As for the space fortresses that emitted this kind of spatial vibration, they were naturally the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. At this moment, as the space oscillator was fully activated, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind, which had activated their concealment formations, were instantly exposed. This was one of the major drawbacks of the space oscillator. Although this method could trap the target battleship, it would not be able to perform a space jump, even if it was only a short distance. In the void of the star field where the space was disturbed and the amplitude of the space oscillation was greatly increased, the target battleship's normal navigation would be affected. Even if it could still move forward, its speed would be greatly reduced, and it would be very bumpy. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to be ambushed. Unfortunately, the terrifying effect of the space oscillator was also a double-edged sword. While trapping the target warship, the warships on his side, including the warship that released the space oscillation force, would also be affected within the area covered by the invisible shockwave. However, because the battleship that caused the space oscillation was the source of the space oscillation would radiate out from there. Within the effective range, the further the space oscillation was, the stronger the effect would be. Therefore, the battleship that caused the space oscillation would be less affected than the target battleship. However, no matter how slight the effect was, it was impossible for the target battleship to maintain its concealment state. This problem had troubled some experts in the human race's science and technology for many years, but they had not been able to solve it. Even the Tianji clan, which was far more talented than the human race in science and technology, had not been able to solve this problem. Because of this, as the effect of the space oscillator appeared, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, which had been in a hidden state, were immediately exposed without any suspense. But this didn't matter because the target they were lying in ambush for, the Fengting ship, had been firmly trapped within an expansive space that was around 50 kilometers in diameter at this moment. Not to mention being unable to move, it was absolutely impossible for it to maintain a normal sailing speed at least. Black Wind and Black Mosquito were the two bastions, and the area of influence had been predetermined before they activated their space oscillators. Of course, a distance of 100 kilometers was the limit of what a bastion could cover. If the void of the Milky Way was considered as a huge circle, then the Fengting ship, which was trapped in this huge circle, was right in the center of the circle. The Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were facing each other at the edge of the giant circle. They were about 50 miles away from the Bountiful Ting ship, which was exactly the radius of the giant circle. A distance of 50 miles was considered quite a distance on the ground. However, in the boundless void of the universe, it was really nothing. Without a reference and no obstacles, it was empty as far as the eye could see. Under these circumstances, not to mention 50 miles, even 100 or 100 miles would feel very close. At least, from the Fengting ship, which was in the center of the huge circle, ordinary masters could easily see the Black Wind ship and the Black Mosquito ship, which were hovering far away in the void on both sides of the huge circle and were eyeing them fiercely. After the initial panic, Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing quickly regained their composure. Even the warship crew on the Fengting battleship quickly calmed down and took various countermeasures at once. Even the star cannons on the Fengting battleship had been activated to the high-speed charging mode. While the bountiful Ting ship was preparing for war, Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing were still in the main cabin on the top floor of the bountiful Ting ship. They were observing the situation around the bountiful Ting ship through a huge 5-dimensional holographic screen. There was no doubt that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were so close to each other in the empty void of the universe. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see them at first glance. As a result, Zhuangguo's expression suddenly changed again, and he immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Isn't that the Black Mosquito ship? What's going on? What? Black Mosquito ship? It can't be, right? Second uncle, don't be kidding." Zhuo Liqing was startled by Zhuangguo's exclamation. Almost subconsciously, he directly denied this possibility. As he muttered, he followed Zhuangguo's dazed gaze and looked in the other direction of the huge virtual screen in front of him. The next moment, Zhuo Liqing also opened his mouth wide and was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He only felt that there was a buzzing noise in his head, and he was completely stupefied. Although the Black Mosquito cruiser was one of the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and rarely returned to the First Universe for many years, both Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing had met them once when it first arrived at the demonic mosquito planet and took away the former Black Mosquito cruiser's leader, Naibo Shan, and his 10,000 Demonkin scouts, who were in charge of receiving and commanding this bastion. Although it was only once, the Black Mosquito ship had a huge pattern of a ferocious black mosquito beast engraved on the outer wall of the fortress ship. Therefore, even after so many years, the uncle and nephew still recognized it at a glance. And they were very sure that it was the Black Mosquito ship, even though they didn't have the slightest doubt. But this didn't make sense. The Black Mosquito ship was clearly still at the frontier of the Third Universe, which was ruled by the human clan of the Wanluo Federation. How could it suddenly return to the First Universe? What's more, even if it did come back, it would hide outside the wormhole and activate the concealment array. When the bountiful Tengale arrived, it would immediately activate the space oscillator. What was the meaning of this? These thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing almost like lightning. Vaguely, they both had an extremely bad feeling, as if something big had happened. In the end, it was Zhuangguo who was more astute. After being stunned for only a dozen seconds, he seemed to suddenly understand something. His face changed again, and he exclaimed, "No. Zhang Wuji is a problem. The Black Mosquito ship is lying in ambush here. It must be his idea. How could a little meteor realm cultivator have such an ability? This is bad. The secret army of the human clan of the Third Universe has quietly sneaked into the Demon Star area, and even the Black Mosquito ship has fallen." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Who the hell are you? This is not good. There's a bastion here. My god, who the hell is watching us? This can't be the kid surnamed Zhang. Just when Zhuangguo was horrified, he immediately issued an order to ask for help from the demonic Imperial Star. Then, his henchmen immediately turned around and rushed to the central control room of the bountiful Ting ship. Behind him, another henchman of the demon dweller suddenly screamed without warning. Not only was his face full of shock, but he also raised his hand and pointed in another direction of the huge virtual screen. This huge 5-dimensional virtual screen almost surrounded the entire top floor of the bountiful Ting battleship. It was a 3-dimensional, all-around display of the void outside the cabin. Although Zhuangguo saw the Black Mosquito just now, he didn't have time to turn around and look at the virtual screen behind him, so he didn't know about the Black Wind. It was only when he heard the devil's shocked cry that he and Zhuo Liqing turned to look in that direction out of conditioned reflex. In the next moment, the expressions of this pair of uncle and nephew changed drastically without any suspense. Suahongwu immediately screamed in despair, "The Black Wind? It's actually the Black Wind. My God! What the hell happened? Is the entire demonic army in a trap? Otherwise, how could the Black Wind appear here? Who the hell is that kid Zhang Wuji?" Although Suahongwu hadn't seen this bastion before, he still recognized it at a glance. The demonic army had a total of 10 bastions. Nominally, these 10 bastions belonged to the 10 major tribes, but in fact, the masters inside the bastions and the tens of thousands of demonic army soldiers were all recruited from the 10 major tribes of the demonic army. However, the administrative control of these bastions had nothing to do with their respective tribes. They were only under the command of the leader of the demonic army. This leader was Ba Chai from the Black Wind tribe. The Black Wind tribe had always been the most powerful tribe among the 10 foreign tribes of the demonic tribe. Among the 10 demon tribe's holy sons, only the one from the Black Wind tribe had inherited a secret skill of spiritual power when he first entered the Demon Saint Forbidden area to undergo the Black Wind tribe's holy son's trial. Although this reflected his personal talent and spiritual power, it also reflected the strength of the Black Wind tribe. Because of this, the commander of the entire demon army was chosen from the Black Wind tribe. The reason Suahongwu was able to recognize Black Wind at a glance, even though he'd never seen it before, was simple. The outer walls of each of the 10 bastions were engraved with the image of a savage beast. Each of these beasts represented a tribe of demonkin. Just as the black mosquito's hull bore the image of a giant black mosquito, the Black Wind's hull bore the image of a ferocious Black Wind beast. Although Suahongwu had never seen it with his own eyes, he had at least heard of it. Therefore, he recognized the Black Wind at a glance. Boom! Boom! Suahongwu's despairing words had barely left his mouth when his vision was filled with a large amount of bright silver light. The giant 3D virtual screen that surrounded the main hall of the soaring warship's top floor burst into a dazzling white light. A giant energy beam about 500 meters in diameter was shooting from the Black Wind bastion at an unimaginable speed. Not only the Black Wind, but the Black Mosquito on the other side also shot out a giant energy beam of the same size at the same time. This was clearly the super star obliterating cannon on a 10,000-meter-long galaxy-class bastion, firing at full power. Its power was so terrifying that it could easily shatter a small meteor. Such a terrifying destructive power was not something an ordinary battleship could withstand, at least not this soaring warship. Even if it was an enhanced version of a special battleship that was close to the highest grade, not to mention the fact that there were 2 terrifying super star destroyer cannons attacking from the front and back, even if there was only one, the rising Ting ship was like a swamp right now. There was no way for it to use its speed or space jump to avoid the attack. The final outcome was already decided. The moment the soaring warship's hull was hit by the 2 superstar obliterating cannons, the destruction of the soaring warship would come at the same time as the disintegration of the entire battleship, and this moment was not far away. To be more precise, it was already in front of him, perhaps in the next second. Zhang Wuji. I'm not done with you. As his expression changed, Suahongwu let out a miserable roar with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he reached out to grab Sualicheng, who was beside him. Before the latter could react, and before he could even finish his miserable roar, which was full of resentment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Facing these 2 destructive energy beams, Suahongwu was certain that the Fengting ship under his feet would not be able to survive. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still took Sualicheng and escaped from the Fengting ship at the first possible moment due to his strong desire to survive. Although the soaring warship was 3,000 meters long, and the 2 superstar obliterating cannons were only 500 meters in diameter, this kind of tearing would not completely destroy the soaring warship. Therefore, even if the soaring warship was destroyed, some of the demon experts inside would still be able to survive. Unfortunately, this probability was not ideal. Of the 6,000 to 7,000 demon cultivators in the soaring warship, it would be good enough if 1,000 could survive. Suahongwu naturally would not bet on this kind of luck. Therefore, abandoning the soaring warship was his only choice. Screech, rumble. Almost as soon as Suahongwu and the pale-faced Sualicheng appeared in the void not far from the cabin of the Fengting ship, an earth-shattering boom was heard from the Fengting ship several miles away. At this moment, blazing flames soared into the sky, illuminating most of the void. In addition, mixed with this huge explosion, There was also an incomparably ferocious howl coming from the front. Xuehongwu and his nephew subconsciously turned their heads to look, and what they saw immediately made them scream again. Oh my god, where did so many mosquito beasts come from? And, are they all void-swallowing beasts? Oh my god. Zhang Wuji, it's really you. You have 2 origin-state ferocious beasts with you. Who are you? In the distance, the army of mosquito beasts and ladle soldiers, who had been hiding their auras, revealed themselves at this moment and surrounded them from all directions. As for Yi Xian, he was standing on the back of the ladle emperor with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the mosquito prince Shui Ben's aura surged. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations leave no one alive. Rumble. Rumble, as the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were bombarded by the Super Star Destroyer cannons, the 3,000-meter-long Fengting ship was blown into 3 pieces in an instant. The 2 pieces of the ship that were hit by the Super Star Destroyer cannons were almost vaporized. Apparently, the demon dwellers who were in this part of the ship were also vaporized. At the same time, the surviving demon dwellers fled out of the gaps in the wreckage of the Fengting ship. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were even screaming. They were obviously scared out of their wits. After the survivors rushed out of the Fengting ship, they immediately scattered. Their only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. They didn't care about anything else. Originally, there were 6,000 or 7,000 demon dwellers. Now, there were only about 4,000 left. They were like stray dogs, running for their lives. They didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Unfortunately, these demon dwellers were destined to die here today. Their bones would be buried in this quiet void. Screech, whoosh. Along with the endless ferocious roars, the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers in the void began to move. With ferocious expressions, they pounced on the fleeing demon dwellers. A fierce battle unfolded in an instant. To be more precise, this was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Thousands of demon dwellers' blood splattered in the void. Yi Xian had made it clear before. This time, none of the living things in the target ship would be left alive. Since the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been exposed, this was Yi Xian's only choice. There was no room for negotiation, at this moment. With the arrival of the mosquito beasts and the army of ladles that had been lying in ambush in the air, Yi Xian, who was standing on the back of the 8-star ladle, had already arrived in front of Sui Liqing and Xuehongwu. He expressionlessly looked at the pair of uncle and nephew from a distance of about a mile. Behind him, except for the mosquito beast Prince Shui Ben, who was hovering in the void and flapping his blood-red wings from time to time, there was no one else. All the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers had pounced on the terrified demon dwellers. Who are you? Why did you betray the demon dwellers and work for the human dwellers of the third universe? Xuehongwu had already begun to tremble uncontrollably from the moment Yi Xian appeared. Even the words that he braced himself to ask Yi Xian were clearly trembling. He was really scared, terrified. Although the man and the 2 beasts seemed to be alone, on the surface, they were incomparable to the army of ferocious beasts that pounced on the demon dwellers just now. But in fact, whether it was the huge void-swallowing beast on the back of Yi Xian like a mount or the blood-red mosquito beast floating behind it, they could kill him with a raise of their hands. There was no room for resistance. Xuehongwu was well aware of this. He also knew that he would not be able to escape death today. Since the other party had taken the initiative to expose such a shocking secret from the beginning, it was natural that he would not leave anyone alive. But even if he had to die, Xuehongwu did not want to die in such a sullen manner. He was indeed powerless to resist, and did not want to resist. At this moment, the only reason he asked Yi Xian with unwillingness was that he could know Yi Xian's true identity before he died. Even if he died, he had to know. You can call me Yi Xian. It seems that you have more or less guessed the truth. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian lightly said, "That's right, these 2 space fortresses no longer belong to your demon race. However, you guessed wrong when it came to selling your life for the human race. Because I am the human dwellers you are talking about." After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Go, remember to cut out the brain nucleus. It is full of pure spiritual origin energy." The last sentence was obviously directed at the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, who was floating behind him. Screech. The latter obviously understood. He immediately let out a shrill cry, and with a flap of his wings, his entire body turned into a stream of blood-red brilliance and shot out at extreme speed. Yi Xian, however, turned around and swept toward the black mosquito in the distance. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Zhuo Liqing, who was hiding behind Zhuo Hongwu and was obviously scared out of his wits. He treated him like air and ignored him. At this moment, as Yi Xian turned around and left, Zhuo Liqing, who had been in fear all this time, suddenly realized that the final moment had come. At this moment, even his body, which was trembling like a sieve because of the great fear, returned to normal. The fear in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes, which were fixed on Yi Xian's back, were full of endless resentment, despair, and unwillingness. He raised his head and let out a mournful roar. Unfortunately, this howl that seemed to be the final cry of life seemed to be so short, and it had just started howling when it came to an abrupt stop. As Shui Ben, who was so fast that he almost turned into a stream of blood-red light, arrived in an instant, Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing's heads almost flew into the sky at the same time. At this moment, the last thought that flashed through the uncle and nephew's minds was surprisingly the same. The warning signal to the Demon Emperor planet for help should have been successfully sent out. In less than 10 minutes, everything had come to an end. Thousands of demons were all killed, just as Yi Xian had instructed. Not a single one was left. After the battle, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers first gathered all the corpses of the demons and piled them into a small mountain of flesh and blood. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his own battle weapon and let the demon blood sword spirit contained in the demon blood star tier sword wantonly absorb the essence of qi and blood. In the end, the entire mountain of flesh and blood turned into a withered corpse. At the same time, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers immediately returned to the black wind and the black mosquito. As for the brains that were cut out from the brains of the demons, they were gathered together and handed over to Yi Xian. In total, there were more than 4,000, including the brains of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. Unfortunately, even if they were all absorbed in one go, the spiritual origin power contained in the brains of these 4,000 demons was far from enough to allow Yi Xian's spiritual origin core to transform and evolve again. After all, it would be a 7th grade source core if it were to transform again. Among the entire demon race, only the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian had reached this level. It was obviously not easy. As he thought of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and put all the demon cores into a small space box, which he then kept in his undying world. Meteor 5th Order Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian didn't know that Zhuo Hongwu had sent a distress signal to the demonic emperor planet as soon as he saw the black mosquito spaceship. In fact, even Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing couldn't be sure of the answer. Not long after the informant who'd received the order turned and left, the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's superstar destroyers were fired. Whether or not that demon had managed to send out the distress signal before the Fengting ship was destroyed had become an unsolved case. As for Yi Xian, after successfully dealing with Zhuo Fengtai and Zhuo Liqing, he didn't waste any time and immediately stored the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Then, he waved his hand and put away the wreckage of the Fengting battleship. Although it was just a pile of junk, it was too eye-catching to throw it in the void near the entrance of a wormhole. It was extremely inappropriate. Finding a remote place to throw it away would be more reassuring than leaving it here. With the disappearance of the wreckage of the Rising Ting battleship, the void, where a monstrous slaughter was taking place not long ago, finally returned to its original tranquility. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood that still lingered in the void, it would have been as if nothing had ever happened. After confirming that there were no traces left behind, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Then he stepped into the black mosquito spaceship with the 8-starred Wang ladle behind him. As for the mosquito beast Prince Shui Ben, he directly put him into the beast bracelet on his wrist. Even though there were no outsiders here, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him stay outside for too long. If he was accidentally angered and went crazy, even Yi Xian didn't have much confidence in suppressing him with the influence of the slave seal. About 5 minutes later, all the preparations for the long-distance wormhole jump were ready. Then, after asking Yi Xian that there was nothing else to do and that he could enter the wormhole at any time and embark on the journey back to the Black Mosquito spaceship, the demon slave in charge of the central control room of the Black Mosquito spaceship immediately gave the order. More than 10 seconds later, Black Mosquito crews, which had been hovering in the void, suddenly moved. It turned into a black arrow and dived into the wormhole in front of it. The return journey to the Black Mosquito planet had officially begun. However, what awaited Xian on the Black Mosquito spaceship was not good news. The mastermind behind Zuolicheng and Zuohongwu's sneak attack at the edge of the black hole was obviously Zuofengtai. In this kind of situation, Xian returned unscathed, but Zuolicheng and Zuohongwu were nowhere to be seen for a long time. With Zuofengtai's slyness, it wouldn't be long before he realized it. When that happened, the entire Black Mosquito spaceship would be thrown into an unprecedented storm. However, although Zuofengtai was strong, he was only a fourth-order origin. If they really fought, 8-star Wang Biao would be enough to restrain him. The one who really troubled Xian was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Griskel Ray. Although this person's cultivation base was only at origin stage first stage, which was the same as the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shueben, he was a special existence who had started as the tribe's holy son and continued to grow. He had even become the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest for many years now. His overall combat strength was clearly not as simple as his cultivation base seemed. If that wasn't the case, why would Zuofengtai be afraid? Therefore, according to Xian's estimation, the Mosquito Prince Shueben was most likely no match for Griskel Ray. Therefore, when the conflict broke out and High Priest Griskel got involved, Xian would have to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn again no matter what. However, that was exactly what he didn't want. The Black Mosquito Star was not the Holy Devil Forbidden Land. Once he used the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it was very likely that news would leak out. If the Devil Emperor Mo found out about it, there might be unnecessary trouble. After all, the Devil Emperor had a special relationship with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Although that was tens of thousands of years ago, for such an important matter, the royal family of the Devil people would most likely have some ancient books that were similar to their ancestral teachings that had been passed down for generations. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Xian really did not want to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, let alone the headless infant corpse. Unfortunately, if Griskel Ray really interfered this time, he would have no choice but to use it. Of course, Xian could just ignore it and go somewhere else to avoid the brunt of it. That was what he thought at first. He did not even want to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, after he had deceived the Devil Emperor and the others with the excuse of coveting the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and successfully escaped from the Devil Emperor planet, he had coincidentally become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Therefore, Xian's thoughts gradually changed. Under such circumstances, if he did not go to the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. The entire Devil People race would quickly put him on the wanted list. However, Xian had no intention of returning to the human world in Universe 3. After all, the fragment of the immortal level superbrain that was the intelligent core of his personal starry sky communication system had been slowly growing and strengthening after Xian had thrown in some ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals. He believed that it would not be long before the fragment received an upgrade. If nothing unexpected happened, Xian's personal starry sky communication system would become much more powerful. Its range of coverage would also be much wider. At that time, he could start to search the Demon Dweller star field, and even the vast star fields of the first universe outside this star field, and try to find out if he could find any news about the Devouring origin. It wasn't easy for him to come to the first universe occupied by the Heavenly Legacy race. If he didn't settle this matter along the way, Xian wouldn't be willing to accept it. Therefore, he was determined to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the domain in the future. Just as Xian's thoughts were spinning in his mind, calculating everything and deciding on his next step, the Black Mosquito Bastion had successfully completed its first wormhole jump. After activating the concealment array, it instantly transformed into an invisible arrow and sped towards the second wormhole in front of it. But even so, even if the Black Mosquito cruiser traveled at full speed and performed long-distance wormhole jumps intermittently, it would still take more than a few days to reach the Black Mosquito cruiser. Therefore, Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind. He pulled out a large amount of star core from the undying world within him and threw it all to the devouring progenitor. He wanted to take advantage of this free time to try to break through to the next level. He hoped to reach Meteor Level 5 before he reached Black Mosquito Planet. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and to think about it in detail ding. A large amount of star core origin has been discovered. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? As Yixian took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Without hesitation, Yixian gave an affirmative reply. Then, he sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito Cruise and entered a state of cultivation, forgetting everything around him. In the core hall of the top floor area, only the 8-star Wang ladle was quietly lying on the ground. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of these soldiers because the Void Essence had given the Void Essence crystal, which represented the core of the Void Essence, to Yixian. Therefore, to these soldiers, the invisible aura emitted from Yixian's body was clearly their Void Essence crystal. From a certain point of view, these soldiers were more reliable than Yixian's demon slaves, Screech. As Yixian entered a state of cultivation again, his entire mind was gradually immersed in the supreme mysteries of the Dongshu fragment. Then, an earth-shattering familiar voice immediately sounded from the depths of the void, attracting Yixian's consciousness. At the same time, images flashed in his mind. The world of the Dongshu fragment that he had entered twice before appeared once again. The scene in front of him was so familiar. In his line of sight, a terrifying claw that was enormous like the sky was silently stretching out from the distant darkness of space. With a casual swipe, space was instantly obliterated, and a vast expanse of space collapsed. Then, from the endless darkness, a round head stretched out. Its eyes were surrounded by endless chaotic mist. Although the light in its eyes could not be seen, Yixian could clearly feel its fury. Only now did he recall that the last 2 times he came here, even though the giant starry sky tortoise had also made a sound, it was merely a meaningless roar. It was as if it was relying on this to shake the entire void and send a signal to all existences. This is my territory, but this time, the giant tortoise's voice was clearly a shrill and angry roar. Not only did it carry an extremely strong sense of fury, but it also seemed to be extremely serious, as if it had encountered a major event that could pierce through the sky. Could it be that as he cultivated this insightful emptiness fragment and improved his cultivation base, he was able to see some of the subsequent scenes from this illusory inheritance? If that was really the case, then why was this terrifying giant tortoise, whose terrifying strength was almost as large as a galaxy, so enraged, as if it had gone berserk? In addition, when he was collecting the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal and accepting the inheritance of the heaven-falling bough, he saw the chaotic battle between countless Desolation-era creatures. Did this giant tortoise also participate in it? As he entered the illusory inheritance scene of the Dongshu fragment again, Yixian sensed everything in front of him and compared the 2 scenes of inheritance of the Dongshu fragment with the heaven-falling bough. At this moment, he was sure that the aura was exactly the same, and they were from the same era. The aura of the Void Prison, which was regarded as the holy devil forbidden area by the demon tribe, was also the same. These 2 illusory scenes and the real Void Prison were undoubtedly from the Desolation era. If this was the case, the battle that year affected almost the entire Desolation era, so the giant tortoise should have been alarmed and affected. Then, did it participate in the battle that year? Or in other words, did it survive or die at the end of the battle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian suddenly felt a sense of fear. This giant tortoise was so powerful that a small pattern on its shell was as large as a galaxy. It could even destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy with a casual flick of its forelimbs, if such a terrifying existence had died in the battle that happened in the distant Desolation era. Then, what kind of powerful existence would the final victor be? In addition, the void cage that was used to seal the corpses of countless creatures from the primordial age was clearly ripped out from the starlight river of the primordial age by some supreme divine ability and thrown into the infinite void. Judging from the fact that the continents in the void cage seemed to be scattered pieces and were separated from each other by a void barrier that was full of space turbulence, it could be confirmed that this was the case. Regarding this, although Yixian only saw the edge of the continent where the corpse pool was, the situation was indeed so. However, according to his analysis, the condition of the edges of the continents in the other areas was most likely the same. This was enough to prove that the entire cage world was forcibly torn apart from the Desolation era by some kind of power. If it were not for the countless corpses in the corpse pool, this situation of a broken world being forcibly torn apart and separated could be a natural result of the collapse of heaven and earth caused by some kind of monstrous battle. However, although this possibility existed, it could not explain everything in the corpse pool. Therefore, all this must be the work of the final victor of the battle that year. Yi Xian even suspected that the so-called will of the heavenly way in this cage world was the work of the other party. Perhaps it was a fake will of the heavenly way condensed from a strand of its divine soul. After all, how could there be a complete will of the heavenly way in a broken world that was forcibly separated from the desolation era? The will of the heavenly way in the desolation era could not be so weak. Yi Xian did not think deeply about these questions before because the subsequent events unfolded one after another. He simply did not have time to care about these questions. However, at this moment, when he inadvertently thought about it, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme fear. The reason why that existence created this void cage world was very obvious. It was only to imprison and seal the bloodline and inheritance of the desolation-era creatures that died in the battle that year, so that they would not leak out. The ferocious starry sky beasts in the cage world had some desolation-era bloodline in their bodies. Although it was very faint, they were still imprisoned and could not leave. However, this time, he had swept away a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals from the corpse pool. The truth of these sense crystals was obviously that these desolation-era creatures were unwilling to die. Because the last strand of obsession in their bodies was triggered, they produced corpse flowers and condensed corpse fruits in order to leave behind their inheritance. Unfortunately, only the corpses of the desolation-era creatures that produced the perfect 9-pupil golden crystal could be considered to have successfully left behind their inheritance. The others had all failed. Yi Xian had 108 such inheritances in his hands. He had even obtained one of them and integrated it into his bloodline. In addition, there was the headless infant corpse. Looking at its power, it clearly had a greater origin, but he had also brought it out. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Screech, just as Yi Xian was filled with fear due to the distracting thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, and his entire body had already fallen into a state of fear, a long and mournful howl sounded out once again. It was still the voice of the giant turtle in space. Yi Xian was immediately awakened. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the distant starry sky of the illusory world of the primordial legacy. In his line of sight, following the second roar that was even more mournful and angry, the enormous giant star tortoise crawled out from the depths of the endless darkness. The oppressive aura emitted from its terrifying giant tortoise body seemed to have enveloped the entire world in an instant, causing the space to tremble as if it could not bear it and was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that Yi Xian couldn't even guess what realm it was. He only knew that even among all the starry sky powerhouses he had ever met, the current demon emperor, the most powerful one, was only at the 9th level of the profound void realm. Compared to what Yi Xian felt from the giant star tortoise, it could only be considered an ant-like existence. No, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Comparing the two of them together was an extremely brainless method. What caused Yi Xian to be even more shocked and surprised was that there was clearly a strand of strong killing intent within the powerful aura that emanated from the giant astral tortoise's body at this moment. It was invisible, and like an extremely fast arrow, it swiftly shot towards the distant space to the right with a bang. It was like a final warning. Ing. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, at the end of the right side of the void where the invisible killing intent had shot towards, there was also a deep and dark void. Strangely enough, a resounding and clear dragon roar that could split the clouds suddenly sounded. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, and it revealed a vast and indescribable mysterious pressure that shot into the sky and instantly spread throughout the boundless void. Yi Xian's mind shook violently, and he didn't feel good at all. He also had a strong sense of familiarity with this dragon roar. It was clearly the voice of the giant star dragon. When Yi Xian received the inheritance of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood, he had also entered such an illusory world of the primordial era, and looked into the eyes of the giant star dragon. And the latter even raised its claw and pointed at Yi Xian from afar, shooting a ray of golden light into his glabella. That strand of golden light contained the bloodline of the starry sky dragon. Only after obtaining it would Yi Xian be able to completely refine that drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. But why did the giant star dragon come here? It was the same as the giant star tortoise. It was clearly just a form imprint left behind by 2 supreme existences from the distant primordial era. Even the primordial void that Yi Xian was looking at right now might have long since been annihilated in the river of time and space. What was displayed in front of him was just a holographic three-dimensional film of a long time ago. Although the giant golden dragon's immortal ancestor dragon's blood also had a similar image, at least the background of this primordial era void, how could it appear here at this moment? The two images were clearly illusory. Even the starry sky dragon and the starry sky tortoise, the two terrifying creatures from the Desolation era, were illusory imprints in the images. It was impossible for them to have any connection at all. Just as Xianxia's mind was in a state of complete chaos with his mouth agape, a figure with an aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant tortoise's finally appeared in the darkness of the void to his right, accompanied by the resounding sound of a dragon's roar. Sure enough, it was the giant golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was roaring again. He was full of disbelief and could not accept what he saw in front of him. At the same time, the giant golden dragon, with the supreme majesty of an emperor, rushed out of the endless darkness of the void to the right. At this moment, it stretched out its neck and roared again. Not only did it directly ignore the hollow void giant tortoise's warning, but its right front claw also seemed to be showing its stance. With the second dragon roar, it suddenly waved its claw. Rumble. A huge explosion of heaven and earth was heard. Under the power of the giant golden dragon's casual wave, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, and a huge black hole was born, revealing an endless suction force. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but not even a single scale of the giant golden dragon was shaken. This clearly meant that it was not going to back down. If it wanted to fight, then fight. After keenly capturing this point, Xian felt even worse. The scene in front of him clearly made him feel that the hollow void giant tortoise and the divine golden dragon were fighting for territory. This feeling was originally just a flash of inspiration, but Xian caught some inspiration in an instant. At this moment, as his heart trembled violently again, a bold guess that was so exaggerated that even he himself could not believe slowly emerged in his mind, and it became more and more intense and clear. Fighting for territory, if there were no accidents, this should be the truth. Perhaps this was the reason why the giant golden dragon's inheritance image, which only existed in the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood, was able to cross the boundary and reach the inheritance image left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise. Whether it was the inheritance left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise, or the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood that represented the bloodline of the giant golden dragon, they were all obtained by Xian. The ancestor dragon's blood had been refined and integrated into his own bloodline, and the profound meaning of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood was everywhere in Xian's body. These two supreme inheritances from the antiquity age were now in his body. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Fighting for territory was naturally unavoidable. Even if it did not appear now, one day in the future, it would eventually erupt. This bold guess almost instantly made Xian's heart sink. On one hand, it was his own cultivation method, and on the other hand, it was the giant golden dragon's inheritance that had been integrated into his bloodline, and he had also activated the body-tempering secret technique contained within. To him, these were all extremely important things, and he could not afford to lose them. Xian was naturally the one who didn't want to see such a tragedy of infighting. In addition, it didn't matter if these two fellows were fighting over territory, but the key point was that they were both in their own bodies. Although they were only a single inheritance imprint, Xian didn't dare to doubt their might in the slightest. Such a terrifying force was actually using his body as a battlefield for a decisive battle, and wanted to start a great battle. This was clearly a scam. Screech. A round of mahjong on the other hand, before Xian could recover from the great shock of the golden dragon's sudden arrival, a long hull filled with endless sharpness suddenly appeared from the left side of the void without any warning. It was as if it had come from the heavens, and Xian was so shocked that he almost collapsed in an instant. Although this roar was not like the previous roar from the Dongshu void giant tortoise and the golden dragon, Xian found it extremely familiar. But at this moment, when Xian roughly understood the source of the conflict between the Dongshu void giant tortoise and the golden dragon, he did not need to think about the origin of this roar at all. He understood it in an instant. In fact, it was the appearance of this roar that reminded Xian of one thing. That was, the supreme desolate level inheritance he had obtained seemed to be only the two golden dragons and the giant tortoise in front of him. Not to mention the others, the heaven-falling bow divine ability that was inherited from the nine-eyed golden crystal was clearly a desolate level inheritance. Moreover, this heaven-falling bow divine ability also happened to leave a consciousness imprint from the desolate era, and it was the scene of the bloody battle that had taken place in the desolate era. In that bloody battle, where the flames of war had spread to almost every area of the desolate era, although Yi Xian did not see the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise, Yi Xian saw the golden dragon and the mysterious figure who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In that shocking battle, there were countless desolate era creatures who were engaged in bloody slaughter, but there were clearly more than 100 figures who were the most eye-catching. At that time, Yi Xian casually glanced at them and captured their existence. These 100 figures were obviously the supreme existences who stood at the top of the pyramid among the countless desolate era creatures. The golden dragon was one of them, although the desolate ancient Xianxia who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability was only a few feet in size. It could not be compared to the golden dragon, whose body was so huge that it could directly crush an entire galaxy. But it was clearly one of the most eye-catching figures among the 100 or so supreme existences. The unparalleled sharpness of the bow that could split the sky with a raise of its hand had clearly startled countless primordial beings in the void battleground in the illusory inheritance scene. Even the 100 primordial powerhouses like the golden dragon had clearly cast fearful gazes toward it at that moment. In other words, this desolate ancient Xianxia was most likely a supreme desolate era creature of the desolate era, on the same level as the giant tortoise and the golden dragon. Therefore, it was also qualified to participate in the battle between the desolate ancient dragon and the golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the one-on-one situation had turned into a three-on-one situation. If there was one more person, it would be enough to form a mahjong table. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt like crying, but no tears came out. Because he suddenly thought of another matter. In the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, Yi Xian saw more than 100 supreme existences like the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Xianxia. This time, the nine-eyed golden crystal he obtained from the corpse pool, which contained a desolate era divine ability inheritance, seemed to be exactly the same number. 108. There was almost no difference between the two. This should be just a coincidence, right? Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to collect the remaining 1079-eyed golden crystals in the future and obtain the inheritance of the primordial divine ability within them, then the terrifying power that would start a battle within his body and fight for territory, even if the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden dragon were to not be counted, there would be at least 108 of them. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Unfortunately, as this thought surfaced in his mind, even Yi Xian himself did not believe that it was just a coincidence. No wonder there were countless consciousness crystals in the corpse pool, but only a little over 100 of them had reached the perfect grade of 9 pupils and successfully passed down the bloodline divine ability. This ability to pass down the bloodline divine ability after death was obviously not simple. Ordinary primordial creatures would not be able to do it. Most likely, only the supreme existences of the desolate era had this ability. Therefore, the identity of the corpses that gave birth to the 108 demonic corpse flowers and bore the inheritance crystal fruit in their flower trays was obvious. They were the ones Yi Xian saw in the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, the 100 or so powerful existences who dominated the battlefield. He just did not know if the remaining 179 golden crystals contained the cultivation methods and bloodline legacies of the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and Golden Dragon. If there were, it would mean that they had also fallen in that battle back then. If not, it was very likely that it would have survived. At most, it would have escaped with heavy injuries. With the terrifying vitality of such a creature, it was possible that it was still alive today. It was possible that it was hiding in the depths of some void plane, slowly recovering from the wounds it had suffered in the past. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. At this moment, with the third unexpected roar, a figure of not very tall silently shot over from the furthest dark void from the left. The moment it entered Yi Xian's sight, he immediately sighed faintly. He guessed right, this figure that rushed over at a very fast speed was only a few dozen feet tall. It had a pair of huge wings on its back. At this moment, it was this pair of black demon wings that flapped rapidly, turning its figure into a fast meteor that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. It swept over in the void. While they were still far away, an incomparably sharp murderous aura had already rushed over, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden divine dragon, who had almost fought on the spot, turned their heads to look at the same time. There was a trace of surprise and fear in their eyes. This figure was clearly the same as the corpse that grew out of Yi Xian's mouth when he was picking the first 9-pupil golden crystal. He opened his mouth wide and looked up at the corpse pool, causing the demonic beauty that nurtured the 9-pupil golden crystal to grow from the roots of the corpse flower. The only difference was that between its eyebrows, there was a small golden bow pattern, which was exactly the same as the inheritance mark of the heaven-falling bow in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. It was obvious that the one who had arrived was the small golden bow that was suspended in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. As for the figure of the desolate ancient Xianxia, it was only a virtual one. It was only to show off its identity and origin. Buzz, at this moment, just as the ancient Xianxia transformed by the small golden bow was coming from the left, in another direction, the fourth existence that was fighting for territory finally appeared at this moment. Before its figure arrived, there was already a faint, high-frequency buzzing sound in the void. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This time, a table of mahjong was finally gathered. However, although it was not that he did not think that this guy would also interfere and suddenly appear at this moment, it was basically impossible. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the fog of infant corpse hum, accompanied by a violent trembling sound that seemed to resonate with the entire void. A huge blood-colored curved horn about 30 feet in length whizzed over from the void in that direction and appeared out of thin air. Apart from Yi Xian, the giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Xianxia that was formed by the heavenly fallen bow's imprint all looked towards the giant blood-colored horn that was whistling towards them. This huge horn was the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape had created when its original body was petrified and stuck on the cliff in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which then became a space tunnel that connected the Forbidden Valley to the Forbidden Valley. The Weeping Soul Bloody Horn was formed by the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape. In that shocking battle that occurred in the distant Desolate era, the bloodline source of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn's predecessor, an ancient blood ape with extremely mysterious aura in its eyes, had also appeared. Yi Xian had seen it in the picture of the Skyfallen Bow's inheritance. The ape even seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and glanced at Yi Xian with a touch of insidious evilness in its eyes that could make one's soul tremble. At that time, in the vast void of the Desolate Antiquity era, countless creatures of the Desolate Antiquity era were fighting fiercely. Only the desolate ancient blood ape was hiding behind a dark dead star by itself. Its eyes were filled with delight and satisfaction that it had succeeded in its scheme. It was quietly observing the entire battlefield. That was why it gave Yi Xian the strongest impression of it as a schemer. As for its strength, since the desolate ancient blood ape didn't make a move in the picture of the Skyfallen Bow's inheritance, Yi Xian couldn't figure out its strength. He couldn't be sure whether it was at the same level as the Dongshu void tortoise or not. Therefore, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn shouldn't have appeared in this chaotic battle for territory. It wasn't just because the ancient blood ape, the source of the blood horn's bloodline, wasn't one of the most powerful beings in the primordial era. It didn't have the qualifications to compete with the Dongshu giant tortoise. More importantly, this Weeping Soul Blood Horn had clearly been suppressed and refined by the headless infant corpse not long ago. Even if the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, whose bloodline was highly atavistic and later collapsed its remnant soul to condense this horn, had left some kind of hidden backup plan in this blood horn that was equivalent to a newborn bloodline, but since the headless infant corpse had already made its move, with its terrifying strength that could heavily injure the remnant world and fake will of the heavenly Tao in the desolate ancient cage, it would not be able to do anything. Those hidden arrangements had most likely been erased long ago. In other words, it was impossible for there to be any problems with the blood horn that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if the source of its bloodline, the ancient blood ape, was in existence at the level of a supreme expert from the primordial era. In a scene like today, this blood horn shouldn't have a chance to appear, but now, it had clearly come. Moreover, its aura was clearly extremely domineering and arrogant. Before its figure appeared, the entire space of the inheritance was already covered by its violent buzzing sound, completely enveloping it. It carried a supremely domineering aura of disdain and contempt. In addition, even the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the desolate ancient Xianxia, who turned their heads to look, had a faint trace of fear in their eyes when they saw the blood horn whistling over. In addition to fear, what was more intense was surprise. Een. Screech. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the desolate ancient Xianxia that was whistling over had already let out a second roar towards the sky. Then, it abruptly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the endless darkness of the void in the direction it came from. Yi Xian could clearly hear a sense of undisguised surprise and gratification from the roar before it turned around and left. It was as if suddenly seeing this blood horn was equivalent to its wish being fulfilled. In addition, the golden dragon on the right side of the void also let out a high-pitched roar, then turned around without hesitation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The meaning of this dragon's roar was exactly the same as the roar of the desolate ancient Xianxia. Both were pleasantly surprised and gratified. The only difference was that the surprise in the dragon's roar seemed to be stronger, while the gratification was obviously much fainter. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in this inheritance scene had quietly changed. The three forces that had originally seen a great battle turn around without hesitation and walked to two sides. The reason why the remaining Dongshu giant tortoise did not leave was most likely because this was its territory. In other words, if it wasn't for this, the Dongshu giant tortoise would have turned around and left long ago. This scene happened so suddenly that Yi Xian immediately fell into a strong shock and was unable to accept it for a long time. Even if the source of the bloody horn, the treacherous primordial blood ape, was powerful, it couldn't be so powerful that the golden dragon and the primordial Xianxia didn't dare to face the bloody horn condensed by the remnant soul of its bloodline descendant, right? Moreover, the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Xianxia clearly did not have any dissatisfaction in their roars before they turned around and left. There was only joy and excitement. Could it be? In shock, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the huge blood horn in the distance again. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. So that was it. Although it was indeed the weeping soul blood horn that was coming, the consciousness in it was obviously someone else. It was the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp and attached to Yi Xian's left chest. After being refined by the headless baby corpse, the weeping soul blood horn also had a mark in the shape of a corpse lamp, but it was very small. At this moment, on the weeping soul blood horn that was roaring toward them, where the corpse lamp mark should have been, there was clearly a human face. To be more precise, it should be the face of an infant. It still had a slightly childish face, but its eyes were completely blood red and revealed endless ferocity that overflowed into the heavens. This strange face was very familiar to Yi Xian. It was exactly the same face that should have been on the neck of the headless baby corpse that had been holding in its hand. It was the headless baby corpse that was coming. In this way, everything could be explained. However, although this headless baby corpse must have a great origin, the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Xianxia were all supreme existences that stood proudly in the antiquity age. The latter even used to draw a bow and wanted to shoot down the sky with an arrow. How could such existences bow their heads so easily? Moreover, although they were afraid of this headless baby corpse, they did not have the slightest hostility. On the contrary, they showed their support. This was probably something that even the will of heaven in the antiquity age could not do. Then, this headless baby corpse, who was it? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The wrath of Xianxia as the Dongshu void tortoise's figure disappeared completely from the weeping soul blood horn's domineering aura, the entire void of inheritance fell into a strange silence. Even the buzzing sound in the void had disappeared without anyone noticing. At this moment, the weeping soul blood horn that was whistling through the air circled around the central void domain before turning around and shooting back the way it came from. It was as if its arrival was merely an act of inspection. Its purpose was to disperse the three forces that had almost fought over the territory. Perhaps it was also taking advantage of this opportunity to announce the ownership of this territory. It clearly meant that this territory belonged to it. The reason why the Dongshu void tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate Xianxia had all chosen to retreat at once was very likely because they had understood this layer of meaning. Therefore, they had used this method to express their attitude. Unfortunately, all of this was just Yi Xian's conjecture. There was no way to confirm it. At this moment, although he also wanted to immediately stop the weeping soul blood horn that had circled around and immediately whizzed away, he wanted to personally ask the headless infant corpse to resolve the doubts in his heart. However, in this void of inheritance, although Yi Xian's consciousness existed, it couldn't make a sound. let alone make any substantial movements. This was because he didn't even have a body. He was like a ray of light cast from outside the window, watching the world through the window. There was nothing he could do except watch. Thus, the weeping soul blood horn whistled through the air in the end, and it quickly vanished. Yi Xian's consciousness was suddenly repelled by a repulsive force and retreated from the void of inheritance. In the next instant, the scene in front of him changed to Yi Xian's knowledge sea. At this moment, in 4 different directions above his knowledge sea, 4 different existences of different shapes were quietly floating and rotating slowly. The spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the small golden bow that represented the desolate Xianxia and the golden dragon's bloodline, and the golden dragon scale. In response to the arrival of Yi Xian's self-awareness, the golden dragon scale of the golden bow that was hovering in the sea of consciousness did not react at all. It was as if they were completely unaware of everything that had happened in the void dimension fragment and had not participated in it at all. Yi Xian examined each of them separately with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he withdrew his gaze with a bitter smile. His gaze swept over the sea of consciousness that represented the cultivation realm of his hollow void skill, and was the source of his cultivation power. The sea of consciousness in front of him was clearly much stronger than before. The extent of its strength had even far surpassed the increase after the previous cultivation breakthrough. In addition, the energy of the origin source of the planet core that had been transferred to him through the devouring system had been fully transferred. Under the guidance of the original power in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it had started to circulate according to the profound meaning of the incomplete Dongshu book. It had been refined and completely transformed into the power of Yi Xian's cultivation. In other words, the cultivation this time ended inexplicably. Fortunately, judging from the somewhat exaggerated degree of expansion of the sea of consciousness, the result of this cultivation was obviously achieved. His cultivation realm had successfully ushered in another breakthrough. With a touch of excitement, Yi Xian's self-consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and ended the cultivation this time. The next moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito Cruise, slightly opened his eyes. As expected, the sound of the devouring system quietly rang out in his mind. What caught him off guard was that the sound of the system's notification rang out in his mind consecutively after a breakthrough. If it were not for the slight difference between the 2 notifications, Yi Xian would have mistakenly thought that the devouring system had inexplicably activated some kind of replay function. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, level 5 of the meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, level 6 of the sobbing star state. Level 5? Level 6, what's going on? Could it be that this time, he had broken through 2 small levels in succession, from level 4 of the meteor state to level 6 of the meteor state? No wonder the expansion of the sea of consciousness was so exaggerated. If it was a breakthrough of 2 levels, it would make sense. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was in a trance for half an hour before his state of mind finally recovered from the surging waves of excitement. After a quick analysis, he quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he had unexpectedly ushered in 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation and advanced 2 small levels in the blink of an eye was not only because he had thrown a little too much star core origin to the devouring system to absorb energy, but more importantly, it was mostly related to the invisible improvement of his state of mind when he had used the heaven-falling bow for the second time to shoot an arrow at the will of the Heavenly Ways doppelganger in the desolate Antiquity cage. In addition, the large amount of spiritual power, life force, and chi and blood force that the headless infant corpse had absorbed from the dozens of descendants of the demon emperor was so abundant that it had almost overnourished Yi Xian's head. This was most likely one of the reasons. Although this was also a guess, whether it was true or not was already meaningless. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's cultivation had indeed broken through to the 6th level of the meteor realm in one fell swoop. This was already the peak of the middle stage of this realm. After the next breakthrough, Yi Xian would officially enter the late stage of the meteor realm. At that time, he would almost be within reach of crossing this realm and entering the satellite realm behind it. He was finally about to enter the 3rd major realm. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian could not help but clench his right fist subconsciously. Waves of emotion surged in his heart again. In fact, not much time had passed since he had entered the starry sky environment with the vast void as his back. Xian had finally advanced from the weakest meteor realm of the first level to the satellite realm, which was about to enter the third major realm. Although he was still very weak, at least he had successfully taken the first solid step in the starry sky level and was closer to the path of the strongest in the future. After a short while, Xian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, adjusted his state of mind, and quickly calmed down. It was not until now that he realized that this cultivation session had taken him several days. Now that the Black Mosquito ship had jumped through many long-distance wormholes, it was already halfway through the journey. Even the black hole of life had been left behind. Will we arrive at the Black Mosquito star so soon? It really does feel like I'm not mentally prepared. Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. Obviously, he was just mocking himself. After returning to the Black Mosquito star, Xian was even looking forward to everything that was about to happen. As the chief commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, how crazy would Zhuefengtai's anger be after confirming that his only son had been killed by the new holy son of the tribe? The Mosquito Slayers request in 2 days, the Black Mosquito would enter its final wormhole. Once it was done, it would be considered close to the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. During these 2 days, Xian didn't do anything. Other than occasionally trying to contact the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a corpse lamp and was branded on his left chest, he didn't receive any response. The rest of the time, he spent almost all of it on the immortal level fragment that was the intelligence center of his personal space communication system. Ever since Xian had acquired a large number of multi-pupil crystals from the corpse pool in the forbidden domain of Demonic Saint, he'd given them to the Devouring system. The system had absorbed the crystal's energy and channeled it into its communication system's energy storage. Only a few days had passed since then, but the fragment that served as the intelligence center of the communication system had clearly grown a lot. Although it hadn't yet reached the point where it could break free from fragmentation, at least it had changed. The growth was clearly visible, and it was enough to excite Xian. Before this, he had continuously thrown countless ordinary demonic will star crystals, which were almost the size of a small hill, but the immortal horn fragment did not show any reaction. Today's change had at least cleared away any lingering doubts Xian had about the fragment's inability to recover. Not long after, the day this immortal fragment broke free from the fragmented level was the day Xian started an official search for news of the devouring origin in the demon domain, which was located at the edge of the first universe. Even if he didn't find anything in the domain of the demons, he'd just have to leave. The domain of the first cosmos was but a corner of the first cosmos. The void beyond was vast. Xian's sixth sense told him that he would find the source of devouring essence in the first cosmos, and that day wouldn't be too far away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Black Mosquito finally finished its last wormhole jump. It traveled for a while in the void before its eyes, and then it came to a stop silently. Not far ahead was the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. Black Mosquito Bastion wasn't suited for navigating this region, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Xian immediately took the 8-star royal ladle and left the Black Mosquito ship. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his undying world. Then, he summoned his Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. The 8-star king ladle was sent directly to the lowest level of the Dongshu shuttle by Xian. There, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles each chose a corner to nest in. Right now, it was an area that only belonged to the vicious beasts. The second level in the middle was where Gui Hai Dao led a 1,000-man legion of fiend slaves. They were on standby. At that moment, Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and appeared on the first level at the top. There were only 2 people there, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fangfang. These 2 fellows were sitting on the sofa in the resting area of the main cabin on the top floor. It was unknown what they were talking about, but when they heard the commotion, they both turned their heads and looked over. The wretched mosquito butcher's face was immediately filled with smiles as he stood up and eagerly walked over to Xian. Hao Fangfang, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. Her face obviously darkened, but she did not say anything. Xian knew that it was because his performance in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet was completely different from his usual self. This had greatly surprised him and made him want to distance himself from Hao Fangfang. But this was good. Xian was looking forward to it, so he would not explain anything. At that moment, he saw that Hao Fangfang did not say anything and looked away after exchanging a glance with him. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently and said casually, "The Black Mosquito Star Zone is in front of us. Your Black Roar Star is not in the same direction as the Black Mosquito Star. So, if you have something to do, you'd better look at the star map and remind me at the right place to stop the Dongshu shuttle." In other words, he did not intend to bring Hao Fangfang back to the Black Mosquito Star with him. He was hinting that he would leave halfway or even right now. What? You value the title of Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe so much, and now you've finally got it. You and I are acquaintances. Don't tell me you didn't even think of inviting me to the most glorious Holy Sun ceremony? Yi Xian's words caused a trace of anger to flash through Hao Fangfang's eyes. She immediately replied with a mocking tone. There will be a Holy Sun ceremony after that. But before that, I'm afraid the Black Mosquito Star will experience some turmoil. So, you won't get anything out of coming with me now. Yi Xian directly ignored the sarcasm in her words and frankly stated the reason. Although Hao Fangfang did not know that Yi Xian had killed Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, she was clear about the conflicts and disputes between the former and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian mentioned the turmoil on the Black Mosquito Star, he wanted her to think in this direction. I didn't steal Zhuo Liqing's Holy Sun title. No matter how angry Zhuo Fengtai is, he won't vent his anger on me, right? Do you really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully? Hao Fangfang curled her lips and looked indifferent. Although there won't be any benefits, at least there won't be any harm. I'll just take it as watching a show. I'll make a small profit. After saying that, she turned around and walked into a cabin. Obviously, even if she was going to the Black Mosquito Star, she had no intention of staying with Yi Xian on the way. The latter shook his head speechlessly. However, he soon realized that ever since she became suspicious of him, although Hao Fangfang's feminine voice was still the same as before, she no longer called herself Luan Jia in front of him. This was a good sign. He could finally get rid of this sissy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately amused again. At this time, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had an ingratiating smile on his face, happened to be right in front of him. He bowed slightly and said with a bashful smile, "Master, I haven't been back to the Black Mosquito Star area for many years. Although I didn't have any relatives or friends when I left, and I'm not a native of the Black Mosquito Star area, but a demon cultivator from another star area, I did stay here for a period of time. Why don't you take me with you this time? It's a good opportunity for me to see the supreme glory of my master when you become the Holy Sun. Do you really want to go to the Black Mosquito Star?" Yi Xian was actually quite surprised that the wretched mosquito butcher would suddenly make such a request. However, after being stunned for a moment, he smiled indifferently and nodded without hesitation. "That's fine. After all, I'm the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe in the future. I can't do everything by myself. I need someone to run errands for me." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Sensation. If it was in the past, before Yi Xian entered the Black Mosquito Star, he would definitely stop somewhere in the void near the star. After storing the Void Cave shuttle into the undying world within his body, he would then use his physical body to traverse the void and enter the Black Mosquito Star. After all, although the Dongshu shuttle's extraordinariness couldn't be easily seen from its exterior, a casual glance was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary ship that could be found on the streets. Yi Xian was an ordinary demon cultivator who had just entered the Second Great Realm. It was indeed rather eye-catching to have such a small private warship, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Back then, even the strongest existence under his command, the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shui Ben, was only at the Origin Realm first level. Shui Ben was no match for the Black Mosquito Star's great commanders Wu Fengtai or the High Priest Hui Gulei. But now, it was different. In terms of status, Yi Xian was already the Holy Son of the entire Black Mosquito Tribe. Although his status in the entire tribe was far inferior to that of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he was already on equal footing with the leaders of the 10 Great Devil Cultivators. As for strength, other than the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, Yi Xian now had an additional 8-star Wang Ladle at the middle stage of the Origin Realm. These were all powers that could be publicly displayed. Needless to say, the former had already shown himself before leaving the Black Mosquito Star. Needless to say, he could just say that he had recently broken through. In any case, Shueben was crazy. He had broken through from the initial black hole realm to the origin realm first level in just a few months. Even if it was shocking, no one would really investigate it. As for the 8-star Wanggua, he could also find an excuse to brush it off. Moreover, other than these two origin stage ferocious beasts that could be publicly revealed, the secret power that Yi Xian could use was clearly even more powerful. It was one thing for the headless infant corpse to appear, but the small black mosquito star wasn't qualified for it to take action. However, the weeping soul blood horn was different. It was only a refined item from an infant's corpse. If he was truly forced into a corner, Yi Xian could just take it out and kill all the devil cultivator experts present. It just so happened that the number of magic cores in his possession was too little. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough for the 6th evolution of the source core in his brain in the future. Since the previous concerns no longer existed, and the conflict between him and Zhuofengtai would come sooner or later, there was no need to deliberately hide anything. It was meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle all the way from the edge of the Black Mosquito Star field. After arriving at the Black Mosquito Star, the speed of the battleship did not decrease in the slightest. Like an extremely fast arrow, it plunged into the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and charged straight for the main city of the Black Mosquito Star. The Demonkin planets in the Demonkin tribe also had a star communication system, and the AI center was also the star superbrain, but it was the most ordinary star superbrain. Although the Demonkin tribe was already used to the technological elements of the Heaven's Legacy race, they clearly weren't too keen on it. Therefore, the star network of the Demonkin star was simply too weak compared to the administrative planets of the Third World's human race. There were many functions that were lacking. However, as one of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe's foreign tribes, the star network of the Black Mosquito Star was obviously not as simple as that of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe, such as the Black Mountain Star. When necessary, they could take the initiative to contact the Demonkin Emperor Star and connect to the star network. As for receiving signals and information from the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star, there was naturally no problem. However, this kind of long-distance star network information transmission was extremely energy-consuming. Therefore, ever since the fierce mosquito ship left the Black Mosquito Star and set off for the Demonkin Emperor Star, Zhuofengtai had never contacted Zhuohongwu and Zhuoliqing. They were not qualified to use the long-distance star network communication function of the Demonkin Emperor Star. Therefore, in Zhuofengtai's opinion, that ungrateful trial-taker of the Black Mountain Star, Zhang Wuji, must have died on his way to the Demonkin Emperor Star, until a few days ago, when the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star suddenly sent an official circular letter, which was just a formality. Zhuofengtai was completely dumbfounded. The content of the circular letter was very simple and clear. The meaning was also very clear. Zhang Wuji, the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, was appointed by the Demonkin Emperor himself. Therefore, considering that his cultivation was too weak and unpresentable, the Grand Commander and the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were ordered to supervise him and urge him to practice diligently and not to wander around without permission. At that time, the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, would personally come to the Black Mosquito Star to test his cultivation. The circular letter stunned Zhuofengtai on the spot. He was silent for a long time, and his mind was in a mess. Apparently, the High Priest, Wen Xing, also saw the circular letter at the same time. Therefore, when Zhang Wuji entered the Holy Demon Mystery area for the first time in this trial, he had received some kind of spiritual power inheritance. Among the entire demon tribe, he was almost as talented as the holy son of the Black Wind tribe in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, the news that he had been appointed by the Demonkin Emperor as the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe spread to the entire Black Mosquito City almost instantly. Then, it quickly spread to the entire Black Mosquito Star, as well as the Black Mountain Star and the other 7 demon tribes. The entire Black Mosquito tribe was in an uproar. It was no secret that the Grand Commander's only son, Zhuoliqing, was determined to win this trial. The higher-ups of the 10 demon tribes were well aware of this. No one had expected that the result, which was originally decided without any suspense, would be completely rewritten because of a dark horse that suddenly rushed out and caused an abrupt change. Faced with such an unacceptable and embarrassing result, Grand Commander Zhuofengtai's anger was about to completely explode this time, These discussions had been raging in the Black Mosquito Tribe's 10 demon tribes for the past few days after the circular letter was spread. Countless demon tribe experts gathered their gazes on the Black Mosquito Star, paying close attention to the subsequent development of this matter. Many people believed that the moment the Black Mosquito Tribe's trial team returned to the Black Mosquito Star, Grand Commander Xianxia would explode. An invisible tension shrouded the entire Black Mosquito Star, and it was increasing day by day in the past few days. Right at this moment, a small private warship arrogantly plunged into the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. It whistled past and boldly charged toward the Black Mosquito City, which represented the core of the Black Mosquito Tribe's power. At this time, there was still someone who dared to act so rashly. This time, Xianxia's whiskers had been provoked, and he was worried about where to vent his anger. In the Black Mosquito City, countless demon tribe experts looked up and muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. I was just guessing. Black Mosquito City, inside the Black Mosquito Tribe's ancestral temple. The moment the Dongshu shuttle entered the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere, the Grand Priest Huigulei had already sensed it. However, he did not pay any attention to it. At this moment, as the Grand Commander's Xianxia soared into the sky from the Grand Commander's official residence with a thunderous roar, he threw a punch at the Dongshu shuttle with boundless killing intent. The corners of the Grand Priest Huigulei's mouth slowly curled up into a mocking smile. For those in high positions, the more urgent the situation is, the calmer they are. You're so impulsive. Do you think you can control me and the Black Mosquito Tribe alone? At this point, Huigulei shook his head with a disdainful smile. He glanced at the Dongshu shuttle and said, "This shuttle is not ordinary. I'm sure its owner is someone with a strong background. It's a pity that he bumped into Xianxia. It's him?" Halfway through his sentence, Huigulei suddenly stopped talking. Shock appeared on his face, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "What's going on? That brat actually came back alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes, and it suddenly condensed as if he was capturing something. Almost in the next instant, a wisp of pleasant surprise quickly bloomed on his face, and even his voice revealed a strong sense of anticipation amidst the joy. The two brands are actually still there? No wonder this kid is fine. Zhuangwu didn't make a move? However, this is not important. The key is the other seal. It has obviously been activated. I wonder if the spirit rabbit has been obtained. At this thought, Huigulei could no longer sit still. With a flash of his body, he dashed out of the house and flew into the sky. At the same time, in the sky above the Black Mosquito City, just as the dimensional void shuttle pierced through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and arrived above the main city and was about to land on the ground, the enraged Xianxia, who was in the Great Commander's official residence deep within the main city, roared and threw a punch. This scene entered the eyes of countless demon experts in the huge Black Mosquito City as they looked up. Some of the devil cultivators were already shaking their heads and sighing. This was clearly a case of bad luck. With Xianxia's origin level 9 cultivation base, he could even destroy a 1,000-meter-long planetary battleship, let alone a small private battleship that was less than 500 meters long. However, the scene that appeared in the sky in the next instant caused the jaws of countless demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City to drop to the ground. Surprised cries of surprise rang out from everywhere. Boom! Screech, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Xianxia's all-out attack was filled with anger. Although it was only a simple punch, its power was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. At this moment, an explosion resounded. It was clear that this terrifying punch had hit its target. However, the Dongshu shuttle that had suddenly stopped in midair was clearly not damaged in the slightest. A gigantic black ladle beast that was about 100 feet in size silently appeared and blocked the front of the shuttle. The power of Xianxia's furious punch smashed onto the gigantic ladle beast, but it clearly did not shake it in the slightest. This gigantic floating beast was the 8-star ladle. However, in the Demon Dweller star field, the ladle tribe was called the Void Devouring Beast. This was derived from their terrifying ability to devour the void of the galaxy. Origin Void Devouring Beast? This is impossible. As the 8-star ladle's warning roar rang out, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in shock. It was common knowledge that the void-devouring beast's black ladle body was extremely sturdy. However, the void-devouring beast that could withstand the power of his full-powered punch without any damage was definitely an origin-level existence, and definitely not an early origin-level existence. In other words, this void-devouring beast in front of him actually had the qualifications to fight to the death with him. Moreover, with the terrifying body of the other party that he could not easily shake, if they really fought to the death, the one who would suffer would most likely be him. It was because of this that he, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, lost his composure at this moment. "Grand Commander, I was just too eager to report the good news that I forgot to slow down for a moment." "You don't have to do this, do you?" At this moment, Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. With a flash of his body, he had already landed on the back of the 8-star ladle that was suspended in midair. He continued with an innocent face, "If I had not met this brother ladle guest near the void-devouring black hole before, wouldn't I have been killed by your punch just now?" If this is really the case, the Black Mosquito tribe will never be able to remove the title of the shortest-lived holy son in the history of the Demon Dweller tribe in the future. While speaking, Xian waved his hand and the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended behind him was instantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, Hao Fongfeng and the wretched mosquito butcher were also moved out of the shuttle by him and landed on the back of Ladle, standing behind Xian. "It's you?" Seeing Xian, Zhuofengtai was suddenly stunned. A strong impulse surged in his heart and he almost attacked immediately, but in the end, he restrained himself. The opponent was now the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing, let alone there was an origin stage void-devouring beast in front of him that was not inferior to him in strength. Thinking of this, Zhuofengtai subconsciously glanced at Ladle under Xian's feet and his eyelids twitched. An origin stage void-devouring beast actually made this brat stand on its back like a master and even brought other people along. What was the difference between this and taming it, just casually circling around the void-devouring black hole and he could come across such a good thing? This luck was simply heaven-defying. Thinking of this, the unwillingness in Zhuofengtai's heart grew stronger. He was so angry that his neck was thick. Panting heavily, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "Why are only the two of you back? Where is the fierce mosquito?" This was clearly asking the obvious. He was really good at pretending, Xian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said with a stunned expression, "Chief Commander, you still don't know? The fierce mosquito has been destroyed by Zhuohongwu and Zhuoliqing." Pfft. Zhuofengtai almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he was well aware of this, from a certain point of view, the fierce mosquito was indeed destroyed by Zhuohongwu and Zhuoliqing. He could even be included in this. However, what did he mean by destroyed? Even if he knew some inside information, there was no need to say such harsh words, right? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Could it be that after taming this origin stage void-devouring beast, Zhuofengtai thought that he had something to rely on and planned to go against him openly? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhuofengtai calmed down and stared coldly at Xian with a playful look in his eyes. "Zhang Wuji, don't forget that you are not the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Zhuohongwu is the scout commander of my Black Mosquito city. How can you slander him in public? I'll keep this in mind and look into it when Commander Zhuo returns." "Thank you, Chief Commander, but what if they don't come back?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Greybone lays probing you. Zhuofengtai had originally forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, but after hearing Xian's provocative words, the monstrous anger that had just been suppressed surged again in the blink of an eye. He glared at Xian and was about to explode. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded in the void. The High Priest, Greybone Lay, had arrived. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Wuji, you're able to obtain a spiritual power skill inheritance the first time you enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe. You finally allowed our Black Mosquito tribe to rise again. From now on, our Black Mosquito tribe is no longer the weakest tribe among the 10 great demon tribes. Instead, we've become a top tribe that can compete with the leader, the Black Nightmare tribe." Along with the hearty laughter, the High Priest's figure quietly appeared. He quietly stood in the middle of the confrontation between the Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commanders Zhuofengtai and Xian. In addition, when he arrived, he had a rather subtle grasp of the situation. All of this was clearly done on purpose, causing the eyes of Grand Commander Zhuofengtai, who was about to explode, to flash with a bright light. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly flashed through his eyes, but even so, with the arrival of the high priest Hui Gulei, the monstrous anger in Zhuofengtai's heart was suppressed again in the end. Although Huigul's cultivation base was only at the origin stage first stage, he was the great priest of a large demon tribe, so he was far better than Zhuofengtai, who was the tribe's great commander, in terms of using his mental power skills. Therefore, even though Zhuofengtai's cultivation base was at the origin stage fourth stage, the weaker Huigul had a better chance of winning if they were to fight. Moreover, Huigulu had an extraordinary relationship with the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xingxiang, who had become one of the greatest existences in the demon race. Back when Wen Xingxiang was still the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigulu had been the holy son of the tribe that he had nurtured with all his might. Although they weren't master and disciple, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhuofengtai did not dare to offend Greybone Lei openly. After all, although the Zhua clan had a backer in the imperial city, he was just an ordinary person in the imperial court. In the entire imperial city, he could not be compared to High Priest Wen Xing, who was popular in front of the demon king Mo Wen. After considering all this, as the grand commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, in the end, Zhuofengtai suppressed his anger. Was the grand commander of Black Mosquito tribe? Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that he would have a chance to deal with Yi Xian in the future. At the same time, he did not know that his only son, Zhuo Liqing, and his younger brother, Zhuo Hongwu, had been killed by Yi Xian on their way back to the Black Mosquito tribe. Otherwise, no matter how much Zhuofengtai feared High Priest Greybone Lei, he would have been enraged and attacked. "You flatter me, High Priest. I was just a little lucky." At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw that Grand Commander Zhuofengtai was actually suppressing his anger. He did not want to see this scene. Compared to lying low and facing a crisis that could erupt at any time in the future, he would rather face it now. At least, he could take this opportunity to force High Priest Greybone Lei to make a stand. However, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he could not continue to provoke Zhuofengtai. Once he did so, not only Zhuofengtai, but even High Priest Greybone Lei would be suspicious. He was just a Meteor Realm nobody who had just been appointed as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. He should not have such courage and background. If he really did so, anyone would be suspicious of Yi Xian's motives. "I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. This void-swallowing beast is at least at the origin fourth order. It is already a supreme existence that is not weaker than Commander Zhua. I'm afraid even this priest can't defeat it. Such an existence can actually hit it off with you and willingly follow you. It is really amazing. Personal luck is really mysterious and extraordinary." With Greybone Lei's level 5 source core and his background as the high priest of a large tribe, he could naturally see that the 8-star royal ladle under Yi Xian's feet was not like an ordinary demon's pet beast. Instead, he had branded it with a spiritual imprint and used it to forcibly control it. Therefore, these words were not just out of courtesy. They came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian even saw a flash of envy in Greybone Lei's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Xian was able to rely on his own luck to obtain such a powerful void-swallowing beast to follow him. Even the cunning high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Greyskull, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In addition to that, what triggered even more was his eagerness for Yi Xian's secret mission to the Demon Emperor planet. Since this kid could deceive such a powerful mid-stage origin-level void-swallowing beast, he should have a way to deal with the extremely cunning innate spirit rabbit in the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. With this thought in mind, Greybone Lei could not hold back anymore. He did not even care that Grand Commander Zhuofengtai had just turned around and left. If he had, he would have heard the conversation between the two. Greybone Lei's eyes flashed and he immediately asked Yi Xian, "Little friend Wuji, the matter this high priest entrusted to you that day, may I ask?" "High priest, are you talking about that clever dead rabbit?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. When this matter was mentioned, it was as if the hatred in his heart had been aroused. A look of indignation appeared on his face as he said hatefully, "That damn rabbit is too clever. It played tricks on me several times. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch it in the end. Otherwise, I would have skinned it alive." "Ah? This result made Greybone Lay very disappointed. He was so disappointed that he even lost his composure and exclaimed softly. However, he quickly reacted. His eyes flashed, but he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and withdrew the 2 spiritual imprints that he had injected into Yixian's body. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the tribe's ancestral temple at the end of the Black Mosquito City. His figure had already disappeared, but his figure was still lingering. In 3 days, I'll hold a ceremony for you to become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In addition, during these 3 days, you can stay in the side hall of the Holy Sun in the outer courtyard of the ancestral temple. However, if there's nothing else, it's best to use these 3 days to cultivate diligently. Don't go out and leave the Black Mosquito Star if there's nothing else. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing, is very worried about you. He specially told me to supervise you diligently. As the holy son of a large tribe, your cultivation is only at the meteor realm. It's really too weak. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio exposing the truth. No wonder both Swafeng Tai and High Priest Huegu Le seemed to know who the Black Mosquito tribe holy son was when he had just arrived on the Black Mosquito Star. It turned out that the Devil Emperor planet had sent a message to the Black Mosquito Star's lower star network through the star's superior star network. Moreover, this message was most likely from the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing. In the message, besides announcing the fact that Yixian was the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he even specifically instructed Huegu Lu, the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, to diligently urge him to concentrate on his cultivation and not leave the Black Mosquito Star. Wenxing had mentioned this in front of Yixian that day. At that time, he had not thought much about it, but now it seemed that these words had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, with Wenxing's prominent status as the High Priest of the Imperial City, why would he be so concerned about a newly promoted holy son of a small tribe? If he was not mistaken, the so-called diligent urging to concentrate on his cultivation was a lie. His real intention was not to leave the Black Mosquito Star. It seemed that everything he had done in the Saint Devil Forbidden area was still unable to fool him in the end. Although Wenxing didn't investigate further that day, it was obvious that he was certain that Yixian wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. When he turned around, he was in the mood to deal with him at any time and carefully investigate the inside story. Huegu Lu, the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, had more or less guessed this. Therefore, when Wenxing deliberately mentioned this before he left, it was obvious that he wanted to knock some sense into Yixian. His purpose was to force Yixian to report the truth about the spirit rabbit, so as to seek his protection. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's heart sank, but a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both Wenxing and Huegu Lu might have thought that they could easily control him, but how could they know that even when they were trapped in the Devil Emperor City that day, Yixian was not completely powerless to resist? He just did not want to reveal some of his tricks so easily. Now that they had left the Demon Imperial City and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yixian had no reason to be afraid of them. Without the threat of the few Grotto Heaven Realm supreme existences from the Imperial family, even if High Priest Wenxing of the Imperial City personally came, he was only a Grotto Heaven Realm supreme existence. If he forced Yixian into a corner, they could just break up. If he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was completely confident that he could slaughter all the devil dwellers present and then calmly leave. At that time, although the news would definitely be leaked, in the Demon Imperial City, they would at most know that Yixian had the ability to kill a supreme existence in the Heavenly Passage realm. However, they definitely didn't know what this ability was. In that case, even if it was Yixian, it would not matter. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately calmed down. He lowered his head and glanced at the countless devil dwellers in the Black Mosquito City below, who were looking up with burning desire in their eyes. He smiled faintly and put the 8-star royal ladle into the Dongshu shuttle. Then, after putting the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher toward the tribe's ancestral temple in the depths of the Star Mosquito City. In front of the city, among the 10 foreign tribes of the Black Mosquito tribe, there was a demon ancestral temple on the main planet of each tribe, just like the Demon Imperial City. The high priest of each tribe was the master of the ancestral temple, and the holy son of the tribe was equivalent to the successor cultivated by the high priest. In the ancestral temple, he was equivalent to the young master. As the future high priest, the holy son of the tribe had an unshirkable share of the specific daily affairs of the entire tribe's ancestral temple. Of course, the high priest would not casually hand over the core affairs to the holy son. Generally speaking, the holy son was only responsible for the daily chores of the ancestral temple. Therefore, the holy son's living quarters were basically in the outer hall of the tribe's ancestral temple. To put it bluntly, his authority was equivalent to that of the general manager of the entire ancestral temple. When Xian led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher down from the sky, there were already many ordinary priests waiting respectfully in the outer hall of the ancestral temple. These demon dwellers were priests, but in fact, they were just doing the daily chores of the tribe's ancestral temple. The ancestral temple of the demon dwellers was originally just a formality. The so-called demon emperor himself was far from a godlike existence in the universe. How much meaning could this so-called demon dweller's ancestral temple have to offer sacrifices to a godlike existence? After entering the side hall of the Holy Sun, an elderly demon dweller priest who should be the most senior among the priests of the ancestral temple led Yi Xian's group around the huge side hall like a guide. Then, he carefully explained that as the holy son of the tribe, Yi Xian should share the daily chores of the ancestral temple and handed over a few thick account books. Yi Xian was not interested in this at all, but the wretched mosquito butcher behind him immediately took it with a smile. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the wretched mosquito butcher. He said in a low voice, "This is Mosquito Butcher. All my affairs, big and small, have always been handled by him. In the future, such mundane affairs will be handed over to him." With that, he ignored the elderly priest's shocked reaction and turned to enter the main hall of the Holy Sun's courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the third evening of Yi Xian's return to the Black Mosquito main planet. The Black Mosquito tribe's new Holy Sun ceremony would be held at noon tomorrow. At that time, all the leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon dweller planets would be present to observe the Holy Sun ceremony. In the past 2 days, the entire Black Mosquito main planet was bustling with noise and celebration. The Star Mosquito main city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. After all, the new Holy Son of the tribe had successfully inherited a certain spiritual power skill when he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land for the first time. Even among the top 10 demon dweller tribes, he was one of the best. Most of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito tribe were very happy because of this. As a celebration, it was necessary to have a grand appearance. However, under the surface of the celebration, the entire Black Mosquito main city was in turmoil. Whether it was High Priest Huigu Lu or Great Commanders Wafeng Tai, they did not show up in the past 2 days, nor did they summon Yi Xian, who was about to become the tribe's holy son. Everything seemed to be calm and peaceful. Even Yi Xian felt that he was about to successfully ascend to the position of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, on the evening before the Holy Sun ceremony, a shocking roar suddenly came from the Great Commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito main city without warning. It was Great Commander's Wafeng Tai's voice. "You brat, Zhang Wuji, I was almost fooled by you. You're clearly courting death." Roar. The furious roar shook the entire Black Mosquito main city. Following that, a murderous figure rushed out of the Great Commander's official residence and soared into the sky toward the ancestral temple. The real crisis the past 2 days seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, both Wafeng Tai and High Priest Huigu Lei were secretly making some moves. The latter was investigating Yi Xian's background. Following his identity as the chosen child of the Black Mountain Star, he had investigated all the way to the main city of Black Mountain. Wafeng Tai, on the other hand, did not make any unusual movements on the first day. Only the resentment in his heart could not be quelled. But as the day passed and the Black Mosquito tribe experts who were originally stationed on the ferocious mosquito bastion under Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honghuang still had not returned, Wafeng Tai finally felt that something was amiss and began to investigate. He had personally given the battleship to Zhuo Hongwu. This battleship was part of his personal collection, so no one knew better than Wafeng Tai about its performance. In his opinion, even if Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu left the Demon Emperor planet later than Yi Xian and set off on their return journey, they definitely wouldn't be delayed for an entire day and still not arrive. Anxious and suspicious, Wafeng Tai immediately used his connections to contact the other 9 demon tribes, especially those that the Black Mosquito tribe had to pass through on their way back from the demonic Emperor planet. So, from that night onwards, the other 9 demon tribes more or less sent out some demon tribe warriors to search for the whereabouts of the bountiful Teng. For the entire day, Zhuofengtai had been anxiously waiting for the news. Until just now, a small team of demon dwellers finally found part of the wreckage of the bountiful Ting battleship in the void. This was enough to confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu had met with misfortune and had died. When the news came, Zhuofengtai immediately went berserk. He roared crazily and rushed out of the Black Mosquito City's commander's residence. He went straight to the side hall of the chosen child in the ancestral temple where Yixian was. As a 4th-level Origin Realm warrior, Zhuofengtai's mighty power was almost earth-shattering. Behind him, countless demon tribe warriors in the Black Mosquito City raised their heads and looked at him in horror. "Bastard Zhang Wuji, how dare you murder my son Liqing and my brother Hongwu? Today, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Rumble. At this moment, Zhuofengtai's entire body was covered by a boundless and surging airflow. However, in the sky, there was a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range. It carried a rumbling sound as it clenched its fist. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to capture Yixian and slowly torture him when they returned. "Commander Zhua, if you want to accuse me of something, you can always accuse me. If you think that I took away your son Zhuo Liqing's position as the Black Mosquito Holy Son, you can just say so. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to accuse me like this?" At this moment, Yixian had already walked out of the courtyard of the Holy Sun's side hall. He stood on the peak outside the courtyard and slightly raised his head to look over. His expression was neither shocked nor panicked, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. However, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely clear, so clear that almost all of the countless devil cultivator experts in the Black Mosquito City heard it clearly. Behind him, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fengfeng stood on each side. No one knew what they were thinking. The former's eyes were shining with a crafty light, while the latter was frowning and looking at Yixian with a thoughtful expression. From time to time, she would glance at Yixian. "You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die, ha ha ha. No matter, this commander has plenty of methods to make you confess." In the face of Yixian's rebuke, Zhuofengtai, who was floating in the sky, was so angry that he laughed. During this time, the huge palm print that was rumbling from the sky did not stop for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already pressed down more than half of the palm print. After a while, it would arrive with a loud bang, but until this time, the high priest Huigulei still did not appear. Yixian sneered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he had already cast the Dongshu shuttle and suspended it in the air in front of him. Screech! In the next moment, along with a scream full of violent hostility, a huge black figure had already rushed out from the Dongshu shuttle. It was the 8-star royal ladle that was more than 100 feet in size and was not inferior to the huge palm print that was pressing down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was wrapped in endless power and rushed into the sky, colliding head-on with the huge palm that was pressing down from the sky. Boom! Screech! A thunderous explosion rang out in the next instant, and the huge palm print was knocked away by the 8-star royal ladle without any suspense, dispersing in the air. Then, the 8-star royal ladle did not reduce its speed. It let out a second screech and rushed toward the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander Zhuofengtai in the sky again without delay. This was clearly the rhythm of being stirred up and wanting to fight fiercely. Enough! Do you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? At this moment, in the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple behind him, the high priest Huigulei finally arrived in the sky. As soon as he arrived, he shouted and then lowered his head to look at Yixian standing on the side of the peak below. "Zhang Wuji, call back this origin void-swallowing beast. I promise that this matter will end here." Before the arrival of the high priest of the imperial city, no one will mention this matter again. After saying that, seeing Yixian frowning and waving his hand toward the sky, Huigulei turned his head to look at Zhuofengtai in the sky and said in a deep voice, "I just learned about this matter after receiving the secret message from High Priest Wenxing. Now I can confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu are indeed dead. However, the person who attacked them is definitely not Zhang Wuji, but the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship in the front line of the demon army. Before the Fingting ship was destroyed, it sent a distress signal to the demon imperial planet, clearly indicating this point. there is no doubt that the demon army in the front line of the third universe must be in big trouble. Let's not talk about the other scout fortresses for now, but the Black Mosquito ship must have fallen into the hands of the human tribe, and the other party must have successfully sneaked into the Demon Star area. You and I can't escape the responsibility of this matter. On the Demon Imperial planet, the Demon Imperial Guard Commander Chanas has led the army here. When the time comes, the army will be divided into two groups. One group will thoroughly investigate the entire Black Mosquito tribe and the surrounding star areas, while the other group will directly enter the universe wormhole and head to the front line of the third universe to investigate the incident of the demon army. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, is also with this army. He will arrive at the Black Mosquito Star in a few days. You and I, as the High Priest and the Great Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had better think of a plan quickly. What? The Black Mosquito ship did it? How is this possible? When these words came out, even Zhuofeng Tai, the Great Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe in the sky, was completely shocked and exclaimed softly. Translator, Transin editor, Transin in for a penny, in for a pound. When the High Priest Hui Gulei personally spoke about the shocking change in the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, he did not deliberately avoid anything. Therefore, when his voice was loud and clear, almost all the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City in the distance heard it. The entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar, and the news would spread out as fast as possible. It wouldn't be long before all the 10 demon dwellers' planets in the Black Mosquito tribe knew about it. A storm that would sweep across the entire Black Mosquito tribe and even the entire demon dwellers' tribe was coming. Although the terrible news brought by the High Priest Hui Gulei was shocking, the effect it had in some ways made people speechless. It was precisely because of this shocking and unexpected arrival that Grand Commander Zhuofeng Tai's suspicions towards Xianxia disappeared in an instant. He coldly glanced at him before leaving with the High Priest. It was obvious that they were secretly discussing how to deal with this matter. At the very least, from the looks of it, the two of them hadn't cast suspicious gazes on Xianxia for the time being. After confirming this, Xianxia's heart calmed down slightly. After putting away the 8-star King Ladle and the Dongshu shuttle, he turned around and walked back to the Holy Sun's side hall behind him. He sat alone in a secluded room, and as his mind raced, he began to quickly think of a way to deal with it. Judging from Hui Gulei's words and reaction just now, although the Fengting ship had sent a distress signal to the Demon Emperor planet and even mentioned the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, there shouldn't be any mention of Xianxia's appearance in the distress signal. It was probably because it was too hasty. This was really lucky. Otherwise, the crisis that Xianxia was facing at this moment would be much more severe. However, even though Xianxia hadn't been exposed yet, since the Black Mosquito's whereabouts had been leaked, and the demon army from the Demon Emperor planet had set off, it wouldn't be long before they entered the graveyard domain through the natural wormhole that connected to the third realm of the universe. When that time came, everything would be exposed. Once the information was sent back, the entire demon domain would start a thorough investigation. Sooner or later, the investigation would eventually lead back to Xianxia. After all, his appearance was too abrupt. Everything before this could not be investigated, so it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Faced with such a situation, he had only two choices. One was to leave the Black Mosquito Star immediately before the army of the Devil Imperial Star arrived. He would rush to the wormhole and leave the Devil Star area as soon as possible. He would return to the third universe controlled by the human tribe. However, if that was the case, his original plan to search for the devouring origin in the Devil Domain and even the vast first universe outside the Devil Domain would be completely ruined. Moreover, in the short term, there was no possibility of this plan being carried out. After all, such a big thing had happened to the Demon Scout Corps. Not to mention the wormhole. Near the exit of the wormhole in the first universe, the demon tribe would definitely send a large number of troops to guard it. It would be very difficult to sneak in again. As for the second choice, it was to make up his mind and continue to stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This move seemed risky, but after careful consideration, Xianxia finally made the decision to bide his time and stay on the Black Mosquito Star. It was not easy to come to the first universe, and now he had obtained the identity of the Holy Son of a large demon tribe. This would be very convenient and helpful for his upcoming search for the devouring origin. In any case, Xianxia was not willing to give up so easily. As for the current crisis, on the one hand, he had two trump cards, the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn. Even if his identity was really exposed, he could just go all out. As long as Xian used all his means, there were not many existences in the devil domain who could keep him here. In addition, even if the incident of the Demon Scout Corps at the frontier of the Third Universe was exposed, they might not necessarily find out about Xian in the end. Of course, the premise was that he had to make some preparations before that. For example, he had to plant a few real high-level spies in the demon tribe. At that time, if there was any movement, he was at least confident that he would know at the first moment. If there was really an unforeseen event, he would have a buffer time to react. Thinking of this, Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a period of time, the slave seal that he had put aside for a long time was finally put to use again. This time, the demon experts who would be planted with the slave seal would no longer be low-level demon experts. At the very least, they had to be existences at the level of Zhuafeng Tai and Hui Gulei. Otherwise, they would be worthless. The first two targets, let's start with them. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xian made a decision in an instant. After all, I am still in the Black Mosquito tribe. As the immediate superior, Hui Gulei and Zhuafeng Tai are most likely to have doubts about me. Since this is the case, I might as well go all out and plant the slave seal on these two guys. Otherwise, I really can't sleep in peace. This thought made Xian's heart beat wildly. Whether it was the great commanders Zhuafeng Tai or the high priest Hui Gulei, they were all supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm. Xian had only subdued one demon expert of this level by planting a slave seal before. That was the prince of the mosquito beast race, Shueben. Moreover, when he planted the slave seal on Shueben, he had the assistance of the mad mosquito emperor, who was at least at the heavenly passage realm, to control the mosquito beast prince, Shueben, in advance. Otherwise, with Xian's cultivation at that time, there was no possibility of success. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to plant a slave seal on the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Hui Gulei. After all, not only was the high priest proficient in the use of mind power, but he also had a level 5 source core. This kind of existence with a high-level source core had an astonishing resistance to slave seals. However, Xian had now completed the 5th transformation of the source core in his brain. His source core had long entered the 6th level, which surpassed Hui Gulei's. It was on the same level as the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and second only to the devil king, Mo Wen Tian. Under such circumstances, Xian's chances of success in subduing Hui Gulei by planting a slave seal on him had greatly increased. This was why he had suddenly come up with such a bold idea. After making his decision, Xian immediately started making preparations. To put it bluntly, he just had to condense a slave seal. Hui Gulei and Zhuafeng Tai were supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm, which meant that the slave seal he planted on them had to be at least at the 11th level, which meant that he had to repeatedly condense the slave seal 10 times. However, to be safe, Xian decided to condense 2 12th level slave seals to deal with these two fellows. This way, he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If he started condensing the slave seals from the beginning, even with Xian's current power at the 6th level of the meteor realm, he would need a long time to condense 2 12th level slave seals. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it in a few days. Translator, Transin editor, Transin revealing the fangs. Since the 2 level 12 slave seals were obtained after 2 repetitive refinements from the level 10 slave seals, Xian only spent half a day or so to complete all of this. The necessary software resources to deal with Grayskull and Zhuafeng Tai could be considered to be ready. However, just preparing the software was clearly far from enough. These two fellows were both supreme beings of the 9th realm, the origin realm. It was clearly not easy to successfully shoot 2 successfully condensed level 12 slave seals into their bodies. Xian analyzed the abilities he had. Whether it was the spiritual suppression or the giant dragon roar, which he had obtained after his starry sky dragon bloodline reached the entry level, although they were all skills that could shock the mind of the enemy unexpectedly, due to the huge gap in strength between Xian and his opponents, these 2 abilities were obviously not effective. As for the fallen sky bow, spiritual lightning technique, annihilation spear, destructive vortex, and other spiritual secret techniques, they were all offensive in nature and were not suitable to deal with this situation. It seemed that the only way to successfully shock Huigulei and Suifeng Tai in a short period of time, and then take advantage of this opportunity to shoot the 2 level 12 slave seals into their bodies, was to ask for help from the headless infant corpse. Even if it was not interested in doing it personally, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would be enough to do it on its behalf. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a supreme existence that could even crush a 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. Dealing with Huigulei and Suifeng Tai, 2 demon experts of the Origin realm, was a piece of cake. However, it was hard to say whether this would work or not. Although the headless infant corpse had always been in Yi Xian's body and had turned into a strange tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, the headless infant corpse had never responded directly no matter how Yi Xian actively tried to contact it. Therefore, Yi Xian was not very confident about asking for the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's help this time. He could only give it a try. If it did not work, he would think of another plan. What surprised him was that this time, the headless infant corpse, which had always ignored his calls, actually transmitted a mysterious aura over at the first possible moment. It directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, exactly the same as last time. Through this mysterious imprint, Yi Xian could control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn for his own use at any time. When he needed it, he only needed to activate the imprint in his sea of consciousness. At that time, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had long since been refined by the headless infant corpse would naturally sense it and move according to Yi Xian's will. It could be said to be extremely convenient. The only pity was that this kind of imprint was a one-time consumable. Yi Xian knew that once it was activated, this imprint would turn into a mysterious and unknown force and quickly enter the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's body, never to be seen again. Such a powerful Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could only be temporarily controlled every time. He could not use its terrifying supreme power to his heart's content. This made Yi Xian feel quite helpless, and he could not help but feel a strong sense of regret in his heart. While he was sighing, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. As his eyes lit up, a kind of sudden enlightenment was like a cold soft light in the moonlight, covering the sea of consciousness in an instant, making his mind suddenly shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian's state of mind was unexpectedly enlightened. He was inexplicably open-minded and bright, and his entire heart was filled with an endless sense of heroism. No matter how powerful the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was, it was still an external object in the end. Perhaps it was because he had recently encountered too many difficult situations that he was unable to resolve with his current cultivation. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly developed a faint sense of reliance on the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Every time a major dilemma appeared, he would subconsciously think of them. This was clearly the rhythm of treating the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn as some kind of trump card and reliance under the influence of imperceptible influence. Although this was originally a fact, if he really had this kind of dependence, then it would obviously be harmful to Yi Xian's future growth. He would completely lose the heart of an expert, but at this moment, as this light flashed in his mind, Yi Xian finally realized this point as if he had an epiphany. At this moment, he thought all this through, and even his state of mind had a little elevation. A feeling of loosening the bottleneck of the realm came straight to his heart. The cultivation realm of a cultivator could not only be improved by diligent cultivation day after day. Occasionally, a thorough understanding of the state of mind would also loosen the bottleneck of the realm. If one could seize this opportunity, breaking through in one fell swoop was not a problem. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly encountered such an opportunity. Overjoyed in his heart, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a mysterious state of cultivation. This time, Yi Xian did not absorb a drop of the Star Core source energy. He was completely sorting out his state of mind and figuring out the mysterious feeling like he had just had an epiphany. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. At this time, Yi Xian had completely forgotten everything. His state of mind was clear, as if he was in a bright place, untainted by dust. This kind of breakthrough of the state of mind that led to the elevation of one's cultivation realm and the realization of the advancement of one's cultivation power was extremely mysterious. It was the first time that Yi Xian had encountered this kind of breakthrough. Everything was just a kind of trial and error for him now. However, he finally grasped this opportunity. At this moment, when the familiar prompt of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind, Yi Xian, who had entered a state of forgetfulness, trembled slightly, and his consciousness completely returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your realm has increased. Current realm, level 7 of the meteor realm. Level 7, this meant that he had finally entered the late stage of the meteor realm. With another 2 small breakthroughs, he would enter the third realm of the starry realm, the satellite realm. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes slightly, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He was in an extremely good mood. Coincidentally, my state of mind has improved, and my realm has broken through. It is a double blessing. At this time it is the best time to completely take down Huigulei and Suifengtai, and get rid of all worries. With a slight shake of his body, Yi Xian stood up from the ground and muttered to himself. A firm light burst out from his eyes, and there was a cold light in them. As he stepped forward, he pushed open the door and walked out. I have endured in this black mosquito star for a long time. Now, it is finally time to show my fangs. Translator, Transin editor, Transin come to resolve doubts. Although night had fallen, the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Huigulu, was still in the side hall of the ancestral temple, discussing some important matters with Suifengtai and Suifengtai. Although the two of them were friendly on the surface, they had been secretly scheming against each other. One of them was the high priest, but in fact, he controlled more than half of the black mosquito tribe. The other was unwilling to see his authority diluted, so he had been looking for an opportunity to reverse the situation and completely take control of the black mosquito tribe. Even so, the black mosquito tribe was facing a sudden change, and they did not know if the fall of the black mosquito ship would affect the entire tribe. As the high priest and great commander, Suifengtai and Huigulei did not have any reservations in dealing with this matter. It could be said that they worked hand in hand without any hindrance. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have talked until nightfall and still hadn't dispersed. The inner hall of the ancestral temple was an important place in the tribe. Even the ordinary priests in the ancestral temple were not allowed to enter at will. However, as the new holy son of the black mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no problem entering and exiting this place. After entering the courtyard of the ancestral temple, the guards of the ancestral temple did not stop him and let him go straight in. Along the way, Yi Xian kept thinking. At least, he had to find a valid reason to visit the high priest in the middle of the night. However, he soon felt relieved. After laughing silently, he threw this thought to the back of his mind and did not think about it anymore. Anyway, sooner or later, they would fall out with each other. Why should he waste the effort? With the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, Huigulu and Suifengtai were only 2 Origin Realm experts. When the time came, Yi Xian only needed to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Under the suppression of the qi, the two of them would not even have the chance to turn around and escape. They would be completely bound and unable to move in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. Although he was unwilling to rely too much on the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Dragon and the Headless Infant Corpse, he had only been in space for a short period of time. Moreover, he had no choice but to face 2 terrifying existences at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Facing such an opponent with such a huge disparity in strength, it was understandable and acceptable to rely on external forces. While he was thinking, the door to the inner hall of the ancestral temple was already in sight. Inside the hall was a small hall with some doors on both sides. At this time, the window of the door on the left was clearly lit, but there was no one outside the hall. Suifengtai and Huigulei were secretly discussing important matters, so the priests of the ancestral temple who were originally serving here must have been driven away. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral temple. He then turned around and walked straight to the lit door. As soon as he stepped into the room, he looked up and saw Suifengtai and Huigulei chatting softly while sipping spirit tea. The two of them sat facing each other across the table, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite harmonious. However, when they looked up and saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, they were surprised and slightly stunned. "What are you doing here? Don't forget that before the ceremony, you were not the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. How can you come and go as you please in the ancestral temple?" After coming back to his senses, Suifengtai's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Yi Xian, who had stepped into the room. His tone was extremely unfriendly. On the other side, High Priest Huigu Lei slightly frowned and was about to ask Yi Xian why he had come. However, the latter spoke first with a faint smile on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The reason why I am here is to answer your question. As you said, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongguo, as well as all the demon scouts on the Fengting ship, were all killed by me. To be exact, more than half of them were killed when the Black Mosquito tribe and the Black Wind tribe's super star-destroying cannons destroyed the Fengting ship. The other half were killed by my pet army, including your son and your brother. Silence, a deathly silence, as Yi Xian's words left his mouth. Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone both subconsciously opened their mouths wide. They looked at him in astonishment, and even their eyes flickered with a suspicious light. That kind of look clearly gave people the feeling that they were looking at a lunatic. Obviously, the two of them did not believe what he said. They did not hesitate at all and directly regarded him as crazy talk. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zhuo Fengtai finally came back to his senses. He realized that he'd been teased and provoked by Yi Xian in front of him. In his embarrassment, he instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Before his voice died away, Zhuo Fengtai had already raised his right hand and slapped with all his strength. "You are the one courting death." Yi Xian's face suddenly became serious, and he retorted in a deep voice. At the same time, he did not hesitate to activate the mysterious mark in his mind. In less than half an instant, a slight but intense low buzzing sound had already enveloped the entire large house. A blood-colored waterfall whizzed out from Yi Xian's body and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was about 30 feet long, hovering above the house, pouring out a majestic and mighty aura. In an instant, it dissolved Zhuo Fengtai's palm power into nothingness. Weeping Soul Bloodhorn? This is impossible. What is going on? The aura of this big curved horn is at least beyond the Grotto Heaven realm. How can there be such an existence? Almost at the same time, Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei's expressions had changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in horror together. Although the latter had roughly sensed the level of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, he obviously did not know its origin, but the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigu Lei, was different. As soon as the Weeping Soul Blood Horn appeared, his mind flashed one after another, and he instantly understood everything. After the first exclamation came out, he turned his head in horror and looked at the calm Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. "So the person who ruined my plans on Black Mountain Star was actually you? It seems that what you said before about the 2 scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship should also be true. Damn guy, as a demon cultivator, you actually betrayed your tribe to the human race." "Sorry, I was originally a human, but I swallowed a lot of demon cultivators' brain nuclei, so I grew one in my head." Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian shook his head and threw out another heavy bomb. Seeing the two people opposite him shocked again, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh faintly. "Don't look at me like that, you are just too confident. Who said that human cultivators can't have demon nuclei? Traditional ideas kill people." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Cunning old fox. When the 2 level 12 slave seals entered Zhuo Fengtai's and Huigu Lei's foreheads at the same time and disappeared in a flash, the two fellows' eyes became blurry. The shock and fury on their faces started to dissipate slowly. It was obvious that the slave seals had entered their brains quickly and successfully entered their mind source cores to begin the process of enslaving and refining them. Although Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu were both supreme existences of the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, they didn't seem to be so weak. However, in reality, if it wasn't for the suppression of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, which surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed. The 2 slave seals that had shot out hadn't even touched Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei's skin. Therefore, this seemingly easy situation and results were entirely due to the use of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, which was a terrifying being whose strength surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm. This wasn't surprising at all. Besides, the reason why these two fellows had reacted so quickly was also because Yi Xian's cultivation base was a little weaker, as he was only at the 2nd level of the Meteor Realm. However, the grade of his mind source core wasn't low. It had already reached the 6th level. In the entire demon race, his mind source core was second only to the demon king Mo Wen Tian and was on par with the high priest Wen Xing and a few others. Between Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei, even though Hui Gulei was the high priest, his mind source core was only at the 5th level. Under the circumstances, they naturally wouldn't be able to resist the level 12 slave seals that Yi Xian had condensed using his level 6 mind source core multiple times. As long as the slave seals successfully entered their bodies, there would be no suspense in the final outcome. However, these two fellows were origin-grade entities after all, so the source cores in their heads contained boundless spirit origin source power. Even with the power of a grade 12 slave mark, it would take an extraordinary amount of time to refine all of them and brand them with the enslavement mark. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly walked to the table at the side and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then, he took out a small clean cup and poured himself a cup. Then, he began to taste the spirit tea brewed by either Zhuofeng Tai or Hui Gulei. During this process, he never withdrew the weeping soul blood horn that was hovering in the air. After all, their targets this time were all supreme existences at the origin realm. Their abilities were far superior to the demon experts that Yi Xian had enslaved in the past. If they were plotting something and took the weeping soul blood horn, it would be no different from courting death. After about half an hour, the two grade 12 slave marks finally completed the process of enslaving and refining the source cores in Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei's heads. The blurred look in their eyes slowly faded and they regained their clarity. Then, they respectfully walked to Yi Xian and stood on either side of him with their hands by their sides. They looked like they were waiting for orders and did not say a single word of nonsense. This was the normal behavior after being enslaved by a slave mark. Yi Xian did not know what was wrong with the wretched mosquito butcher. The first time, he was pretending, but the second time, he was clearly enslaved. In the end, he did not behave properly for more than a few days. Not long after, he began to behave strangely again. When he returned, he really had to find some time to properly investigate what was wrong with this guy. Of course, the reason Yi Xian had brought him out of the Dongshu shuttle this time was actually to test him. If he made any strange movements, Yi Xian would be able to detect it in an instant through the connection between him and the slave mark in his head. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether that guy really had a problem, or whether he would easily give himself away on his own initiative. After being slightly distracted, Yi Xian quickly threw the matter of the wretched mosquito butcher to the back of his mind. He swept his gaze over and examined Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei, who were standing on either side of him. After confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, "In the future, when there are other people around, you can still call me Zhang Wuji. The word master cannot be heard by anyone else. In addition, when you are in public, your words and actions must be the same as usual. The entire Black Mosquito tribe's affairs will still be handled by the two of you. Just do as usual." Facing this order, Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei immediately responded respectfully. Yi Xian was quite at ease with this point. He never thought that the two of them would appear abnormal in front of others, so much so that they would reveal themselves. After all, Yi Xian had personally planted more than 10,000 slave seals, and his experience was already very rich. Yi Xian waved his hand and shot a psychic power at the weeping soul bloody horn. After summoning it back into his body, he immediately fell into deep thought. Now, these two guys were his demon slaves. If there was anything he did not understand, Yi Xian could ask them casually, and the answers he got would be absolutely true. There was no possibility of being fooled. In this case, Yi Xian was naturally a little impatient. At this moment, he was thinking about the doubts in his mind. He thought that if he could ask them one by one in detail and finally get all the answers, it would be a very pleasant thing. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found that there were not many questions he needed these two guys to answer in a short time. For example, when he was on the way to the Demon Emperor Star, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu attacked him. Whether it was related to Zhuofeng Tai or not was simply superfluous. There was no need to ask them in detail. In the end, Yi Xian glanced at Hui Gulei. He had 3 questions about this old guy. First, it was about the countless weeping soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, and the weeping soul bloody horn that had been refined by the headless baby corpse. Second, it was about the 2 spiritual marks that Hui Gulei gave to Yi Xian before, asking him to take the spirit rabbit transformed by the demon soul pupil out of the Saint Devil forbidden area. The last one was how close the relationship between High Priest Wenxing and Hui Gulei was. Before this, did Wenxing privately reveal to Hui Gulei any words or ideas related to Yi Xian? These three questions, Yi Xian asked Hui Gulei one by one, and the latter immediately gave a detailed answer. As for the second question, the matter of the spirit rabbit formed by the demonic soul pupil, there was nothing strange about it. It was just as Hui Gulei had said before, the last time he entered the Saint Demon forbidden area, he had exhausted all his effort but was unable to successfully trap it. Furthermore, during the month of pursuit, he had discovered that this spirit rabbit was very interested in high-level mental energy and was extremely close to it. That was why he asked Yi Xian to take it out of the forbidden area. However, the answers to the first and third questions surprised Yi Xian, and his face immediately became gloomy. For words appeared in his mind as if it was a conditioned reflex. Big spender after asking, Yi Xian found out that whether it was the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, the Weeping Soul Beasts, or the Weeping Soul Beasts, Hui Gulu actually didn't know their specific uses and origins. Even though special spatial towers were given to him by High Priest Wenxing. In other words, the one who really needed those Weeping Soul Beasts and knew about the existence of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn was actually Wenxing. Hui Gulei was just following orders. This led to the answer to the third question. For Wenxing to be able to hand over such an important and secretive matter to Hui Gulei, the relationship between the two was clearly not ordinary. As a matter of fact, it was Wenxing, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, who had given him advice to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two of them were master and disciple. Because of this, the inside information and secrets that the Grey Bone Rains knew about Yi Xian were naturally far from what Grand Commanders Wafengtai could compare to. As the High Priest, he could use the space network of the Black Mosquito Star at any time to connect to the upper-level star network of the Devil Emperor Star and get in touch with Wenxing. Even though this kind of star network cross-level communication consumed quite a bit of energy, Hui Gulei clearly didn't care about this. Just today alone, he had already contacted Wenxing twice. Overall, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that Wenxing had no intention of letting Yi Xian go. Over the past few days, he had been reminding them to keep an eye on Yi Xian. Once he returned, they could not let him leave Black Mosquito Star. The old man had even revealed to Grey Bone Rain that not only did Yi Xian have a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals on him, there was also a high chance that he was hiding some even more valuable secrets. This time, he was following the fleet of the Royal Demonkin Fleet, which was led by Chanas, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards. They had already departed from the Demonkin Royal Star and would arrive at the Black Mosquito Star in a few days. Their fundamental purpose was to capture Yi Xian and plunder the many-pupil crystal that he had intercepted. They even resorted to extreme means to extort a confession from Yi Xian and dig out the secrets that he knew. Such a truth was something that even Yi Xian himself didn't expect, although Yi Xian realized that Wenxing was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface and was not easy to fool. He had even vaguely guessed that the other party might have already targeted him, but he had never expected that the old fox would be so ruthless and decisive. He had just returned to Black Mosquito Star and the old fox had immediately followed him. Furthermore, their intentions were clear as day. They planned to clean up Yi Xian once and for all. If he hadn't heard all of this from Hui Gulu, Yi Xian might really have been tricked by the cunning Wenxing in a moment of carelessness when the Imperial fleet arrived. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, Wenxing, that old fox, is really one of the best. Even I was almost fooled by him, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself in a low voice. Although there was a smile at the corners of his mouth, it clearly revealed an increasingly cold and gloomy feeling. However, from now on, the entire Black Mosquito Star, and even the entire Black Mosquito tribe, is already my territory. So what if he arrives with the Imperial fleet? At that time, it's hard to say who will be tricking who. Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Wafengtai and Hui Gulu again. He ordered, immediately inform the other 9 Demonkin planets in the tribe. The Holy Sun ceremony will be brought forward one day. Everyone must arrive at the Black Mosquito Star. The ceremony will begin at sunrise the day after tomorrow. In addition, all the team leaders of the 9 Demonkin planets and their main deputies, including the higher-ups of the black hole realm and above, must be present. Not a single one of them can be missing. Also, get me a list of all the demonkin experts of the black hole realm and above in the 10 demonkin planets, including the black mosquito star. Of course, there is no need for the two of you. The purpose of Xian's name on the list was obvious. He planned to plant a slave seal on all the demonkin experts of the black hole realm and above in the black mosquito tribe and make them his slaves. This was a big deal. Xian had never thought of this before. However, on one hand, Wen Xing had forced him to do this. On the other hand, with Suifeng Tai and Huigu Lu being subdued, he was very confident that he could achieve this easily, as long as he could subdue all of the demon cultivator experts at the black hole realm and above within the 10 demon cultivator stars, without exception, then the entire black mosquito tribe would fall into Xian's hands. At that time, no matter what he wanted to change or do, through the hands of the black hole realm experts of the 10 demonkin planets, he would be able to implement it immediately. It could be said that at that time, the entire black mosquito tribe would be gathered together like never before. They would be as solid as an iron bucket, and in this territory, Xian would be able to do as he pleased without any hindrance. In this way, even if Wen Xing brought an entire fleet of the demon royal family to descend, and even shed all pretense of cordiality to deal with him, it would still be impossible for him to casually restrain Xian. While Xian was muttering to himself, Huigu and Suifeng Tai, who were busy drafting the list, passed it over in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Xian casually received it, lowered his head, and carefully reviewed it. Although the black mosquito star zone occupied by the black mosquito tribe was vast and had countless planets, many of which were inhabited by life, 99% of them were devil beast planets. As for the devil tribe planets, including the black mosquito star, there were a total of 10 planets. Among these 10 demon dweller planets, there were only 3 or 4 demon dweller experts above the black hole realm and the other 9 demon dweller planets under the jurisdiction of the tribes. They were the team leaders, the vice city lords, 1 or 2 scout commanders, or other important people. At a glance, there were a total of 32 black hole realm demonkin experts in the 9 demonkin planets. As for the black mosquito star, aside from the origin realm high priest Huigu Lu and grand commander Suifeng Tai, the number of black hole realm demon dwellers on the black mosquito star was double that of the other 9 stars. In total, there were 40 demonkin experts of the black hole realm and above in the entire 10 planets of the black mosquito tribe. Of course, this was only referring to the black hole realm experts who held a certain amount of authority in the 10 great devil realms. In fact, in such a large devil tribe, it was impossible for there to be only 40 existences above the black hole realm. It was even possible to multiply it a few more times. However, those black hole realm experts were all commoners. It was even possible that they had already gone into seclusion, so it didn't affect Xian's control over the entire black mosquito tribe. Even if there was, Xian didn't seem to be able to use this kind of official channel to forcefully gather them. Therefore, there was no need to care about the black hole realm experts. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Double Blessings 40 Level 9 Slave Seals, huh? There's only 1 day left, so it's a little too tight. Luckily, I have some in stock, so there are only about 20 seals that I need to condense at the last minute. With my current speed, I should be able to do it. After muttering to himself for a while, Xian went through all the key points of the entire matter. After confirming that there were no omissions, he remembered that he needed the slave seal to subdue the 40 black hole realm demon cultivator experts and muttered to himself. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Huigu Lu and Suifeng Tai, who were quietly waiting at the side. He waved his hand and said, "Summon the 7 fellows from the black mosquito star. Let's deal with them first." Among the 7, there were 2 black hole realm demons at the Great Perfection Stage 9 black hole realm. One of them was the city lord of the Black Mosquito City, named Qi Ben. The other was the scout commander of the Black Mosquito City, named Hong Zhan. As for the other 5, they were either the vice city lords or the heads of important departments in the Black Mosquito City. Their cultivations ranged from Black Hole Realm Level 3 to Black Hole Realm Level 7. In Xian's stock of slave seals, there were a few from Level 1 to Level 11. The higher the level of the slave seal, the lesser the number of slave seals. The black hole realm was the 8th realm, so it required at least a level 8 slave seal to successfully refine the source core in the brain of a being of this level. For safety's sake, Xian had always planted a slave seal after raising the level of the slave seal. He had exactly 12 level 9 slave seals in his stock. In addition to the 8 level 10 slave seals that were used to deal with the Great Perfection Stage 9 black hole realm demons, there were a total of 20 slave seals that were suitable for him to use in this plan. After dealing with the 7 black hole realm demons, Xian had to hurry up and condense the remaining 20 slave seals before tomorrow night. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 7 black hole realm demons on the Black Mosquito Star had all arrived. Xian subdued every single one that came. There was no suspense in the process. With Hui Gulei and Zhuafengtai suppressing them, with their black hole realm cultivation, they couldn't do anything. Half an hour later, when Xian stood up to leave, a group of 9 people swarmed to send him off. High Priest Hui Gulei and Great Commander Zhuafengtai were at the front, followed by Black Mosquito City's City Lord Qi Ben and Black Mosquito City's Demon Race Scout Commander Hong Zhan and the others. These 9 people could basically represent the power and influence of the Black Mosquito Star, or even the entire Black Mosquito tribe. However, at this moment, not only were they all sent to Xian, but their expressions were also clearly respectful and cautious. This scene was so strange that some of the patrolling guards of the ancestral temple were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, speechless. From this moment on, most of them had started to suspect Xian's true identity, such as the illegitimate son of the Demon King. Otherwise, why would the High Priest and Great Commander be so subservient to him? Xian wasn't interested in any of this. These were all insignificant characters. Even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't affect Xian at all. After returning to the Saint's Side Hall, Xian immediately went to his room and told the wretched mosquito slayer not to disturb him unless it was necessary. Then, he closed the door and sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivation state. He started to condense the 29th grade slave seals in a hurry. The so-called slave seals were actually a kind of perfect and stable spiritual imprint that was condensed using a special method using mind power. Therefore, condensing a slave seal would consume the source power of Xian's mind power from the source core in his brain. The higher the level of the slave seal condensed, the greater the consumption. This time, Xian wanted to condense 29th grade slave seals in one go. The huge consumption was obvious. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like he hadn't condensed a large amount of slaves before. However, now that the crisis was approaching, Xian had to be in his best condition at all times. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged, he immediately took out a small spatial pagoda from the undying world in his body. With a thought, he summoned 10,000 weeping soul beasts from the pagoda. He immediately ordered the devouring system to absorb the source power of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts at the same time. This process quickly unfolded, and the system's absorption of the spirit source energy continuously surged into the spirit source core in Xian's sea of consciousness. Xian, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to all of this. All of his energy was poured into the refinement of the 9th level slave seal, and even the passage of time had been forgotten by him at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current realm, level 8 meteor realm. After an unknown amount of time, when Xian finally condensed the last level 9 slave seal, his heart relaxed and he subconsciously returned. He exited his cultivation state and suddenly opened his eyes. A familiar system notification suddenly sounded out in his mind. Realm leveled up, level 8 meteor realm. When these words flashed in his mind, Xian was stunned on the spot. He had just unexpectedly advanced to level 7 meteor realm a day ago because of a breakthrough in his mental state, okay? How long had it been? He had actually broken through again? Did it have to be so fast? Moreover, it didn't seem like he had been cultivating before this. He had only condensed the slave seals. How could it cause his cultivation to level up because of a breakthrough? Filled with bewilderment and confusion, Xian's consciousness quickly immersed itself in his mind and started to investigate. Sure enough, the source core, the fallen sky bow, the golden dragon scales and the void essence crystal were floating in the air. These represented Xian's realm and cultivation base in the void dimension fragment, which was a primordial technique. Compared to before, it was even more majestic. Yi Xian's current cultivation base had indeed advanced to level 8 meteor realm. As for the reason for this unexpected breakthrough, he quickly found it. The source core floating in the air above Yi Xian's mind had been black at first. However, as it transformed and evolved again and again, a hint of purple had slowly appeared amidst Yi Xian's black source core, which was getting denser and denser. Not long ago, it had already been mostly purple with a hint of black in between. But now, the last traces of black in the origin core had clearly disappeared. It was likely that the spirit source energy provided by the 10,000 weeping soul beasts just now had allowed it to reach a certain critical point. In addition, Yi Xian was using all his strength to condense the slave seal, so the flow of the spirit source within the origin core had accelerated. Thus, unknowingly, his origin core had completed some kind of unknown change. It was precisely this transformation that had caused Yi Xian's unexpected breakthrough in his cultivation base like a chain reaction. What made Yi Xian's heart pound even more was that, as the source core had turned from a thick purple with a few traces of black to a full purple, he had a strong intuition that the source core's sixth transformation wouldn't be too far away. Holy Sun ceremony. Pleasantly surprised, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly withdrew from his sea of consciousness. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the black weeping soul horns on the ground into a small space box. As usual, he threw it into a corner of the undying world in his body. Until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what these weeping soul horns were used for. He didn't even know how the large number of weeping soul beasts in the underground weeping soul cave came to be. However, these horns were related to the weeping soul blood horns after all. Perhaps they could be of great use in the future. Therefore, every time Yi Xian took out the weeping soul beasts to absorb the spiritual origin energy, he would put away all the weeping soul horns that grew out of them. After doing all this, he suddenly remembered the problem of time. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Only then did he realize that it was still night outside. Obviously, it wasn't night anymore. It was clearly the second night. As expected, 29th level slave seals took an entire day and night of Yi Xian's time. Fortunately, he was able to complete them in time. According to what he told Huigu Lu and Zhuofeng Tai yesterday, the Holy Sun ceremony would be held after sunrise tomorrow. Presumably, the ceremony venue at the ancestral temple peak would be ready. In addition, the Black Hole Realm demon experts from the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe should have all arrived. Not only did this include Datu Shan of the Black Mountain planet, who had been subdued by Yi Xian as a demon slave, but also Hao Fengfeng's father, Hao Deswang of the Black Roar planet. Thinking of the latter, Yi Xian couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't know Hao Deswang, he was after all Hao Fengfeng's father. Although this kid couldn't be considered as Yi Xian's close friend, Hao Fengfeng had treated Yi Xian very well from the beginning to the end. It could even be said that she was quite righteous. In this sort of situation, knowing that the other party was Hao Fengfeng's father, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't easy to make a move on him. Even though it was impossible for Hao Fengfeng to know the truth, it was still difficult for Yi Xian to grit his teeth and cross this hurdle in his heart. One must have a clear conscience when doing things for others. Ordinary people took this as an example. Obviously, the importance of the heart was even more important for practitioners who fought against the heavens. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look a little depressed. When he walked out of the side hall, although Hao Fengfeng didn't see him, the wretched mosquito butcher had a big smile on his face. He immediately trotted over to greet him. His face was flushed with excitement as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. "Master, my master, this time we can hold our heads up high. Grand burial. Bah, it should be a grand ceremony. TSK, you didn't see the grand ceremony venue on the peak of the ancestral temple. That's what you call grand. I heard that this time, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, as well as the deputy castellans and so on, are all here. The Holy Sun ceremony in the past didn't have this kind of extravagance. Anyway, master, this time you've gained a lot of face. Ordinary people's protection can't compare to this. This fellow was still as unreliable as ever. He was full of warships, and after just a few words, he had turned the grand ceremony into a grand funeral. In the end, he even compared Yi Xian's face to that of an ordinary person's. When Yixian heard this, he didn't manage to catch his breath and almost fainted on the spot. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a figure walked toward him from the front of the side hall. Judging from the priest's attire of the ancestral temple, he must have been sent by the Grey Bone tribe. "Lord Holy Sun, the High Priest and the Chief Commander have invited you in. Also, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the tribe, the deputy castellans and other guests are all here. They're all waiting for you." As he approached, the ancestral temple priest bowed slightly in a very natural manner. His tone was respectful, and he even lowered his head. This was definitely not the attitude he should have toward the holy son of the tribe. It was a little too modest. If he was not mistaken, this guy must have heard the rumor spread by the guards of the ancestral temple last night. He was most likely thinking that Yixian might be the illegitimate son of the demon emperor. "They're all here?" Yixian was stunned for a moment before reacting. It was obvious that Greyskull and Zhuafengtai had gathered all of these black hole realm existences together. Their intentions were clearly the same as last night. After all, the Holy Sun ceremony tomorrow was a public event. It was not convenient to plant a slave seal on them. After the ceremony, these higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe, who were unwilling to come, would most likely leave the Black Mosquito tribe immediately. It seemed that these 2 guys were quite considerate. He did not have to worry about them at all. After secretly praising in his heart, Yixian nodded his head and took the lead to leave. The ancestral temple priest wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by the wretched mosquito butcher. He glared at the priest and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I'm Mosquito Butcher, and I'm the chief steward of the saint. Even if it's my reincarnation, the saint has taken the lead, and the second person behind him can only be me. You're just an errand boy. How dare you cut the queue?" The ancestral temple priest was caught off guard and was stunned. Yixian, who'd just walked out of the courtyard, had a dark expression on his face. He almost fell head first. What happened next was needless to say. With the suppression of Zhuafengtai and Huigulu, as well as the help of the 7 black hole realm experts who had been subdued by Yixian as demon slaves, the remaining 30 black hole realm experts from the black hole realm from the Black Mosquito tribe were all successfully planted with slave seals by Yixian. To be precise, there were 31 of them. 2 were missing. One was Xianxia from the Black Mountain tribe, who was originally on the same side. The other was Hao Fengfeng's father, Hao Deshuang. Although he had also come to the Black Mosquito tribe, he was dragged away by Hao Fengfeng to leave the inn in the Black Mosquito city in the evening. Huigulu had not returned when he sent someone to invite him, so he was absent. This coincidence made Yixian feel relieved. It helped him make a choice. Since it was the will of the heavens, he would go with the flow. He did not have to worry about it anymore. 31 slave seals were successfully planted. The whole process took only a few minutes. Everything went smoothly. Only when he followed Yixian into the ancestral temple did he tactfully retreat to the corner of the wretched mosquito butcher. As he watched all of this happen with his own eyes, the light in his eyes clearly revealed a sense of coldness. Even the corners of his mouth seemed to have an imperceptible sneer, and in a certain instant, it seemed to have disappeared. Yixian did not notice any of this. After a few words as usual, he immediately returned to the Holy Sun's side hall. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The arrival of the royal fleet the next day, before the sky brightened, it was clearly midnight, but in the entire Black Mosquito City, there were already a large number of demon cultivators who had deliberately woken up early, or perhaps had not slept at all. They all walked out of their houses and rushed toward the Black Mosquito Peak where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located. Although the saint ceremony was a good thing for others, they could only watch and feel the atmosphere. However, more than 80% of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City had come to watch the ceremony. As for the remaining 20%, most of them had no choice but to give it up because they were unable to free themselves. After all, the former holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had always been at the bottom among all the holy sons of the 10 foreign tribes of the demon tribe. Not only did he not gain anything from entering the forbidden land of Saint Devil 3 times in a row, but he also lost the honor of being a holy son because of this. When he returned to the Black Mosquito Star from the Demon Royal Star for the last time, he was killed by the furious Zhuafengtai. He was the first and only saint in the history of the demon race to be killed by his own tribe's grand commander in such a humiliating manner. Because of this, the Black Mosquito tribe had been ridiculed for more than 10 years. None of the demons in the tribe could hold their heads high anymore. However, all of this had been completely changed because of Zhang Wuji's sudden appearance. When he entered the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe for the first time, he inherited a spiritual power skill. Even the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and the demon king praised him. The humiliation of being the Black Mosquito tribe's last holy son was finally thrown away. Just based on this point alone, the demon cultivators in the Black Mosquito city, and even the many cities on the Black Mosquito star, would inevitably feel a kind of heartfelt support for the Holy Sun ceremony this time. Therefore, there was no suspense about the grand occasion. Although the ordinary demons could not go up the mountain to watch the ceremony at close range, they had surrounded the Black Mosquito Peak from all directions before sunrise. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even Xianxia, who was caught off guard, was slightly shocked by this scene. Before he could react, the Grand Priest, Huigulu, who was already in place, had started the ritual of worshipping the heavens and ancestors. The ceremony had officially begun. The entire process was a little boring, but it was solemn and grand. Even the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders and vice-castellans, who had been forced to watch the ceremony and were originally disapproving of it, had bright lights in their eyes, and they were excited. Among the 9 Stars leaders, who were standing by the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, and Vice-Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, was dumbfounded. His mouth, and his face, was filled with astonishment. Translation: He was, the Mosquito translation of 9 Stars eyes. Translation: Is his words? Translation: Is his star? Translation: Is his translation? Translation: Is his translation? Translation: Is it that translation? Is his translation? Is his translation? Just at this moment, at the end of the sky above their heads, a series of thunderous roars suddenly burst out without warning, startling all the demon powerhouses who were immersed in the solemn atmosphere of the Holy Sun ceremony. Their faces stiffened slightly, and they all reflexively looked up. In their line of sight, the high atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars was churning violently like boiling water due to the large amount of turbulent airflow. A huge space fleet was approaching at this moment. Although they were hovering outside the atmosphere, they were not far away. At least, they were definitely not at a safe distance that had no effect on the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars. This rude action was clearly a show of force. What was even more surprising was that the main flagship of this huge space fleet was a cosmic universe-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was a huge object, and it was shocking. Although space fortress was a general term, there were actually different levels. A space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters was a cosmic cloud-level space fortress, also known as a small fortress. Space fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were cosmic-level space fortresses, also known as great fortresses. In addition, Xianxia had seen a giant space fortress with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1 star dock. Those were two huge blocks with diameters of 20,000 meters. Space fortresses at this level were cosmic-level space fortresses. Of course, above cosmic-level space fortresses, there were cosmic-level space fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters. Space fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters were at least 100,000 meters. At this level, they could no longer be called space fortresses. Generally speaking, space fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters were space fortresses. It was said that there were several space fortresses with diameters of up to 100,000 meters in the Divine Legacy clan's base camp, which was equivalent to 100 kilometers. There was even a super space fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. However, not to mention Xianxia, even the Demon King Mo Wentian had probably never seen one with his own eyes. The main flagship of the fleet hovering outside the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere was a cosmic-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was one of the two space fortresses that Xianxia had seen in the Demon Guard 1 star dock back then. It was called the Demon King. It was probably named after the Demon King's noble status, which meant that he ruled over a star sector. Other than this Demon King, which was not much different from a small meteor. The entire royal fleet that had come all the way from the Demon King planet had 5 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses. There were also 100 stellar-level warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. Similarly, a huge fleet of cosmic-level space fortresses was more than enough to wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe, and it would be very easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, the entire fleet spread out outside the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere and hovered high in the air. All of this could be clearly seen from the Black Mosquito star's main continent below through the gaps in the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere due to the fleet's sudden arrival. Because of this, on the Black Mosquito star below, a large number of demon race experts in the various demon race cities on the continent raised their heads to look because they heard the commotion. This was especially so for the demon race experts who had gathered around the peak of the ancestral temple to watch the Holy Sun ceremony in the depths of the Black Mosquito star main city. When they saw this scene, they were slightly startled. Soon, their expressions changed, and a large number of gasps could be heard. The news that the Black Mosquito ship Scout Fortress had fallen into the hands of the human race had long spread. Although in terms of organizational structure, the Black Mosquito ship had always belonged to the frontline scout army that the demon race had sent to the edge of the third universe. The more than 10,000 demon race scouts in the fortress, including the small leader, Naboshan, who controlled the Black Mosquito ship, were all genuine members of the Black Mosquito tribe without exception. From this point of view, now that the Black Mosquito ship Scout Fortress suddenly changed, there was a possibility that the Demon King would launch an iron-blooded investigation on the entire Black Mosquito tribe in his fury. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Xing was bewildered. According to the normal procedure, there were still some steps to be taken in the Holy Sun ceremony, but they were just a complicated formality and did not have much practical significance. Now, with the arrival of the Imperial fleet, all the later steps could only be omitted. High Priest Griskel quickly announced the completion of the ceremony. The originally grand ceremony ended in a hurried manner with a strong start and a weak finish. In this regard, the wretched Mosquito Slayer, who originally hoped to show his face in this grand ceremony and steal the limelight, was rather disappointed. When he looked up at the enormous fleet high in the sky outside the atmosphere, a fierce light burst out of his eyes. He was clearly venting his anger. It was unknown where this guy got the courage to glare fiercely at such a huge fleet. However, to Yi Xian, the ceremony ended in a rush. He was very happy. He did not have to continue dealing with it. To him, this was just a formality. Although he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, Yi Xian's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. When he raised his head to look at the sky, the dissatisfaction in his eyes was even denser than the wretched mosquito butcher's overflowing resentment. They're trying to intimidate us before we even meet. Looks like they don't have good intentions. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, the dissatisfaction in his eyes gradually disappeared. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not do anything else. He just stood on the peak square where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head slightly and looked into the sky. At this moment, the Black Mosquito City's scout commander, Hong Zhan, had already received orders from Suifengtai to lead a group of demon scouts to disperse the demon experts who had gathered around the Black Mosquito Peak to watch the ceremony. The Black Hole Realm higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe on the peak square in front of the ancestral temple stepped forward and quietly gathered behind Yi Xian. They were in an orderly formation. Even the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Suifengtai, and the high priest, Huigu, were on Yi Xian's left and right, but they were clearly half a step behind him. Suddenly, he looked over. Amongst the group of devil cultivator experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple, Yi Xian was clearly the leader. Everyone else seemed to be following his lead. In this way, if one were to look at it from another perspective, this clearly represented the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Now, Yi Xian was in charge. After all, at this moment, the group of Black Hole Realm experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Temple had completely included all of the core members of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 great devil cultivators. Regarding this, Hao Fangfang and her father, Hao Deswang, who didn't know the situation, had faces full of shock. They also followed the crowd and stood behind Yi Xian. However, the waves in their hearts were higher and higher, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Both father and son realized that Yixian must have done something last night. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out the truth. Everything was too strange. At the same time, in the sky of the Black Mosquito Star, the entire royal fleet from the Demon Imperial City was still hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. However, because all the warships and space fortresses were hovering, their energy consumption was reduced. Therefore, the rolling momentum of the vast atmosphere in the sky was gradually coming to a stop. Presumably, it would not be long before it returned to normal. However, the rolling of the atmosphere just now had caused a large amount of cosmic rays to enter the Black Mosquito Star through the gaps in the atmosphere. These cosmic rays would have a certain effect on the plants of the Black Mosquito Star, as well as some ordinary devil dwellers with no cultivation. This was clearly a warning and shock from the Devil King Mo Wen Tian to the entire Black Mosquito tribe. From this, it could be seen how furious the Imperial City was when the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress was confirmed to have fallen into the hands of the human clan of the Third Universe. Soon, as the rolling momentum of the atmosphere in the sky gradually came to a stop, the Imperial City fleet hovering outside the atmosphere could no longer be seen. However, more than 10 standard military patrol warships of the Demon Imperial City passed through the atmosphere at this moment and sped toward the Black Mosquito Peak, where Yixian and the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars were standing. These standard military patrol warships were about the same size as small private warships. They were only a few hundred meters long. However, at this moment, more than 10 of them had arrived at the same time. Obviously, many people had come. Ha, 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 looking at this formation, is today Zhang Wuji's Holy Sun ceremony? In that case, I've come at the right time. Very quickly, the dozen or so small patrol ships stopped at a low altitude in front of the peak of Black Mosquito Peak. The figure of the Imperial City's high priest, Wen Xing, stepped out of the ship and entered the line of sight of Yixian and the others. Before he even arrived, his voice had already sounded out clearly. In addition to Wen Xing, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, who commanded the entire Imperial fleet and was also in charge of the thorough investigation of the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, had also appeared. He walked side by side with Wen Xing and was descending toward the Black Mosquito Peak. Then, the Demon Imperial Guards of the Imperial City poured out of the dozen patrol warships and quickly got into formation. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, hovering at a low altitude in front of the small patrol warships. They imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce killing intent. So it's High Priest Wen and Commander Cha from the Imperial City. Didn't you say that they would only arrive in a few days? Why didn't you inform me a few days in advance? I thought the human clan fleet had arrived and the enemy had arrived. Looking at Wen Xing and Chanas, who had already arrived in front of them and were descending towards the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Yixian didn't wait for Zhuo Fengtai and Grayskull to respond. He immediately greeted them with pun. This was clearly a hint. Originally, Huigu and Zhuo Fengtai were about to speak, but at this moment they both shut their mouths at the same time. They didn't look sideways, as if Yixian was the one in charge of this place. Seeing this scene, Wen Xing and Chanas were both stunned, and a strong sense of suspicion surged in their eyes. In fact, Wen Xing's words just now seemed to be referring to Yixian, but his original intention was to say those words to Zhuo Fengtai and High Priest Huigu Lei of the Black Mosquito tribe. No matter how many demons there were in the Black Mosquito Star, only Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei were qualified to talk to him, the High Priest of the Imperial City, on such a formal occasion. However, the current situation was clearly not right. Zhang Wuji, who had just finished the ceremony and officially became the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe, strangely displayed an attitude that was superior to that of Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei. Moreover, the two of them even looked submissive, as if they were willing to do so. Even the dozens of Black Hole Realm 10-star higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe behind the three were no exception. They were all like this. Wen Xing and Chanas naturally understood the significance of this scene, but this was too absurd. How could he have subdued the entire Black Mosquito tribe so quickly? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Intrigue and Intrigue. Originally, Wen Xing had planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone, then find an opportunity to shift the topic to Yixian. Using his lazy nature and lack of diligence in cultivation as an excuse, he reprimanded Xian in public. This could be considered as a small preparation for the matter of making a move against Xian in the near future. However, at this moment, as the strange scene in front of him caused him to feel bewildered, Wenxing immediately dispelled this idea. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In his opinion, based on Xian's strength and methods, the scene in front of him should not have happened no matter what. This was enough to prove that Xian must have some kind of powerful method that he did not know about before. Based on Wenxing's scheming and cunning style, he obviously could not act rashly before he figured out all of this. After a round of pleasantries, Wenxing's eyes flashed quickly. He finally brought up the important matter and began to probe Xian with his words. Zhang Wuji, it seems that you are quite popular in the Black Mosquito tribe. Not only do the Great Commander and the High Priest support you, but even the entire Black Mosquito tribe's 10-star high-ranking officials are all so. The smile on his face remained. Wenxing seemed to have casually mentioned it. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Black Mosquito tribe's experts that he had mentioned. There was clearly a sense of scrutiny in his eyes. Unfortunately, in the end, he found nothing. Even if he were to use his mental power to carefully investigate the spirit source cores of the demon slaves present, Wenxing would definitely not be able to find any problems, let alone examine them with his naked eyes. Xian's mental power had already reached the 6th level, which was the same as his own. Moreover, the slave seal was so mysterious that Wenxing had no chance at all. Only the 7th-grade Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, whose mental power surpassed Xian's, would be able to do it himself. At this moment, as Wenxing quickly examined all the Black Mosquito 10 stars higher-ups present, he did not find any abnormalities. The suspicion in his heart instantly grew stronger, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Even his words faintly revealed a hint of displeasure. Thinking back to those years, even when I was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, the entire 10 stars higher-ups of the tribe were far from being so harmonious. Kid, you're good. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. SOSO, it's passable. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just that. Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused as if he was trying to keep Xian in suspense. Completely subconsciously, Wenxingdong immediately followed up and asked, so what? As soon as this sentence left his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was a little too naive. This kid in front of him was so mischievous, how could he tell the truth and solve his doubts? Xian was secretly pleased, and quickly filled in the hole. He waved his hand and continued, it's just that my character is too good, that's all. I can't help it. I've always been like this, winning people over with virtue. Between the words, it was obvious that he was insinuating that Wenxing's character was bad, and that he couldn't win people over with virtue. All the experts present, without exception, understood it. Huigulei, Suifeng Tai, and the other demon slaves of Xian were fine. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least they didn't show any reaction on their faces. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deswang, as well as some guards and ordinary priests of the Black Mosquito tribe who were trembling in fear, were so shocked by Xian's words that their eyelids twitched. He dared to belittle the high priest of the imperial city in front of him, and in a situation where the high priest had the intention of denouncing him, all of this was too shocking. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deswang felt that Xian was getting stranger and stranger today, and they couldn't see through him. While the guards and priests of the ancestral temple were shocked, they quickly realized that the rumors were mostly true. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the illegitimate son of the Devil Emperor, this new holy son wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. As for Wenxing and Chanaz beside him, they were obviously shocked by Xian's words. For a moment, they were speechless and looked very embarrassed. Although they were furious, the two of them exchanged glances and suppressed their anger in the end. The more abnormal Xian's performance was, the more intense the bewilderment in Wenxing and Chanaz's hearts became. Now, before the truth was known, there was no possibility of them rashly falling out with him. Wenxing felt that Xian was very unlucky, and at the same time, he realized that Xian was not easy to deal with. In terms of scheming and intelligence, even if he was not as good as Wenxing, he could be considered as a little fox. In this way, the follow-up tests were obviously meaningless. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. During this period of time, the entire Imperial fleet would stay in the star area with the Black Mosquito Star as their temporary base camp to carry out a search and investigation. There would be plenty of opportunities to investigate this matter. Thinking of this, Wenxing's eyes flashed. He laughed and changed the topic. Yi Xian was not interested in chatting with him anymore, so he immediately sent a reminder signal to Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei through the connection between him and the slave seal. Soon, the two of them took the initiative to speak up and catch up with Wenxing. While seemingly chatting as usual, they led Wenxing and Chanas to the left side hall of the ancestral temple, where they would stay for the night. The luncheon was very grand. After all, Chanas and Wenxing were the commander of the Imperial fleet and the high priest of the Imperial city. It was rare for them to come to the Black Mosquito tribe, so they naturally could not be rude. However, all of this was done by Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei. Yi Xian was not interested in socializing. Even at the luncheon, he did not speak much. He just ate and drank as if there was no one around. On the surface, he seemed to be a small character, but the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars higher-ups, who were sitting at a few large tables, glanced at him from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was clearly focused on Yi Xian alone. Wenxing and Chanas exchanged glances. The doubts in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. After the luncheon, Chanas left the Black Mosquito Star and entered the magic drive, which was hovering outside the atmosphere. He immediately took away part of the fleet's forces. In addition to the magic drive, which had a diameter of 20,000 meters, there were 2 galaxy-level fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 5 nebula-level fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters. A total of 8 space fortresses of various sizes were activated at the same time. They whizzed away rapidly and disappeared into the vast void of space outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star in the blink of an eye. To everyone's surprise, the 8 bastions were heading straight for the wormhole that connected to the domain of the graveyard of the third universe. End of chapter 2996. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.